Chapter 1. Rebirth. In Haida City, Wei Ming abruptly opened his eyes. He gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled from the depths of water. Wasn't I supposed to be dead? Could it be a dream? No, it is certainly not a dream. He had just been brutally murdered by his girlfriend's family. The excruciating pain was far too real to be a mere figment of imagination. Could it be? He hastily grabbed the phone on the table, the screen illuminating to reveal the time. November 3rd, 10:43 a.m. Indeed, Wei Ming forced himself to calm the tumultuous emotions surging within him. He had been reborn. In just 6 months, the sun would unleash a violent eruption, casting down an unbearable intensity of light that would cause global temperatures to soar, reaching over 60 degrees Celsius. More alarmingly, the sunlight would be laced with lethal, unknown rays, evaporating most rivers and lakes, and causing sea levels to plummet several meters. By nightfall, although the deadly sunlight would vanish, it would be replaced by corrosive acid rain that would trap everyone indoors. Humanity would face the apocalypse, with societal order collapsing, as people fought tooth and nail for a bottle of clean water or a loaf of bread. Before the end times, Wei Ming had been in a relationship with a girl named scorching. He had come to Haidu with his parents and younger brother to seek work, renting a modest apartment in the very same community where scorching lived, leading to their eventual acquaintance. Despite scorching's modest income of 5,000 yuan as a waitress, her spending habits were anything but frugal. The crux of the matter, however, lay in her being a brother-supporting demon, insisting that Wei Ming vacate his apartment to serve as a wedding home for her brother. Though Wei Ming was a man of integrity, the apartment had been left to him by his parents, who had perished in a car accident a year prior. No amount of servitude could persuade him to squander his parents' legacy. Thus, scorching kept him dangling, neither breaking up nor discussing marriage. Ironically, in a bid to appease his girlfriend's vanity, Wei Ming took on a delivery job after hours, trying to earn extra income. Yet, with a girlfriend who insisted on supporting her entire family, it felt as though 4 people were draining his resources. Even with 2 jobs, he could scarcely provide for a family that thrived on idleness. It appeared that Wei Ming had been bewitched, as he failed to recognize the need to cut his losses until the apocalypse struck, and he was lured out of his home by scorching, only to be brutally dismembered by her family of 4. Why did they kill him? Because he had a habit of stockpiling clean water, always keeping 3 or 4 cases at home, which scorching had taken note of. In the impending apocalypse, clean water would become a precious resource for survival, leading to his merciless demise at the hands of her family. In truth, had scorching simply asked, Wei Ming's kindness would have compelled him to share the water with her family. Yet, scorching deemed his existence an additional burden on their water supply and thus chose to eliminate him to seize his resources. For ungrateful wolves, I demand blood for blood. Wei Ming gritted his teeth, his voice as piercing as the bitter cold of winter. Having faced death once, he had undergone a profound transformation. A sycophant? Not anymore let others play the fool. He sought vengeance. Bang! Wei Ming, it's barely past 10, and you're already dozing off. If you're not going to focus, I suggest you resign and leave at once. A voice rang out beside him. Wei Ming looked up to see a captivating woman in her 30s standing by his desk, her hand that had struck the table now crossed over her arms, accentuating her voluptuous figure. Lu Qing, his superior and the financial director of the company, was the goddess of the office, the subject of many a man's daydreams as they drifted off to sleep at night. Just as Wei Ming opened his mouth to respond, he froze. For he discovered that his consciousness was now linked to an immense space, one so vast it defied description. As if guided by instinct, Wei Ming slipped his hand into his pocket, and with a mere thought, the anomalous space swiftly enveloped his phone. In the next moment, the device vanished from his pocket, floating serenely in the peculiar space, seemingly devoid of gravity. This was spatial manipulation. Not only had he been granted a second chance at life, but he also possessed an alternate dimension. With 6 months remaining before the apocalypse, how much could he stockpile in this extraordinary space? Wei Ming. Lu Qing's voice escalated sharply, causing discomfort to his ears. You will write your resignation letter immediately. With that, she sashayed into her private office, drawing the gaze of several men who watched with intrigue. Colleagues turned to Wei Ming with sympathetic expressions, yet none dared to speak, fearing Lu Qing's wrath. Did they not value their own jobs? A smile crept across Wei Ming's lips as he rose to approach Lu Qing's office. Having faced death, what could possibly intimidate him now? Moreover, with the impending apocalypse, all wealth would be rendered meaningless. True wealth would now be defined by clean water and food. He had a full 6 months to prepare, envisioning the staggering riches he would possess after the fall. Seeing Wei Ming head towards Lu Qing, several colleagues assumed he was going to plead for leniency, a reasonable assumption given the difficulty of securing employment today. Their monthly salaries were over 8,000 yuan, which was not insignificant. Wei Ming pushed the door open and closed it behind him. Have you already written your resignation letter? Lu Qing scoffed. Given the brevity of time, it was evident that Wei Ming had not drafted a letter. Wei Ming replied nonchalantly, "Since I joined the company, you have consistently targeted Mui." Targeted you? Lu Qing's expression was one of disdain. You think you're worthy? If a score of 60 were the passing mark for beauty, she would undoubtedly score around 80, qualifying as a stunning beauty. With her ample bosom and remarkable hourglass figure, she could easily score a 90 for physical allure. Who would have guessed that such a beauty was a thief? Wei Ming was unfazed instead. He pulled up a chair and sat down, admiring his superior's stunning figure, realizing now why every man in the office was infatuated with her. In his previous life, he had been far too innocent, never once daring to gaze upon such a magnificent woman. He acted on impulse, relishing the newfound freedom of his choices. Damn it, he would never again be a conformist. Feeling his predatory gaze, Lu Qing instinctively crossed her arms over her chest, frowning. You've been slacking off during work hours repeatedly. I can terminate your employment based on company policy. Is there anything wrong with that? Wei Ming chuckled. Tell me why, and I will write my resignation letter immediately. Voluntarily resigning meant the company wouldn't have to provide any compensation, a significant distinction from being fired. Are you sure? Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback, yet secretly pleased. Wei Ming's habitual slacking did not meet the criteria for dismissal. She had merely been trying to intimidate him. Forcing someone out would only complicate matters if he sought labor arbitration. Now that Wei Ming had proposed his resignation, it was the best outcome for her. Yes, Wei Ming nodded. You may record my statement. Lu Qing, ever cautious, took out her phone and activated the recording, prompting Wei Ming to repeat his earlier words. Satisfied, she finally declared, because you resemble my ex-boyfriend. What the hell, so you've been undermining me all this time? Wei Ming had always believed he had inadvertently offended her, leading to her disdain, only to discover it was merely his resemblance to her former lover that incited her ire. You were wronged by your ex, and now you take it out on me? How utterly unfair. Very well, now I can toy with you without any moral qualms. Paper, pen, he said, leaning over Lu Qing's desk to draft his resignation letter. As he wrote, he casually remarked, You've been married to Su Jian for 3 years, haven't you? A sudden jolt coursed through Lu Qing, her expression shifting dramatically. Chapter 2. Lu Qing's weakness. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Qing feigned composure. Wei Ming chuckled softly. I've accurately stated that you've been married for 3 years. Your denial is rather pointless. Lu Qing's heart raced, but after a moment, she regained her composure. You don't need to resign. I won't target you anymore, I promise. Wei Ming laughed heartily. A man of honor keeps his word. If I say I will resign, then I shall. Even if Lu Qing refrained from firing him, he had lost all desire to work. With just 6 months until the apocalypse, there was far too much to accomplish. Of course, there was no need to rush in the next hour or two, perhaps even 4 or 5 hours. Lu Qing's heart trembled. Then what do you want? You. Wei Ming pointed directly at Lu Qing. Dream on? Not a chance. Lu Qing immediately rejected him, her disdain evident. You think this toad could ever hope to court a swan? Have you looked in the mirror to see your own reflection? Her face was a mask of derision, filled with contempt. Wei Ming remained unfazed, rising to draw the curtains and lock the door. Lu Qing's demeanor shifted to panic. Wei Ming, this is an office. Don't do anything reckless. If I call out, everyone will hear. Wei Ming said casually. So, you're not worried at all about me revealing the fact that you and Su Jian embezzled 30 million from the company, are you? Lu Qing immediately stiffened as if she had been paralyzed. Wei Ming sighed. Lu Qing served as the company's financial supervisor, while Su Jian was in charge of procurement. Logically, If the two were to marry, the company would surely require one of them to change positions. Thus, they concealed their marital status. Moreover, Su Jian inflated procurement prices, knowing that his wife would approve them. Over the course of 3 years, they siphoned off a total of 30 million from the company. In his previous life, it was only after more than 5 months that their secret was exposed, and when Lu Qing was taken away by the police, it took several days for the truth to come to light. How did you know? Lu Qing struggled to swallow, her voice slightly hoarse. Wei Ming certainly wouldn't reveal that he had come from the future that would soon become common knowledge. Instead, he smiled mysteriously to conceal something. One must not engage in it. Director Lu, inflating accounts and embezzling 300 million. How many years would that entail? Lu Qing suddenly slumped, gasping for breath, her eyes vacant. She believed that Wei Ming had obtained solid evidence of her and Su Jian's clandestine marriage, especially upon hearing the figure of 30 million. Little did she know that he only possessed information, completely unaware of how the couple had orchestrated their deceit. Wei Ming remained patient, quietly waiting. Minutes passed before Lu Qing regained her composure. How much do you want? Wei Ming shrugged. I desire no money. It wasn't that he had an aversion to wealth, on the contrary. He needed substantial funds to stockpile goods and establish a safe haven in the coming months. However, could their ill-gotten gains be so easily acquired? Those were stolen funds, and the scandal would break in just over 5 months. If he accepted any money, he would inevitably find himself behind bars when the truth surfaced. Would he merely await death in prison when the apocalypse arrived? He could not take that money. Lu Qing recalled Wei Ming's earlier words, frowning involuntarily. You are blackmailing me. This is illegal. Wei Ming chuckled. Since when did a one-night stand become a crime? Lu Qing felt exasperated. Though she was not a traditional woman, she had only had 2 previous boyfriends before marrying Su Jian and had always been adept at protecting herself during social engagements, never allowing anyone to take advantage of her, let alone share a bed with someone like Wei Ming, whom she despised and looked down upon. But now, if she did not comply with Wei Ming's demands, the truth about her and her husband's embezzlement would be exposed. What to do? How to persuade him? After a moment's contemplation, she said, let me think it over. This was merely a pretext. She intended to discuss countermeasures with her husband to silence Wei Ming. Wei Ming shook his head. Do you take me for a fool? He rapped his fingers on the table. I grant you 1 minute to decide whether to let me leave or let me stay. It is entirely up to you. With that, he took out his phone and activated the stopwatch. Tick-tock, tick-tock, the second hand moved, creating an almost jarring sound in the silent room. Of course, this was solely Lu Qing's perception. Wei Ming remained unhurried, relaxed, even crossing his legs. 30 seconds passed swiftly, and Lu Qing appeared noticeably anxious, her chest heaving. Wei Ming nearly whistled in amusement. He truly regretted being so honest in his previous life. To live freely and whimsicality is the essence of enjoying life. Goodness, do I possess the attributes of a bandit? Wei Ming mused to himself. When the timer reached 50 seconds, Lu Qing finally spoke. I'll go to a hotel, you go ahead first. I need to find an excuse to leave the company. Ah, another stall tactic? Wei Ming shook his head. No, it must be here. What? Lu Qing nearly gasped, barely restraining herself from exclaiming. She quickly lowered her voice. You must be mad. This is the company. My office people could come looking for me at any moment. Wei Ming shrugged. I've drawn the curtains and locked the door. As long as you keep your voice down, there will be no issue. Seeing Lu Qing still staring in disbelief, he stood up. If you are unwilling, so be it. I do not believe in forcing others. Not believe in forcing others? You are practically holding a gun to my forehead. Lu Qing bit her red lip, appearing somewhat pitiable. Yet, Wei Ming felt no sympathy. How despicable had this woman been? Relying on her position as his superior, she often bossed him around, deliberately nitpicking over trivial matters, her demeanor exuding disdain and contempt for him. What was there to pity? Had he offended her? No, it was merely because he resembled her former boyfriend. Now that he held the upper hand, she began to feign vulnerability, hoping he would let her off the hook. Everyone must pay for their actions. With that, Wei Ming turned to leave. Wait, Lu Qing called out, her voice trembling, her hands clutching the hem of her sweater, pulling it up slightly. I agree. I will comply. Wei Ming sat back down, playing music from his phone. Let's add some ambience. Do you take me for a hostess in a karaoke bar? Lu Qing nearly exploded with rage. But with the leverage in Wei Ming's hands, she had no choice but to relent, lest she end up in prison. Thus, she began to sway to the rhythm, slowly lifting the hem of her sweater. Wei Ming watched in appreciation. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed at the door, startling both of them. "Director Liu, there's a document that requires your signature," a female voice called from outside. Lu Qing felt a rush of relief, hurriedly pulling her sweater back down. Wei Ming, unperturbed, smiled and opened the door. Outside, a curious colleague, Xiao Li, stood with a puzzled expression.
Chapter 3. Into the underground garage, Little Li wore a curious expression, her face filled with intrigue. With the door locked and the windows shut, what could these two be up to? Moreover, she noticed a hint of panic on Lu Qing's face, which only heightened her curiosity. Wei Ming leaned against the doorframe, showing no intention of leaving. Lu Qing, feeling apprehensive, could not bring herself to urge him away and instead turned to Little Li, asking, "Where are the documents?" Little Li promptly handed them over. After a quick glance, Lu Qing signed her name on the paperwork. Having completed the task, she had no choice but to dismiss Little Li, though a flicker of hope remained in her heart that Little Li's interruption would deter Wei Ming from any mischief in the office. Little Li, despite a multitude of questions swirling in her mind, could only leave at a leisurely pace. "You can't keep acting recklessly like this, Wei Ming," Lu Qing warned urgently. Wei Ming smiled and replied, "I'll be waiting for you in the underground garage. You'd better come in 10 minutes, or else." He waved his phone teasingly, adding, "I'll call General Manager Kong." General Manager Kong was the head of the company, but Wei Ming had no intention of actually contacting him. It was merely a ploy to intimidate Lu Qing. Lu Qing dared not gamble, and with her last shred of hope extinguished, she could only nod. Biting her lip in resignation, Wei Ming left behind a resignation letter with a mere 4 words. "I quit." He had nothing to pack and made his way to the underground garage, where he waited beside an Audi. As he walked, he continued to experiment with his newfound abilities. Of course, the garage was under surveillance, so he refrained from making any blatant displays. Placing his hand on the Audi, he focused his thoughts, enveloping the vehicle in an unseen alternative space. With another thought, he could completely absorb the car into that space. Could he extend this ability to larger objects? He placed his hand on a pillar, attempting to envelop it, but it proved impossible to encase an entire building from within its confines. However, he quickly discovered a second application of his spatial abilities. He could create a door around himself, a door invisible and imperceptible to others, accessible only to him, connecting directly to the alternative space. He dubbed it the spatial gate. What would happen if one were to step through this gate into the alternative space? Wei Ming certainly would not test it on himself. Instead, he contemplated purchasing fish or crayfish to conduct experiments. There was no rush. His mind wandered through plans for the future. First, he needed to acquire funds to construct a safe house, one that was not only impenetrable but also had excellent insulation. Next, he would need essential supplies. Food and water were paramount, followed by clothing, computers, and libraries of films and games. Where would the money come from? Lottery tickets. Unfortunately, he had never played the lottery, and even if he were to be reborn, he wouldn't remember the winning numbers. Moreover, what if, by some miracle, he did remember, only for the numbers to turn out differently? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Today was November 3 RD, and the World Cup would commence tomorrow in the Middle East. Though not an ardent football fan, he had watched every group match and remembered the scores vividly. He could place bets on the matches. Could the mystical forces of the East influence the outcomes in the Middle East? Moreover, since few people typically bet on the lottery, even winning the jackpot would yield only a few million. However, during the World Cup, the betting pool would swell dramatically, making it conceivable to win hundreds of millions with just 100 bets. The cost would only be 200 yuan at that moment. He heard the sound of high heels clicking on the floor. Looking up towards the elevator, he saw Lu Qing swaying towards him, her figure undeniably alluring. Was her physique not comparable to Zhuo Qingqing? In a post-apocalyptic world, when he possessed abundant resources, acquiring any beauty he desired would merely be a matter of words. "Lu Qing, I beg you. I can offer you 5 million. You could easily use that money to support a young and beautiful girl," she pleaded, making her final attempt. "Alas, I cannot accept your money. Moreover, I have found a way to earn my own. After 6 months, what good will additional funds do? They would be too cumbersome to even wipe with." Wei Ming observed the beauty before him with the mindset of a hunter. She had been arrogant and domineering towards him, and he had often contemplated revenge. Now, an opportunity had presented itself, and he couldn't possibly let it slip away. Lu Qing cursed inwardly, but there was nothing she could do. Resigned, She opened the car door and entered the back seat. After a while, Wei Ming left the company in high spirits. He saw no need to continue pursuing Lu Qing. She had already taken a step back, and one step back would lead to 100, even 1,000 more. He could simply arrange meetings with her in the future. He even imagined bringing Lu Qing into his safe house after the apocalypse, playing with her as he pleased. However, the prospect of doing so during the apocalypse would be challenging. Wei Ming would not risk his future unless he had absolute certainty. He resolved not to dwell on her any longer. There was no need to waste time on her. He needed to thoroughly understand the capabilities of the alternative space. On his way home, he made a special trip to the market, purchasing several live fish and 2 pounds of crayfish, not for consumption, but for experimentation. Once he closed his door behind him, he was alone. The testing process was monotonous, yet Wei Ming remained focused, showing no signs of impatience. At noon, he ordered takeout and continued his research in the afternoon. By evening, he had gained preliminary insights. If he wished to absorb objects using the alternative space, he needed to envelop them first. But how large could these objects be? Enveloping an entire planet was out of the question. Yet enclosing the land of China seemed entirely feasible, and he could do so in a matter of seconds. The issue lay in the concept of enveloping. He could not enclose an entire country or a single building without digging up its foundation. Any independent entity could be absorbed. Furthermore, he needed to make physical contact with the object using his right hand. Other parts of his body would not suffice. Interestingly, living beings could also be absorbed into the alternative space. He could touch a living creature first, then envelop it within the alternative space, or he could open the spatial gate to allow the creature to enter on its own, or he could push or throw it in. However, the gate had a maximum size of 3 by 3 meters. Anything larger could not be absorbed. Once inside the alternative space, a living creature could survive for no more than 1 minute. Wei Ming could perceive everything within the alternative space through his consciousness and manipulate the objects within it. For instance, if he absorbed a table, he could disassemble it with ease, something impossible in the physical world. Retrieving items from the space was merely a matter of thought. Determined, Wei Ming pressed his right hand against his body and absorbed himself into the alternative space. He needed to understand this ability, as it could save his life in critical moments. As darkness enveloped him, he found himself in another realm, a shadowy expanse where his eyes could see nothing. Yet, his consciousness could encompass the entire space, as if he were a deity, omniscient and omnipotent. In the next moment, Wei Ming reappeared in his home, gasping for breath. Chapter 4. Preparations. Wei Ming once again entered the alternative space. This time, he was in no hurry to leave. Why could living beings not survive for more than 1 minute within this space? He examined himself and was astonished to find that he could assess his internal body, even down to the cellular level. The level of muscle development and organ activity immediately reflected in his mind. He felt capable of performing any surgery on himself. Of course, that was not the main focus. The crucial point was that his blood had ceased to flow, and his heart had stopped beating, as if time had frozen. Or rather, the alternative space lacked the concept of time. Was this the reason living beings could not remain there for more than a minute? Yet, that still seemed off. Wei Ming absorbed another crayfish, then returned to his room. Observing through his consciousness, he felt like a god in the alternative space. But who knew if he would perish after a minute? That would be too unjust. 58 seconds, 59 seconds, 60 seconds. Wei Ming noticed no changes in the crayfish. Time did not pass in this realm, so no changes could occur. Putting it in for 1 second was no different from 1,000,000,000 years. However, when he retrieved the crayfish, he discovered it was dead. It had survived for 59 seconds, but perished at the 60-second mark. How peculiar! Wei Ming did not dwell on this detail. He only needed to understand this limitation. Including himself, he must never remain in the alternative space for a full minute. The use of the spatial gate was quite intriguing. Although it could open to a maximum of 3 by 3 meters, it would stop upon encountering an obstacle. It could open up to 5 meters away from him, even through walls, and multiple walls at that. Wei Ming absorbed a cup of hot water and tossed in a piece of summer ice cream that had gone uneaten. After several hours, when he retrieved both items, he found the water still boiling and the ice cream as frozen as ever. This further confirmed that time did not exist within the alternative space. Thus, whatever condition an object was in upon entering would remain unchanged when it was taken out. A smile spread across Wei Ming's face. Perfect. Next came the planning. Now that it was proven that items absorbed into the alternative space retained their characteristics, hot remained hot, cold remained cold. What if he prepared a large quantity of ice? When the apocalypse descends, ice not only serves to cool down temperatures, but also melts into drinkable water, suitable for cleansing, as the end times arrive. The electrical systems do not collapse immediately. However, in the sweltering heat of 60 degrees, most air conditioners are rendered ineffective. Even when nighttime temperatures drop to the 40s, turning on the air conditioning only maintains indoor temperatures above 35 degrees. Still uncomfortably warm, though not lethal. Yet, what if there exists a highly insulated dwelling where ice could be utilized for cooling? How did ancient emperors alleviate summer heat? They stored ice from winter within hollow copper columns, creating a primitive form of air conditioning, notably without the direct blast of cold air, thus minimizing the risk of arthritis. Therefore, the next steps are to construct a secure, insulated shelter and to gather ice. Uncertain of how long the apocalypse will last, it is essential to prepare for a prolonged struggle. Hence, the more ice, the better. Wei Ming's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. Could he harvest the icebergs from the polar regions? Both poles are blanketed in snow and ice, meaning that by simply reaching any edge of an ice layer, he could collect the entire iceberg. In reality, the majority of icebergs are concentrated in Antarctica. And if time permits, he could gather ice from both poles. If not, he would settle for Antarctica alone. Wei Ming hastily dined before rushing out. What for? To purchase lottery tickets. The streets are lined with numerous lottery and sports betting shops, and Wei Ming quickly entered one. This year's World Cup group stage only allows betting on 14 matches. Relying on his memory, he selected 14 games and placed 99 bets. The maximum he could wager was 99 tickets. The total prize pool for the first prize is approximately 45 of the jackpot, with a single ticket yielding a maximum of 5 million. Thus, theoretically, if enough people participated, Wei Ming could potentially earn nearly 500 million. Of course, he was not that greedy. He merely needed enough to fund the construction of the safe house. What about food? Since he decided to transport ice from the poles, he might as well make a trip to North and South America for a bit of zero-cost shopping, acquiring some resources along the way. However, he must be cautious on the American side, avoiding any gunfire. If he were to be shot, could he heal himself through the alternate space? That seemed simple enough. He would give it a try. Once again, he experimented with the crayfish, first breaking off one of its legs before storing it in the alternate space. With a thought, he released the crayfish, and not only had its leg reattached instantaneously, but it also showed no signs of injury, moving as if nothing had happened. This indicated that as long as Wei Ming did not suffer immediate death, he could use the alternate space to heal himself, achieving instantaneous recovery. Thus, the safety issue was practically resolved. Wei Ming ventured to an unoccupied construction site to practice using the space portal. Although the portal could not actively capture enemies, it could certainly lure them into a trap. Furthermore, with sufficient reflexes, even bullets could be collected, couldn't they? Wei Ming aimed to enhance the speed of opening and closing the space portal. Additionally, he had prepared some weapons for himself. He forcefully threw stones into the space portal, and since objects retain their original state upon entering the alternate space, their kinetic energy remained intact. When needed, he could open the portal to release the thrown items. These suddenly appearing bricks could surely injure someone. Subsequently, he devised an improved method. The portal can be opened up to 5 meters away from his body. Thus, standing atop a building, he first opened the portal at the highest point, allowing stones and bricks to cascade out, and then opened it again 5 meters below to collect the stones. In this manner, he would effectively accelerate these items by an additional 10 meters. What if he repeated this process? Although air resistance would prevent these objects from reaching bullet-like speeds, they would still possess far greater lethality than a shot thrown by a professional athlete. Besides stones and bricks, Wei Ming also procured some steel bars, accelerating them as well, transforming them into deadly javelins. Wei Ming toiled until midnight, utterly exhausted, before returning home and collapsing into bed. He awoke abruptly around 4 in the morning, drenched in cold sweat. He had dreamt of being tormented by the family of scorching, which ignited a fury within him, nearly causing him to lose control, yet he ultimately regained his composure. Now was not the time for vengeance. Just 6 months, he fell back asleep, this time not stirring until 7 a.m. When his biological clock roused him, he should have gone to work, but recalling that he had resigned the previous day, he decided to sleep in. When he finally awoke again, it was past 10 a.m. So he lingered in bed a while longer, ordered takeout, and combined breakfast and lunch into one meal. He resumed his training with the space portal. By evening, he had mastered the ability to open the portal to his desired location within 0.1 seconds and could instantly retreat into the alternate space to evade attacks. He would continue to practice gradually. Growing bored, Wei Ming realized that building the safe house and collecting ice from the poles would have to wait until he had sufficient funds. However, the results of the 14 matches he had bet on would take 4 days to reveal, leaving him with nothing to do in the meantime. Wait, perhaps not entirely. Wei Ming pulled out his phone and sent a message via WeChat to someone. 8 o'clock? Meet at Jinluan Hotel, don't be late. Then he set out. Somewhere in the city, Lu Qing was having dinner with her husband when she suddenly saw a WeChat message pop up. Upon recognizing the sender, her face involuntarily changed. Seizing the moment her husband was distracted, she quickly typed back, "Don't push your luck," to which he replied, "Suit yourself, but the consequences are yours to bear." Lu Qing frowned, reluctantly telling Su Jian, "Honey, Huan Huan is drunk. I need to check on her." Huan Huan was her close friend, known for often getting intoxicated and seeking Lu Qing's help. Su Jian had grown accustomed to this and showed no suspicion, even asking, "Do you want me to come with you?" "No, no." Lu Qing hurriedly declined, grabbing her car keys and leaving. Wei Ming chose Jinluan Hotel for its proximity to his home, allowing him to walk there. After checking into his room and sending Lu Qing the room number, he relaxed and waited. Would Lu Qing not come? Such a possibility was unfathomable. In this game of boundaries, taking a step back would mean countless steps back. And after Lu Qing retreated to the garage yesterday, it signified that she had already fallen under Wei Ming's control. He chuckled, retrieving a pair of stockings from the alternate space and placing them on the bed. Soon, Lu Qing would wear them, only for him to violently tear them apart. At 7:57 p.m., there was a gentle knock at the door. Wei Ming peered through the peephole and saw none other than Lu Qing standing outside. He grinned. Chapter 5. The agreement. Wei Ming was exceedingly cautious, first ensuring that Lu Qing had come alone. In truth, Lu Qing dared not bring anyone, for who would want the matter of 30 million to be known by more people? Nonetheless, being careful never hurt. Once confirming that Lu Qing was alone, Wei Ming opened the door and let her in. As she entered, Lu Qing stated, "You cannot continue to harass me repeatedly. You must guarantee that this is the last time. Otherwise, I will call the police." Wei Ming smiled faintly, pulling out his phone to show her his booked itinerary on Haizhu. Lu Qing was momentarily taken aback. "You're going to Antarctica?" She found it unbelievable. As a trip to Antarctica is quite costly, and Wei Ming's reservation, which included island landings, cost over 180,000, spanning at least 2 months. "Are you out of your mind?" Wei Ming replied, "Thus, before I go to Antarctica, you must be at my beck and call. I will no longer pester you afterward." Lu Qing hesitated for just a moment before agreeing, "You must promise." "I promise," Wei Ming casually stated, inwardly mocking. This woman had targeted him for 3 years, trampling on his dignity all that time. How could he let her off so easily? "Change into those," he pointed at the stockings. Lu Qing cursed inwardly but realized she had already invested too much to back out now. Her presence indicated her desire to placate Wei Ming, and she could not afford to turn hostile over such a trivial matter. Wei Ming watched her change into the stockings. He regretted not appreciating her figure properly the previous day due to the dim light in the car. She had a curvaceous physique. While he admired her, he chuckled. "Do you know how many men in the company fantasize about you?" "Of course, I do," Lu Qing replied with a proud, disdainful smile. A toad wishing to eat swan meat, but she paused, her face flushing because in her eyes, Wei Ming was indeed that toad. Yet here he was, playing with her. Wei Ming burst into laughter, asking, "How did you land this position? Have you ever slept with someone at the top?" Lu Qing shot him an angry glare. "I'm no prostitute. I'm not that cheap, nor would I sell myself to climb the ranks. I graduated from the best university in Haidu, and my business acumen speaks for itself." "Indeed, indeed. So you and your husband managed to embezzle 30 million from the company and kept it hidden for years. I wonder how the company eventually found out." Wei Ming admired the voluptuous beauty before him, chuckling, "Well, that certainly benefits me. If I were to tell those colleagues that I slept with their untouchable goddess, I can't imagine their envious expressions. Some have even said they'd like to force themselves on you someday. Even if they ended up with a 3 to 5 year sentence, it would be worth it, ha! Yet none of them have the guts." The next day, Wei Ming luxuriated in sleep until 10 a.m. before rising, enjoying a leisurely breakfast at the hotel, then strolling back home. He had not slept a wink all night, and he found himself somewhat astonished. His physical condition was remarkably resilient. Had his physique ever been this robust before? Absolutely not. So, had his rebirth even enhanced his constitution? How splendid. Wei Ming made a special trip to the gym to undergo a fitness assessment, the results of which left the attendant in awe, declaring Wei Ming's physical fitness to be nothing short of exceptional. With both explosive power and endurance reaching what could only be described as the pinnacle of human capability. However, Wei Ming had previously led a life of a 9-to-5 routine, juggling a side job of delivering takeout. Though it seemed he scarcely had a moment to spare, in reality, most of his time was spent seated, leaving little opportunity for physical exercise. Thus, it could only be attributed to the benefits of his rebirth. Regardless, I can consider myself an evolved being, a person of extraordinary abilities. Attaining a physical condition at the peak of humanity should be expected, right? Given his exceptional fitness, the attendant had no grounds to suggest he enroll as a trainer. Instead inquiring whether he might be interested in working there, a proposition Wei Ming naturally declined. Upon returning home, he resumed his training on utilizing the spatial portal, while also acquiring some new weaponry. As night fell, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, a cold smile filled with malice crept across his lips. It was Wei calling. The moment he answered, he was met with her furious voice. Wei Ming? You didn't call or message me yesterday, and today is no different. Are you no longer interested in reconciling with me? Let me tell you, there are plenty of people vying for my attention. If you fail to cherish me, someone else will. There was a brief pause before she continued. My colleague bought a stunning purse today. It was only 20,000. If you buy me one, I might consider forgiving you. You must be dreaming, Wei Ming scoffed. Fine. Let us break up then. He decisively hung up the phone. Before the apocalypse struck, he had ample time to leisurely deal with this insufferable woman and her family. On the other end, Wei stared incredulously at her phone. Wei Ming actually hung up on her. How dare he? And he even agreed to break up. She could hardly believe it. Previously, whenever she mentioned breaking up, Wei Ming would always concede, except for when he gifted that apartment to her brother as a wedding present. Yet just now, she had not definitively stated her position, and he had agreed to the breakup. Had he lost his mind? No, he must be attempting to make her anxious and regain control. Humph, I want to fall for your tricks. I believe it won't be long before Wei Ming comes scurrying back to me. Such a devoted fool that evening, Wei Ming refrained from contacting Lu Qing. Despite his astonishing physical prowess, one cannot indulge in such activities daily. After all, matters of the flesh can prove perilous. He decided to allow Lu Qing a day of rest before they could enjoy themselves anew. As the night passed, a new day dawned. The shocking results of the 4 matches from the previous night had undoubtedly sent countless gamblers to the rooftops. Yet Wei Ming remained unfazed, firmly in control. The mysterious Eastern powers had indeed failed to influence the lands of the Middle East, and the outcomes unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. In just 2 more match days, he would be able to claim his winnings. That night, Wei Ming sent Lu Qing a message, same place. Because he had promised her that after his trip to Antarctica, he would no longer seek her out, Lu Qing now made every effort to cooperate with Wei Ming to avoid causing him displeasure and potentially reversing his decision. She promptly replied that she would arrive shortly. As expected, she arrived at the hotel before 8 o'clock. Chapter 6. The neighboring wife, Mi Xiaolu. The following day, Wei Ming indulged in some much-needed sleep until 10 o'clock. Lu Qing's ability to rest was of no concern to him. After enjoying a buffet breakfast at the hotel, Wei Ming returned home. However, just as he approached his front door, the neighboring door swung open, revealing a meticulously dressed and captivating young woman whose beauty rivaled that of Lu Qing. Her figure was slightly less impressive, boasting only a C-cup, though she stood about 5 centimeters taller than Lu Qing. Her bare height nearing 170 centimeters, with long legs that were truly eye-catching. This woman was Mi Xiaolu, recently married for less than 3 months, yet she and Wei Ming had clashed no less than 20 times. To be precise, it was not a clash but rather her one-sided humiliation of Wei Ming. Why? Because she once spotted Wei Ming dressed in a delivery uniform, realizing he worked as a part-time delivery driver. Consequently, whenever they crossed paths, she would unleash a torrent of ridicule upon him, condescendingly demanding that he sell his house and move away to prevent someone of his lowly status from devaluing the property market. Was this even humane? In his previous life, Wei Ming had been docile and averse to conflict. He would simply ignore her taunts, retreating to his own space to continue his deliveries without engaging with this woman. Yet Mi Xiaolu escalated her disdain, hurling cutting remarks each time they met. Wei Ming often pondered why such a beautiful woman felt compelled to wield her tongue so harshly. Indeed, upon seeing Wei Ming, Mi Xiaolu's expression immediately twisted into one of contempt as she furrowed her brows and remarked, "Why haven't you moved out yet?" In his former life, Wei Ming would have silently opened his door, choosing to ignore her, but having been reborn, his temperament had undergone a profound transformation. The submissive man who once allowed himself to be bullied was gone forever. He gazed unabashedly at Mi Xiaolu's lovely face and replied nonchalantly, "This is my home. Why should I move? You, a mere delivery driver, ought to reside in the slums. Your presence here diminishes the status of our community and adversely affects property values." "Doesn't it?" Mi Xiaolu continued to belittle him, even pulling a mask from her handbag and putting it on, as if Wei Ming carried some foul odor that might taint her. This was nothing short of blatant humiliation. Wei Ming smiled. I live here, and I have no plans to move anytime soon. If anyone should be moving, it should be you. Wei Ming, how dare you? A pathetic delivery driver. Speak to me like this? Mi Xiaolu nearly leapt. Her fury ignited. She was incensed, for Wei Ming had previously been so subservient, allowing her to insult him without resistance. Now, he dared to retort? Was he aiming for the heavens? Wei Ming suddenly smiled. All right, as long as you agree to one condition. I might consider selling my house. Huh? Mi Xiaolu paused, then felt it was only reasonable. Wei Ming was still the same old Wei Ming, weak and easy to bully. Speak. She assumed her lofty demeanor. Wei Ming flashed a mischievous grin. You spend one night with me. Mi Xiaolu's face flushed crimson, and she lunged at Wei Ming, feigning an attempt to claw at his face. You filthy beggar. You truly think you can aspire to such heights? However, Wei Ming merely pushed her away, causing her to stumble back. Yet Mi Xiaolu was infuriated. Wei Ming's push had landed squarely on her chest, and she could even feel him grasping at her. She had been violated by a mere delivery driver. You finished? You're finished? Mi Xiaolu could no longer afford to charge at him. What if Wei Ming's desires ran wild and he truly sought to take advantage of her? To be toyed with by such a lowly individual. Even if he were sentenced to death, the humiliation would haunt her for a lifetime. She quickly retreated into her home and dialed the police. Meanwhile, Wei Ming simply smiled. That earlier grab had indeed been intentional. But he was aware of the camera placements. The footage would only capture him pushing Mi Xiaolu away, and her attempt to claw at him would justify his actions as self-defense. See, he hadn't even struck her with force, merely pushing her aside, which could easily be interpreted as a gentlemanly response. Feel free to report it. Yet, while this woman was not of the voluptuous type, she did possess a C cup, and her physique was quite appealing. Full and elastic, he found himself intrigued. The police responded swiftly. Mi Xiaolu had only waited a few minutes before officers arrived. After gathering the facts, 2 officers knocked on Wei Ming's door. He answered, and the officers asked him to explain the situation. Of course, Wei Ming replied, recounting the events without embellishment, as there was no need. He held the moral high ground throughout, and even the push was merely an act of defense, gentle at that. The surveillance footage would not show him groping her. Thus, he naturally added, by the way, there's surveillance at the entrance, installed by the property management. You can request the footage. The 2 officers exchanged glances before instructing Wei Ming to wait at home while they retrieved the footage. After about 20 minutes, they returned, providing feedback to both Wei Ming and Mi Xiaolu. The response for Wei Ming was an apology for the disturbance, while Mi Xiaolu received a warning to refrain from wasting valuable police resources. Mi Xiaolu remained unconvinced, but the officers had already uploaded the footage to their phones for her to view. Upon seeing it, her face turned livid. Wei Ming, that scoundrel, had managed to evade capture by the camera. However, the officers had already categorized the incident, leaving her with no means to punish Wei Ming. She felt furious, frustrated, and utterly helpless. Little did she know that the current Wei Ming was no longer the naive man of the past who could be easily bullied. What have I done to provoke you? Just because you deem my job unworthy of respect, you feel entitled to insult me. Words can lead to trouble. As adults, we must face the consequences of our actions. Without excuses. Of course, Wei Ming's retribution would not be physical. Rather, it would come in a manner far more fitting. He needed do nothing. Once the apocalypse arrived, he would simply produce a bottle of water. And Mi Xiaolu would have no choice but to comply. Although Wei Ming was not one to seek revenge for every slight, he was far from a pushover. You insult me, and I shall return the favor. This is merely a matter of balance. Thus, I shall maintain my clarity of mind, for otherwise, my rebirth would be in vain. Chapter 7. The couple returns home together. The police, adhering to the principles of justice, could not possibly detain Wei Ming without evidence. However, Mi Xiaolu was certainly not one to let the matter rest. When her husband, Guahai, returned home that evening, Mi Xiaolu recounted the events of the afternoon, embellishing the story as she went along, focusing primarily on Wei Ming's unscrupulous behavior. She merely hinted at the inappropriate advances made by Wei Ming, stating that he had intended to assault her but had ultimately failed. The shame of being targeted by such a lowly individual as Wei Ming left her too humiliated to share the details, unless she could secure a conviction against him. Thus, while she reported the incident to the police, she chose to conceal certain aspects from her husband. Upon hearing her account, Guahai erupted in fury and stormed out, banging on Wei Ming's door with a forceful series of knocks. when Wei Ming opened the door. Guohai barged in, reaching for Wei Ming's clothing. Yet, Wei Ming was not one to be easily subdued. With a swift motion, he deflected Guohai's hand and seized him by the collar, effortlessly lifting the 175-centimeter man with a single hand. Mi Xiaolu, who had followed closely behind, witnessed this spectacle and immediately cried out, "Let go of my husband. Release him." However, Wei Ming paid her no heed, his cold gaze fixed on Guohai as he remarked, "I have never wronged you, yet your wife has repeatedly humiliated me. Today, I merely resisted slightly. Am I now to be deemed a villain for it?" Seeing the situation escalate, Mi Xiaolu rushed to pry Wei Ming's grip from her husband. But Wei Ming merely extended his hand further and lifted her as well. His physical prowess was indeed impressive. He held both individuals effortlessly, as though he could bear even greater weight. "Do not disturb me again, or I shall no longer be so accommodating," he warned, carrying them both to the entrance. With a sudden release, he dropped them unceremoniously to the ground, causing them to land heavily and wince in pain. He then slammed the door shut with a force that felt like a blow to their faces, leaving the couple visibly distressed. "What shall we do now?" Mi Xiaolu asked, her voice tinged with trepidation. After all, the first encounter had only involved her, but now Wei Ming had effortlessly overpowered two adults. The thought of provoking such a formidable man filled her with fear. What if he unleashed his wrath and harmed them? Especially for her, a striking beauty, the prospect of being assaulted and subsequently ridiculed after her demise was unbearable. Her character had always leaned towards the weak. Previously, she had felt emboldened to insult Wei Ming, but his display of strength had swiftly quelled her bravado. Guohai, humiliated and furious, shot a glare at his wife. "If it weren't for your provocations, would I have been subjected to such disgrace?" He retorted. "Should we call the police?" Mi Xiaolu suggested. "What on earth are you thinking? We trespassed into his home, and he merely expelled us. If we call the police, they'll come to arrest us," Guohai yelled in frustration. Mi Xiaolu could hardly believe her ears. "You're actually blaming me," she exclaimed. "Are you out of your mind?" Guohai remained unyielding. Fuming, Mi Xiaolu got to her feet and stormed back into the house. Slamming the door behind her, Guohai followed closely, only to be met with the door's abrupt closure, which struck him painfully in the face. Thankfully, the door was equipped with a fingerprint lock, allowing him to cover his nose and reopen it. With a heavy slam, he closed the door once more, and soon enough, a heated argument ensued between them, the commotion audible even to Wei Ming next door. A smile crept across his face. Was this all they could muster? Certainly not. After all, what had he done to deserve Mi Xiaolu's constant slander? But there was no need to rush. Killing was illegal now, but in 6 months, that might no longer be the case. Society would have crumbled. And who would care? No, by then, he would merely need to toss a bottle of water to see Guohai grovel before him, while Mi Xiaolu willingly submitted to his whims. All he needed to do was enhance his own strength, enabling him to strike back decisively when threatened, eliminating his foes while remaining unscathed. Finding a capable doctor would soon prove difficult. Wei Ming continued to hone his mastery over the spatial portal, a tool that served as both a weapon and a formidable shield, entirely dependent on his skill. A night passed. Wei Ming checked the results of 4 matches that day. Only one had produced a major upset, and it was indeed a significant one. Many would likely be contemplating jumping off rooftops, for on paper, that match had seemed utterly predictable, yet it had resulted in an astonishing surprise. Tomorrow, he would be able to claim his winnings. He had already selected a safe house and identified a contractor for renovations, merely awaiting the arrival of funds to commence work. Throughout the day, Wei Ming practiced controlling the spatial portal, for it was a matter of life and death. He intended to visit the grand estate without any financial burdens, not wanting to fall victim to unforeseen dangers. That evening, Wei Ming messaged Lu Qing, suggesting they meet at their usual spot. Lu Qing, understanding the unspoken rule, refrained from responding. Just 10 minutes later, however, she called him. "Please don't message me again. What if my husband sees? Let us simply agree on the next time and place," she said. "No problem," Wei Ming replied, not inclined to dwell on such trivial matters. While awaiting Lu Qing, he produced a condom, which had its own purpose. Chapter 8. Who are you using this with? Early the next day, Wei Ming visited the lottery center to claim his prize. After presenting his identification and the winning ticket, the staff verified the details without issue, leading him into the payout process as anticipated due to the World Cup. The number of lottery players had surged dramatically, propelling the jackpot to 600 million. The prize pool for the current round, based on 14 matches, was 64 of sales, with first prize accounting for 70 of that total, resulting in over 268 million. A total of 105 first prizes were awarded, each amounting to 2.56 million. Wei Ming alone claimed 99 of those, totaling 253.44 million. After taxes, his take-home amount was reduced to 202.75 million. He decided to donate the leftover change, ultimately pocketing 200 million. This sum far exceeded Wei Ming's expectations. He had anticipated at most 100 million, with a bottom line of 50 million, enough to purchase a desired property and begin renovations immediately. After leaving the lottery center, he hurried to the real estate agency within his community. The property he aimed to acquire was a villa situated within his own neighborhood. Why, you might wonder, would he choose to live in the same area? Well, why not? Building a villa in a remote location might provide safety, but even with an abundance of entertainment options, what joy is there in a life spent solely gaming and watching movies? His desire to enhance his strength stemmed from a wish to remain unflustered in the face of conflict. Moreover, if he resided far away, how could he exact revenge on Zhuangqing's family? He could not allow himself to find peace until he had dealt with them. Wei Ming had discerned that there were 3 villas in the community, one of which was currently for sale at a price of 25 million. It spanned 3 above-ground floors and 1 underground level, essentially a garage connected to the community's underground parking. The total area was 480 square meters, though the deed indicated 360 square meters. This amounted to approximately 70,000 per square meter, a reasonable price in Haidu. He swiftly signed an agreement with the owner, paying a 30 deposit and insisting on receiving the keys that very day. The owner readily agreed. Consequently, Wei Ming began contacting renovation contractors, who arrived within the hour. They measured all dimensions in the villa, obtained the construction blueprints, and inquired about Wei Ming's renovation requirements. First and foremost, he insisted on maximum fortification, something that could withstand an explosion. Secondly, he wanted insulation akin to that of ice cream boxes used for selling popsicles on hot days, ensuring that the contents would not melt even in scorching heat. Additionally, he requested the best materials available. Provided those 2 criteria were met, the contractor, Xiaobing, was taken aback. Isn't that a bit excessive? Are you expecting a war? He questioned. If war were to break out, what would be the point of such renovations? Can you withstand the shockwave of explosives, or missiles, or even a nuclear bomb? Yet, the customer is always right. As long as the payment was forthcoming, he could even transform the place into a mausoleum if that was what Wei Ming desired. Next came the crucial matter of the timeline. About 8 months, Xiaobing estimated. Wei Ming shook his head in disapproval. Xiaobing frowned. 5 months, but you'll need to spend more. Wei Ming calculated that the renovations would need to be completed 25 days before the onset of the apocalypse, which was entirely feasible. Fine. The cost will be 30 million, Xiaobing declared. Wei Ming regarded him skeptically. Xiaobing quickly added, I assure you, this is a fair price. If you weren't in such a hurry, I could save you at least 5 million. Wei Ming pressed his fingers together. If I pay 30 million, will the best materials be used? He inquired. Xiaobing appeared perplexed. It was surprising that Wei Ming's concern lay not in the price, but in the quality of materials. He chuckled, don't worry, 30 million is more than enough to secure the finest materials. While I can't promise it will withstand a missile, I can assure you that C4 will not breach a wall. He declared, if I fail to deliver, feel free to spread the word throughout Haidu that I've retired from this business. At last. Wei Ming smiled and replied, that's reassuring. After the 2 individuals finalized their contract, Wei Ming promptly paid 10 million, entrusting Xiaobing with the procurement of materials. Once the walls, ventilation, and insulation were satisfactorily completed, they would convene to discuss further intricate details. After bidding farewell to Xiaobing, Wei Ming found himself awaiting the transfer of the villa, a process that needed to be concluded before his departure to Antarctica, which left him with a rather tight schedule. Upon returning home around 6 in the evening, he noticed the elevator doors slide open, revealing Guohai stepping out. Upon seeing Wei Ming with the door ajar, Guohai momentarily hesitated before feigning nonchalance as he entered his own abode. Wei Ming heard Xiao Lu's voice approaching, prompting a smile to form on his lips. It was at this moment that he made his way to the bedroom and opened the spatial door through the wall. This residence mirrored the one next door, with both master bedrooms closely adjoining, allowing him to distinctly perceive any commotion from the neighbors. The spatial door could be opened through the wall, limited to a maximum distance of 5 meters. Wei Ming created a small opening and released the condom used the previous night, which fell to the floor with a soft thud. Now, he could only wait, or rather, listen for the ensuing drama. Guohai entered, exchanged a few words with Xiao Lu, and then retreated to the bedroom. Suddenly, he halted, gazing at the object on the floor. The condom, however, The dilemma lay in the fact that he and Mi Xiaolu had only been married for under a year and were currently striving to conceive their first child. How could such an item possibly be present? What the hell? Guohai's anger surged, his face turning a shade of green. You wretched woman, I entrusted you with the role of a housewife, and you dare to betray me? Mi Xiaolu, you better explain yourself, he gritted through clenched teeth. Mi Xiaolu had just entered, bewildered by the sudden outburst. Have you lost your mind? Why are you yelling at me? She retorted, with a swift motion. Guohai struck her across the face and pointed at the object on the floor. What is this? I demand to know. What is this? Upon seeing it, Mi Xiaolu's expression shifted to one of shock. How could there possibly be a condom on the floor? She thought, before realizing her husband's reasoning. No, I swear it's not mine. I didn't use it with anyone else, I promise. You have to believe me. Then how did it end up here? Guohai responded coldly. Did it sprout legs and come here on its own? You deceitful woman. Tell me who you were with. How could Mi Xiaolu possibly explain? Even if she had 800 mouths, it would be impossible to clarify. You scoundrel. I toil outside while you dare to betray me at home, putting a green hat on me. Guohai, misinterpreting her silence as guilt, grew even angrier and struck her again. If Mi Xiaolu had indeed been unfaithful, she would have had to endure the blows, but the truth was she had not. This was a grave injustice. Guohai, watch your language. I come from a respected family, and I gave myself to you in marriage. Do you not know of my purity? You're slandering me, which not only insults me but also the values my parents instilled in me from a young age. Guohai remained steadfast in his beliefs, refusing to heed Mi Xiaolu's powerless explanations. A condom doesn't just appear out of thin air. If you didn't use it with someone else, how could it have gotten here? You and your lover are so brazen as to leave it lying around, thinking I wouldn't notice? You wretched woman. I swear I will make you pay for this. Chapter 9. Collecting icebergs. The ruckus from next door persisted throughout the night. Despite the noise, Wei Ming remained unperturbed, donning earplugs and enjoying a restful sleep. He chuckled softly, relishing the unfolding drama. After 3 days of tumult, peace finally returned, yet upon witnessing the couple leave together, he observed their glum expressions. Infidelity was a grave sin that could irrevocably fracture a marriage. Let the situation simmer. Wei Ming had no time to meddle in their affairs. He had amassed a substantial stockpile of food and clean water during these days. Indeed, while he could procure items at no cost after visiting the affluent city, he lacked confidence in his culinary skills. Thus he had prepared an abundance of cooked dishes. He had ordered hundreds of takeout meals. One delivery person was bewildered after receiving at least 100 orders from him, even questioning if he should alert the authorities. Mistakenly believing he had been taken hostage, for who would require so much food? Wei Ming arranged for a grand banquet at a hotel, booking 500 tables, instructing the staff to serve the dishes at the designated time and collect the plates afterward, compensating for the cost of the dishes upon checkout. Additionally, he procured numerous warming supplies. One might wonder why he was purchasing heating equipment when the apocalypse was upon them, but the truth was, he was headed to Antarctica. In the event of an unforeseen incident, he needed to be prepared for any eventuality. 5 days later, a call from the real estate agent informed him that the housing authority had finalized the paperwork, and he could proceed with the transfer that day. Naturally, Wei Ming rushed over immediately. After settling the final payment and agent fees, he awaited Xia Bing's renovation proposal, coinciding perfectly with the receipt of his property deed, allowing him to apply for the renovations without further involvement. Once approved, he would let Xia Bing commence work. His journey to Antarctica was also approaching. Traveling to Antarctica proved to be quite a hassle, as he needed to first fly to Argentina. The journey from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere required 3 layovers, taking over 40 hours, which was undeniably exhausting. Wei Ming boarded the plane alone. Having resigned from his job and lost his parents in an accident, he had no spouse or girlfriend to notify. Given the lengthy journey, he naturally opted for first class throughout. From Haidu to Zurich, then from Zurich to Sao Paulo, and finally to Buenos Aires, before arriving at Ushuaia, all flights were international. Although the attractive blonde flight attendants were delightful to behold, the language barrier rendered any flirtation impractical. So Wei Ming simply indulged in the visual pleasure. He thought to himself, there are plenty of women. The focus of this trip is to collect icebergs, best not to complicate matters. I certainly do not wish to encounter an armed boyfriend during my endeavors. While he felt little fear of such confrontations, explaining the situation to law enforcement would be a different story. Thus, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Could he not endure a few days without the company of women? Upon arriving in Ushuaia, he was met by representatives from a travel agency. Wei Ming opted against crossing the Drake Passage by boat, instead choosing to fly directly to King George Island before boarding a vessel. Life at sea was monotonous, as the scenery remained unchanged. However, the buffet was plentiful, offering an abundance of seafood, though he would have to wait until returning home for abalone. After several days, the ship finally reached the Antarctic continent. For an additional fee, passengers could disembark to take a speedboat to observe emperor penguins. Wei Ming of course paid the fee, but his true intention was not to view the penguins, but rather to collect the seemingly infinite icebergs of Antarctica. As Wei Ming sat on the yacht, he deliberately waited until the very last moment to disembark, his hands subtly pressing against the cold ice. The spatial portal opened, enveloping the edges of the iceberg in a swift manner. Astonishingly, in less than 2 seconds, the entire process was complete. One must understand that the icebergs in Antarctica are interconnected. Thus, the volume of ice he had encapsulated was colossal, nearly encompassing the entirety of the Antarctic ice sheet. In an instant, the Antarctic landscape became barren. The newly arrived tourists found themselves plunging into the sea, and fortunately, the yacht was nearby. They struggled to climb back aboard, each of them utterly bewildered. What happened to the vast expanse of white ice? Where did it go? How could this be? Is my vision failing me, or have I lost my mind? Where are the icebergs? Not only the tourists were stunned, the penguins were equally perplexed. Where have all my icebergs gone? With such a significant occurrence, the tour leader promptly escorted everyone back to the main vessel. It was not just the location where they had disembarked that had lost its icebergs. The entire Antarctic continent was similarly affected. Satellites in space confirmed this dramatic change. Such a transformation quickly became a global headline, prompting nations to urgently dispatch research teams to investigate the mystery behind the vanishing Antarctic icebergs. It is known that the freshwater reserves of Antarctica account for over 70% of the planet's total freshwater supply, existing primarily in iceberg form. The sudden disappearance of these icebergs posed a profound threat, not merely to Antarctica, but to the entire planet, potentially triggering severe climate shifts. Wei Ming's Antarctic expedition concluded in haste. As the ship transported them back to their point of departure, this swift journey would certainly result in a partial refund from the travel agency, but Wei Ming was unconcerned. He had no time to haggle over money. He did not rush to leave. After all, this was the Pampas grassland, home to the world's finest natural pastures. How could he leave without collecting a substantial amount of beef and lamb to take home? Wei Ming commenced his zero-cost procurement, clearing out one slaughterhouse after another. This naturally sparked significant news in Argentina, as the police frantically searched for the meat thief. Yet who would suspect a mere tourist? Where could he possibly hide such vast quantities of meat? Subsequently, Wei Ming ventured to Chile, a land abundant in fruits, particularly cherries. After gathering a substantial amount of fruit, he proceeded to Cuba, renowned for its cigars and rum. And then Brazil, where he was less interested in football and beaches, but rather in coffee and other goods, while also acquiring various weapons amid the chaos. Finally, Wei Ming departed South America, flying to the affluent city, having already secured his visa prior to departure. Once again, he engaged in zero-cost procurement, remaining for over 20 days, systematically depleting large-scale retailers, accumulating goods valued in the billions. As always, no one would suspect a mere tourist. Wei Ming once again embarked on a journey to the land of maple leaves, heading northward with the intent of collecting icebergs from the Arctic. However, unlike the Antarctic is not a continent. In fact, several nations reside within the Arctic Circle. What Wei Ming needed to do was quite straightforward: locate a substantial iceberg and, through the interconnectedness of these icebergs, gather as much as possible. After all, the Antarctic icebergs are the real bounty. As for the Arctic, any amount collected would suffice, as he harbored no lofty expectations. After departing from the Arctic, Wei Ming traveled to Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, and other locales, naturally to harvest tropical fruits, particularly durians, mangosteens, and coconuts. With the impending apocalypse, these fruit-bearing trees would eventually perish from the heat, leaving only the stockpile provisions. After nearly 4 months of traversing various regions, Wei Ming finally returned to his homeland. Chapter 10. Whispers of Fortune. Wei Ming traveled in first class and had arranged for an extravagant car service at the airport, a luxurious stretch limousine that whisked him away to Chidong City. The sight of such an opulent vehicle naturally drew the attention of many onlookers, who paused in curiosity to ascertain the identity of the affluent passenger. To their astonishment, as Wei Ming alighted, they realized it was him. What a surprise! Could the rumors be true? Had he indeed purchased that lavish villa? How could he possibly have amassed such wealth? Surely, it must be ill-gotten gains, a chorus of recommendations for investigation ensued among the community residents. There is no secret that can remain concealed forever, especially since Wei Ming had not gone to great lengths to obscure his affairs. Among the curious residents of the neighborhood, particularly the elderly, the news of Wei Ming's extravagant villa renovations spread rapidly, a staggering sum of 25 million. It was rumored that he had paid in full, yet with his parents long deceased and him being merely an ordinary office worker, where could he have acquired such funds? Thus, the neighbors remained skeptical. However, upon witnessing Wei Ming's emergence from the stretch limousine, their doubts began to dissipate. Even those unfamiliar with luxury car brands recognized a stretch limousine as a symbol of affluence. Some elderly residents felt their hearts flutter. Here was a young man of considerable wealth, and notably, unmarried. They eagerly approached him. One such lady, Aunt Chung, approached and exclaimed, "Little Wei, it's Aunt Chung from Building 16. Have you just returned from afar?" Wei Ming smiled and nodded, but his stride showed no signs of slowing. Typically, when he boarded a bus without a seat, Aunt Chung transformed into a picture of frailty, yet now she exuded vitality. Hastily catching up to him, her face bright with joy. "You seem to be single, right? Let me introduce you to my daughter. She's quite beautiful, a master's graduate currently working at a bank, just 3 years older than you. They say a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold. Shall I call her now and have her cancel her evening engagements for a chat?" Wei Ming chuckled politely. "Aunt Chung, I'm quite busy. I won't be free tonight. What about tomorrow night?" Aunt Chung was clearly not one to be easily deterred and quickly followed him. "We'll see," Wei Ming replied, quickening his pace. However, Aunt Chung, not being a sprightly 20-year-old, soon found herself unable to keep up and had to stop. Yet, her determination remained, for the allure of that 25 million villa was too great to ignore. As soon as her daughter returned home, she would discuss it with her. After all, it is often said that when a woman is proactive, no man can resist. Upon returning to his residence, the villa was still undergoing renovations, expected to take at least another month to complete. Exiting the elevator, he unexpectedly encountered Miss Xiaolu, who was taking out the trash. Despite the bulkiness of her winter attire, her slender figure was evident, especially when she bent down, drawing attention to her curvaceous form, eliciting a sense of desire. Upon seeing Wei Ming, Miss Xiaolu was taken aback, having not seen him for nearly 4 months, and had assumed he had sold his property and moved away. Yet, there he stood again. As before, she regarded him with disdain, her face clearly betraying her contempt, but she quickly realized that her rigid posture might provoke unwelcome thoughts in Wei Ming, prompting her to stand upright and hastily enter the elevator. As if merely glancing at him could lead to an unthinkable consequence. While downstairs disposing of the trash, she unexpectedly overheard 2 neighbors discussing Wei Ming, his villa, the luxury car, leaving her momentarily stunned. How was it possible that this once impoverished man had become a millionaire? She was bewildered. Wei Ming closed the door and reclined on the sofa. He had successfully gathered icebergs from both the Arctic and Antarctic and acquired an immense stockpile of resources from Pyongyang, including copious amounts of beef, mutton, and an abundance of fruits. His preparations were at least 90 complete, and now he had time to indulge in some leisure activities. In the impending apocalypse, time would become the most precious commodity, with everyone rendered idle, waiting for the inevitable demise. Thus, it was imperative to prepare for various forms of entertainment. A mischievous smile crept across Wei Ming's face as he contemplated Lu Qing and Miss Xiaolu, both of whom would soon find themselves at his mercy. In his previous life, they had belittled him. In this life, they would serve as his pawns to ask for Zhuo Qingqing. She was no longer worthy of even that role. She had been cast aside. Having faced death once, Wei Ming had irrevocably embraced darkness. Even while abroad, he remained updated on the villa's renovations, as Xiaobing routinely reported progress to him. They had signed a contract, stipulating that if Xiaobing failed to complete the work on time, she would incur substantial penalties, ensuring her utmost dedication without needing Wei Ming's oversight. Now, Wei Ming's focus shifted solely to acquiring provisions, particularly food. Although he had amassed a vast array of ingredients, he had no desire to cook. He would continue to order banquets, rotating through various hotels and placing orders that often exceeded hundreds or even thousands of tables. He needed to spend all his money before the apocalypse struck. Otherwise, it would merely be a collection of meaningless figures. Even so, he could expend 4 to 5 million in a single day, and aside from the villa and its renovations, he had only spent 55 million in total. Thus, with nearly 150 million remaining, he needed to maintain a spending rate of 5 million per day for about a month. Fortunately, time was still on his side. After a long day, Wei Ming finally concluded his tasks and sent a message to Lu Qing. Same place. 8 p.m. tomorrow. Be sure to take a good leave. After months of restraint, he was eager to let loose. Chapter 11. The urgency of a sister. Just as Wei Ming was about to step out of his home, his phone rang. Initially thinking it was Lu Qing returning his call, he was surprised to see Zhou Qingqing's name on the screen. Was she here to confront him? Very well. Wei Ming answered the call, and before he could utter a greeting, Zhou Qingqing impatiently inquired, "Is that villa on the 28th the one you bought?" Wei Ming replied casually, "Yes. How could you possibly afford to buy a villa?" Zhou Qingqing was incredulous, her voice laced with unspeakable anger. "After dating for over 6 months, you never mentioned you were this wealthy? What a scoundrel!" Wei Ming chuckled. "Why would I need to tell you? I am your girlfriend," Zhou Qingqing asserted defiantly. "Not anymore," Wei Ming replied coldly, abruptly ending the call. On the other end, Zhou Qingqing stared at her phone in disbelief. Wei Ming had dared to hang up on her? This was the second time. She nearly called back to berate him but reconsidered upon realizing he had indeed purchased a villa. "Qingqing, is that guy really wealthy?" Zhou Fuguwei asked, a glimmer of greed evident on his face. Beside him, Zhuomu Lu Guifan and her brothers Wei Yang watched her with eager anticipation. Zhou Qingqing slowly nodded. That villa is indeed his. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fuguwei, Lu Guifan, and Zhui Yang erupted in excitement, with Lu Guifan quickly suggesting, "This is perfect. Wei Ming can let the villa serve as a wedding house for Yang Yang, and you two can marry in your old place." "Mom," Zhou Qingqing frowned, clearly displeased. Although she played the role of the supportive sister, she too harbored hopes of living in a grand villa. How glorious it would be! Lu Guifan's expression darkened. "What's wrong? You're not pleased to let your brother use the villa? Don't forget who raised you. We're only asking you to vacate one room. It's not like you'll be homeless. Besides, if he can buy one villa, he could easily purchase a second or third in the future. Just let your brother have a place to marry." Zhui Yang chimed in. "Don't worry, sister. You love me the most." Zhou Qingqing could only awkwardly nod. "All right, let Yang Yang live in the villa." Zhou Fuguwei, Lu Guifan, and Zhui Yang cheered once more, as if they had already bid farewell to their rental life and were moving into a lavish villa, strutting about the neighborhood with newfound pride. However, Zhou Qingqing quickly added, "But Wei Ming and I broke up a few months ago." "What?" Zhou Fuguwei nearly slapped her, shaking with rage as he pointed an accusing finger at her. "Are you foolish? Do you want me to beat you?" Lu Guifan interjected. "No worries, you can still reconcile. Our daughter is stunning. What man could possibly resist her?" "Qingqing, you need to find Wei Ming and convince him to come back to you," Lu Guifan urged. Okay." Zhou Qingqing could only nod in agreement. Do not be deceived by her authoritative demeanor in front of Wei Ming. At home, she occupies a position of subservience. Should she dare to retort, it is either met with a beating or a scolding. And she has long since grown accustomed to compliance. After driving their daughter away, Zhou Fuguwei excitedly exclaimed, "Let us go and behold our grand villa. Come, come, come." Zhui Yang was even more exhilarated. At just 22 years of age, he was about to reside in a magnificent villa, poised to reach the pinnacle of life. How delightful! Wei Ming headed straight to the hotel, of course ensuring that Zhou Qingqing would not catch sight of him. However, en route, he received a call from Xiaobing. "Boss, 3 individuals claiming to be your girlfriend's parents and brother are insisting on entering to take a look." Wei Ming chuckled, finding nothing unusual in the actions of the Zhou family. In fact, if they had not behaved in such a manner, it would have contradicted his expectations. He replied, "I do not have a girlfriend. They are imposters. Please escort them away, and if they cause a scene, do not hesitate to call the police. And do remember to record it, as some elderly folks can be quite unruly." "Understood," Xiaobing acknowledged, as long as she knew those 3 were not indeed related to Wei Ming. There was no need for pleasantries. 7 minutes later, Wei Ming received another call, this time from Zhou Qingqing. "Wei Ming," she exclaimed, her voice raised, "hurry and open the door." "I've been knocking for ages," Wei Ming responded coolly. "I am not home. I have stepped out. Furthermore, I currently have no connection to you. Your actions constitute a disturbance, and should you continue to knock, I will call the authorities." Zhou Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she retorted indignantly, "My parents and brother are merely visiting the villa to check on progress, to ensure the workers are not slacking off or stealing materials. They mean well. Why would you have them driven away?" Wei Ming shook his head in disbelief. "What right do they have to enter my villa? The fact that I haven't reported a robbery is already quite gracious of me." "Zhou Qingqing, are you out of your mind? We broke up 4 months ago. We have no ties whatsoever. How can you be so brazen? Are you curious about how I amassed my fortune? Allow me to enlighten you. During the World Cup, I placed bets and won over 200 million in these past 4 months. I invested that money in gold futures in Hong Kong. Furthermore, I have now accumulated over 2 billion. Wei Ming was intentionally deceiving her. Why? To provoke Suffocating. Had they not broken up, that wealth would have been hers as well. But now, 2 billion. She would find it impossible to sleep soundly at night. In truth, even 200 million would leave Suffocating breathless. Her mind a blank. Just how much is 200 million? A limited edition handbag costs over 200,000. Doesn't that mean she could purchase 100? No, 1,000. Even if she bought one handbag a day, it would last her 3 years. Good heavens! She felt as if she might explode with excitement, her cheeks flushed with blood, her breathing heavy, on the verge of fainting. Then she realized Wei Ming wasn't talking about 200 million, but over 2 billion. Instantly, her tone softened. Wei Ming, I know you're angry with me and are saying this on purpose. Honestly, I was just caught up in the moment when I mentioned breaking up. I think of you every day during these 4 months, truly. Wei Ming felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. How disgusting. Had it been his former self, he would have been utterly enchanted by her sweet words. Alas, the current him was a vengeful version. Were it not for the fact that we have yet to enter the apocalypse and murder is still a crime, I would have subjected your entire family to the most excruciating tortures imaginable. Wei Ming scoffed. You are unworthy with that. He ended the call once more. When the apocalypse arrives, you shall learn what it truly means to suffer. Chapter 12. Su Jin discovers upon receiving a message from Wei Ming. Lu Qing was nearly driven to the brink. Didn't you promise that once you went to Antarctica, you would no longer pester me? Indeed, for nearly 4 months, Wei Ming had refrained from contacting her, which had provided her with a sense of relief, albeit tinged with mild annoyance. How could a woman as enchanting as herself be so easily dismissed? What a scoundrel, however, now that Wei Ming had reached out again. Her anger flared anew. How could he go back on his word and continue to harass her? Did he intend to ruin her life? Yet she had long stated that once a step was taken back, it would lead to 100 or 1,000 more. Tio silenced Wei Ming. She had already indulged him several times, and now, if she were to sever ties, wouldn't that be playing right into his hands? Thus, after careful consideration, she told Su Jin, Darling, I'm going to check on Huan Huan. I may not return tonight, it's fine, Su Jin replied, his eyes glued to his phone. Do you realize that your wife is practically offering herself up to another man? Lu Qing thought to herself, torn between pity for her husband and indignation. It was Su Jin's idea to pursue wealth, and she was merely a reluctant participant. Why then should she bear the brunt of the aftermath? Having concealed the truth for so long, was she now to reveal it? No, she would undoubtedly keep it hidden for life. Otherwise, the bond between her and Su Jin would surely fracture, even if her actions were forced. How could any man accept such betrayal? Revealing the truth would likely lead to divorce. With a sigh, she swayed her voluptuous hips as she exited. At that moment, Su Jin finally lifted his gaze. His expression complex as he watched his wife's shapely figure. It had been over 10 days, and he had found no interest in intimacy, which filled him with an unsettling premonition. He had visited the hospital, where the doctor informed him that he had overindulged and that his kidneys were depleted. He would need at least 5 or 6 years of rest to recuperate. Otherwise, he would truly be rendered impotent. There was no remedy. His wife was too alluring, and Lu Qing was difficult to satisfy, especially shortly after their marriage when engaging in intimacy several times a day was commonplace. It was likely that the root of his current predicament had been planted during that time. At only 30 years of age, to face such a fate was utterly humiliating, so he had concealed it from Lu Qing. What he feared most was the prospect of Lu Qing demanding his performance while relying on medication. But the doctor warned that further use of such pills would hasten his decline. Thus, when Lu Qing announced her plans to spend the night away with friends, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Perhaps he could discuss the matter with Lu Qing in a few days. Even if he had to endure for 5 or 6 years, it would be far better than living a lifetime watching his captivating wife from the sidelines. Coincidentally, he discovered that the company had hired an external accounting firm to conduct an audit, which could potentially expose their embezzlement of 30 million over the past 3 years. Therefore, this opportunity could serve as a means to immigrate, allowing him to enjoy life while evading legal repercussions, and perhaps even recuperate abroad. Yes, finding a tropical destination with fresh air and no industrial pollution might expedite his recovery, as he envisioned his wife's seductive allure. His heart raced, although his body felt lethargic, intensifying his resolve to restore his health. After leaving the community, Lu Qing could not help but call Wei Ming, exclaiming, "Didn't you promise me you would stop pestering me once you went to Antarctica?" Wei Ming offered no explanation. He was the one in control and had no need to justify himself. "I'd just been too long. I've missed your sultry demeanor," he teased, laughing. "Let us have a little fun. Shall we?" "Wei Ming, I warn you." Lu Qing seethed, but Wei Ming interrupted her. "Shall I have a chat with your husband?" he inquired nonchalantly. "You scoundrel!" Lu Qing shouted in fury. Wei Ming remained unfazed. This woman had unjustly tormented him for 3 years, continually seeking reasons to belittle him, merely because he bore a resemblance to her former boyfriend. "You were the one who enticed me." Lu Qing found herself powerless and could only acquiesce, calling out in a sultry tone. As previously stated, once the boundaries are crossed, there is no turning back. A night passed. As Su Jian prepared to head to work, he received a phone call. Glancing at the caller ID, he was taken aback. It was his wife's friend, Huan, calling. Wasn't he Lu Qing supposed to be taking care of her? He answered the call. "Su, where's Qing? I can't reach her," Huan inquired. Su Jian paused. Confused. Lu Qing should have been with her. An ominous feeling surged within him as his hands trembled. Yet he held onto a glimmer of hope, trying to maintain his composure. Perhaps her phone died, by the way. "Back in November, Lu Qing wanted to invite you to New Zealand. Why didn't you two ever go?" "November of last year?" Huan recalled and laughed. "We couldn't go. I was sent on a business trip." Dread filled Su Jian's mind. Why had his wife deliberately deceived him? Why had she spent several nights away from home? Could it be that he had been cheated on? "Hello, Su?" Huan's voice broke through his thoughts. "Oh, I was a bit distracted. Listen, Lu Qing has been quite busy lately. It's best you don't reach out to her. Let her rest, and we can talk later." Su Jian gritted his teeth, striving to conceal his fury from her. "All right then," Huan replied before hanging up. Wretched woman. Su Jian slammed the phone down, his eyes filled with rage. Just yesterday, Lu Qing had claimed to be caring for Huan. Yet in reality, she had been unfaithful. Su Jian was consumed by a fervent desire to locate that scoundrel and exact his revenge upon the wretch. Yet, upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion. His interests were inexorably entwined with Lu Qing's. Should their relationship deteriorate and Lu Qing be driven to desperation, she could easily expose their collusion in embezzling 30 million from the company, leaving him to languish in prison for an eternity. But would he allow that despicable wretch to escape unscathed? Su Jian's mind raced, and a malevolent smile began to curve at the corners of his lips. As fate would have it, he was contemplating emigration. He could discreetly transfer all his assets into his name and, once abroad, pen a letter to report Lu Qing, ensuring she bore the brunt of their transgressions while he luxuriated in foreign lands. If he were still capable in the bedroom, he would undoubtedly miss such a stunning and alluring wife. But the doctor had advised him to focus on recuperation for 5 to 6 years. With 30 million at his disposal, he had no doubt he could find a younger, more enchanting wife in due time. This was entirely of her own making. Chapter 13. To think of borrowing money from Wei Ming? After the rain, Lu Mei coldly remarked, "I am fully aware of your intentions. You repeatedly suggest I spend the night away, hoping to incite suspicion in my husband, leading to our divorce, after which you would leverage my secrets to coerce me into marrying you. Wouldn't you?" She was convinced that Wei Ming coveted her beauty and body. His insistence on a single night spoke volumes. "You are indeed confident, but alas, you are merely my plaything." Wei Ming chuckled. "Do you believe that in due time, even if I urge you to leave, you would only kneel before me, begging for my mercy?" Lu Qing burst into laughter, nearly shedding tears. "Don't think that just because a toad has tasted swan meat, you can indulge in daydreams me, kneeling to plead with you? Wei Ming, do you even know who you are? Were it not for your hold over my secrets, I would disdainfully kick you aside should you dare to kneel and lick my shoes." Wei Ming remained unfazed. On the contrary, he gave Lu Qing a thumbs up, grinning. "When you come to me for refuge, just remember, all the terms you staunchly refuse now will have to be fulfilled." Lu Qing sneered. "Not a chance. I have already stated, and I shall reiterate. Even if you expose me and I end up imprisoned, I will never concede to you." "How arrogant you still are," Wei Ming laughed heartily. "I relish your indomitable spirit. A swift surrender would diminish my sense of achievement." That afternoon, after departing the hotel, Wei Ming did not head straight home but instead acquired a dog. Why, you might ask? First, after the apocalypse, life would undoubtedly become tedious, and a dog could alleviate the boredom. Secondly, a dog's keen hearing could serve as an early warning system, Thus he opted for a native Chinese rural dog rather than a mere pet. This particular black dog, still quite young and fierce, barked at Wei Ming, but after some time and a meal, the pup recognized Wei Ming as its new owner and began to wag its tail in affection. "Let's name you," Wei Ming mused. "How about Little Black?" As he carried the dog into the elevator, fate would have it that he encountered Mi Xiaolu once more. Upon seeing Little Black, she immediately wrinkled her nose in disgust, exclaiming, "You actually chose to keep such a rustic pet." She held a profound disdain for rural dogs, but Wei Ming was not one to indulge her. The reason the Chinese rural dog is labeled as such is that it is indigenous to our homeland. So what does your perception of rusticity even matter? Have you been so brainwashed that you derive a sense of superiority from owning a dog? Mi Xiaolu was on the verge of a tantrum, but the recollection of Wei Ming's formidable strength and his piercing gaze made her think twice, and she retreated into her home, neglecting even to take out the trash. When evening fell and Guohai returned, she could no longer restrain herself from recounting her earlier encounter with Wei Ming, expressing her utmost contempt for Little Black and concluding, "Rustic fools truly deserve only to own rustic dogs." For months passed, and both chose to forget the incident, yet everyone knew it had become a thorn, pricking each heart, with their pretense of reconciliation merely a fade. Guohai, however, showed no inclination to sympathize. His brow furrowed, revealing his heavy thoughts. "Honey, what's troubling you?" Mi Xiaolu inquired anxiously. With a long exhale, Guohai replied, "We are on the brink of incurring a substantial debt." "How could that be?" Mi Xiaolu exclaimed. "But dear, your investments were all quite successful." Guohai sighed bitterly. "Precisely because of those successful investments, I grew greedy, pouring all our savings into them and borrowing heavily. Who could have anticipated the sudden disappearance of the polar ice caps, triggering a global risk-averse sentiment and skyrocketing gold prices? I had shorted gold, and if the prices do not decline soon, I will face a catastrophic loss. What to do if he lost everything and was left with a mountain of debt?" Mi Xiaolu felt a sense of urgency. "How could you invest all our money and borrow more?" Guohai tugged at his hair in frustration. "How was I to know that gold would surge so unexpectedly? The economic reports indicated an upward trend. Who could foresee the polar ice caps vanishing, igniting global investment caution?" "What shall we do then?" Mi Xiaolu asked, panic rising in her voice. After a moment's contemplation, Guohai suddenly had an epiphany. Wei Ming must have struck it rich. I've heard from the neighbors that he even purchased a villa in our community outright. That seems likely, Mi Xiaolu nodded. But what does his wealth have to do with us? Guohai looked at her intently. You should ask him for a loan. I am convinced that if we can weather this storm, international gold prices will eventually drop. We could not only repay our debts, but also profit handsomely, securing our financial future. Yet Mi Xiaolu was not amenable to this notion, retorting, "We are not friends with Wei Ming. In fact, we have quarreled several times, causing quite the rift. Why would he lend us money? And why should it be me who must ask?" She harbored a deep disdain for that rustic fool. Guohai plastered a smile on his face. "With your beauty, what man could possibly resist your charm? Go and ask. He would surely comply." Mi Xiaolu could scarcely believe her ears, stunned for a moment. She retorted, "What if he demands I sleep with him in return? You've shared a bed with others before, haven't you?" Guohai blurted out. At this, Mi Xiaolu was incensed, launching herself at Guohai in a furious scuffle. "Guohai, I have told you countless times that I have never been unfaithful. Did you not promise to make amends and refrain from bringing this up again?" Guohai argued, "Do you think I wish to wear a green hat? But you must understand, if gold prices surge tomorrow, I will be forced to liquidate my position, losing everything. The house has already been mortgaged, and if I cannot cover my margin calls, we will be evicted. Do you wish to sleep on the streets?" Mi Xiaolu trembled at the thought. She was a woman of refinement, accustomed to a bourgeois lifestyle, perceiving herself as part of an elite class above the ordinary. But should she find herself homeless, what mocking laughter would she endure from former classmates? How could she possibly hold her head high in front of acquaintances? To avoid ruin, there was but one solution: beg Wei Ming for money. Chapter 14. Have you adorned yourself with diamonds? I will consider it. Mi Xiaolu conceded slightly. We must secure the funds today, Guohai insisted. But tomorrow, if I cannot cover my margin calls, we will be finished. Mi Xiaolu slumped, speechless. Guohai continued to persuade her, at worst, just close your eyes and pretend it's me. After all, it will be over in mere minutes. However, you must ensure he transfers the money first. As Mi Xiaolu listened, she couldn't help but mock. How noble of you to encourage your wife to sell herself. Guohai, embarrassed, attempted to salvage his dignity. Isn't it all for the sake of our family? Exhausted in body and spirit, Mi Xiaolu pondered deeply and ultimately resolved to seek the funds. She could not fathom the disgrace of being cast out. If her classmates and friends discovered her plight, she would rather perish. Fine, I will go find Wei Ming now, she declared, gritting her teeth. It was evident that Wei Ming would not lend them money without reason, especially not several million, so she was certain a steep price would be required. Guohai, too, was uncomfortable with the idea. What man would welcome the notion of his wife resorting to such measures? Yet a nagging thought persisted in his mind. Mi Xiaolu had shared a bed with another man? So if she had already given herself away, why not contribute to the household? He simply nodded in agreement. Mi Xiaolu felt a surge of indignation. She understood her husband's sordid thoughts, and despite having clarified her innocence countless times, she was exasperated. In a fit of anger, she began applying makeup in front of Guohai. Not only that, but she also tried on several pieces of alluring lingerie, asking, "Darling, as a man, which outfit do you find most enticing?" Guohai was filled with bitter resentment. Mi Xiaolu, do not go too far. Ha ha ha. Mi Xiaolu laughed heartily. You've already sent your wife out to sell herself. What more can be considered excessive? With that, she provocatively swayed her hips as she approached the door, exuding an alluring charm. In that moment, Guohai felt a surge of impulse to pull his wife back, but the thought of the enormous debt hanging over him, coupled with the fact that Mi Xiaolu had already strayed in the past, left him pondering whether it was worth another betrayal. Thus, he felt as though his backside had been welded to the chair. Utterly motionless as she opened the door, Mi Xiaolu's actions faltered slightly, providing Guohai with an opportunity to speak. Unfortunately, even as she slammed the door shut with a resounding thud, Guohai remained silent. Not uttering a word, she arrived at Wei Ming's doorstep, adjusted her mindset, and mustered the courage to knock. This was not solely for her husband. It was also for herself. After a moment, the door swung open. Wei Ming, somewhat surprised, could hardly believe Mi Xiaolu dared to knock on his door. The apocalypse had yet to arrive, and he had not lured her in with promises of clean water or food. Why was this woman presenting herself so readily? He inquired. What do you want? He had no patience for Mi Xiaolu. She bit her lip and asked, Could you let me in? Wei Ming, naturally unperturbed by the prospect of allowing a woman into his abode, chuckled, Come in. This was becoming interesting. Mi Xiaolu entered and perched herself on the sofa, yet her posture remained stiff, betraying her nervousness. Speak, Wei Ming prompted coolly. Mi Xiaolu clenched her teeth. She had to face the inevitable. Could you lend me some money? She stammered. Huh? This was indeed a novelty. Wei Ming recalled that in his previous life, until the onset of the apocalypse, this couple had not faced any debt issues. Why was she suddenly asking him for money? For what purpose, and how much do you need? He queried. Mi Xiaolu reluctantly divulged her family's predicament, concluding, If we can just hold on through this phase, once gold prices plummet, we will stand to gain a fortune. If you lend me 5 million, I will repay you 6 million in half a month. She regarded Wei Ming with disdain, unwilling to be toyed with by someone she deemed inferior. Of course, this was merely a pipe dream. Would gold prices truly drop in 2 weeks? Wei Ming's expression turned peculiar. The neighboring household was facing financial ruin due to a failed investment, and the root cause was him. He had drained the polar ice caps, triggering global risk aversion and causing gold prices to soar, resulting in severe financial troubles for the otherwise stable neighbors. TSK, the butterfly effect he had unleashed was quite significant. Indeed, the impact of draining the polar ice caps could not be swiftly undone. Thus, gold prices would only continue to rise, leaving the neighboring family trapped in a bottomless pit of debt. Wei Ming shook his head. I can't lend you anything. Why not? Are you unhappy with the interest? Mi Xiaolu quickly countered. I can offer more. Wei Ming chuckled. The high interest you propose is contingent upon the assumption that gold prices will drop. But what if they don't? Not only will you be unable to repay the interest, but you might also struggle with the principal. So, don't expect me to fall for your empty promises. Mi Xiaolu bit her lip. It was evident that this man was not easily deceived. She had no choice but to resort to her final gambit. What if I were to add myself into the bargain? She raised her alabaster neck, exuding pride akin to a swan. If you lend me the money, you can have me. Wei Ming burst into laughter. Do you have any idea how much it would cost to fill the hole your family has dug? Even if you invested 5 million, it would only make a tiny splash. It would take at least 20 million, if not 50. His final remark rendered Mi Xiaolu's face pale, while the preceding statements had flushed her cheeks with shame. This man truly was crude. She quickly retorted, Gold prices will definitely fall. It can't keep rising forever. Wei Ming waved his hand dismissively. Forget about borrowing money. However, If you find yourself in dire straits, I wouldn't mind taking you in. Just like my little black dog here. I wouldn't have any issues adding another pet. Mi Xiaolu could hardly believe her ears. You? You dare to compare me to a dog? She nearly exploded with rage. Wei Ming chuckled. Did you not invite this degradation upon yourself? Besides, if others have said you broke down so easily, what of the humiliation you heaped upon me? How should I settle that score? Mi Xiaolu found herself at a loss for words, eye in her eyes. Wei Ming was hardly her equal, merely a penniless wretch, while she considered herself part of the elite class. Yet, if Wei Ming refused to lend her money, where could she possibly turn? When one is in need, they inevitably find themselves at a disadvantage. She had no choice but to plead. Wei Ming, I implore you. If you don't lend me the money, my family will be finished. Wei Ming, however, remained unmoved, smiling as he remarked, You sleep with me just once, and I'll give you 10,000. That's quite a generous offer. I assent to it. Sleep 1,000 times? And that's 10 million. Dream on. Not a chance. Mi Xiaolu, still retaining some defiance, stood up and stormed out. She was not a prostitute. Chapter 15. The Upside Down. A family of villains. Wei Ming certainly did not pursue her. His interest in Mi Xiaolu stemmed entirely from her haughty demeanor, which incited a desire within him to trample upon that pride. He had no intention of debasing himself to plead or to beg. What was he, after all? Having been reborn, he refused to play the role of a sycophant. Instead, he aimed to be a collector of goddesses, and women like Mi Xiaolu, who fell short of that standard, would merely serve as his playthings. Furthermore, according to Mi Xiaolu, if gold prices continued to rise, Guohai would have no funds to invest and would be forced to liquidate. The rise in gold prices was inevitable, and thus, the neighboring family was destined for bankruptcy. He could merely wait for that outcome. After a while, he heard the sounds of a fierce argument coming from next door, particularly Guohai's voice, which roared like thunder. Ha, he was undoubtedly blaming his wife for not doing enough. Indeed, Mi Xiaolu had only painted a rosy picture for him, not even willing to shed her clothes, let alone let him take action. From Guohai's perspective, his wife had certainly played her part well. You've slept with other men, but now that we face difficulties at home, you suddenly value your own body? How could Guohai not be enraged? It must be said that the used condom had served a purpose beyond imagination. Wei Ming smiled faintly, soon falling into a deep slumber, sleeping soundly, while Little Black, having eaten his fill, lay comfortably in his dog bed in the living room. Also sleeping soundly, while Wei Ming enjoyed his peaceful slumber, the Zhou family was in chaos. Learning that their daughter had failed to win Wei Ming back and that they had been forcefully evicted by the renovation workers, who had even summoned property management and threatened to call the police if they did not leave, the Zhou family found themselves at the mercy of the situation. Zhuo's father and mother were naturally furious, directing their ire at their daughter. You worthless thing. You can't even secure a man. What good are you? Luo Guifan was about to slap her daughter. But upon realizing that her daughter's face was her most valuable asset, she restrained herself. You're so foolish. Just walk into Wei Ming's house, strip off your clothes, and if he agrees to be with you, then everything is fine. If he refuses, just report him for rape. Let us see if he listens. This woman was truly ruthless. Suffocating chuckled. What man doesn't he stray? Daughter, I can guarantee that if you strip down, that boy will jump on you without hesitation. Exactly, sis. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Besides, we'll be a family in the future. You won't lose out. Zhuiyang also encouraged her. Qingqing was entirely unsurprised. She was merely a tool within the household, serving her younger brother. If a wealthy old man in his 70s were to take a liking to her, I am sure our parents would be the first to push her into marriage. After all these years, she had grown accustomed to sacrificing for her brother, viewing it as her due obligation. She nodded. I'll go find him again. With that, she truly went off to seek out Wei Ming once more. Bang, bang, bang. Wei Ming was awakened by the sound of knocking. He approached the door and peered through the peephole, promptly dialing the property management's number. Within 5 minutes, Qingqing was escorted away by security. Wei Ming casually switched his phone to airplane mode, chuckling as he returned to sleep, leaving Qingqing to stew in frustration. A night passed. Wei Ming, uninterested in waiting for takeout, directly retrieved a meal from his alternate space and began to eat. He had no intention of feeding Little Black dog food. Whatever he ate, the dog would eat too. Little Black, of course, was not picky and devoured his meal with gusto. After breakfast, Wei Ming took Little Black out for a walk. As they strolled through the community, everyone they encountered greeted him with smiles and waves, as if he were some significant figure. This left Wei Ming deeply moved. Previously, he had been invisible in the community. Who would spare him a second glance? Now, Such a tremendous change had occurred that one could only attribute it to the overwhelming influence of wealth. Though it was unlikely that anyone could extract money from him, people were inherently strange. After completing his walk, Wei Ming sat on a bench to let Little Black rest. That moment, an elderly lady approached with a small dog in tow. The dog was a Chihuahua, small in appearance but already an adult dog, and its ferocity was not dictated by size. Upon seeing Little Black, the Chihuahua immediately began barking furiously, baring its teeth menacingly. Despite Little Black's youth, his innate guarding instincts shone through, and he growled defiantly at the Chihuahua. Provoked, the Chihuahua lunged forward, and with the lady failing to restrain it, the two dogs quickly engaged in a tussle. Wei Ming cast a glance, noting that although Xiaohei was small, the genes of a native dog were incredibly robust, exhibiting a ferociousness that could rival even a Chihuahua. Thus, he refrained from intervening. The elderly woman nearby did not attempt to retrieve her own dog, seemingly convinced that her pet would not be at a disadvantage against Wei Ming's smaller dog. However, after a brief scuffle, the Chihuahua was seen yelping and darting towards the old woman, while Xiaohei stood his ground, growling with an air of dominance. Wei Ming couldn't help but smile, patting Xiaohei on the head. Yes, today he would reward Xiaohei with a steak, encouraging its growth. Oh dear, your son is hurt, the elderly woman exclaimed, filled with concern as she noticed a scratch near the Chihuahua's eye, faint traces of blood visible. Enraged, she shouted at Wei Ming, "Your dog has bitten my son. How will you compensate your son? One might mistake it for my having a vicious dog that attacked your child." Wei Ming replied coolly, unwilling to back down. "Firstly, it was you who walked your dog without a leash and failed to control it. It was your dog that charged at mine. Secondly, Xiaohei has only recently been weaned. And yet your dog could not even handle such a young pup. How dare you make such claims? You are refusing to take responsibility, aren't you?" the woman retorted fiercely. Wei Ming shrugged. Compensation is indeed necessary, but it is you who should pay for frightening Xiaohei. The woman, even more incensed, pulled out her phone to call for help. "Son, hurry over. My baby is hurt. I'm right downstairs, in front of building 14. Wei Ming decided to sit back, crossing his legs, knowing that if he attempted to leave now, the woman would surely create a scene to prevent his departure. Moments later, a burly man rushed over, and upon seeing him, Wei Ming thought to himself, "Ah, so this is their family." The man, Lu Kundong, was notorious in the community for his bullying tendencies, while the old woman was Ma Yuelon, equally peculiar, having faced numerous complaints from neighbors for walking her dog without a leash. Whenever property management confronted her, she would hurl insults back, and if Lu Kundong was home, he would aggressively push the staff out the door. Rumor had it that he worked for a microloan platform, which explained his intimidating demeanor and robust physique. Upon hearing his mother's account of the situation, Lu Kundong turned to Wei Ming and declared, "You'd better compensate us. We paid 30,000 for this dog. It's a prized breed, and over the past 3 years, we've spent tens of thousands on its food. We treat it like family, and my mother dotes on it as if it were her own child. Therefore, you owe her compensation for emotional distress. Let us say 200,000. You're wealthy enough not to miss this amount, right?" As he spoke, he glared menacingly at Wei Ming, cracking his knuckles in a clear threat. Wei Ming, unperturbed, replied calmly, "That's extortion. Do you truly wish for me to resolve this matter in an unpleasant manner?" Lu Kundong reached out to grab Wei Ming by the chest. Look, Wei Ming sighed, launching a decisive counterattack. With 2 swift punches, Lu Kundong stumbled and collapsed onto the ground. It was unfortunate that this was not the apocalypse. Otherwise, Wei Ming would not have needed to resort to his fists. A mere weapon from another realm would have brought Lu Kundong to his knees. Begging for mercy, "He has killed someone. Wei Ming has killed someone," Ma Yuelon shrieked, her voice piercing, while simultaneously sneering at Wei Ming. "Quick, pay up, or prepare for jail." This family seemed obsessed with money, as if their vision were clouded by it. Unfazed, Wei Ming pulled out his phone to call the police. "Yes, someone is attempting to extort me, so I must report this." Despite witnessing Wei Ming call for help, Ma Yuelon remained undaunted. Her, blurring the lines between right and wrong was merely a routine tactic. Before long, security personnel arrived, and Ma Yuelon wasted no time in accusing Wei Ming, claiming he had walked his dog without a leash and injured her pet, while he refused to take responsibility and even threatened an elderly woman. She had summoned her son, who had then been assaulted by Wei Ming. Lu Kundong played along, exclaiming, "I'm dizzy." "Oh, likely a concussion. But it won't show up at the hospital," he added, trying to manipulate the situation. Chapter 16. A dose of laxative. Despite Ma Yuelon's incessant prattling, The security personnel could not rely solely on the accounts of the mother and son. They needed to hear Wei Ming's side. With a subtle smile, Wei Ming began, "Actually, it was her failure to leash her dog that instigated the fight between the two. I had no intention of demanding compensation, but she insisted I pay, and when I refused, she called her son, who then attempted to confront me. Naturally, I had to defend myself. I was quite surprised that such a large man could be so easily taken down." Lu Kundong grew anxious, declaring, "I'm not faking. I really am dizzy." While he had previously engaged in scams, the force of Wei Ming's punches had left him genuinely dazed. How to resolve this stalemate? Simple. Wei Ming continued, when the dogs clashed. "I was caught off guard, however. With such an imposing figure approaching menacingly, I made sure to record the entire encounter." What? Both Lu Kundong and Ma Yuelan were taken aback. This man had filmed the incident? What now? Initially, both sides had their claims, but with Lu Kundong undeniably injured, it seemed Wei Ming would have to concede. Yet now, Lu Kundong had not sustained life-threatening injuries, and should the confrontation be deemed provocative? Whose side would the police take? Wei Ming retrieved his phone and displayed the recorded video to the two security personnel. That moment, Lu Kundong made a move that could be deemed either clever or foolish. He snatched the phone from Wei Ming and smashed it on the ground, shattering it. His imposing stature allowed him to overpower the two security guards, who were caught off guard by his audacity. Lu Kundong feigned innocence, saying, "Oh dear, I don't know what happened. It slipped from my hands. Don't worry, I'll definitely compensate you for the phone." A phone, after all, was not worth much, but if he could maintain that Wei Ming had caused his concussion, he might extort a hefty sum. The two security personnel were left in a bind. With the phone destroyed, the evidence was gone. What to do? But Wei Ming merely smiled and pulled another phone from his pocket. "Oh, I must have grabbed the wrong one earlier. This phone contains the video." He glanced at Lu Kundong, whose complexion had shifted, and added, "Would you care to accidentally break it again?" "No worries, I've already uploaded a backup to the cloud." Lu Kundong, desiring to repeat his earlier tactic, realized he had no choice but to relent. Wei Ming handed the phone to the security personnel, who were taken aback by his meticulousness in switching devices. It was not mere caution. As the first phone was smashed, he had swiftly opened a portal to stow it away and replaced it with an identical one. Observant individuals would have noted a slight bulge in his pocket, evidence of the phone's kinetic energy impacting the fabric. After reviewing the video, the security personnel found the facts clear. Lu Kundong had instigated the altercation, just as Wei Ming had claimed. He was merely defending himself. Wei Ming remarked, "I do not seek additional compensation for emotional distress. Merely an apology from both of you. Furthermore, this lady ought to reflect on her actions and ensure her dog is leashed in the future. Of course, I expect compensation for the damaged phone." Realizing they could not extort Wei Ming, Ma Yuelan and her son resorted to obstinacy. "Apologize? Not a chance. We'll just have to face arrest." "Arrest us? Go ahead." Faced with such blatant defiance, even the security personnel were at a loss. Wei Ming had not been injured, and the matter was trivial enough that they could not justify detaining the mother and son. Why were they so brazen? Because the cost of extortion was minimal. Success would yield a substantial reward, while failure merely resulted in an apology, rendering the risks disproportionately favorable. Wei Ming scoffed, his thoughts shifting as he opened portals within the esophageal tracts of Lu Kundong and Ma Yuelan, releasing potent laxatives that slipped into their stomachs. Then, he calmly stated, "Very well, I no longer require an apology. Such words from individuals like you hold as much weight as flatulence. However, the damaged phone must be compensated." Lu Kundong was reluctant to pay. Yet since he had smashed the phone he had taken from the security personnel, he had no choice. Should the phone's price be substantial, he risked being arrested. "I'll pay," he grumbled. Wei Ming smiled slightly. 10,000. Will you transfer via WeChat or Alipay? What? Lu Kundong jumped up. "You're robbing me." Wei Ming shrugged. "The latest model, Pro 70 Ultra. You can look it up online and I'm already charging you 999 less. You could at least express gratitude with a 666. Faced with Wei Ming's mockery, Lu Kundong could hardly muster a smile. One of the security personnel chimed in. "This phone is indeed Huawei's latest model. The high-end version retails for 10,999, and due to high demand, scalpers are charging an additional 1,000. Lu Kundong winced at the thought of the cost. However, should he refuse to pay, the implications could be grave, potentially leading to his arrest for a few days. There is no way, truly no way. Lu Kundong gritted his teeth as he made the transfer, while Ma Yuelan attempted to cause a scene, only to be halted by Lu Kundong. This money simply could not be left unpaid. After completing the transaction, Lu Kundong turned to Wei Ming with a cold smile. You must spend this money wisely. His gritting teeth conveyed his vexation, loud enough for even a fool to discern. Was Wei Ming afraid? Not only did he possess spatial abilities, but with the strength of his current physique, he could easily take on 10 opponents a month from now. If you speak to me in such a manner, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. He would not tolerate any threats against himself, preferring to err on the side of caution than to leave any threats unpunished. For now, he would allow them to enjoy their night. Wei Ming chuckled softly and continued walking his dog Ma Yuelon, and her son returned home in a huff. As they entered, Lu Feng, Ma Yuelon's husband, inquired, "Why are you back so early today? Don't mention it." "I'm absolutely furious," Ma Yuelon exclaimed, hopping with rage. "That little brat, I will make him pay for this." Then she added, "From tomorrow onward, I will spread rumors about him, tarnishing his reputation in the neighborhood." Just as Lu Kundong was about to speak, he was suddenly gripped by stomach cramps, causing him to rush to the bathroom. Yet, Ma Yuelon's stomach began to grumble as well, and she hurried to the bathroom door, knocking and calling out, "Son, are you done yet? I need to go too." "No, no." Lu Kundong was in the throes of agony, utterly unwilling to relinquish the toilet. But Ma Yuelon truly could not hold it any longer. This was diarrhea, not something one could simply will away. In desperation, she ran to the balcony, removed her pants, and sat in the laundry basin. Splatter, splatter. Oh damn! Lu Feng could not help but retch at the sight. Chapter 17. Debt collectors arrive, seeking Wei Ming's assistance the following day. Before Ma Yuelon could commence her campaign of slandering Wei Ming, she unwittingly became the subject of ridicule in the neighborhood. It turned out that someone had captured her sitting in the laundry basin and shared the image in the residents' group chat. What a monumental embarrassment. Who would have thought someone could relieve themselves in their own laundry basin? Surely, the clothes they wear must carry a foul stench as well. Oh dear, we must keep our distance from that family to avoid being tainted by their odor. Therefore, even though Ma Yuelon schemed to spread rumors and defame Wei Ming, she needed an audience willing to listen. Now, the residents of the community were keen to avoid her. Some even pinched their noses at the mere sight of her. Ma Yuelon was utterly infuriated. Upon learning of this, Wei Ming couldn't help but chuckle. The drugs he had administered were merely intended as a minor punishment. After all, the apocalypse had not yet arrived, and he could not afford to act with lethal intent. Even if he were to raise suspicions and be summoned to the police station for questioning, what if the timing coincided with the onset of the apocalypse? He would find himself trapped outside. Unexpectedly, Ma Yuelon had provided him with quite the surprise, albeit one with a rather pungent aroma. Serves her right. 3 days swiftly passed. Suddenly, Wei Ming heard a loud banging at the door. But it was not at his own. It was coming from next door. Curious due to the commotion, Wei Ming opened the door to find 4 men outside, each exuding a menacing aura. Upon spotting Wei Ming, they cast him fierce and intimidating glares. "Debt collectors, this is none of your concern. Return to your own residence." One man shouted at Wei Ming. Realization dawned on him. Guahai's investment in gold futures must have gone belly up, and the borrowed funds were due. Online lending platforms may greet you with politeness when you borrow, but they become ferocious when it comes time to collect. Why is it that when borrowing money, they are friendly, yet when repayment is due, they turn into cowardly turtles? The man who shouted at Wei Ming turned back to pound on Guahai's door, bellowing, "Hurry up and repay. You can evade us today, but not forever. We will return daily. Today we are being civil, but come tomorrow, or the day after, we may resort to throwing paint or worse. Moreover, we will unfurl banners in the neighborhood, informing everyone of your unpaid debts." After this tirade, the door finally opened, revealing Mi Xiaolu, her face pale with fear. "We don't have any money right now. Please, grant us some more time, and we will definitely repay you. Oh, still a beauty, huh?" The 4 men simultaneously displayed lecherous expressions. With that figure, she could easily be the star at a high-end establishment. The man who had knocked on the door, seemingly the leader, leered. "Every day you delay means more interest added. Not to mention the principal. Just the interest alone is over 2,000 a day. How will you repay that? However, I do have a suggestion. How about you share a bed with us each night as a form of interest payment?" "Ha ha ha!" Mi Xiaolu turned pale at the suggestion. She considered herself part of the elite class, dealing only with affluent individuals in upscale restaurants, and had never anticipated encountering such society's riffraff. When faced with their crude remarks, her immediate reaction was not anger, but fear. The crux of the issue? After the future's investment collapsed, Guahai had fled. Indeed, He had abandoned her to fend for herself. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "I will repay the money. But please leave now, or I will call the police." The four men erupted into laughter, showing no hint of fear. Such words were all too familiar to them. "Go ahead and call the police." The leader scoffed, "We haven't harmed you, nor have we broken in. On the contrary, repaying debts is a matter of principle." "What, do the police not allow debt collection anymore?" Mi Xiaolu quickly dismissed the idea of calling the police. Indeed, these four had not harmed her, so what would be the point of involving the authorities? Even if the police managed to drive them off, they could always return. Did she intend to keep calling the police? Her gaze swept over to Wei Ming, who was casually observing the scene with his arms crossed. It felt as though she had found a lifeline. "Wei Ming, please help me, I beg you." The leader glanced at Wei Ming, his expression turning impatient. "Did I not tell you to go back inside? Don't push your luck, or you might find yourself in serious trouble." Wei Ming did not even spare him a glance. Instead addressing Mi Xiaolu, "It's simple. Come into my place, and I assure you they won't dare knock on the door." However, he pointed to the small black dog beside him, implying, "The price for entering is that you must become my pet." Mi Xiaolu bit her lip, hesitant. How infuriating! The leader, noticing her indecision, stormed towards Wei Ming, aiming to push him back into his residence. Wei Ming reached out, not to shove, but to deftly grip the man's wrist. "Ah, ah!" The leader let out a pained groan, as if caught in a vice, tears nearly springing from his eyes. The other three men rushed towards Wei Ming. Bang, bang, bang. With lightning speed, Wei Ming executed 3 swift kicks, sending the 3 hefty men sprawling. Ugh, they knelt on the ground, hands clutching their stomachs, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. "I didn't even speak to you." "Stay out of this." Wei Ming patted the leader's shoulder, then released him, appearing quite amiable, which left the man trembling in fear as he staggered back. Ignoring him entirely, Wei Ming focused on Mi Xiaolu. Noticing she still hesitated, he shrugged and prepared to retreat. "Wait!" Mi Xiaolu hurried after him. As they reached the doorway, she paused again but ultimately stepped inside. Wei Ming turned his attention back to the 4 men. "I don't care about your dealings next door, but disturbing me is unacceptable. Moreover, if I catch a whiff of anything unpleasant, well, then I won't be so courteous." The 4 men, clearly unwilling to relent, had just witnessed Wei Ming's formidable prowess and dared not utter a word. Bang! Wei Ming shut the door, causing the 4 men to shudder in fright. "Brother, what now?" one asked. "Should we call the police?" Another suggested. Slap. The leader slapped him hard. "Don't forget what we are. Call the police? For what? We need to find the man of that household. He borrowed the money and he signed the IOU. Who else should we seek?" Chapter 18. Guahai in tears. Mi Xiaolu sat on the sofa, feeling tense and apprehensive. Yet, amid her anxiety, she felt a flicker of admiration. How had her husband dealt with the debt collectors? He had fled. Yes, he had abandoned her. But what about Wei Ming? He had no ties to her predicament. Yet he bravely stepped forward, even driving away the 4 ruffians. Women are often drawn to strength, and at this moment, Mi Xiaolu felt a spark of admiration for Wei Ming. It was but a flicker. Though, she still viewed herself as a member of the upper class, while Wei Ming was merely an impoverished nobody who had stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Regardless of his newfound wealth, he was still just a nouveau riche, and she naturally considered herself to be on a different level. Thus, she was unwilling to let anyone know just how far she had fallen, even if it meant paying a hefty price to maintain this facade of happiness. She resolved, "I cannot allow anyone to mock me." The mere thought of those who once envied her, now looking down on her fallen state, sent shivers down her spine. "No, I cannot let anyone find out." Wei Ming casually asked, "Where is your husband?" When Mi Xiaolu thought of Guahai, her initial response was not guilt, but rage. She huffed, "He ran away. Once he was liquidated, he left home and never returned." Ignoring phone calls and messages. "Haha, what a man devoid of responsibility." Wei Ming chuckled lightly. "I have a way to make him reach out to you." "How so?" Mi Xiaolu was intrigued. To be toyed with by Wei Ming would undoubtedly be a grave humiliation for her. And who was the architect of this predicament? Guahai. Had it not been for his reckless investments, would she have found herself in such a dire situation? Wei Ming smiled faintly, took her phone, instructed Mi Xiaolu to unlock it, open WeChat, accessed the conversation with Guahai, then selected to send a photo, snapped one, and with one arm wrapped around Mi Xiaolu's waist, he pressed the shutter and confirmed the send. The entire process was seamless. Within 3 seconds, Mi Xiaolu's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID, and it was none other than Guahai. She answered the call. Mi Xiaolu, How could you be so shameless? Guahai immediately launched into a tirade. I've only been gone a few days and you're already itching to find another man? What do you mean by sending this to me? Are you trying to force me into a divorce? Let me tell you, the money we borrowed during our marriage is a shared debt. Even if we divorce, you can't escape it. And when I asked you to lend me money, you refused to sleep with Wei Ming. Yet now that I'm facing a futures crash, you willingly throw yourself at him. Faced with Guahai's hysterics, Mi Xiaolu felt a surge of vindictive pleasure. Coldly, she replied, you owe a substantial sum to someone else, yet you fled, leaving a weak woman like me to confront the debt collectors, and you still have the audacity to criticize me? You better come back and settle your debts. Otherwise, I might just end up in bed with Wei Ming. Right in our home, in our bedroom, on our bed. Guahai trembled with rage, stuttering, you dare, you dare. What is there that Mi Xiaolu would not dare? Once a woman turns dark, she has nothing left to lose. She hung up on Guahai and sent a video. Guahai answered. Mi Xiaolu leaned in and kissed Wei Ming, then nestled into his embrace, casting a provocative glance at Guahai. See if I dare. Guahai was infuriated. You sent me this video just so I could watch you cozy up to your lover? Fine, fine, fine. He ground his teeth, attempting to salvage his pride. Wei Ming, she's just a used shoe I'm done with, and she's burdened with debts. If you want her, take her. Wei Ming laughed. Isn't she your wife? Guahai was rendered speechless. Mi Xiaolu, filled with disdain, turned to Wei Ming and said, I was brought back with a substantial dowry. Don't think you got lucky. Could Guahai still bear to listen and watch? Shameless, shameless, he cursed, abruptly ending the video call. Dare he return to catch her in the act? With so much debt, he would be skinned alive. But recalling Mi Xiaolu's words, he realized he had undoubtedly donned a green hat, sending him into a fit of rage. Yet what could he do? He broke down in tears. Why had the icy mountains vanished? Had he not lost everything? He wouldn't have been left penniless, now unable to confront his wife being entertained by another man in his own home. Devoid of the courage to confront. Hatred, utter hatred. Wei Ming had agreed to help Mi Xiaolu fend off a debt collector once, and she would owe him a debt of gratitude, but that was just for now. When the apocalypse arrived, he would have her singing his praises. In fact, with the prospect of daily sustenance, there would be countless individuals yearning to be Wei Ming's pet, whether they were popular actresses, socialites, or wealthy young ladies. When life is at stake, status means nothing. Mi Xiaolu was rather remarkable, her beauty surpassing Lu Qing by a smidgen. Although her chest was slightly smaller, yet a C-cup sufficed. Days passed, and Wei Ming alternated between Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu without either being aware of the other's existence, as he engaged in philosophical discussions with Lu Qing at hotels and enjoyed home life with Mi Xiaolu. He planned to bring them both to his villa once the world descended into chaos. Life would be dreadfully dull in the apocalypse. One must seek out amusement. Walking his dog, Wei Ming took Xiaohei downstairs. Just a few steps out, a middle-aged woman approached, leading another person, and called out, Xiaowei, I've brought my daughter over. You two should have a good chat. Chapter 19. Where does this confidence come from? It was Aunt Cheng. Wei Ming was somewhat speechless. He had brushed her off before, thinking that after a few days, she would have forgotten, yet here she was, bringing her daughter to corner him. Was this the allure of 25 million? If 25 million could entice her, what about 200 million? Alas, in just over a month, everyone's wealth would revert to zero, fortunes and status would be completely reshuffled. At that point, the more food and clean water one possessed, the higher their wealth would be, and with greater strength, one could alter their fate through plunder. Aunt Cheng promptly pushed her daughter forward, introducing her. This is my daughter, Zhao Cici, 28 years old, a master's graduate, currently working at a bank. Zhao Cici displayed a modest, haughty smile and said, Hello. Wei Ming assessed her. Zhao Cici stood around 167 cm, rather slender, perhaps a tad too slender, with a flat chest, if one were to cover her face. Distinguishing between her front and back might be a challenge. In terms of looks, with makeup, she barely surpassed a score of 60, just scraping by the threshold of beauty. Wei Ming greeted Zhao Cici before addressing Aunt Cheng. Aunt Cheng? I am not looking to date right now. It's a bit early. Aunt Cheng was rather domineering. Men should marry, and women should wed. You two talk, have a good communication. How proactive indeed. Wong. Xiaohei was already barking impatiently. What was with these humans interfering with his owner's leisure time? Had his owner not given the command, he would have bitten them. Wei Ming continued walking with Xiaohei, and Zhao Cici immediately exhibited a displeased expression. But under Aunt Cheng's insistence, she fell into step beside him. After a few strides, she spoke in an overly proud tone. Many people pursue me, but my mom insists I give you a chance. So here it is. Wei Ming chuckled. Where does this confidence come from? All right, I'm curious to see just how absurd you can be, he inquired. What are your criteria for a partner? Height above 178 centimeters. Local household registration, under 30 years old, with a car and house free of loans, and at least 2 million in the bank. Zhao Sisi replied in a nonchalant manner. Wei Ming was taken aback. Are you making a wish? Zhao Sisi shot him a disdainful glance. That is not funny at all. Don't you know that the gender ratio in our country is skewed, with 30 million men unable to find wives? Given my conditions, I isn't it reasonable to select one from those 30 million. But why do you think you can just pick and choose from 30 million men? Never mind, never mind. She must have been brainwashed by various toxic ideologies. What was the point of arguing with her? The so-called 30 million men unable to find partners, and the claims of 100 million leftover women were all fabricated by capital to instigate gender conflict, manipulating unmarried men and women. However, once the apocalypse arrived, none of this would matter. Surviving would be humanity's sole concern. Furthermore, when societal order collapses, would the existing marriage system even persist? Wei Ming replied coolly. I have no desire to waste your time. Nor am I interested in you. Perhaps you should offer this opportunity to someone else. You? Zhao Sisi was furious, stamping her foot, but it barely made a ripple. Wei Ming was already disinterested. Seeing him take a few steps away, she hurried after him. Wei Ming, don't think that just because you have a bit of money, you can act superior. Humph, I handle at least several 100 million every day. Really? Is that something to boast about? Wei Ming laughed, finding her intelligence somewhat lacking. Was she really a master's graduate? Just as Zhao Sisi was about to continue, she was roughly tugged back by a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She was about to express her anger but was shoved behind two men. Son-in-law, when are you marrying my daughter, Qingqing? The woman who had pulled Zhao Sisi back was Luo Guifan, her face beaming with a smile as she focused solely on Wei Ming. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sisi hesitated, her expression shifting to one of embarrassment and anger. You're about to marry someone else, yet you still come to flirt with me. What a scoundrel. I must expose him. Yet she failed to reflect that it was her and her mother who had approached Wei Ming. What business was it of his? Wei Ming coldly regarded Luo Guifan, finding her suffused with a sense of commercialism and scheming that was quite off-putting. He waved his hand. I broke up with your daughter 4 months ago. Please do not make baseless claims that, oh, you've already broken up? Zhao Sisi felt a tinge of disappointment, thinking that Wei Ming was not two-timing, yet no. Just having recently split, he was now flirting with her, creating a seamless transition, undoubtedly a scoundrel. Sui Yang grew furious, rushing over to confront Wei Ming, but Fuguwei held him back, speaking angrily. My sister has been with you for half a year. You can't just toss her aside. Wei Ming had no intention of engaging with this family, frowning. Step aside. The 3 members of the Zhou family certainly could not be disregarded. Zhou Fuqiang, donning the guise of the stern patriarch, remarked, Son-in-law, it is quite normal for young people to squabble, but after a few days, it should suffice. You are all of an age now. It is time to obtain your marriage certificate. Once you do, Wei Ming, being without parents, would be at their mercy. The mere thought of the wealth that Wei Ming possessed, over 2 billion, made the Zhou family tremble with anticipation. They had struck gold. Finally, their fortunes were set to soar. They even dismissed the villa worth 25 million, now aiming for a luxurious residence in the city center valued at over 100 million. Anything less would not befit their lofty status. Step aside. Wei Ming forcibly pushed his way through. He had no desire to converse with this family, fearing that if he spoke further, the murderous intent boiling within him would compel him to eliminate them all. We are still in an era governed by law, Wei Ming continually reminded himself, gradually quelling his bloodlust. After the apocalypse, this family would rue the day. Yet, the 3 members of the Zhou family were relentless in their pursuit. Trailing after him 2 billion, 2 billion. In the face of such wealth, what need did they have for dignity? They clung to Wei Ming, chattering incessantly about one theme, urging him to marry Zhou Qingqing. While Wei Ming could not take direct action, he could certainly resort to covert means. The portal to a concealed space opened, and lo and behold, the 3 members of the Zhou family were simultaneously tripped by large stones. Had Wei Ming not found it repugnant and unprepared, their faces would have ended up buried in excrement. Bewildered, they wondered how such boulders could appear on the community road. What was the property management doing? They were eager to continue their chase, but their falls had rendered them too injured to proceed, leaving them to groan in pain. Days slipped by. The Zhou family remained entangled with Wei Ming, sometimes sending one member, sometimes the whole family. Wei Ming, however, kept employing the space portal to make them suffer. His initial preparations had been lacking, but that was no longer the case. He had meticulously arranged a plethora of dog and bird droppings for this family to contend with. The Zhou family was understandably bewildered. Having been unfortunate enough to be targeted by bird droppings was one thing, but why the presence of dog feces as well? Which family was so heartless as to allow their dog to relieve itself on the balcony? Thankfully, it wasn't human waste, or they would certainly have suspected Ma Yuelon, given her dubious history of such behavior. Nevertheless, for the sake of 2 billion, this family was truly willing to endure anything. Even if they were continually showered with excrement, they showed no sign of giving up, offering heartfelt companionship, convinced that through sheer perseverance, Wei Ming would eventually capitulate. After more than half a month, Wei Ming received a call from Xiaobing. "Boss, everything is ready for your inspection." Naturally, Wei Ming rushed over at once. The community he resided in, Qidong City, boasted 3 villas, numbers 8, 18, and 28, each connected yet distinctly numbered to favor the auspicious digit 8. Interestingly, the sizes of villas 8 and 18 were identical to that of Villa 28. Yet the former two were priced 1 million higher due to their more favorable connotations. Wei Ming found this absurd. Xiaobing awaited him at the entrance, and as they entered the villa, Wei Ming began his meticulous inspection from the basement. This was vital for his survival. He would be residing here once the apocalypse commenced, and there could be no room for error. He thoroughly examined every floor, from the basement to the 3rd story, and upon concluding his inspection, he expressed his satisfaction and promptly settled the final payment. While accommodating his requests, Xiaobing had also made significant enhancements, such as a cooling system. Wei Ming had initially intended to install hollow copper pillars filled with ice indoors, but Xiaobing ingeniously proposed embedding them within the walls, creating a convenient cavity for ice placement, with drainage leading to a reservoir in the basement. Of course, this was of little consequence to Wei Ming, as he could effortlessly transport ice through the space portal without needing any openings. Would excess water spill over? Would he not simply store it in the alternate space? Indeed, everything was commendable, though even the eco-friendly materials emitted a slight odor. Wei Ming decided to wait another 20 days before moving in. Xiaobing departed, assuring him that any issues, as long as they were not due to human damage, would be repaired free of charge. Wei Ming remained, primarily to connect his phone to the various cameras throughout the villa, allowing him to monitor the property remotely. Once this was accomplished, he approached the villa's main entrance, canceled all previous accounts, and established a new master password, leaving only his fingerprint and facial recognition for access. Just as he was about to leave, a Mercedes emerged from the neighboring villa number 18. The driver's window was rolled down, revealing a stunning woman in her 20s, her profile strikingly beautiful. Wei Ming would rate her a solid 90. A fleeting glimpse exposed her figure, which was nothing short of spectacular. At the very least, she appeared well endowed, likely a D cup if not an E. But the car quickly turned, leaving Wei Ming with nothing but the sight of its rear. Was she the owner of Villa 18? Wei Ming inquired with the security guard, who initially hesitated but soon divulged the information after Wei Ming offered a pack of cigarettes. Indeed, the enchanting woman was the owner of Villa 18, named Yu Chutong, rumored to be a wealthy second-generation heiress who had purchased the property 2 years prior, driving a luxurious Mercedes S-Class and adorned in designer goods, often looking down upon the guards. Curious about Villa 8, Wei Ming asked the guard once more. He learned that it housed another wealthy businessman who had recently divorced his ex-wife and remarried a university student, described as a campus belle with exceptionally long legs. The guard gestured at his waist, indicating her impressive height. After gathering information about his new neighbors, Wei Ming returned to his own residence. As days passed, Wei Ming's bank account dwindled at an astonishing rate, leaving him with less than 20 million. Nevertheless, he welcomed this expenditure. Money spent transformed into resources. He had already amassed sufficient supplies during the zero-cost acquisition phase, and with 2 million remaining, he felt prepared for the impending apocalypse. What if the end did not arrive? With such abundant resources at hand, would he truly fear a life of hardship? Time flew by, and soon Wei Ming officially relocated to the villa. After a brief arrangement of bedding and essentials, he stepped out to the balcony on the 3rd floor. The villas featured protruding balconies, which Wei Ming considered a safety hazard. However, even if an enemy managed to scale the balcony, they would first encounter tempered glass that was 5 centimeters thick, a formidable barrier in itself. Should that layer be breached, they would still face an even sturdier, 10-centimeter thick alloy steel door guarding the entrance from the balcony to the interior. Breaching such a door would require an explosive force of several hundred kilograms, rendering it nearly impervious to attack. In fact, every wall of the villa was reinforced with alloy steel, making it an exceptionally sturdy fortress. What defines a safe house? It cannot be one easily penetrated. Of course, safe houses do have vulnerabilities, particularly against fire. Even with insulation, excessive heat could transform the interior into a steam chamber. Yet, Wei Ming's alternate space contained endless icebergs, providing him with an abundance of means to regulate the temperature. Should the temperature rise above 30 degrees, he would consider it a defeat. Seated on the balcony, Wei Ming basked in the sunlight, sipping tea with an air of leisure. Once the apocalypse arrived, who would dare to indulge so carelessly under the sun? Suddenly, he noticed a young woman on the balcony of the adjacent villa, also 3 stories high, seated beneath a sunshade, sipping from a cup that was likely filled with coffee rather than tea. She must be the new wife of the businessman in Villa 8. Wei Ming observed her closely. Indeed, she appeared remarkably youthful, likely no older than 20. Was she of legal age to marry? Perhaps she appeared younger than her actual 22 years. Sensing Wei Ming's gaze, the young beauty glanced his way before nonchalantly returning her attention to her coffee. He chuckled inwardly, wondering how long she would maintain such tranquility. He turned his gaze away. He calculated that the apocalypse was merely 11 days away. Suddenly, his phone rang. To his surprise, it was Lu Qing calling. How rare it was for her to reach out first. Wei Ming had planned to invite her over in a few days to hide her in his villa. As long as he remained discreet, it would be easy to conceal her until the end of days. Once the apocalypse began, who would be concerned with the petty theft of property? He was eager to witness Lu Qing's adoration for him in the aftermath. Upon answering, he heard Lu Qing's panicked voice. Wei Ming, please help me. You must save me. Calm down and speak slowly, he replied coolly. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qing spoke through tears. That bastard Su Jin has taken all the money and gone to Malaysia. Giving me just 2 hours. He will email the company at 4:30 p.m., exposing our embezzlement of 30 million. Wei Ming was taken aback. What do you mean? In his previous life, it would have taken another 4 days for the truth of Lu Qing and Su Jin's secret marriage and their embezzlement to come to light. And they had been apprehended together. Why was this time different? Not only did he arrive 4 days early, but Su Jin also successfully made his way to Malaysia. This fellow is quite clever. As he is aware that the country he chose has no extradition treaty with Huaxia. Should he assist Lu Qing? If he does, he must also bear a certain degree of risk, for once the matter is exposed, he will undoubtedly be summoned into custody. What if this coincides with the onset of the apocalypse? However, as long as he keeps his identity well concealed, hiding Lu Qing until the end of days should not pose a problem. In fact, he initially planned to bring Lu Qing over in a couple of days, but now he must expedite the process. Get it done. Leave the company immediately and wait for me at the entrance of Yufeng. He instructed. Okay. Lu Qing responded, her mind in disarray, with a singular thought occupying her. She did not want to go to prison. Wei Ming, meanwhile, took a moment to groom himself in front of the mirror before heading to the community entrance. Where he hailed a cab to Yufeng in less than half an hour, he spotted Lu Qing. The woman was pacing anxiously, her face betraying her unease, yet despite this, her beauty and figure still attracted the attention of passing men. Lingering on her curves, Wei Ming approached her, and unbeknownst to anyone, he activated a portal, obscuring all nearby surveillance cameras with ink. This was child's play. As long as he poured the ink into the alternate space, he could release it after opening the portal, which could be positioned precisely within a 5-meter radius of him. He stopped beside Lu Qing and whispered, "Come with me." Lu Qing did not recognize him at first, but upon hearing his voice, she quickly came to her senses and hurriedly followed Wei Ming. He disabled the cameras along their path. He led Lu Qing into the restroom, handing her a bag. Change into the clothes inside, and put on the mask, sunglasses, and hat. Lu Qing nodded repeatedly, her expression finally showing a hint of relaxation. Wei Ming had thought of everything. A few minutes later, Lu Qing emerged from the restroom. Seemingly transformed, and Wei Ming had also changed his outfit. He disposed of the clothes they had changed out of in a trash bin, but in reality, they were sent to an alternate space. Now, this was what one called foolproof. Wei Ming then wrapped his arm around Lu Qing's waist as they stepped outside, and she naturally leaned her head on his shoulder. Both donned sunglasses, masks, and hats. Who could possibly recognize them? Upon exiting Yufeng, Wei Ming hailed a taxi, first directing it to Wanda Plaza, then taking another ride back to Chidong City, entering Villa number 28 through the underground garage. Once inside the villa, Lu Qing could not help but exclaim, "Is this your home?" As a financial supervisor at a large company, her discerning eye recognized that this villa was worth at least 20 million. How could Wei Ming possibly have such wealth? Did he still have the luxury of curiosity? Wei Ming chuckled softly. Lu Qing's thoughts darkened, transforming into a fierce anger. That scoundrel Su Jian. Not only did he abscond with all the money, but he also intends to report me. How can a man be so vile? It is said that a night of marriage can foster 100 days of affection. Why, then, was Su Jian so ruthless? Wei Ming, too, was perplexed. In his previous life, this couple had not fallen apart but had ended up in prison together. Initially, one could rule out his resignation as the catalyst. Perhaps it was his repeated invitations to Lu Qing at hotels that Su Jian discovered? Yes, that must be it, as no other explanation seemed plausible. Wei Ming contemplated. You shall remain here for the next few days, confined to this floor. This was the second floor, and he had secured all doors and windows. With the soundproofing of this safe house, even if Lu Qing screamed at the top of her lungs, not a whisper would reach the outside. Lu Qing trembled. Must I hide like this for the rest of my life? Wei Ming smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. I have already contacted a smuggler. If you stay here for about half a month, I will arrange for your escape. Yes, with the apocalypse looming in 11 days, she would simply have to comply and be his pet. Lu Qing's eyes glistened with gratitude. Had Wei Ming uttered these words initially, she would have dismissed them. What capability could a poor man possess? Yet, upon seeing the villa, her impression of him had dramatically shifted. Thank you so much, Wei Ming, she said earnestly. Her husband betrayed her, while the man she had always looked down upon was now rescuing her from peril. The contrast left her overwhelmed with emotion. How to express her gratitude? He smiled knowingly. Xiao He was curious about the sudden arrival of a guest at home. However, Wei Ming offered it a piece of cut steak, and the little creature devoured it greedily. Wei Ming settled on the balcony, enjoying the cool night breeze, while Lu Qing dared not emerge, remaining indoors to watch television. Suddenly, the affluent girl from next door returned, and the lights in her residence flickered on. A moment later, Yu Chutong stepped onto her balcony, and upon noticing Wei Ming seated on his adjacent balcony gazing in her direction, she promptly turned away with an air of indifference. Wei Ming, however, paid her demeanor no mind. She could afford to be proud for now, but in a few days, he retrieved a bottle of purified water, wondering if she would come crawling back. Just then, 3 security officers arrived at the entrance of Villa number 28, ringing the doorbell. Chapter 22. Search without results. Why did Su Jian call Lu Qing, specifically warning her and granting her a 2-hour buffer? It was not from kindness. Rather, he aimed to induce panic in her. In just 2 hours, could she possibly erase all evidence or flee abroad? Impossible. In 2 hours, merely reaching the airport would be a challenge. Thus, while he appeared to offer Lu Qing 2 hours, his intentions were anything but benevolent. More insidiously, he had sent an email to the company an hour later using his own account, detailing how he and Lu Qing had colluded over the past 3 years to embezzle $30 million from the company. Once this email was dispatched, it naturally drew the company's attention, prompting immediate action to detain both Lu Qing and Su Jian. Yet, neither was present at the company. Su Jian had taken leave days prior, and Lu Qing had only just left the office. With no other option, they promptly contacted the police. Upon arrival, the officers discovered the embezzled amount totaled $30 million, warranting utmost seriousness. They immediately proceeded to the homes of both Su Jian and Lu Qing, but to no avail. The police deduced that the couple had likely fled to evade justice and swiftly issued a wanted notice. However, they found themselves puzzled. Why would Su Jian turn against his own wife? If he sought to redeem himself, why had he fled as well? Su Jian's whereabouts were easily traceable, with exit and entry records indicating he had gone to Malaysia, leaving them with no means to apprehend him. As for Lu Qing, she was presumed to still be in Haidu. With the surveillance system activated and AI facial recognition in use, they quickly tracked Lu Qing's movements after leaving the company. She had headed to Yufeng Mall. The police subsequently arrived at Yufeng Mall and, through the monitoring system, located Lu Qing. Yet, moments later, the footage abruptly cut to black. Initially, the officers suspected a network malfunction, only to be informed by the mall management that numerous cameras had been obscured with ink by an unknown culprit. The trail had gone cold. Attempts to locate Lu Qing using the surveillance system proved futile. It was as if she had evaporated from existence. What could they do? There was still hope. Prior to this, Lu Qing had made a phone call. Although they could not locate her mobile device, they could retrieve her call records from the telecommunications company. Thus, 3 security officers appeared outside Wei Ming's building. Wei Ming remained remarkably composed, pressing a button before casually walking to the first floor and opening the door. What brings you here? He inquired. One of the officers replied with a smile. We're performing our duties and would like to inquire about a situation. Wei Ming nodded. Please, come in. The 3 officers entered, 2 men and 1 woman. One male officer appeared to be in his 30s, exuding an air of maturity, while the other was clearly a rookie in his 20s. With notably bushy eyebrows. As for the female officer, Wei Ming nearly whistled in admiration. She was stunning, arguably a top-tier beauty. With a score exceeding 90, her figure was voluptuous, with her ample chest straining against her buttons, raising concerns about their durability. Remarkably, despite her generous bosom, her waist was slim enough to grasp with one hand, creating a striking S-curve. Wei Ming mentally awarded her a perfect score. Overall, she was a 95-point gem. Wei Ming invited the three to sit and provided each with a bottle of purified water, contemplating how much value these bottles would hold in just a few days. Though it was only April, the effects of the melting polar ice caps were already evident, with the ambient temperature reaching 30 degrees. Wei Ming switched on the air conditioning and settled down, smiling as he asked, "I am more than willing to cooperate." One of the officers then asked, "Did you receive a call from Lu Qing this afternoon?" "Yes," Wei Ming replied, not concealing the truth. "Why did she call you?" the officer pressed. Wei Ming feigned hesitation. "Must I answer that?" "Of course," the officer declared proudly. "This concerns a major case. If you withhold information, we can charge you with obstruction." Wei Ming chuckled lightly. "I have no issue cooperating with your investigation. It is the duty of every citizen. However, you cannot intimidate a law-abiding citizen." "You?" The female officer slammed the table, causing her chest to bounce enticingly. Goodness, such a grand display. Her colleagues hastily urged her to sit, recognizing that someone who could afford such a villa was undoubtedly wealthy. "What's the point of arguing with him? We're here to investigate. We kindly ask for Mr. Wei's cooperation." The elder security officer remarked that the amount involved in this case was substantial. Wei Ming nodded slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed as he confessed, "I am in a romantic relationship with Lu Qing. She called me this afternoon, saying she was in trouble and asked for my help. However, after she mentioned stealing a large sum of company assets, I advised her to turn herself in. She didn't go, did she?" The three security officers regarded Wei Ming with skepticism, as Lu Qing had immediately gone to Yufeng after their call. And it was rather coincidental that many of the surveillance cameras at Yufeng had been vandalized, rendering them inoperative. "Where did you go this afternoon?" the elder security officer inquired. "Nowhere, I was at home," Wei Ming replied. "Liar!" The fierce female officer glared at him menacingly. "Be honest." Wei Ming sighed. "This is still my home, and you are being so intimidating. If I had gone to the police station, wouldn't you skin me alive?" You? The female officer was visibly furious. Wei Ming stared unabashedly. It was his home, after all. Why would he hide? Indeed, quite a lovely view. The young security officer chuckled. "Can anyone vouch for you?" Wei Ming shook his head. "I was alone. No one can vouch for me." The elder security officer then asked, "May we conduct a search?" Wei Ming replied nonchalantly, "You don't have a search warrant, so I can refuse. However, since I am a good citizen and have a clear conscience, please feel free to search." The three of them wasted no time and began to search the premises. Meanwhile, Wei Ming turned on the television and leisurely watched. Half an hour later, the three security officers returned. Disappointment written on their faces. Could it be true what Wei Ming said? He had only urged Lu Qing to turn herself in after receiving her call? Suddenly, the fierce female officer's eyes lit up. "You have another apartment." She thought she had found a loophole. "Oh, do you want to see that one?" Wei Ming remained unfazed. "All right, I'll take you there." He led the three security officers to the smaller apartment. And within 5 minutes, they had finished searching, of course, finding nothing of consequence. The elder security officer apologized. "I'm truly sorry for wasting so much of your time. It's no trouble at all. This is what I should do." Wei Ming smiled, then turned to the fierce officer. "By the way, beautiful, what is your name? Can I have your contact information?" "I am Song Qingyun. If you wish to turn yourself in, you can mention my name." The fierce female officer retorted, convinced that Wei Ming was guilty, but just hadn't been caught yet. After parting ways with the three officers downstairs, Wei Ming returned to his villa. As he passed by Villa No. 18, he caught a disdainful glance from Yu Chudong, who was sitting on the balcony. Clearly, she had seen him exit the villa with the three security officers and assumed he was involved in some illicit activity. Chapter 23. Persistent Spirits. Why couldn't the three security officers locate Lu Qing? Simply put, there was a hidden room. The trio was unfamiliar with the villa, and given the limited time, it was improbable they would notice any discrepancies, especially the existence of a concealed space. Upon returning, Wei Ming opened the hidden door, revealing a visibly anxious Lu Qing. Have they left? Have they left?" she fretted, desperate to avoid imprisonment. Wei Ming nodded. "They've gone." Lu Qing instantly sighed in relief. then regarded him with disbelief. Who exactly are you? What kind of person has a hidden room in their home? Wei Ming merely smiled. I am the one who saved your life, the one who spared you from incarceration. Lu Qing pondered for a moment. After all, in half a month, she would be leaving. What did it matter who Wei Ming was? Resolving this, she decided to treat Wei Ming well in the coming days, ensuring he remained pleased, lest he change his mind and not help her leave. Wei Ming, thank you, she said, sensually swaying her alluring body as she began to remove her clothing piece by piece. Wow, those curves are truly exquisite. Wei Ming smiled faintly, knowing that it would be a night filled with fervor. As the night passed, Wei Ming felt satisfied. He glanced at the woman lying beside him. Last night, Lu Qing had gone to great lengths to please him, ensuring he was satisfied. Little did she realize that she could never leave. In truth, leaving this place would be her misfortune. She would either starve or be someone else's plaything. Perhaps even multiple people's, for in the post-apocalyptic world, morality would cease to exist, and everyone's primal desires would erupt. He got up and left breakfast for Lu Qing before stepping outside, and of course, Lu Qing could not escape. Wei Ming had not brought her back to create trouble for himself. In 10 days, the apocalypse would arrive. Wei Ming had over $1 million in hand and planned to spend it all today. He busied himself throughout the day, returning home only at night. However, before he could enter, he noticed the Luo family, four members standing neatly at the entrance of the villa, their greedy gazes peering over the iron railing. Through the garden, towards the 3-story villa, they looked like beggars. Wei Ming sneered. He had intentionally told Luo Qingqing he had $2 billion, simply to provoke this family into acting like starving dogs. How disgraceful. Step aside, he commanded. Wei Ming is back. Luo Guifan, seemingly oblivious to Wei Ming's cold indifference, wore a bright smile and exclaimed, Our Qingqing hasn't seen you for several days. She has been so worried. Such audacity was astounding. No, this family had no shame at all. Brother-in-law, please don't quarrel with my sister. Just hurry and get your marriage certificate. Luo Yang chimed in eagerly, more desperate than anyone. A villa worth 25 million? No, compared to 2 billion. What was this villa worth? He wanted money. All the money. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Qingqing pleaded, Wei Ming, I was foolish before. Please forgive me just this once, okay? Wei Ming waved his hand dismissively. Get out of the way. Or I'll call security. Son-in-law, please don't be upset. Luo Fuguwei pushed his daughter towards Wei Ming, while Luo Yang stood by, capturing the moment. As long as he got a picture of the two colliding, they would spread it throughout the neighborhood. Ultimately, they intended to use public opinion to pressure Wei Ming into submission, or else they would report him to the Women's Federation or the police for abandoning his wife after gaining wealth. Let's see how he would respond. For 20 billion, they would resort to any means necessary. Yet as Luo Qingqing lunged towards Wei Ming, he graciously stepped aside. With a thud, Luo Qingqing fell heavily to the ground. Upon seeing this, Luo Fuguwei's eyes glinted. He paid no mind to his daughter's plight and loudly declared, domestic abuse. Wei Ming has committed domestic abuse. Someone, come and judge. His cries attracted a crowd, including residents of villas number 8 and 18. As Yu Chutong and her petite wife appeared on their balcony, Luo Qingqing's fall was genuinely painful. She struggled to get up, yet none of her family attended to her. Instead, they vocally condemned Wei Ming's perceived lack of compassion, claiming he had abandoned his humble wife after acquiring wealth, hoping the neighbors would intervene for justice. Although few were willing to get involved, many enjoyed the spectacle, finding amusement in the Luo family's antics. Wei Ming had no interest in being the center of attention. He pushed past the Luo family and entered his home. Luo Fuguwei attempted to follow but was forcefully shoved back outside. Bang! The gate to the courtyard slammed shut. Look, look! Luo Guifan cried out dramatically. This is truly a tragedy. How did our family end up with such a heartless and ungrateful person? Unfortunately, no one paid her any mind. The Luo family made quite the scene, but, finding no sign of Wei Ming's reemergence, they slinked back home, defeated. Yet the thought of Wei Ming possessing 2 billion plagued their minds, leaving them restless. Unable to find solace in sleep, they tossed and turned in bed until the early hours, sleeplessness threatening to wear them down to exhaustion. Wei Ming, however, remained unaffected. Watching the Luo family's clumsy performance over the past few days had allowed him to recoup some interest. But true retribution for the Luo family would have to wait until the apocalypse arrived. Once inside, he turned on the television to catch the news. After the onset of the apocalypse, news broadcasts lasted only 2 days before the signal was lost. So he watched with appreciation. A news story caught his eye. reporting that a space satellite had detected unusual solar activity, which was expected to impact Blue Planet. Some experts suggested that the melting of polar ice caps could likely be attributed to previous solar anomalies that had gone unnoticed. As he listened to the experts speak with confidence, Wei Ming nearly burst into laughter, wishing he could show this expert his alternate space and see how their expression would change. Little did they know that Blue Planet had long been aware of the sun's irregularities. They simply had not anticipated such catastrophic consequences from this solar disruption. After watching the news for a while, Wei Ming headed upstairs. Lu Qing welcomed him eagerly, serving him until he was satisfied before inquiring about the progress with the smuggling operation. Wei Ming maintained his previous stance, saying, "There are still a few days left. You can manage it yourself." He chuckled inwardly, knowing that Lu Qing would not reach that day. After all, he hadn't rescued her just for her sake. For 3 whole years, how had she treated him? In Wei Ming's eyes, Lu Qing was merely a toy. How could he develop feelings just because they had spent a few more nights together? As the days passed, temperatures continued to rise, and soon it was May 2 Indy. Wei Ming purposely stepped outside and dined at a restaurant near the community, determined to savor this last normal day before the apocalypse descended. Chapter 24. The Mischievous Child. The restaurant was air-conditioned. It is early May, yet the temperature has already soared beyond 30 degrees Celsius. Everyone around is clad in short sleeves, while women begin to compete in showcasing their long legs and slender waists, creating a dazzling spectacle that leaves onlookers mesmerized. Wei Ming sits alone, having ordered 2 dishes and a soup, along with a bottle of beer, savoring his meal slowly. However, the restaurant is filled with raucous noise. A mischievous child is banging a spoon against a plate, producing an irritating clatter. This, of course, incites the displeasure of many patrons, prompting a server to intervene, only to be met with a barrage of insults from the child's parents. Is there a rule against making noise while eating in your establishment? There isn't even a law like that in the country. Besides, our darling is only 13. Isn't it normal for him to be a bit playful? The couple's tirade leaves the server no choice but to retreat. Just as the server turns to leave, she feels a sharp pain in her thigh, as if pricked by a needle. She glances back in disbelief, realizing that the child's father is seated across from her, in the innermost corner, making it impossible for him to reach her. Could it be the child's mother? Unlikely that it must have been the child. The server approaches the parents, stating, "Your child just pricked me with a needle." The couple bursts into laughter. How shameless can you be, pinning such an accusation on a child? The child's mother stands up, splashing the server's face with water from her cup. Fortunately, due to the heat, it was merely lukewarm water. The thought of boiling water sends shivers down her spine. The child's father, wearing a fierce expression, growls, "You wretched woman, are you looking for trouble?" The server, feeling utterly wronged, knows she was indeed pricked, and the only possible culprit is the child. Yet, the parents are unreasonable, hurling insults and water at her. Overwhelmed by her emotions, she bursts into tears and runs toward the kitchen. But the child's parents relentlessly summon the manager, unleashing a torrent of complaints and accusations. The manager, eager to maintain peace, especially with a bustling crowd, agrees to have the server apologize. Moments later, the server emerges, her eyes swollen from crying. It remains uncertain whether she was promised a raise or threatened with dismissal, but she suppresses her hurt and apologizes to the child. "Is that all?" The child's mother scoffs. "You have tarnished the innocence of my child. If word gets out, people will speak ill of my darling. How will he live with that?" The father chimes in. "My child is sensitive. You should kneel and apologize to restore his dignity. This is outrageous." Onlookers glance at the child, astonished at the audacity of a 13-year-old who appears to be over 1.6 meters tall, with a gaze that is anything but innocent, fixated on the chests and thighs of female patrons. Today's youth are undeniably precocious. At 13, they seem to understand far too much, even capable of mischief. Furthermore, demanding an adult to kneel before a child is pure humiliation. The server refuses to comply. Her grievance is genuine, and to be coerced into apologizing to her assailant is infuriating. "I quit," she exclaims, tossing her scarf to the ground as she storms out of the restaurant. What kind of people are these? Wrongfully accusing a child and refusing to apologize? It's absurd. They deserve to be hit by a car on their way out. The child's mother continues to rant, spewing venomous words, inciting the crowd's ire. Yet, she stands her ground, engaging in a verbal duel, while the child's father reveals a menacing tattoo of a tiger on his back, which unnerves the onlookers, leading them to speculate if he is involved in unsavory dealings or just recently released from prison. Despite the chaos, The server has resigned, leaving the scene. Just as everyone thinks the commotion has ended, the child strikes again, pricking a young woman as she walks by. She gasps, shocked and bewildered. "What's wrong?" her male companion inquires, alarmed. "He pricked me with a needle." She points at the child, her voice rising, attracting attention. Initially, when the server claimed to have been pricked, some were skeptical, considering the child's age. However, it is unlikely that two unrelated individuals would fabricate such accusations against a child. Outrage spreads through the crowd, with Dragon Brother rising to his feet, addressing the assembly. "What are you all shouting about? Whoever dares to speak again will face my wrath." His intimidating demeanor silences most, as people prefer to avoid conflict with such a bully. They urge the young couple to call the police. The child stands, mimicking his father's threatening stance. "Which of you bastards wants to call the police? Step forward. I'll take you down. I'm not even an adult, so I want to face jail time." The atmosphere is tense, as everyone is taken aback by the audacity of a 13-year-old making such bold threats. Modern youth seem emboldened. The idea that being underage absolves one from responsibility is alarming. The crowd, fearing for their safety, retreats. Why bother with a little demon? They reason. He'll learn life's lessons when he grows up. Even the young woman's boyfriend, dwarfed by the child's stature, is intimidated. He quickly advises his girlfriend, "Let us not stoop to the level of a child. Someone will take care of him. Let's go." But the child, emboldened, slaps him across the face, nearly knocking him off balance. "Who will take care of me? Speak up. I'm untouchable." He continues to assault the man, landing blows to his head as the young woman screams for help. Help is scarce, but someone calls the police. Within 10 minutes, the security officers arrive, though the boyfriend is already bruised and battered. The child remains defiant, displaying a hardened attitude. A minor assault by a child on an adult is a complex issue. And ultimately, Dragon Brother's family pays the couple 1,000 yuan as a temporary medical expense, with further costs to be determined later. As for the child's behavior, it is brushed aside. After all, he is still a minor. The young woman, furious, storms out and breaks up with her boyfriend, who, despite wanting to seek medical attention, rushes after her. Soon after, the security personnel depart, and the incident seems to settle. Yet, Dragon Brother's family remains with the child, still in a foul mood, walking over to a neighboring table and spitting into their food. How can anyone eat under such circumstances? Confronting such a brazen child could lead to further trouble with the authorities. So the patrons choose to leave rather than provoke a repeat of the earlier chaos. The diners gather their belongings and exit, but the child persists, moving to another table to repeat his vile act. Confronted with their son's reprehensible behavior, Brother Long and Sister Long not only failed to intervene but instead wore expressions of unrestrained pride. Truly, the nature of parents is reflected in the character of their offspring. As the unruly child continued his antics, patrons in the establishment began to leave in droves, some settling their bills, while others departed without a word. What could the proprietors possibly say? To dine in their establishment and encounter such disruptions without receiving an apology or compensation was already a stroke of misfortune. This naturally left the owner in a state of desperation, yet he dared not intervene, opting instead to call the authorities once more. That moment, the mischievous child approached Wei Ming's table, cleared his throat, and was about to spit. Initially, Wei Ming intended merely to observe the unfolding spectacle, for the apocalyptic event awaited them on the morrow, when notions of justice, morality, and order would crumble. Thus, he had no inclination to take action. However, once the child provoked him, that was a different matter altogether. What insolence! With a swift kick, Wei Ming sent the child flying, who, in the act of spitting, inadvertently closed his mouth and bit down hard on his tongue. The suddenness of it all was astonishing. Brother Long and Sister Long had been gleefully admiring their son's antics when they suddenly witnessed him propelled through the air, landing with a thud and bursting into tears. Blood pouring from his mouth, it was not that Wei Ming had kicked with excessive force, but rather that the child had nearly bitten through his own tongue, resulting in the bloody spectacle. In that instant, Brother Long could no longer contain himself. He sprang to his feet, seizing a chair and charging at Wei Ming, shouting, "You bastard! How dare you kick my son? I'll kill you!" Wei Ming possessed myriad ways to dispatch Brother Long. However, with merely 12 hours until the apocalypse descended, the thought of murder seemed imprudent. Did he really want to confront the police for such an extended period? Perhaps it was not entirely out of the question. After all, it was the final day. Why not indulge in some mischief? As Brother Long charged forward, brandishing the chair, Wei Ming deftly evaded and delivered another kick. Brother Long stumbled back, though though his considerable bulk prevented him from being sent flying. To Wei Ming's surprise, Sister Long also rushed at him, undeterred by her husband's recent defeat. Fueled by a frenzy of rage over her husband and son, she lunged at Wei Ming, aiming to claw at his face. With a swift motion, Wei Ming delivered a resounding slap, leaving her momentarily stunned. Yet, 3 seconds later, she regained her composure and attempted to retaliate. Another slap followed, and as she continued to try to strike him, Wei Ming responded in kind, delivering a series of blows that left Sister Long's face swollen and bruised. Although her visage was already ample, the swelling only served to enhance her fierce and unattractive demeanor. At this juncture, Brother Long had regained his footing, and the mischievous child stood beside him. They both made their way toward the kitchen, and upon their return, each wielded a kitchen knife. "Ah, so you wish to resort to blades. Then do not blame me for exercising self-defense," Wei Ming remarked, his gaze turning cold, a murderous intent simmering beneath the surface. Just then, the security personnel finally arrived. Having not strayed far, they responded promptly upon receiving the call. Upon witnessing Brother Long and his son brandishing knives, they quickly brandished their batons, with one even drawing a firearm, demanding that they drop their weapons. Brother Long, though brash, was not foolish enough to challenge a gun, and promptly relinquished the knife. The child, however, remained undeterred, but Brother Long forcibly snatched the knife from him and tossed it aside. The 3 security officers breathed a sigh of relief and began to assess the situation. The matter was not overly complicated, and as these officers had just arrived, they were acutely aware of Brother Long's family, thus approaching them with an inherent bias. They sternly reprimanded their behavior. However, the fact remained that Brother Long had attempted to strike Wei Ming with a chair, and Wei Ming had indeed retaliated. The officers decided to detain both parties for questioning, concluding that a brawl had taken place. Should this be the case, Wei Ming would inevitably face at least 3 days of detention. With the impending apocalypse looming, he certainly could not afford to spend time in custody. In an instant, a plan began to form in his mind, one that would allow him to indulge in a bit of chaos while also reaping additional benefits. With lightning speed, Wei Ming seized the firearm from one of the security officers. Instantly, astonishment rippled through the crowd. Chapter 26. Negotiations with Song Qingyun. The situation escalated rapidly. The ordinary populace wielding firearms had become commonplace in the tumultuous world outside. Yet, in Huaxia, firearms were strictly prohibited. The seizure of the gun sent shockwaves through the onlookers, particularly the officer from whom it had been taken, who instinctively moved to reclaim it. However, Wei Ming swiftly trained the weapon on him, prompting immediate compliance. "Don't be impulsive," another officer urged. "This is a minor incident. If you put the gun down now, we can pretend nothing happened." This was clearly an attempt to placate Wei Ming. Yet, before he could respond, Sister Long interjected, "You are openly shielding a criminal. He has stolen a gun. Someone must take him down." The 3 officers were left speechless, incredulous at her audacity. "Are you out of your mind? Someone has a gun? And you want to incite violence?" "Indeed," Wei Ming smiled at her. "Before you meet your end, I will ensure you are the first to go down to this." Sister Long's body trembled as she grasped the gravity of the situation. She, her husband, and her son were all now part of Wei Ming's hostages. She fell silent, her bravado evaporating. In contrast to the rising tension experienced by others, Wei Ming remained remarkably composed. In that instant of seizing the firearm, he had considered every possible outcome, ensuring his approach was foolproof. Thus, he maintained a sense of intrigue. One of the security officers' radios crackled to life, the station inquiring about the situation. The officer, wary of provoking Wei Ming, chose silence. Wei Ming, unfazed, reassured him, "It's fine. Just respond. Even if you remain silent, they will know something is amiss." The officer regarded Wei Ming with astonishment, questioning how such a young man could exhibit such calm under pressure. However, as Wei Ming began to speak, the officer had little choice but to relay the events. The entire police station was soon embroiled in the incident of a gun seizure. A serious incident, a malignant event. In an instant, they dispatched a significant number of officers while simultaneously reporting to higher authorities. Involving firearms was no trivial matter. Wei Ming aimed the gun at one of the officers and smiled. "Please lock the main door for me, and also draw the curtains." Reluctantly, the officer complied, locking the door and pulling the curtains shut. The restaurant staff, owner, and remaining patrons silently lamented their misfortune, questioning how they had found themselves in such a predicament. They turned their gazes toward Brother Long's family, their eyes filled with reproach. "If it weren't for you 3, we wouldn't be in this situation." Wei Ming chuckled. "Isn't it rather distasteful how they behave?" Feel free to give them a good beating. However, no one dared to act. Go on. Wei Ming's expression darkened, and he fired a shot into the ceiling. This. The crowd rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Brother Long's family. Initially, they were merely fulfilling a task, but as the blows continued, their pent-up anger and resentment erupted. Damn it, it's all your fault. If not for you, we wouldn't be hostages. Indeed, they felt justified in their actions, believing that inflicting serious harm upon Brother Long's family was a mere consequence of being forced into this situation. Brother Long and Sister Long dared not retaliate, yet the unruly child remained defiant, only to be quickly overwhelmed and left wailing. Though they were distressed, Brother Long and Sister Long were preoccupied with their own plight, unable to extend any help. That's enough, Wei Ming commanded, tossing 3 rolls of transparent tape to the 3 officers, instructing them to bind everyone. The officers were taken aback, questioning where he had acquired such materials. Despite its thin appearance, once wrapped a few times, the tape rendered even the strongest unable to break free. The officers had no choice but to comply, as Wei Ming clearly viewed the situation as a hostage situation, aiming to negotiate with the police. This indicated a level of rationality, yet was it rationality? Or sheer madness? How had a simple brawl escalated to the point of a gun seizure and hostage crisis? Once everyone was bound, Wei Ming directed one officer to tie up the other 2. He then personally handled the final officer, ensuring all were securely restrained. Humming a tune, Wei Ming pretended to enter the kitchen. Upon his return, he astonishingly donned a series of bomb vests. The 3 officers stood dumbfounded, realizing that Wei Ming's actions were not merely a reaction to a trivial altercation but were premeditated. He began fitting the bomb vests onto each individual, stating, "These vests are linked to my heartbeat. Should my heart stop, the bombs will detonate. You understand, right?" Everyone nodded frantically, their faces drained of color, particularly Brother Long and Sister Long, who, accustomed to their domineering ways, now found themselves trembling in fear. Finally, Wei Ming blindfolded each person with eye masks. Not long after, the radio of one officer crackled to life. "Hello? Hello?" Wei Ming seized the radio, declaring, "I am the boss here." "Who am I speaking to?" "Wei Ming, I am Ma Tao, the chief of the 4th Division. You are surrounded. Immediately release the hostages," the voice from the radio commanded sternly. Wei Ming found the noise somewhat bothersome, so he moved the walkie-talkie aside and brought it close to the mouth of a security officer, saying, "Please explain the situation to him thoroughly." The security officer promptly began speaking, leaving the person on the other end utterly bewildered. A multitude of bomb vests. Is this a scene from a cop and robber movie? How could such things possibly exist on the soil of Huaxia? However, Ma Tao quickly recognized the gravity of the situation and lowered his voice, saying, "Wei Ming, whatever your demands are, we will do our utmost to accommodate you." "Very well, my first request is to have some durian," Wei Ming replied. Soon, a durian was delivered. Naturally, Wei Ming did not intend to eat it. Instead, he stored it in a pocket dimension. Since everyone here was blindfolded, there was no risk of being seen. Nevertheless, once the durian entered the pocket dimension, all its secrets were laid bare before him. Upon inspection, he found the durian perfectly normal. Even so, he opted to switch it out for another. After requesting a slight modification from Ma Tao via the walkie-talkie, the 2 began a video call. Wei Ming showcased the hostage in his grasp and leisurely savored the durian. Ma Tao engaged in casual conversation, aiming to extract Wei Ming's needs. What did Wei Ming desire? To buy time. He merely needed to wait until dawn. "And I require another person," he added, listing more demands for food and drink until past 3 in the morning. When he declared, "I no longer wish to converse with you. Send someone else, Song Qingyun. From this moment on, I shall only negotiate with her. You better deliver her within half an hour, or else," he abruptly ended the video call. This was his true intention. Ma Tao, of course, was infuriated, having spent 6 hours listening to over 12 of Wei Ming's demands. Yet, what could he do if Wei Ming refused to engage with him? "Song Qingyun." He exchanged glances with his subordinate, who understood the cue, quickly checking on the computer. "Song Qingyun is from the London police station," he reported. Ma Tao instructed, "Call her and have her come immediately." Yes, Ma Tao hoped to continue probing Wei Ming for information, but Wei Ming ignored him, leaving him with no choice but to wait for Song Qingyun's arrival. Within 10 minutes, a police car sped in at 180 kilometers per hour. And Song Qingyun, alighting from the passenger seat, nearly vomited from the ride. Still reeling from the experience, she was quickly ushered before Ma Tao. To summarize, there is a criminal named Wei Ming who has taken numerous civilians hostage and fitted each with bomb vests. Their detonators linked to his heartbeat. Should his heart cease, The vests will explode. Tao briefly outlined the situation and designated her to negotiate. Do you know him? Wei Ming, Song Qingyun exclaimed, unable to fathom that he could commit such atrocious acts. Yet this only confirmed her suspicion that Lu Qing must be hidden by Wei Ming. Chapter 27. Question and answer him? Ma Tao frowned, displeased. Realizing her outburst, Song Qingyun quickly clarified, report. I do not know Wei Ming. However, a few days ago, there was a commercial theft case in which he allegedly assisted a female suspect in escaping and provided her with a hiding place. Ma Tao was slightly taken aback. It seemed that this Wei Ming was no ordinary individual. Setting aside that for now, the priority was to rescue the hostages. He instructed, you need to negotiate with him. Understood. Song Qingyun promptly took the walkie-talkie and said, Hello, I am Song Qingyun. Officer Song, it's been a while. Wei Ming's leisurely voice responded. Come in and chat. Without hesitation, Song Qingyun agreed. All right, no way. Ma Tao interjected. We cannot give him more hostages. He made this remark before Song Qingyun pressed the call button, not fearing Wei Ming overhearing. However, Wei Ming's voice immediately followed. As long as you enter, I will release 3 of your colleagues first. A 1-for-3 exchange was undoubtedly advantageous. Ma Tao hesitated, while Song Qingyun remained resolute, forcing him to concur. Consequently, Song Qingyun donned a bulletproof vest before slipping on her police uniform, her previously commanding figure now appearing somewhat bulky. Once inside, you are on your own. Adapt to any situation. Ma Tao cautioned. Above all, do not provoke the criminal. He is exceptionally ruthless. Anyone capable of preparing a multitude of bomb vests cannot be an ordinary person. Initially filled with righteous fervor, Song Qingyun felt a twinge of anxiety as she donned the bulletproof vest. Equipped with a camera and an earpiece, for justice and bravery could not shield her from bullets or explosions. She was facing a cold-blooded fiend. You've got this, Song Qingyun. You're the best. She encouraged herself, slowly making her way toward the dining area under the supportive gazes of her colleagues. Upon reaching the door, she knocked. I'm here. Inside, Wei Ming smiled slightly, first removing the bomb vests from the 3 security officers without care. As they were merely replicas, mere toys, he then removed their blindfolds, and as they emerged from the darkness into the bright light, they instinctively squinted. Wei Ming cut the tape, binding one of them, saying, Go open the door. The security officer complied, and Song Qingyun immediately peered inside, her heart sinking as she witnessed each individual adorned with bomb vests resembling those seen in movies. This was no act. It was reality. You 3 may leave, Wei Ming gestured. The 3 security officers exited, and Song Qingyun took a deep breath before stepping in. Close the door, Wei Ming commanded. Song Qingyun turned to shut the door. While through her camera, Ma Tao and the others outside monitored the situation, feeling a surreal sensation as they observed Wei Ming casually sipping a soda. This man is undoubtedly insane. Wei Ming gazed at Song Qingyun with a smile, saying, Take off the bulletproof vest. With your figure, it would be a shame to waste it. Song Qingyun was reluctant to comply, but when she saw Wei Ming point a gun at a hostage, she quickly replied, I'll take it off. Her movements were swift. She shed her jacket, removing the vest to reveal a white shirt underneath, her figure strikingly curvaceous. Wei Ming admired her silhouette, asking, What are your measurements? Wei Ming! Song Qingyun nearly exploded with rage, but realizing this would only gratify him and potentially incite his base instincts. What if he attempted to assault her? With the hostages as leverage, could she refuse? She suppressed her anger, asserting, You have yet to truly harm anyone. There is still a path for redemption. Surrender now, and you may receive leniency. Wei Ming merely chuckled. How about this? As long as you answer my questions, I will release 1 hostage every half hour. Oh? Song Qingyun was taken aback by Wei Ming's proposal. He shrugged. I keep my promises, and to demonstrate sincerity, I can release 1 person right away. However, if you fail to adhere to our agreement, I will execute a hostage immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Qingyun replied, All right. Consequently, Wei Ming promptly released the first hostage, a middle-aged woman. After removing her bomb vest and blindfold, Song Qingyun assisted her in opening the door. The woman trembled as she stepped outside, and once escorted to a safe area by the SWAT team, her back was soaked, and her pants were wet. She had been terrified. Perfectly normal, Song Qingyun closed the door. Wei Ming grinned. Now it's your turn. Song Qingyun gritted her teeth, stating, 36E, 22, 33. Wei Ming whistled in admiration. No wonder she was so commanding. She was a formidable E-cup presence, a challenging entity to handle, with a slim waist, ample hips, and a rather scandalous figure. Her physique surpassed even Lu Qing's. When was your first time? Wei Ming inquired. What first time? Song Qingyun looked at him, bewildered, her expression oddly naive. Wei Ming feigned surprise. No way. Are you still a virgin? Song Qingyun finally grasped his implication, her cheeks flushing crimson. You shameless fiend. Wei Ming pressed a finger to his lips. Don't forget your current position. Do you truly wish to provoke me? Song Qingyun stiffened, forcing herself to regain composure, her chest rising and falling rapidly until she finally calmed. I have never been in a relationship, she declared through gritted teeth, wishing that her glare could annihilate Wei Ming. Oh? Wei Ming's eyes sparkled with interest. What's the reason? You're not unattractive. Not merely not unattractive, Song Qingyun was a pristine beauty scoring above 90, and with her fiery and impressive physique, Wei Ming would even rate her a 95. Little Song, don't let the opponent lead you by the nose. Just then, a voice resonated in Song Qingyun's ear. She snapped back to her senses, stating coolly, you release one hostage every half hour. Yet in that time, you could ask far too many questions. This is unfair. Oh? Wei Ming chuckled. What do you propose? One question, one hostage released? Song Qingyun countered. Wei Ming laughed. I'm the one holding the detonator. If you keep spouting such nonsense, I may have to start killing hostages. Instantly, a chorus of frantic head shakes erupted from the hostages, their faces paling. With no other option, Song Qingyun reluctantly stated, I believe all men are filthy. Chapter 28. Playing a game why? Wei Ming inquired, his curiosity piqued. Why you? Song Qingyun bit her lip, hesitating to respond, her entire being trembling with anticipation. Clearly, there was a story to tell. However, I was not the least bit curious. Wei Ming chose not to press further, instead shifting the conversation. Do you believe in the apocalypse? Song Qingyun quickly regained her composure, scoffing. Just because the polar ice caps are melting, you think the world is ending? That gives you the right to disregard the law and act on your whims. Oh, such a strong sense of justice and morality. But the more one clings to such ideals, when the apocalypse truly descends and societal order is ruthlessly shattered. Will you not simply crumble? Little Song, do not provoke him. Ma Tao interjected hastily, fearing that in a fit of rage, Wei Ming might trigger all the bombs, leading to his own downfall as the director. The opposing party was likely an apocalyptic believer, and such individuals, akin to being possessed, could easily drag a group down with them. Realizing her loss of control, Song Qingyun hurriedly adjusted her mindset, asserting, I do not believe, however, even if the apocalypse comes, I believe we can endure. Clapping his hands, Wei Ming exclaimed, well said. Let us applaud your naivety and optimism. Was that a compliment? It was clearly a mockery. At 23 years of age, to be described as naive was nothing short of ridicule. Unfazed by her indignation, Wei Ming replied coolly, do you truly think that when the apocalypse arrives, it will be as simple as you imagine, merely uniting to survive? He shook his head, continuing before Song Qingyun could speak. Haven't experts stated that the solar activity is exceptionally intense this time, causing a dramatic rise in the temperature of our blue planet? So I ask you, in extreme heat, when most plants wither away and stepping outside becomes unbearable, what use is your so-called endurance? Food and fresh water will dwindle, and money will become nothing more than worthless paper. Laughing, Wei Ming fixed his gaze on Song Qingyun, remarking that in such circumstances, a mere piece of bread or a bottle of clean water might lead a woman to willingly shed her clothing. You are shameless. Song Qingyun's face flushed crimson. Wei Ming laughed heartily. If it were you, I would gladly double the price. And let us not forget the first time. I'll offer you 3 loaves of bread and 3 bottles of water. Song Qingyun nearly drew her gun to shoot the man before her, but as she was there to negotiate, carrying a weapon was out of the question. Besides, even if she had one, Wei Ming would have her disarmed before she could aim it at him. However, if Wei Ming were to reveal his arsenal, Song Qingyun would undoubtedly be left in shock at that point. I would rather take my own life, she declared resolutely. Wei Ming shrugged, a wicked smile curving his lips. Why did he want Song Qingyun to come for negotiations? If she didn't, who would he find in the aftermath of an apocalypse? He certainly would not risk venturing out into the sweltering heat, nor the deadly rays or corrosive acid rain for a mere woman. Yet, having stirred the pot, he might as well bring this exquisite beauty into the fray. After all, how could she escape his grasp? You may speak defiantly now, but once the apocalypse truly arrives, after 2 or 3 days of hunger and thirst, when I present you with a bottle of clean water, will you still maintain that bravado? Wei Ming was in no hurry. He intended for the apocalypse to truly test this woman. Only then would she comprehend the luxury of sheltering in safety and savoring even the simplest of foods. Half an hour passed, and Song Qingyun suddenly stated, "It's time to release them." Wei Ming nodded, casually signaling for one person to leave. Then he turned to Song Qingyun, "Let us play a game." "What sort of game?" A sense of unease crept over Song Qingyun instinctively. Wei Ming grinned, "You remove a piece of clothing, and I will release one person." "You?" Song Qingyun's chest heaved with indignation. Wei Ming shrugged, "I am not forcing you to play." After pondering briefly, she resolutely replied, "I will play, but I need to prepare first." "Very well, go ahead," Wei Ming replied nonchalantly. "However, I advise you not to overexert yourself. It is exceedingly hot, and wearing too much could lead to heat stroke." Ignoring his comment, Song Qingyun donned her outer garment once more and slowly exited. Yet, upon returning to the command vehicle, she was met with a scolding from Ma Tao. "Song Qingyun, you are a law enforcement officer. How could you agree to such terms?" Ma Tao exclaimed in anger. Song Qingyun stood firm. "Director Ma, if I wear a bit more, I can rescue all the hostages. Once that is accomplished, I can apprehend this lunatic." Ma Tao shook his head. "He is indeed insane, but he is not foolish. How could he possibly release all the hostages?" Stubbornly, Song Qingyun insisted at that moment. "I will act as his hostage. I trust he will agree. Director Ma, do not worry about me. Just send people in to apprehend this deranged criminal." After much insistence, and facing the immense pressure of rescuing the hostages, Ma Tao ultimately acquiesced. Thus, Song Qingyun set out to borrow some clothing. She would wear as much as she could. After nearly half an hour of preparation, she made her way back to the restaurant. But with each step, she gasped for breath, sweat streaming down her face. It was unbearably hot. Reluctantly, she entered the establishment and eagerly began to strip. Goodness, she had donned 3 outer garments. After shedding them, she removed several shirts, finally revealing the one she originally wore, now completely soaked and clinging to her alluring figure, every curve vividly outlined. Yet, she proceeded to remove her skirts, 1, 2, 3, all loose-fitting, encircling her slender waist. Thank goodness her waist was sufficiently slim. Otherwise, most people would manage only 4 garments. She, however, managed 9. After the skirts, she finally reached her uniform. Surely, that must be all. Not quite. She had also worn several pairs of stockings. Each counted as 2 individuals. "I can wear 4 pairs," she informed Wei Ming. Although the final decision lay with him, he simply nodded. "How many pairs of stockings can you remove?" The answer was 4. However, after discarding the stockings, Song Qingyun hesitated. According to their agreement, Wei Ming should release 24 hostages, but there were actually 32 in total. She still needed to remove 8 more items. The issue was, aside from 1 shirt, a bra, a pair of trousers, and a pair of underwear, she had little left to shed. Even if she were willing to strip entirely, Wei Ming still had 4 hostages in his grasp. What now? Release the 24 first? Song Qingyun urged, contemplating how to resolve the remaining 8. Chapter 29. The apocalypse has arrived all right. Wei Ming agreed readily, releasing 24 individuals. He was not a true criminal. Having been inadvertently drawn into this incident, he had immediately recognized the opportunity to lure Song Qingyun in. Now that his objective was achieved, he simply needed to stall for a bit longer until the sun rose. Hostages? What use were they to him? As for Long Gu and his family, they would certainly not be released. What purpose did such scum serve? The moment the sun appeared would mark the end for the 3 of them. Wei Ming had declared it. The 24 individuals had their blindfolds removed and bomb vests taken off before being released one by one. Wei Ming glanced at Song Qingyun, who remained indecisive. Unfortunately, it was already past 5 o'clock, and with the sun about to rise, there was no time left to play games with her. Regardless, such exquisite goods within the restaurant would be a waste to leave behind. He could always take them home to enjoy later. Wei Ming untied the final 5 hostages, excluding Long Ji's family, and smiled. "Go now. You are free." The 5 stared in astonishment before hastily fleeing. Song Qingyun initially believed he had given up and quickly exclaimed, "You have seen the error of your ways. I will report this truthfully." Wei Ming chuckled. "You have misunderstood with that." He locked the restaurant's main door once more. Song Qingyun frowned. "Wei Ming, how long do you intend to resist?" Wei Ming chuckled, pointing at Long Ji's family. "Do you know these 3 are scum?" Song Qingyun paused, taken aback. Wei Ming recounted the events that had transpired. Any rational person would be infuriated upon hearing such a tale. Although Song Qingyun did not doubt that Wei Ming would deceive her, her gaze shifted toward Long Ji's family, now clearly filled with disdain. Yet, she replied, "Even so, you cannot resort to theft. Moreover, with all those bomb vests you prepared. It is evident you had premeditated this. Chuckling, Wei Ming tossed the bomb vest off the child and towards Song Qingyun. She dared not catch it, her mind momentarily blank. With a thud, the vest fell to the ground. Wei Ming shook his head, exasperated. Is this all the courage you possess? Song Qingyun's face flushed, but her rationality soon returned. A thought struck her. She picked up the bomb vest and inspected it. It was fake. Merely a toy. Everyone had been played by Wei Ming. But who could blame her? Given Wei Ming's earlier actions, grabbing the gun, firing it, and exhibiting the demeanor of a ruthless criminal, naturally, it had frightened everyone. Besides, what sane person would prepare so many toy bomb vests? In truth, Wei Ming hadn't specifically prepared them. They had simply been part of a zero-cost purchase earlier, and fortuitously, they proved useful at this juncture. Song Qingyun stared at Wei Ming in disbelief, astonished that a man could manipulate an officer from a substation so effortlessly. Suddenly, a chilling wail echoed from outside, not merely from a single individual but as if a chain reaction had been triggered. With anguished cries cascading one after another, relentless and unyielding, as though one had plummeted into the very depths of hell, Song Qingyun felt a shiver run down her spine, utterly oblivious to the events unfolding outside. "Hey, Director Ma! Supervisor Liu!" she shouted, her voice amplified through the miniature earpiece that facilitated communication, yet all she could discern were the piercing screams. Just as she was about to open the door to investigate, Wei Ming interjected, "I advise against any rash actions. Otherwise, I may be compelled to harm the hostage." Song Qingyun abruptly halted. The sun had risen. Wei Ming mused silently. History had unfolded without deviation, and the apocalypse had arrived as foretold. He sighed inwardly. The collapse of human civilization commenced at this very moment. After a considerable time, Song Qingyun finally grasped the situation outside. As sunlight streamed in, every individual appeared as though doused in sulfuric acid, suffering excruciating pain that defied description, forcing them to seek refuge. Upon inspecting the exposed skin, she was horrified to find it charred and wrinkled, resembling necrotic tissue. Were it not for the fact that these words came from her colleagues, Song Qingyun would have deemed them nonsensical. Yet how could sunlight become venomous? Was this not the end of the world? Song Qingyun abruptly raised her head to glance at Wei Ming. This man had alluded to the apocalypse on multiple occasions. Could it be that he was indeed prophetic? Wei Ming smiled faintly and remarked, "Well then, I must be on my way home. You think you can escape?" Song Qingyun reached for her firearm but found it absent. It had been temporarily surrendered. How could she thwart this man? Just then, Wei Ming raised the gun in his hand and, with a casual pull of the trigger, shot. Bang! Long Gu collapsed to the ground. Song Qingyun's hair stood on end, her eyes wide with disbelief. Although Wei Ming had previously taken a hostage without inflicting harm and later revealed that the bomb vests were fake, leading her to believe he was merely a high IQ criminal rather than a murderous maniac. She now realized her grave misjudgment. Wei Ming was indeed capable of murder. Bang, bang. He fired twice more, annihilating the Long family, a clan that epitomized malevolence in the apocalypse, before casually holstering his weapon and grinning. "Beautiful song. Let us keep in touch. Don't forget to charge your phone with that." He strolled towards the kitchen. After a moment of stunned silence, Song Qingyun hurried after him, even though Wei Ming wielded a gun. As a law enforcement officer, it was her duty to pursue a criminal. Fear. Certainly, but she could not afford to hesitate now. However, upon entering the kitchen, Wei Ming had vanished without a trace. Where could he be? Song Qingyun began to search frantically, yet his presence eluded her completely. The restaurant was part of the commercial complex in Qidong City, with residences above, leaving no second floor to ascend to, and below lay the community garage, devoid of any underground passage. Naturally, there was no back door leading into the complex. It simply did not exist, so where had Wei Ming gone? How could a living person simply disappear? Was she dreaming? Had her perception of Wei Ming as a villain led her to concoct such an absurd nightmare? Where had Wei Ming gone? He had arrived in the underground garage of the community. How did he get there? Simple. The restaurant was directly above the garage, so Wei Ming merely opened a spatial portal there. The altitude from the ground could be determined by whether the portal encountered any obstruction. Thus, he could precisely open the spatial door flush against the garage floor, then pressed a button on himself to enter a different dimension. Subsequently, he re-emerged from the portal, landing seamlessly in the underground garage. Would he be unnoticed? In the face of the apocalypse, what could Wei Ming possibly fear? While there were indeed people in the garage, they were few in number, and his emergence was fortuitously concealed behind a pillar. Allowing him to evade detection effortlessly, he smiled faintly. Time to go home. Chapter 30. Rising temperatures. Wei Ming returned to his villa, having traversed the community, where he overheard residents fervently discussing the alarming news that sunlight had suddenly become harmful. However, they evidently had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Their curiosity overshadowed their concern. He entered the darkroom and released Lu Qing. "Have you seen the news?" Lu Qing asked, her face etched with terror. Wei Ming, fully aware of the situation, feigned ignorance, asking, "What is the matter?" "The sunlight now. How should I put it? It seems toxic. Exposure causes the skin to rapidly necrotize, and even clothing offers no protection, merely slowing the process." Lu Qing replied in a hurried tone. Previously, it was the island nation. Now, our sunlight has risen as well. Could it be? She trailed off, her expression filled with dread. The anomalous sunlight had cast its rays upon Blue Star sequentially. The unfortunate island nation was the first to suffer, serving as a warning for the rest of the world. Now, as Blue Star rotated, the sun's rays had reached Huaxia. Wei Ming nodded, joining her in watching the television. All channels were broadcasting urgent news. Even the sixth princess had abandoned her stubbornness to relay the developments, unknowing the seriousness of the situation. In truth, it was far worse than anyone had anticipated. Currently, it was merely harmful radiation, but soon the global temperature would surge. When it surpassed 50 degrees Celsius, that would mark the true onset of despair. Though the sun had only just risen, temperatures were already climbing. Wei Ming checked his phone. The external temperature was 35 degrees, while indoors, thanks to the air conditioning, it was a comfortable 26 degrees. The news featured experts incessantly urging everyone to remain indoors, warning against venturing outside, and advising those already out to seek shelter immediately. Remaining in vehicles was deemed perilous, as the temperatures would escalate rapidly, leading to dire consequences. Not only was the television broadcasting alerts, but radio stations and mobile notifications echoed the call to stay indoors. With updates appearing every 10 minutes, alarms blared throughout the city, plunging the entire nation into a state of heightened alert. Although Wei Ming had anticipated this, he still let out a long sigh. The arrival of the apocalypse was inevitable. "Wei Ming, what is happening?" Lu Qing asked tremulously. "Just days ago, the polar ice caps vanished, and now sunlight seems toxic, with temperatures set to rise. Is the end of the world upon us?" Wei Ming nodded. "It's a possibility." Lu Qing slumped down, overwhelmed by the staggering reality she struggled to accept. Wei Ming sought to console her, however. "Consider your husband. Despite having absconded with all the money, now, well, perhaps he won't be able to spend a dime." Lu Qing's eyes brightened. This was indeed a silver lining in their misfortune. She immediately attempted to call Su Jian, but Wei Ming stopped her. "The sun in Malaysia rises later than ours. If you alert him now, he might still have time to stock up on supplies," Wei Ming said mischievously. Lu Qing nodded, abandoning her intention to call. Wei Ming then escorted her to the first floor for breakfast. He deliberately let her see the storeroom brimming with rice, flour, and preserved goods, while the refrigerator was stocked with vegetables and frozen foods, which eased her worries. This stockpile could sustain the two of them for at least a month. After breakfast, Lu Qing went to practice yoga. She had no authority in this safe house, thus, as long as the door was locked, she couldn't open it from either side. Neither from within nor outside. At it was a double-lock mechanism requiring Wei Ming's fingerprint to unlock. Wei Ming took out his phone and sent a brief message to Song Qingyun. "Beautiful Song. Have you had breakfast?" After a while, Song Qingyun replied, "Where are you? Where are you?" She was nearly frantic in her search for Wei Ming. "At home, of course. Just having breakfast," Wei Ming replied. Song Qingyun could hardly believe her eyes. She promptly initiated a video call. Wei Ming chuckled and pressed the call button. On the screen, Song Qingyun's beautiful yet anxious face appeared, her expression frozen in shock, for the environment behind Wei Ming was unmistakably his home. She had been there just days prior and remembered it vividly. She could scarcely comprehend it. Wei Ming was at home? How could that be? "How did you get out?" she inquired. Wei Ming flashed a wicked smile. "Give me a striptease, and I'll tell you, bastard." Song Qingyun hung up the video call. "TSK, quite fierce," Wei Ming mused, curious to see if she would maintain her fierceness in 2 days. The restaurant should have been stocked with ample food and bottled water, right? Apologies, but he had stored it all in a different dimension. Leaving Song Qingyun with a paltry 2 bottles of Waha, he wondered if she would still find it amusing. He decided to let her experience some hardship to temper her spirit. Wei Ming set his phone down and continued watching the news. The situation was escalating alarmingly. The The temperature was rising at an astonishing rate. By 9 a.m., it had already reached 40 degrees, a temperature rarely encountered even during the hottest summer days. Yet this was merely the beginning. By 10 a.m., despite the air conditioning, one could still feel the oppressive heat, with external temperatures soaring to 50 degrees. In such sweltering conditions, ordinary air conditioners had ceased to function, while more robust units struggled to maintain efficiency, failing to provide effective cooling. Consequently, indoor temperatures surged dramatically. Wei Ming's secure house was no exception. Its excellent insulation caused a significant temperature disparity between the interior and exterior, resulting in air conditioning that expelled air even warmer than the indoor climate. Lu Qing, overwhelmed by the heat, fled downstairs. How could one possibly practice yoga in such conditions? Wei Ming chuckled and turned off the air conditioning. Why is it so hot? Lu Qing exclaimed, unable to bear it any longer as sweat streamed down her face. The external temperature was excessively high, causing the air conditioning to blow out hot air. Wei Ming suggested, let's take a stroll in the garage. What? Lu Qing hesitated, acutely aware that she was a wanted person. Wei Ming laughed softly. Is anyone even looking for you now? Lu Qing froze for a moment, then nodded. Indeed, I can't even step out of this door. Is there truly a security guard who would come here? Having been cooped up in the villa for days, she felt stifled and desperate to avoid spending the rest of her life in a cell. Now, the prospect of stepping outside seemed thrilling. Thus, both donned summer attire and entered the garage from the basement. Wow, so many people. With the house being unbearably hot and the air conditioning failing to provide relief, the underground garage was, surprisingly, a tad cooler. Everyone was cursing the dreadful weather, feeling as if they were being cooked alive, but little did they realize that this calamity would persist for an extended period. Wei Ming, of course, would not assume the role of a prophet. He brought Lu Qing down merely to let her experience how oppressively hot it was outside, allowing her to appreciate how fortunate it was to reside in a villa. It's too hot. Let's head back, Lu Qing said, drenched in sweat. Wei Ming nodded. While Lu Qing could still sweat, he knew that once the temperature reached over 50 degrees, even perspiration would cease, evaporating instantly. So, they returned, as the basement door opened. A refreshing coolness enveloped them. Lu Qing shivered and widened her eyes in disbelief. How can it be so cool in here? She exclaimed. Despite the basement usually being over 40 degrees, this space felt almost chilly. She gazed at Wei Ming in astonishment. Wei Ming smiled, casually closing the door behind him. Oh, I added a bit of ice. Of course, the temperature has dropped. Ice? Indeed, when air conditioning proves ineffective, ice is the most effective means of cooling. It is gentle, unlike dry ice, and far less terrifying than liquid nitrogen. Lu Qing remained puzzled. Where did you acquire so much ice? Is there an ice maker in the fridge? But you know, running the refrigerator consumes electricity, expending energy, so the heat generated must exceed the cooling absorbed. Moreover, a refrigerator cannot be placed outdoors, so no matter how much ice you produce, the indoor temperature will only rise. Although she had graduated years ago, she had not forgotten the most fundamental principles of physics. Wei Ming chuckled. All you need to know is that being able to stay here is sufficient. Lu Qing felt a chill run down her spine. Holding the position of financial manager indicated her remarkable skills. She was undoubtedly intelligent. Wei Ming's implication was clear. With the chaos outside, no one would pursue her for embezzling company funds. She was free to leave. Wei Ming spoke with a beaming smile. Had they not just taken a short outing, Lu Qing might have joyfully agreed to depart. Living under someone else's roof could never compare to the comfort of one's own home. However, now she had no such thoughts. Under such extreme heat, with air conditioning failing to function, every room felt akin to an oven. Whether or not it could lead to death aside, for someone accustomed to air conditioning, what did temperatures of 40 or 50 degrees signify? A desire to perish. Thus, at least until the ice in Wei Ming's possession was exhausted, she had no intention of leaving, not even if chased away. For that reason, she was willing to pay any price. I want to stay, she declared, looking at Wei Ming earnestly. But this is my home. Why should I take you in? Wei Ming replied coolly. Lu Qing promptly knelt. Gazing up at him, I can do anything for you. Anything? Wei Ming inquired with a smirk. Anything? Lu Qing bit her lip. Wei Ming leisurely opened his phone to check the community owners group messages. A staggering 999 unread notifications greeted him. He chuckled. Scanning through, he noted that everyone was complaining about the dreadful weather and wondering when it would end. Some even questioned why the government had not deployed rain-inducing missiles, asserting that rain would alleviate the temperature. However, someone quickly countered that given the current extreme heat, even artificial rain would evaporate almost instantly, creating a steamy sauna effect. Moreover, due to the mysterious disappearance of polar icebergs. This was global headline news. And for the already wary populace of Huaxia, it was only sensible to stock up on supplies in such dire circumstances. Thus, not every household, but at least 90 had some form of stored provisions. Wei Ming couldn't help but smile. He had not anticipated that his preparatory actions would trigger a butterfly effect, enabling the entire community to endure longer. Yet, for now, everyone merely lamented the excessive heat. With air conditioning rendered nearly useless, and they had not yet descended into a state of panic, believing this aberrant weather would be temporary. Just endure it, they thought. Wei Ming had no intention of playing the contrarian at this moment. He sent a video to Song Qingyun. Moments later, she answered. As the screen revealed the policewoman, Wei Ming asked, "Song Beauty, have you had breakfast? What is there to eat?" Although this is a restaurant, it's bizarrely devoid of any food supplies. "The freezer is completely empty," she replied, exasperated. She hadn't turned off the freezer. Instead, she opened its door to let the cold air escape, knowing that while the environment would grow warmer, at least the area near the freezer would remain somewhat cool, provided the power remained uninterrupted. And the freezer was still operational. One could only imagine how long a freezer could last under continuous operation in such high temperatures, even with the state ensuring power supply. Fortunately, temperatures would drop at night, allowing her to turn off the freezer and let it run only during the day, thereby extending its lifespan. Initially, Song Qingyun glared at him in anger, but her expression quickly shifted to surprise upon noticing Wei Ming clad in a bathrobe. "Aren't you hot?" Yet, Wei Ming appeared utterly unbothered, exuding calmness as if he were not on the verge of heat-stroke. "Oh, should I say? Are you preparing for lunch?" Wei Ming smiled, making his way to the dining room. The camera panned down slightly to reveal a table laden with exquisite dishes, including Song Qingyun's favorite, mapo tofu. Having played a question-and-answer game with her previously, Wei Ming was well aware of her secrets. After having only eaten dinner the previous night and working through the night, she was famished, and with breakfast skipped, noon arrived, intensifying her hunger. Upon seeing her beloved dish, she couldn't help but swallow hard. At that moment, Xiaohei came bounding over, and Wei Ming generously rewarded it with a piece of steak and poured a bowl of milk, naturally capturing it all on camera for Song Qingyun to see. This sight drove her to the brink of madness. Humans can't compete with dogs. Wei Ming intentionally displayed the temperature reading to Song Qingyun. 24 degrees. Understanding dawned upon her. It was no wonder Wei Ming was comfortable in a bathrobe. "Why not come stay at my place?" Wei Ming suggested with a grin. "No, I absolutely refuse." Song Qingyun gritted her teeth, enunciating each word. Wei Ming applauded. "Song Beauty, your resolve is truly admirable. I'm quite curious how long you can endure. Do you remember what I said before? I'm willing to trade 3 bottles of water and 3 pieces of bread for your first time. This offer is valid indefinitely. Contact me when you come to your senses." With that, Wei Ming did not terminate the video call but instead set his phone aside, turning it into a live eating broadcast. She watched him sip soda and savor Australian lobster, particularly the steaming mapo tofu. Song Qingyun finally couldn't take it anymore and abruptly ended the video call. Wei Ming chuckled to himself, intrigued by how long she could hold out. And then there was the proud Yu Chudong next door, who had always looked down on him with disdain. He wondered how long her arrogance could last. Not to mention, Zhou Qingqing. The moment for revenge had finally arrived. However, Wei Ming was reluctant to swiftly dispatch this family. Instead, he aimed to subject them to prolonged torment first. He planned to let them simmer in the heat for a few days before revealing his lifestyle photos to achieve the most impactful blow. Chapter 32. Su Jin's Regretto. And what about Mi Xiaolu? Should he bring this toy back? He hadn't yet tried using both together. Wei Ming pondered for a moment, deciding to hold off for now. After all, Mi Xiaolu was different from Lu Qing. Lu Qing was already at her wit's end. If he cast her out, she would have no food or water and nowhere to stay. But Mi Xiaolu still had a home. Why rush? The apocalypse had only just begun. As long as anyone remained in this new world for a few more days, they would inevitably come to terms with reality. A mere bottle of water or a loaf of bread would suffice to make anyone grovel. Just then, Lu Qing emerged from the stairs, clad in a fitted lingerie set, at a room temperature of 24 degrees. This attire was perfect, not too hot, not too cold. However, the outfit was so form-fitting that it accentuated her alluring figure entirely. Speaking strictly of physique, this woman was undeniably impressive. At present, the only one who could rival her was Song Qingyun. Wei Ming felt his heart race as he beckoned Lu Qing closer with a finger. Lu Qing had been by his side for several days, well aware of his desires, yet she hesitated, knowing that contraceptives were now unobtainable. What if she were to get pregnant? Wei Ming chuckled, placing a bottle of medicine on the table. Emergency contraceptive. Lu Qing had consumed this dish numerous times already, and thus recognized it at a glance, unable to suppress a bitter smile as she inwardly cursed that wretched man. Just how many provisions had he prepared? She was acutely aware that Wei Ming held no regard for her, and the root of it all? Naturally, it stemmed from the targeted humiliation she had inflicted upon him during their 3 years of working together. Yet, she found herself unable to stand her ground. Until today, her only fate upon venturing outside had been to be apprehended by the police. But now, the scorching heat outside was something she had personally experienced. With the sun casting lethal rays, and even the news advised against stepping outside, urging people to remain indoors, if Wei Ming were to drag her out, where would she stay? Would she not be scorched to death? Thus, living under someone else's roof, she had no choice but to adhere to Wei Ming's every word. An hour later, the food had undoubtedly grown cold. Wei Ming could easily reheat it, yet he chose not to waste it. Could one not consume cold food? In the future, one might fight tooth and nail for a mere morsel of bread. What did cold dishes matter? He did not pick, so how could Lu Qing dare to be choosy? She immediately began to devour her meal ravenously. Once finished, thoughts of her heartless husband flooded her mind, instantly revitalizing her spirit as she turned to Wei Ming and asked, "May I now initiate a video call with Su Jian?" "Go ahead," Wei Ming replied. Lu Qing excitedly initiated a video call with her husband, and within mere seconds, the connection was made as Su Jian's face appeared on the screen, and he looked genuinely astonished, exclaiming, "You actually haven't been imprisoned? This is impossible." After she reported to the company, he had attempted to reach her the very next day through video calls and phone calls. However, her video calls went unanswered, and her phone was off, leading him to believe she had been incarcerated, her phone devoid of power, making it impossible to receive any communication. Lu Qing's phone had initially been confiscated by Wei Ming and stored away to prevent police tracking. But it had now been returned to her. Lu Qing sneered, "Su Jian, after all we've been through as a couple, why did you choose to betray me?" "Betray you?" Su Jian retorted with a cold laugh. "You were the one who betrayed me first. Who is that bastard you're with?" Lu Qing, however, remained silent, instead showcasing the abundance of food in the storage room, as well as the current room temperature. Before responding, "So what if you took all the money? You can't eat money, nor can it cool you down. Oh, I just remembered, you're in Malaysia, a tropical region. It must be even hotter there, right? Ha! You really know how to run away?" Choosing the hottest place on the planet, Su Jian, infuriated, demanded, "Are you with that bastard?" Lu Qing shook her head. "That is my master. Indeed, I am currently with my master, who has assisted me in evading the police and avoiding imprisonment." "Su Jian, I must say, you would be disappointed otherwise. If I were locked up, life would be unbearable." "Who is that bastard? Tell me, who is he?" Su Jian roared, hysteria overtaking him. Wei Ming, overhearing, couldn't help but be intrigued, leaning closer to the camera. "You? I believe I have seen you before." Su Jian's face twisted with rage as he realized. "You're from Lu Qing's department, named Wei Ming?" "Yes, Wei Ming." He recalled Lu Qing had complained about a colleague resembling her ex-boyfriend, who she often claimed was sabotaging her, never suspecting that his wife had fallen into the arms of the man she despised. Wei Ming smiled faintly. "Indeed, I am Wei Ming. Damn it," Su Jian erupted. "You bastard, I will kill you. I swear I will kill you." Though he had turned against Lu Qing, she remained his legitimate wife. Which man could tolerate being cuckolded? Why had he previously cast her into the flames? Because of Lu Qing's infidelity? He sought vengeance, a means to punish her. Yet now, Lu Qing had not faced any punishment. Rather, she had become entwined with her lover, living a life far better than his own. What had he truly gained? Lu Qing, seething with anger, shouted, "Su Jian, you are utterly despicable." She revealed the truth about being caught by Wei Ming, forced to comply with his desires. Upon hearing this, Su Jian was left stunned, before bursting into inconsolable tears. "Wife, I was wrong. I was wrong." Regret consumed him. First, he had unjustly accused Lu Qing, sending his beautiful and charming wife into the arms of another. Second, he had foolishly fled to a tropical country, plunging himself into his own inferno. Lu Qing divulging the truth was not out of lingering affection, but rather to amplify his regret. With her objective achieved, she couldn't help but smirk. Wei Ming, adding insult to injury, addressed Su Jian, "Don't worry. Old Su, I shall take good care of your wife." Unsurprisingly, Su Jian, far away in Malaysia, spat blood and fury. "You shameless wretches. You will not escape unscathed. After a round of curses, he succumbed to tears once more. Chapter 33. High-priced procurement of supplies. Time quietly slipped into the evening. The temperature finally ceased its ascent, stabilizing at 59 degrees, however, with the onset of nightfall and the temporary disappearance of sunlight. The temperature would gradually decline, particularly following rainfall, eventually settling around 45 degrees. Although this remained quite hot, the air conditioning could once again function, provided there was electricity, allowing for at least a restful night's sleep. Some sought to venture outside while the sun was down to replenish supplies, but as the sunlight faded, a light rain began to fall. The moment it touched their skin, cries of agony erupted. This was acid rain, possessing a strong corrosive effect on living organisms, seemingly only affecting organic matter. Items such as umbrellas, raincoats, and buildings could effectively shield against this acid rain. Consequently, those who had contemplated venturing outside were quickly deterred. The news promptly reported that the rain following sunset was corrosive. Anyone needing to go out should take ample precautions. Additionally, officials urged residents to stockpile water, as this acid rain would likely contaminate water sources. Future supplies might very well become acidic, rendering even basic hygiene impossible. Wei Ming shook his head, believing that there was no need for such concern, as lakes and rivers would rapidly dry up, leaving the water treatment plants with insufficient supplies to purify. Turning on the tap would yield no water in the future. Would drilling super deep wells to extract groundwater be feasible? Wei Ming was uncertain, as he had never lived to see that time. Nevertheless, despite the acid rain, some brave souls were willing to risk it. How to venture out? By car. Yet upon reaching the garage, they were met with dismay. The scorching daytime temperatures had caused all the vehicles to suffer blown tires. What could they do? Wear raincoats. Who would dare? At least for now, no one was willing to take that risk. Until they reached a point of desperation. Who would gamble their lives? Suddenly, Wei Ming noticed someone in the homeowners group offering to purchase food and clean water at exorbitant prices. It was Yu Chutong, a wealthy heiress and business owner, offering to pay 100 yuan for a bottle of water and starting prices of 100 yuan for food, with varying prices for vegetables and rice. Remarkably, there were individuals willing to capitalize on such prices, betting that this disaster would soon pass and that the government would not stand idly by, surely providing timely supplies to help everyone through the crisis. Thus, as long as they survived the calamity, they would undoubtedly reap substantial profits. Following Yu Chutong, another individual began procuring supplies. Zhang Shi from Villa No. 8. Another affluent individual. As a wealthy person, he was not one to shy away from spending during such a time. After all, even if government aid would arrive soon, what was the harm in spending tens of thousands or even millions for peace of mind? With two wealthy individuals competing for supplies, prices naturally began to rise, and soon the price of a bottle of water skyrocketed to 1,000 yuan, prompting other homeowners to withhold their goods. What if it reached 10,000 yuan? Wouldn't tea selling now result in a loss? Wei Ming observed this with a faint smile. Gathering supplies in the group was essentially inviting disaster, in a matter of days, as everyone's food and clean water dwindled and government assistance remained elusive. The harsh reality would dawn upon them. The apocalypse would not pass in the blink of an eye. The cruel truth would reveal that assistance would not come, and law enforcement would not appear to maintain order. Society would collapse. Thus, those with substantial supplies would become prime targets. They were not invincible. How could they withstand the frenzy of starving and thirsty residents? Yet, if the time came for him to intervene and rescue someone, wouldn't he that earn him favor? The opportunity to win over a beauty would not go amiss. Yu Chutong would surely comply. Indeed, she was no less enticing than Song Qingyuan. In fact, he could forcefully claim Yu Chutong right now. But a coerced fruit is never sweet. He could easily use the supplies in his possession to ensure her compliance, which would be far more enjoyable. Even in the apocalypse, even after darkening his soul, Wei Ming still maintained his principles. A person without principles is akin to a beast. No matter the circumstances, Wei Ming wished to remain human, albeit a selfish one, in a rush. This was merely the first day. Most people were still filled with illusions. Reality needed to strike them hard before they could awaken. Well, let us see how Officer Song is faring. Do be careful not to take any risks outside, as it would be quite unseemly to injure your skin. Wei Ming initiated a video call with Song Qingyuan. This time, an interminable duration passed before Song Qingyuan finally answered. What do you want? She replied, her tone less than cordial. I want. Wei Ming nodded. Song Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that Wei Ming was teasing her. With a huff, she retorted, don't get too complacent. Calamities are merely temporary. Once this is over, I shall lead a team to apprehend you and ensure you face the law. TSK, TSK, still so righteous, Wei Ming chuckled, relishing the spirited determination of Song Qingyun. But what if this disaster doesn't pass? He inquired. What then is your plan? Song Qingyun was initially speechless but soon declared, disasters will certainly pass. Even if they do not, we will find a way to endure. Wei Ming couldn't help but laugh. Even after a long day, her fighting spirit remained undiminished. Very well, I look forward to playing your game of cops and robbers, he said with a smile. Song Qingyun, brimming with resolve, chastised Wei Ming for a while before furiously ending the call. Mainly, I just lack energy. I'm so hungry I feel dizzy. Wei Ming stepped onto the balcony of the third floor, where the glass shielded him from the acid rain outside. The raindrops were small, making little sound as they struck the glass, merely trickling down in rivulets. The city remained as vibrant as ever, aglow with lights, but how much longer could such a scene endure? In just a few days, power, gas, and water supplies would be cut off, and then, Wei Ming shook his head. Oh? He glanced next door to see Yu Chutong on her balcony, clad in a floral dress, sipping red wine. Her balcony also enclosed in glass. For who would dare stand outside at such a time? Yu Chutong noticed Wei Ming and could not help but display a trace of disdain before quickly averting her gaze. Heh, you must have stockpiled quite a bit of supplies. I am sure you've attracted attention. Once social order collapses, a beautiful, single woman such as yourself will be the first target. Wei Ming paid no heed to her haughtiness. It mattered not. Soon enough, she would lower her proud head and do what needed to be done. As he scrolled through his phone, he noticed that many groups, dormant for days or even years, were suddenly abuzz with activity. Chapter 34. Yu Chutong's craving Wei Ming strolled through various group chats, including those from elementary school, middle school, high school, university, and work, as well as a community group. He also had a fishing group, as he enjoyed angling, which included notable figures willing to traverse treacherous paths for a good catch. The fishing group was the most animated of all. We were supposed to go fishing tonight. What now? Right? I've been preparing for days. It would be a waste. Unlike other groups lamenting the stifling heat, the fishermen's concerns were entirely different. Wei Ming felt a twinge of melancholy. With the acid rain falling, would there even be fish left to catch in the lakes and rivers? Yet, in the face of impending doom, he found himself fretting over fishing. Shaking his head, he glanced at Yu Chutong, thinking, aren't you so proud? Returning to his room under the pretense of fetching something, he actually retrieved trays of fruit from his alternate space. Setting them on the small coffee table, he settled into a recliner, plucking grapes, cherries, and scooping watermelon, savoring each morsel. If he were consuming something else, Yu Chutong might have dismissed him, but fruit was another matter entirely. Though she had provisions in her fridge, the relentless heat had rendered them all but consumed. Watching Wei Ming indulge, particularly in cherries, she found herself swallowing hard. Then, she picked up her phone and began typing. A few seconds later, Wei Ming received a friend request. The note read, Yu Chutong from Building 18. Heat. He accepted her request, and she promptly messaged, I want to buy your fruit. Not for sale. Wei Ming replied flatly. Why Yu Chutong's irritation was evident, yet she persisted. Name your price. Heh, you said it. Wei Ming responded, for one night. Yu Chutong was momentarily taken aback, then quickly stood up, glaring at Wei Ming through the window. Wei Ming merely waved his phone at her, reminding her that it was her proposition. Infuriated, Yu Chutong turned and retreated indoors. Wei Ming smiled faintly, continuing to enjoy his fruit. Once finished, he headed back inside. He had not shared a bed with Lu Qing. Better to remain cautious. No need to take unnecessary risks, right? That night, everyone tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Though no one wished for such calamities to persist, thoughts inevitably wandered to the possibility that tomorrow, or even days hence, the oppressive conditions might remain unchanged. What then? Yet, Wei Ming slept soundly. Residing in a secure shelter, with abundant supplies at hand, what had he to fear? The long night finally waned, heralding the second day of the apocalypse. Many awoke, startled by the heat. As the sun ascended, temperatures soared past 50 degrees Celsius, rendering air conditioning units futile, blasting forth only hot air. How could one possibly sleep under such circumstances? Climbing out of bed, drenched in sweat, many soon realized that yesterday's ordeal was no mere dream. The silver lining was that they wouldn't have to work today, but the downside was that the heat was so severe that going to work seemed preferable. Wei Ming rose and checked the surveillance. Lu Qing was still asleep. He unlocked the door via his phone, then pondered, what for breakfast? The choices were overwhelming, leading to frustration. Forget it. I'll just go with a simple donkey meat sandwich. Wei Ming retrieved a roasted meat sandwich and paired it with a bowl of salty soybean milk. The distinction between salty and sweet soybean milk is not merely the addition of sugar or salt. The salty version includes shrimp skins, pickled vegetables, and is significantly thicker than the ordinary variant. Wei Ming ate, sweating profusely. Checking the room temperature, he was astonished to find it had climbed to 31 degrees. The ice is nearly melted. He added fresh ice, allowing the meltwater to flow into the basement pool, which he then reclaimed into his alternate space. Clean water had become incredibly precious. What if the ice harbors ancient viruses? Regardless, entering the alternate space would effectively sterilize it. Within this realm, Wei Ming was akin to a deity, effortlessly vanquishing bacteria and viruses. Now, when he turned on the tap, no water flowed forth. If a drone were dispatched for reconnaissance, it would reveal that every river and lake had dried up. Even the largest bodies of water were reduced to mere beds, struggling to survive. After today, it would be impossible to find a single river or lake on land. In truth, upon witnessing this, any astute individual should realize that the apocalypse had irrevocably arrived. Wei Ming ate. He turned on the television to catch the news. Clearly, the authorities had recognized the vanishing water resources, which was impossible to conceal. The news repeatedly urged everyone to conserve water. Washing hands, faces, and bathing were all to cease. Water was now solely for drinking. The government was drilling deep wells, hoping to extract clean water from the depths of the earth. Additionally, they encouraged the populace to collect acid rain at night, utilizing filtering devices to purify the water or employing distillation methods. In short, all possible means of self-rescue were to be undertaken. As this information sank in, many felt a chill of dread at its over. The government's call for self-rescue signified what? No rescue would arrive, at least, not in the foreseeable future. It was only logical. The sun was not only unbearably scorching but also emitted lethal rays. How could anyone approach? Tanks? While they would be safe from lethal rays, what would the internal temperature of a tank be? Surely an oven. Who could withstand that? It's over. It's over. Despair etched across their faces. Many descended into madness. With no hope for rescue, they resolved to seek self-preservation. What was essential for survival? Water and food. Thus, they would first find ways to purchase, borrow, or if those failed, resort to theft. Who dared to intervene? Anyone who did would be killed. Wei Ming clicked his tongue, realizing that this news encouraging self-rescue would lead many down the path of robbery and murder, heralding the collapse of social order. In his previous life, he had been oblivious to the implications of such news. But having lived two lives, he now grasped the core of the issue. Just then, Lu Qing awoke and descended to eat. Wei Ming, of course, was not so kind as to prepare food for her. Instead, he instructed her to gather her own ingredients to cook. Nonetheless, he was quite generous, allowing her to choose any ingredients from the fridge. She wasn't yet worthy of knowing his secrets. Ding! Suddenly, Wei Ming received a message. He picked up his phone and was surprised to find it was from Scorching. Ha ha ha, you scoundrel, what good is 2 billion if you can't spend it? Chapter 35. Scorching's NVO. Coming to gloat, are we? Wei Ming couldn't help but chuckle. What a pity, what a pity. You shall be disappointed. He took a photo of the leftover food on the table, then walked to the storage room, capturing images of the mountain of ingredients, the frozen goods in the fridge, the fruits, and finally the indoor temperature display point 24 degrees. It's getting quite chilly. I'll need to remove some. He sent these photos to Scorching. Wei Ming certainly could not bring himself to block Scorching. With so much time ahead, wouldn't it be a waste not to thoroughly torment this woman? Just a few seconds later, Scorching initiated a video call. Wei Ming revealed a hint of a mocking smile before accepting the call. Brother, Scorching exclaimed sweetly, I was just joking with you earlier. You wouldn't take it seriously? Would you, brother? How can it be only 24 degrees over there? She could hardly believe it. However, the screen displayed Wei Ming in casual attire, his expression calm and composed, certainly not indicative of enduring extreme heat. To her astonishment, she watched as Wei Ming poured himself a glass of cola, tossing in a few ice cubes before gulping it down, causing her to involuntarily swallow. Yet her mouth felt parched, as if all saliva had vanished. When she saw Wei Ming pour a bowl of milk for a dog, she couldn't restrain herself any longer. You actually feed milk to a dog? Wei Ming chuckled lightly. It's my milk. I can give it to whomever I please. At that moment, Scorching not only believed that Wei Ming's villa maintained a comfortable 24-degree environment, but also confirmed that he possessed ample supplies. Otherwise, he would never waste milk on a dog. She quickly donned a sweet smile and said, Good brother, I was wrong. Is that not enough? I've reflected deeply these past few days. In truth, I still like you. Which is why I wanted to win you back, only to make you think I'm a gold digger. That's not the case. I simply like you for who you are, good brother. I am absolutely not a gold digger. You must believe me. Can I come over to your place? Her face flushed crimson as she added, you wanted it before, but I wanted to test you. Which is why I held back. But now, it feels as though the world is ending, and I don't want to die a virgin. Teske, she truly knows how to act. If you were still a virgin, I would reverse my name. Wei Ming certainly did not believe her, yet he had not deleted Zhuqingqing, as he genuinely wished to savor her clumsy performance. He feigned hesitation before replying, it's too late. I already have a woman, huh? Zhuqingqing exclaimed, nearly jumping up to berate Wei Ming for finding a new love so quickly. However, recalling all that Wei Ming possessed, she swiftly suppressed her anger, saying, but this dreadful weather came so suddenly. She must not be with you, right, brother? Now that we are both trapped in the community, unable to go anywhere, you must be feeling quite lonely. Let me keep you company, shall I? Wei Ming deliberately feigned surprise. Oh, she is indeed by my side. As he spoke, he switched to the rear camera, revealing Lu Qing, a housekeeper dressed in an attire fit for a film. In that moment, Zhuqingqing felt an explosion of rage. Though she harbored no genuine feelings for Wei Ming, he was the fish she had nurtured for nearly a year. And now this fish had leaped into another pond, and shockingly, it was thriving. The breakfast Lu Qing prepared was excessively lavish. In addition to the main course, there was a salad of vegetables and fruits, and even a box of chilled milk. She was dying of envy. Furthermore, Lu Qing appeared impeccably clean, unlike her. She hadn't bathed yesterday and hadn't brushed her teeth or washed her face today, looking utterly filthy. Yet this woman, immaculately clean, considering the abundance of supplies Wei Ming had just shown her. It seemed he must have an extensive stockpile of water. This thought drove her into a frenzy of jealousy in her mind, as long as she had not severed ties with Wei Ming. He was rightfully her boyfriend, and everything he possessed belonged to her. Now, what should have been her enjoyment had been usurped by another woman. How could she not be furious? Wei Ming, you have gone too far, she exclaimed, unable to restrain herself. How can you find a new love so soon after our breakup? She questioned, her tone accusatory. Tsk. Tisk. Evidently, she had no sense of reflection. Wei Ming adjusted the camera back, stating coolly, we have already broken up. What right do you have to question me? Zhuqingqing was momentarily speechless, quickly lowering her stance. I'm just worried you might be deceived. You have so much money. It is only natural for some vain women to set their sights on you. But they only love your wealth. I am different. I love only you, brother. Goodness, I can feel the goosebumps rising. Wei Ming nearly lost his composure. Suppressing his disgust with great effort, please do not seek me out again. It might cause misunderstandings and jealousy. Furthermore, I am busy. With that, he ended the call. By handling Zhuqingqing this way, she would undoubtedly continue to harbor illusions, racking her brain on how to win back Wei Ming's heart, and she would only end up being toyed with. Yet, in the face of the immense temptation of resources, even the slightest glimmer of hope would lead Zhuqingqing to be repeatedly deceived. Let her play the role of the devoted admirer, licking wounds until she is battered and bruised, only to have Wei Ming lose interest and ultimately reap the lives of the Zhou family of 4. He was currently too idle and needed to find something to occupy his time. Wei Ming found it somewhat strange. After his rebirth, his demands in certain aspects had surged to an astonishing level. In ancient times, he would undoubtedly be a debauched monarch, likely to perish before reaching 30. Yet Wei Ming had not noticed any issues with himself. In fact, he had even entered an alternate space, utilizing its omnipotent characteristics to examine himself. The only conclusion was that he was as strong as an ox, no, even stronger than an ox. Where were the signs of indulgence harming his health? How peculiar, after rebirth and gaining spatial abilities, even his body felt different. He suspected that the changes in his body were related to this alternate space. However, this could not be verified. Aside from serving as a warehouse and weapon, what new functions had this alternate space acquired? Instant transmission. He could remove himself from one location and emerge from the spatial door elsewhere, even walking through walls. What else could this be but instant transmission? The distance was merely too short, at most 5 meters. There was also healing. Prior to collecting the polar icebergs, he had tested it, finding that he could heal his injuries instantaneously through the alternate space. But could this be applied to others? If it were not for injuries, but other ailments, for instance, cancer or AIDS, That would be splendid. One would never need to carry an umbrella again. Wei Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. Chapter 36. Song Qingyun's pretended surrender. Yu Chutong and Zhang Shi were once again acquiring supplies in the homeowners group. However, this time, neither of them had any success. The extreme heat persisted, and the water flow from the faucet had ceased. The authorities continued to release announcements urging everyone to find ways to save themselves. If anyone was still unclear about the implications yesterday, today they certainly understood. Thus, even though Yu Chutong and Zhang Shi raised their purchase price to 10,000 yuan for a bottle of water, no one was willing to part with it. What were the water and food in hand? They were life. Whose life is worth merely 10,000? Most importantly, what could you do with money right now? Cash was nothing but a pile of worthless paper, too hard even for wiping. As for bank transfers, they were merely a collection of virtual numbers. In fact, the homeowners who had sold food and water to Yu Chutong and Zhang Shi yesterday regretted it, wanting to buy their supplies back. But how could Yu Chutong and Zhang Shi agree? Those individuals began to hurl insults in the group, and the words were far from pleasant. Wei Ming, of course, felt no sympathy for them. Who told you to be greedy? Today, could Song Qingyun endure? Wei Ming sent a video call to the beautiful policewoman. After a considerable wait, the video connected. Oh, it's only been a day. And how has the beautiful policewoman withered into this state? She clearly hadn't slept well, sporting dark circles under her eyes. Due to severe dehydration, her lips were cracked, and having gone more than a day without food, she appeared incredibly weak, looking feeble. Wei Ming, I surrender. Please come rescue me, the stunning policewoman declared. Wow, surrender so quickly? Wei Ming thought in surprise. You want to play, do you? All right, let us play. Wei Ming walked from the basement into the garage, making his way to the restaurant where Song Qingyun was located. He first opened the spatial door, of course, from behind the wall, then tossed out a camera to check through his phone. Safe. Thus, he pressed a button on his body, instantly vanishing from his location. He was concealed behind a stone pillar, and no one noticed his sudden disappearance. Currently, no one was watching him. If anyone was, it would be on Song Qingyun or Zhang Shi, both of whom were acquiring supplies in the homeowners group. Who could have missed that? It was unbearably hot. Wei Ming had changed into summer attire. He wore a tank top on top and beach shorts below. But no amount of minimal clothing could alleviate the heat. The temperature had reached 60 degrees, and he didn't even break a sweat. It evaporated instantly. He emerged from the kitchen and found a figure lying on the ground in a police uniform, Song Qingyun. The bodies of Long Gu's family were nowhere to be found. She had likely dealt with them. After all, being in the same room with 3 corpses was one thing. At this temperature, the speed of decomposition would be staggering, and the stench would be unbearable. Wei Ming approached her. As he reached Song Qingyun's side, she suddenly moved. She wrapped her arms around Wei Ming's legs and tugged forcefully, attempting to bring him down. The result? Wei Ming cooperatively fell, but not in the manner Song Qingyun had envisioned. Instead, he landed heavily on top of her, rather than her being on top of him. Locking his arms in place, "Oh, so eager to get cozy with me?" Wei Ming chuckled, fully aware that Song Qingyun would not easily submit. Thus, she was digging her own grave, but without a gun. How could she hope to restrain him with bare hands? I shall refrain from indulging in self-aggrandizement, but given my current physical prowess, it would be a mere trifle for me to subdue you single-handedly. Teske, your physique is truly commendable, voluptuous and resplendent, both soft and perky. With an exquisite texture, even embracing you through clothing is utterly intoxicating. One can only imagine the ecstasy of our encounter in the enchanting mountains. Wei Ming is eagerly anticipating such an occasion. Get away, Song Qingyun exclaimed, pushing him with all her might. However, her strength paled in comparison to a man's, and having gone without sustenance for over a day, what strength could she possibly muster? It was less a push and more akin to a feeble press. Is this your perverse excitement? How delightful! Suddenly, Song Qingyun's face turned ashen, for she sensed Wei Ming's overwhelming predatory intent. Wei Ming chuckled heartily, refraining from immediately claiming this alluring policewoman. Instead, he stood up. Song Qingyun struggled to rise, collapsing into a chair, gasping for breath. Her expression was one of utter resignation. Realizing that her lack of food and drink would only weaken her further, she contemplated luring Wei Ming into a trap, seizing the opportunity to apprehend him. Yet, she evidently underestimated his capabilities and overestimated her own. The disparity between them was not unlike that of a lion and a sheep. How did you get here? She inquired. Previously, Wei Ming had mysteriously vanished, only to reappear under equally enigmatic circumstances. She had scrutinized the establishment meticulously, and aside from the front entrance, there were no other exits. Wei Ming grinned, through a secret passage. Where? Song Qingyun pressed, tormented by the mystery of how he had entered and exited. Wei Ming flashed a grin. Kiss me, and I'll tell you. Song Qingyun glared at him, recognizing the thorns beneath this seemingly charming flower. Alas, I came to check on you out of goodwill, yet you remain ungrateful. Wei Ming shook his head, retrieving a plastic bag from the kitchen filled with an assortment of fruit cuts. He extracted a box, opening it to reveal watermelon, and took a bite, exclaiming, "It is truly sweltering today. It was icy straight from the fridge, yet now, it is warmed up. What a pity." He made a face of disdain, while Song Qingyun couldn't help but swallow hard. After all, she had not eaten in over a day, and although Wei Ming had left her 2 bottles of water, she had already consumed them under the scorching heat. The sight of the ripe watermelon was an overwhelming temptation. "Do you want to eat?" Wei Ming offered the remaining fruit cuts, pears, apples, and cantaloupe, gesturing invitingly. "As long as you follow me, you can indulge in these daily." Song Qingyun stared longingly at the fruits, her mouth moving in anticipation. For someone parched and famished, the allure of these fruits was irresistible. Ultimately, however, she resolutely turned away, embodying the spirit of someone who cannot be swayed by poverty. Wei Ming gave a thumbs up. "Impressive, impressive. In light of your steadfast principles, I shall gift you this box of watermelon." With that, he packed the remaining fruit cuts into the plastic bag. "Are you leaving?" Song Qingyun's heart sank. Truth be told, being trapped in this restaurant for over a day had left her feeling lonely and frightened. "What, do you plan to accompany me back?" Wei Ming chuckled. Song Qingyun merely huffed and turned her head away. Yet when she looked back, she found that Wei Ming had already entered the kitchen. She hurried after him, but hunger had rendered her weak, and she could not run fast. By the time she entered the kitchen, he had vanished. Undeterred, she searched frantically, but no matter how thoroughly she rummaged, the entrance to the secret passage eluded her. Ultimately, she had no choice but to retreat. Gazing at the box of watermelon, she licked her lips. Rationality warned her that this was left by Wei Ming and should not be consumed. Yet her body's instincts prevailed. She approached, seized the watermelon, and devoured it in a few bites. Yet, rather than satiating her hunger, it merely intensified it, providing only a slight relief from her thirst. "It's over, it's over. If I can't find anything else to eat, that would be one thing. But having eaten a few slices of watermelon, I sadly realize my resistance is waning, and I feel an impulsive urge to summon Wei Ming back. Can I truly endure any longer?" Chapter 37. Coercing a wife into prostitution, Wei Ming returned to the garage, hastening home. Although Song Qingyun maintained her facade of defiance, her resolve was evidently crumbling. In just 2 or 3 days, he would reap the fruits of his endeavors. But were those fruits truly virtuous? He hurried home, for the heat outside was oppressive. Even in the underground parking lot, the temperature was only slightly cooler, but not by much. Unless one could excavate a deep cavern to shield against the sun's heat, it was unlikely to find a suitable temperature within the city. Perhaps a cave might offer some relief. As he made his way, he overheard numerous conversations filled with anxiety. What if this ghastly weather persisted for an extended period? What would happen to food supplies? What about water? Moreover, the sweltering heat was truly terrifying. Fortunately, temperatures would drop at night, and with the air conditioning on, it could cool down to around 35 degrees, provided there was no power outage. If the electricity were cut, would they be able to endure the night's heat? Suddenly, a group of individuals rushed past, each clutching bags, quickly vanishing from sight. Robbery? They're robbing. Moments later, a man in his late 40s stumbled towards them, blood streaming from a large gash on his forehead, the initial bloodstains already congealed. Isn't that old he from the delivery station? Who assaulted him? Just moments ago, several individuals had dashed past. The crowd was initially puzzled. But then realization dawned. This man, around 50, was He Chengguang, who operated the community's delivery station. With many people collecting parcels daily, he began stocking snacks and beverages to supplement his income. Someone had robbed his delivery station? The crowd's expressions shifted, realizing that robbery had occurred. What has happened to society? The security personnel were unlikely to come, and with hunger and thirst gnawing at them, what were they to do to survive? They could only resort to robbing others. So you support robbery, then? If I can't survive, I would certainly rob. The crowd buzzed with discussion, none willing to stand up for He Chengguang. Instead, their inner wickedness was being stirred. Indeed, would one be punished for wrongdoing in these times? Even if a doomsday scenario were to pass, how many lives would be lost? Would the state hold anyone accountable afterward? If accountability were to be enforced, it was likely that very few would survive. The law's purpose is to bind the demons within every individual, yet now, these demons were being quietly unleashed. The robbery of the delivery station was merely the beginning. Such events would proliferate, with robbery and murder no longer confined to the pages of novels but encroaching upon reality. Wei Ming sighed. The news had just proclaimed self-rescue, yet some individuals had indeed resorted to seizing from others. Chaos was upon them. Wei Ming understood that the announcement of self-rescue would undoubtedly signal the collapse of societal order, but this was happening far too swiftly. Should he check on Mi Xiaolu? Wei Ming pondered, deciding to make a trip. This was a toy he had set his sights on, and he had not yet had the chance to play with it. He could not allow others to take it from him. Thus, he diverted towards the building where his former residence was located. Entering the elevator, he swiped his card, and the elevator ascended. In truth, taking the elevator was rather perilous, for one could never know when the power might suddenly fail. If trapped inside, the oppressive heat could quickly lead to heat stroke. Yet, Wei Ming was unperturbed. He had acquired the ability to teleport, and as long as the walls were not thicker than 5 meters, he was unlikely to find himself ensnared. Ding! The elevator came to a halt, and the doors opened. Wei Ming stepped forward, intending to knock, only to be met with the sound of a fierce argument from within. HM? There was a man present. Wei Ming was somewhat taken aback. Was Mi Xiaolu so promiscuous? No, that voice belonged to Guahai, her legitimate husband. When had he returned? He paused to listen, and soon his expression turned peculiar. Guahai was actually persuading his wife to sell herself, claiming that old Wang upstairs was willing to trade a bottle of purified water and a pack of instant noodles, while old Zhang downstairs was more than willing to offer 3 kilograms of rice. Along with others from the adjacent building, the fact that so many men were willing to part with food and drink for the chance to sleep with Mi Xiaolu was hardly surprising to Wei Ming. The woman was undeniably attractive, tall and slender, devoid of any excess flesh, with a wasp waist and curvaceous hips, truly enticing. Countless men in the community fantasized about her, much like all the men in the company would fantasize about Lu Qing. But for Guahai to assume the role of a pimp was indeed shocking to Wei Ming. Could a man sink so low? Mi Xiaolu, of course, was unwilling, shouting vehemently at Guahai, insisting she was not a prostitute, and berating him mercilessly. What kind of husband behaved in such a manner? Guahai, however, remained unfazed, retorting, "You have no idea how many men you've slept with. Now you pretend to be pure? Slut. I've already promised old Wang. He'll be coming over shortly. You better treat him well, or I won't hesitate to hold you down." Mi Xiaolu was utterly devastated. Guahai had returned the day before the disaster, and she had hoped he would have a change of heart and they could rebuild their life together. She had even felt a twinge of emotion and resolved to sever ties with Wei Ming. Yet Guahai turned out to be such a person. Bang! Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Mi Xiaolu couldn't help but scream in terror. She truly was not a chicken and had no desire to be paraded around by the men in her community. Guahai, however, sneered coldly, pondering whether there was a difference between his wife being played by one man or countless others. The green hat was already firmly placed upon him, so why not exploit this beautiful wife for some resources? He approached the door, but upon opening it, he was met not by the expected Lao Wang, but by Wei Ming. Why are you here? Guahai was taken aback, only to quickly assume he understood the situation. Turning to Mi Xiaolu with a grin, "Your market value is quite high. Another one wants to play with you." He then addressed Wei Ming. "At least 1 bottle of water and no less than half a gene of grain per session, and the overnight fee is triple. However, you're late. Go back and wait your turn, and I'll call for you when it's your time." Originally filled with hatred for Wei Ming, Guahai now saw no issue in selling his wife. As long as Wei Ming could pay the price, what did it matter that he had once donned a green hat himself? Wei Ming was astonished, thinking, "Is this how adept you are at being a pimp on your first try? Once a person crosses their moral threshold, do they become so shameless?" He shook his head and looked at Mi Xiaolu, saying, "Would you like to come with me and be my woman?" Chapter 38. Bringing home another one, damn it. Guahai raised his fist, ready to strike, but as he lifted his hand and caught sight of Wei Ming's icy gaze, he hesitated. This was a formidable adversary, one he could not afford to provoke. Mi Xiaolu gazed at her husband in despair. Coming from a privileged background, she had never faced hardship, and with her beauty, countless men had pursued her. Although Guahai was not the most outstanding among them, he had shown her the most care. Thus, she had ultimately chosen him, believing they would share a loving life together. Yet, merely a year into their marriage, how had Guahai transformed into someone she scarcely recognized? Gritting her teeth, she walked toward Wei Ming. Being toyed with by him was certainly preferable to becoming a prostitute. You dare! Guahai lacked the courage to confront Wei Ming, yet he still could not bear to be harsh with his wife. He raised his hand to slap Mi Xiaolu, but his hand froze mid-air, gripped firmly by Wei Ming. With a faint smile, Wei Ming remarked, even when beating a dog, one must consider its master. Who gave you the audacity? Guahai was furious. She is my wife. And so what? Wei Ming scoffed, delivering a swift kick that sent Guahai flying, rolling on the ground in agony. Witnessing her husband's humiliating state, Mi Xiaolu felt no pity, only a sense of vindication. She spat at Guahai, declaring, from this moment on, my husband is dead. Guahai felt as though Wei Ming's kick had shattered his insides, rendering him unable to rise. All he could do was let out pained cries, his eyes filled with resentment as they flicked between Wei Ming and Mi Xiaolu. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the stairwell, their hurried cadence betraying the urgency of the approaching figure. The fire door creaked open, revealing a man. Wang Xingjian, the Lao Wang Guahai had mentioned, was in his 40s, unattractive, and still unmarried. He had been rejected by countless women since turning 30, but now, he had the chance to be with one of the most beautiful women in the community. How could he not feel exhilarated? He even found himself grateful for the disaster that had befallen them. Otherwise, he would never have had this opportunity. However, upon exiting the stairwell, he was taken aback. Why is there another man here? Oh, has it already happened? He did not mind taking over, as Mi Xiaolu was not a virgin. Approaching her with a smile, he reached for her hand, only for Mi Xiaolu to quickly retreat behind Wei Ming, her face betraying her disgust. Wang Xingjian's expression darkened as he turned to Guahai, asking, Xiao Guo, what's going on? I've already paid you. Are you trying to renege? Now, one bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles represented life. At the very least, they could extend a person's existence for another day. Having taken such valuable items from him, did Guahai intend to refuse? Guahai felt his stomach churn, unable to respond. Yet Mi Xiaolu interjected, Guahai accepted your payment. You can seek him for your refund. If he refuses, you are welcome to take matters into your own hands. It has nothing to do with me. Wei Ming, let us go. She felt utterly hopeless regarding Guahai. Wang Xingjian, despite being single for many years, had no interest in fencing, and quickly tried to obstruct Mi Xiaolu. I don't care. I've already paid. And I must have my turn with you. Wei Ming intervened, delivering a kick that sent Wang Xingjian sprawling. Get lost? Wei Ming pressed the elevator button, stepping inside with Mi Xiaolu. Wretch, return my food and water. Wang Xingjian shouted, but the elevator doors had already closed, leaving him to impotently rage. Ding! The elevator arrived at the basement level. Chidong City was a community of tens of thousands, and the underground parking lot was correspondingly vast. It took several minutes to reach Villa No. 28. As they walked, Mi Xiaolu caught snippets of conversations, her face growing increasingly pale. How had the world descended into such chaos? Was there still hope? If Wei Ming ran out of food and water, would he also abandon her to sell herself? Anxiously, the pair finally arrived at Villa No. 28. Wei Ming unlocked the door with his fingerprint, and a rush of cool air enveloped them. How refreshing, Mi Xiaolu exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her reaction mirrored that of Lu Qing from yesterday. Normal, normal. Wei Ming chuckled, gently pushing Mi Xiaolu inside and closing the door to prevent the cool air from escaping. Though he had plenty of ice, why waste it? How can it be so cool? Mi Xiaolu finally asked, wearing a dress that left her feeling slightly chilly. Wei Ming smiled. I use ice to cool the air. Not air conditioning. Realization dawned on Mi Xiaolu, yet confusion quickly followed. Such a spacious villa must require an immense amount of ice to maintain a cool temperature in such heat. Ice? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Melted ice equated to water. The sheer quantity of ice necessary to cool an entire villa must be staggering. May I have some water? She asked, filled with hope as she looked at Wei Ming. She had followed him simply to avoid becoming a prostitute, unaware that such delightful surprises awaited her. Wei Ming laughed heartily. I thought you might have higher demands. There are drinks and fruits in the refrigerator. Help yourself, I can eat whatever I want. At that moment, Mi Xiaolu felt enveloped by an overwhelming sense of happiness. Wei Ming led her to the kitchen. He was indispensable, as every door required fingerprint access. As Mi Xiaolu opened the refrigerator, her heart surged with joy upon seeing it brimming with fruits and beverages. Tears welled in her eyes from sheer excitement. She immediately began to feast. Once she finished, Wei Ming instructed her to take a shower in this sweltering heat, It has been at least a day since you last cleaned yourself. Even the most beautiful woman will have her odor. However, halfway through her shower, Wei Ming entered the bathroom, bringing her back, providing food and drink, yet not taking advantage of her. Did he truly consider himself a good person? He chuckled to himself, eagerly anticipating the opportunity for a double delight. Wei Ming retrieved more food, and Mi Xiaolu was understandably thrilled. She had only eaten some fruit earlier and had been occupied with Wei Ming for over an hour, leaving her stomach growling. She began to devour the food voraciously. Just then, her phone rang. Picking it up, she glanced at the screen and asked Wei Ming, "Guahai sent a video. Should I answer?" "Yes," Wei Ming replied with a smile. Mi Xiaolu accepted the call, and when Guahai's face appeared on the screen, he exploded in fury. He saw Mi Xiaolu as well. Although she wore a bathrobe, it was evident from the multitude of red marks on her neck what she had just experienced. "You wretched woman!" he seethed, gritting his teeth. Now hiding at home, he felt unafraid of Wei Ming's potential wrath and was eager to vent his anger. "Wei Ming, I'm tired of this woman. You've merely picked up the scraps I discarded." He truly managed to console himself, as if he had gained an advantage. Mi Xiaolu felt no anger, only a cold smirk as she switched to the rear camera, allowing Guahai to admire the sumptuous feast laid out before her. Then showing him the indoor temperature. Without uttering a word, she abruptly ended the video call. Let him be envious. Chapter 39. Two women meet. Joy multiplies. Once Mi Xiaolu finished her meal, Wei Ming led her upstairs. Wei Ming, Lu Qing was watching television. When she turned and caught sight of Mi Xiaolu, the two women's eyes locked, and they instantly recognized a shared understanding. She is so beautiful, they both thought simultaneously. A surge of intense rivalry and tension igniting within them. Though the villa was spacious, the resources it could store were limited. The presence of an additional mouth meant increased consumption of food and water. In the short term, it mattered little, but looking long term, what could have lasted 3 months could dwindle to 2 with another person. Wei Ming easily perceived the unease between the two women and reassured them. Rest assured regarding the resource issue. As long as I am here, I will ensure you are neither hungry nor thirsty. However, to stay here, you must adhere to one rule: obedience. Both Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu nodded in unison, each feigning utmost compliance. What did they fear most? Being cast out by Wei Ming. They now fully understood the dire situation outside. Thus, the mere thought of a cool environment, coupled with the availability of food and drink, was enough to compel them to forsake all pride and shamelessly beg to remain. Wei Ming adjusted the indoor temperature slightly higher. It was simple enough, requiring only the removal of some ice. He set the temperature to 29 degrees, ensuring it was comfortably warm even without clothing. If I were placed in ancient times, I would undoubtedly be a tyrant. If Wei Ming were willing, he could easily buy off all the residents of the community and become their king. However, Wei Ming had no interest in forming a faction. Managing so many people would be far too troublesome. It would be better to simply close the door and enjoy his own happiness. While having dinner, Wei Ming sent a video to Song Qingyun, inviting her to admire the lavish spread before him, with 3 bottles of drinks alone. Get lost, just get lost, Song Qingyun retorted, unwilling to acknowledge him. She shut her eyes, refusing to look, as she realized her will to resist was waning. If she gazed a moment longer, she would surely capitulate to Wei Ming. No, she would rather die than surrender to a criminal. Meanwhile, Wei Ming chuckled, convinced that this woman had already surrendered subconsciously. Otherwise, why would she bother to answer the video call? Wasn't it evidence of her defeat? It was only a matter of time before she would raise the white flag. Starving and parched, enduring the sweltering heat, who could withstand such torment? Wei Ming remarked with a smile, "If you can't hold out any longer, feel free to contact me anytime." Song Qingyun abruptly ended the video call. Bursting into tears, yet no tears fell. She was severely dehydrated, leaving her with no moisture to shed. Her sobs were a mix of grievance, despair, and fear. Fear that her resolve was crumbling, that she might soon yield to Wei Ming. She curled up, the sun having set, and though the temperature outside began to cool, the air conditioning could do little to alleviate her hunger and thirst. She licked her cracked lips, but there was almost no saliva left. Would she perish here? Or should she seek Wei Ming? To survive? To survive? To survive? She incessantly questioned herself, drifting between sleep and nightmares, her consciousness muddled. Guahai gradually calmed down from his rage, recalling the scenes he had witnessed earlier. An abundance of food, a comfortable temperature. Wei Ming possessed a vast supply of resources, and somehow, he had means to cool down the environment. Guahai's heart raced. If I could get my hands on that. Controlling food and water equated to holding everyone's lifeline. Just as he would sell his wife, would others not also offer up their wives and daughters? However, I alone am no match for Wei Ming. Having been easily defeated by Wei Ming twice, he recognized this harsh reality. Yet, would he concede? He could no longer endure his misery and was willing to take risks. Lao Wang could be swayed. He had been wronged by Wei Ming and had failed to win my wife, undoubtedly harboring deep resentment towards him. Two people were not enough. He needed at least one more ally. Guahai racked his brain. Lao Zhang? No, he was too old, nearly 70, and could easily be knocked down. He used to be able to extort people, but not anymore. Aha! His eyes lit up. Lu Kundong. He was a fierce character, feared by many in the community, and he had a grudge against Wei Ming that made 3 of them. However, Lu Kundong was a rogue. I must first form an alliance with Lao Wang to prevent Lu Kundong from monopolizing everything after killing Wei Ming. That settled it. He immediately sought out Wang Xingjian. Although he was initially met with harsh scolding from Lao Wang, upon hearing his plan, Wang Xingjian gasped in astonishment. You are truly ruthless. Hemph, he stole my wife. Isn't it only fair that I eliminate him? Guahai replied coldly. Wang Xingjian thought to himself, you let your wife become a prostitute. How different are you? Nevertheless, he too wished to eliminate Wei Ming and coveted the resources in his possession. Naturally finding common ground with Guahai, the two then proceeded to lose residence. Lu Kundong was quite security conscious. After knocking, it took a long while for him to finally open the door. Does Wei Ming truly possess a vast amount of resources? Lu Kundong inquired. Guahai patted his chest confidently. I am absolutely certain. I saw Australian lobsters and steaks in the video my wife sent. Just think, if Wei Ming can generously share such food with a woman of ill repute, he must certainly have a substantial stockpile. Lu Kundong nodded slowly. Everyone in the community knew that Wei Ming had won over 200 million in gambling. Thus, it was not surprising that he, with a nouveau riche mentality, had stockpiled a large quantity of steaks to freeze. Although Lu Kundong still had some provisions at home, who would complain about having too much food? Deal. Lu Kundong glanced at Guahai. Smiling, once this is accomplished, your wife will be mine. No objections, right? Mi Xiaolu was the community's beauty, and many desired her. Lu Kundong, not being a good man, openly expressed his desires. Guahai's forehead twitched, yet he managed to force a smile. No problem. Chapter 40. The Green Hat husband seeks revenge. The trio of Lu Kundong, Guahai, and Wang Xingjian armed themselves with kitchen knives and set out under the cover of night. Individually, they had all been bested by Wei Ming. But could 3 of them together have a chance? Besides, they had knives in hand, and one distinguishing feature of humanity is man's ability to wield weapons. Without weapons, a human before a tiger is merely prey. But with weapons, even in the era of cold steel, a tiger would only meet its fate as a trophy. Now, with 3 of them wielding kitchen knives, how could they not subdue Wei Ming? The only issue was how to get Wei Ming to open the door. They couldn't just break it down, for that would alert him, and given the high quality of the doors today, it would not be easy to smash through. It was simple. Just knock on the door and claim they had business to discuss. As soon as he opened the door, they would strike him with their knives. Lu Kundong said viciously. Guahai and Wang Xingjian nodded in agreement. There was no need to overcomplicate matters. They intended to kill Wei Ming, but he was unaware. Now that order was just beginning to unravel. Who would suspect they dared to commit murder? The underground garage was still about 35 degrees Celsius, hot yet bearable, but the 3 were soon drenched in sweat. Finally, they arrived. You go knock on the door and use your wife as an excuse? Say you want to talk to Wei Ming. Lu Kundong devised a plan. Despite his burly appearance, he had a sharp mind for scheming. Guahai nodded and stepped forward to knock on the door. Wei Ming, resting on the 2nd floor, felt it was the safest place. Typically, the villa's soundproofing should prevent him from hearing Guahai's knocks. However, since the surveillance was connected to his phone, he noticed the notification on his device. He opened the app and saw 3 figures standing at the basement door, with only one person in front, while the other 2 hid beside the door, each gripping a kitchen knife. The 2 thought they could evade the surveillance, unaware that Wei Ming had installed not 1 but 3 cameras at different angles. Are they here to kill me? Wei Ming felt not a shred of fear. Instead, he smiled. Guahai, Wang Xingjian, and Lu Kundong. How curious that Lu Kundong was allied with them. Wei Ming mused, but it didn't matter. It was only the 2nd day of the apocalypse, and already someone was coming to his door with weapons? How swift, Wei Ming chuckled, and since they sought death, he would oblige them. He descended to the basement, made a few arrangements, and then called out, Who is it? It's me, Guahai. Guahai's voice rang through the speaker. The door's soundproofing was impeccable. Even a shout could not penetrate it. Wei Ming continued to tease them. What brings you here? You stole my wife. How could I not come looking for you? Guahai fumed. But since you've already slept with that wretched woman, I don't want her anymore. Just give me 10 boxes of instant noodles and water, and I'll consider her yours. Otherwise, tomorrow I'll expose you 2 dogs to the whole community. How will you have the face to show yourselves? Wei Ming secretly chuckled. 10 boxes is too much. I can give you 5 boxes at most. 5 boxes of water and instant noodles. Guahai and the others were elated. Wei Ming's willingness to part with 5 boxes indicated that his resources far exceeded that amount. Greed surged within Guahai, and he pretended to ponder before agreeing. Fine, 5 boxes it is. Once we trick Wei Ming into opening the door, we can kill him, and all his possessions will be ours. Just then, they heard a click. The door unlocked. Guahai quickly pulled it open, and as the door swung wide, he, Lu Kundong, and Wang Xingjian simultaneously raised their knives and rushed inside, slashing wildly. But where was Wei Ming? Huh? What are you doing? Wei Ming's voice echoed, and they saw him seated at least 4 meters away. A mocking grin on his face, he had opened the door remotely. What a cunning fellow! Lu Kundong was about to speak when he paused, noticing how cool it was inside. Indeed. Although Guahai had seen the temperature displayed in Mi Xiaolu's video, experiencing it firsthand was entirely different. How did you manage this? Wang Xingjian inquired. Wei Ming kindly indulged their curiosity. I used ice. Though you see the metal encircling the walls. Behind it are brass pipes filled with ice. As the ice melts, it naturally cools the room. You actually have ice? No. You're using precious water for cooling? Oh my. Lu Kundong was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Excellent. Wei Ming, thank you for this gift. I will gladly take this villa, and also your woman. Wei Ming had already used the remote to close the basement door, feeling no fear at all, and instead smiled brightly. Oh, just the 3 of you with those flimsy knives? You think that's enough to kill me? We'll see about that. Lu Kundong snarled. Let us attack together. Guahai and Wang Xingjian immediately followed him forward, their faces contorted with ferocity and insatiable greed. Eliminate Wei Ming and seize everything that belongs to him. However, as they walked, Wang Xingjian suddenly gasped, and in an instant, he vanished into thin air. What on earth is happening? Although the basement was brightly lit, Lu Kundong and Guahai felt an eerie chill run down their spines, as if they had encountered a ghost. A living person has just disappeared. Is this a supernatural event? What could it possibly mean? Guahai, whose composure was weaker, shouted at Wei Ming. It's you? Isn't it? You're the one behind this. Wei Ming chuckled. In my own home. Of course it's me. Guahai, I truly have no desire to end your life. Your continued existence provides me with a more thrilling experience when I play with Mi Xiaolu, knowing she is someone else's wife. Yet, since you insist on courting death, I must oblige. A mobile phone materialized in his hand. What the hell? Guahai exclaimed in terror, hastily retreating. But with each step back, he too vanished completely, just like Wang Xingjian at that moment. Lu Kundong was trembling in fear. 2 living individuals had disappeared right before his eyes. Could he possibly die of fright? He dared not move, for Wang Xingjian had vanished while moving forward, and Guahai while retreating. If he remained still, could that unravel Wei Ming's magic? After 5 seconds, Lu Kundong was still in place. He let out a slight sigh of relief, but the more tense the situation became, the more restless he felt, as if ants were crawling all over his body, making it unbearable not to move. What could he do? He could only shout at Wei Ming to distract himself from his fear. What happened to those 2? Did you make them disappear? Wei Ming smiled faintly. You guessed correctly. Chapter 41. The experiment subject. Wei Ming's response did not alleviate Lu Kundong's anxiety. On the contrary, it intensified his fear. Although Wei Ming was far from the 2, how could he possibly make 2 living beings vanish? Wei Ming remained unfazed, extending his hand to reveal a bottle of cola, which he opened and took a sip, then grimaced. Eating sweets at night leads to weight gain. Never mind. A simple trip to another dimension would allow him to metabolize any excess fat within. Lu Kundong was left in a state of shock. Where did this cola come from? You're performing sleight of hand. Suddenly he understood. Guahai and Wang Xingjian were still nearby, merely obscured by some trickery, rendering them invisible to him. They too were ensnared in this trap, aiming to sow chaos among them and conquer without a fight. You speak so convincingly that I almost believe you, he muttered. Wei Ming chuckled. Then, how about you take a few steps? Would Lu Kundong dare to move? He hesitated. Speculation was one thing, but what if he guessed wrong? This was no trivial matter. Wei Ming shook his head, thinking that would suffice. Allow me to assist you. With a mere thought, a large stone materialized and hurtled toward Lu Kundong. What? Before Lu Kundong could comprehend the situation, the stone struck him, causing him to stagger back, but with just one step, he too vanished. It was simple. Wei Ming had first opened a spatial portal in front of him, launching a kinetic stone, and then opened another behind Lu Kundong. Thus, Lu Kundong was propelled into the alternate dimension. He focused his consciousness and saw that Guohai and Wang Xingzhan were already dead. Lu Kundong, however, had not yet perished, but his heart had stopped beating and blood ceased to flow, as if his life had been suspended. In a minute, he would surely die. Wei Ming's mind shifted, and he entered the alternate dimension. He wished to conduct some experiments. He pinpointed Lu Kundong and with a thought, saw something new beside him. A heart. Strangely, although it was filled with blood, no blood gushed forth from the vessels. In the alternate dimension, time ceased to exist. All physical concepts failed here. Thus, although the blood vessels were severed, no blood spurted forth, for pressure was required for that, and in this realm, even time was absent. Where then could pressure arise? Wei Ming proceeded to extract Lu Kundong's organs according to his will. But just before the minute elapsed, he reinserted everything, and then he and Lu Kundong emerged back into reality. Lu Kundong, still carrying the kinetic energy from the stone's impact, tumbled across the ground. He scrambled to his feet, his face etched with fear and confusion. What had just happened with that stone? Where did it go? An illusion. He stood frozen, trembling with fear of the unknown. Meanwhile, Wei Ming smiled. Indeed, in the alternate dimension, he was akin to a god. Previously, he had removed all of Lu Kundong's organs, even extracting his brain. Yet now Lu Kundong was perfectly fine. Well, the experiment was complete, and Lu Kundong was no longer of use. Wei Ming unleashed another kinetic stone, and in the next moment, Lu Kundong was once again thrust into the portal, vanishing without a trace. However, this time, he would not return. Wei Ming smiled faintly. He had yet to utilize the arsenal of thermal weapons within the alternate dimension. To deal with ordinary people, he could easily execute a massacre using merely the spatial portal. He stretched lazily and retired to bed as dawn broke. Temperatures began to soar. 58 degrees. Such heat could prove fatal. Without industrial air conditioning, household units could not possibly function in such sweltering conditions, leaving everyone in a state of agitation. And in this oppressive heat, even beads of sweat were nowhere to be seen. As for Wei Ming's residence, a comfortable 29 degrees. Shortly thereafter, Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu awakened, prompting Wei Ming to unlock every door, allowing the two women to roam freely. Naturally, Wei Ming sought breakfast in the alternate dimension, while Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu were left to forage for themselves in the refrigerator or storage room. Observing the two women's fair bodies, adorned with luscious curves or long, dazzling legs, brought Wei Ming immense pleasure. Igniting a sense of desire within him, a while later, he heard Lu Qing exclaim in surprise. Yet Wei Ming merely smiled. He had filled the storage room to the brim. To him, the resources he had procured were hardly significant. But for Lu Qing, the impact was staggering. Just yesterday, the space had been only a third full, and now it overflowed? Good heavens! Mi Xiaolu, new to this environment, was taken aback as Lu Qing explained, realizing the implications. This meant Wei Ming possessed another stockpile. Astonishing. Were it not for the sheer impossibility of it all, they might have suspected Wei Ming had traveled back from the future, so meticulously prepared was he. Wei Ming, of course, paid no heed to their thoughts. As he slurped his noodles, he casually opened his phone to browse. Someone in the owner's group had him. Upon checking, he discovered it was Ma Yuelon, demanding to know where her son had gone, as she had been unable to reach Wei Ming since last night. But why was she seeking Wei Ming for her missing son? The group buzzed with curiosity. Everyone pressing for answers. Ma Yuelon could not possibly divulge the truth, instead claiming Lu Kundong had gone to conduct business with Wei Ming, trading food for water, but had since gone silent. What a classic case of the guilty party accusing another. The owners were incensed. What was everyone most resentful of? Food theft. Ma Yuelon had been clamoring in the group for half an hour, and a few zealous individuals took it upon themselves to act as her champions. Denouncing Wei Ming. As Wei Ming remained silent, it appeared as though he was guilty, leading most to believe Ma Yuelon's tale. Wei Ming snorted derisively, typing in the group, "Oh? Let me ask you, how much food did your son bring?" Ma Yuelon pondered for a moment and replied, 2 boxes of biscuits. In her mind, those 2 boxes represented a fortune. Wei Ming walked to the storage room, recorded a video, and then shared it in the group without uttering a word. Yet, No words were necessary. The group erupted in chaos. Why heavens, so many supplies. The room was packed. Haha, Wei Ming has amassed such a bounty. Would he really need to swindle you out of 2 boxes of biscuits? My Yuelon, I'm dying of laughter. It's as if I had 10 million yet still tried to swindle a mere 100. The crowd chimed in, mercilessly reducing my Yuelon to silence. But more importantly, it sparked a sense of greed among them. Wealth is a powerful motivator. Who still cares about the law? Just yesterday, there had been incidents of home invasion, but did any security personnel come to take statements? Of course not. Thus, everyone was acutely aware that societal order had crumbled. And what does food signify? Life. Who does not wish to survive? Therefore, Wei Ming's revelation of such an abundance of food naturally ignited envy and ignited sinister thoughts. Did Wei Ming remain oblivious? Of course not. Yet he was confident in his actions. To him, even if the entire community united against him, it mattered not, aside from the wonders of the spatial portal. His astonishing physical prowess and the vast array of weaponry prepared in the alternate dimension, he could annihilate every single person in the neighborhood repeatedly. Bring it on, he thought, for he was simply bored. Chapter 42. Wei Ming's abundance of supplies. After delivering a resounding slap to Ma Yuelon, the foolish clown, Wei Ming ceased to check the Owner-S group messages. Instead, a flurry of friend requests began to flood in. Each one originated from the Owner-S group, and the purpose was clear, requesting to purchase or borrow food and water. You have so many supplies. Surely sharing a little one tea affect you. Naturally, he ignored the mail requests. With his current abundance, what could he possibly desire? Only beautiful women could entice him. Certainly, he would not be so impulsive as to indulge in every temptation that crosses his path. His own safety must be prioritized before he contemplates matters of pleasure. After all, during intimate encounters, his defenses and alertness are at their lowest. Upon discovering Wei Ming flaunting his wealth in the homeowners group, the Zhou family was filled with immense fury. To them, it was evident that all of Wei Ming's possessions rightfully belonged to them. But now, he dares to showcase them publicly. One must remember that wealth should not be ostentatious. By doing so, he has inevitably attracted attention. As the saying goes, there are 1,000 days for a thief, but no day for the victim to be vigilant. Undoubtedly, everyone is now watching him closely. And how ruthless people can be. Do not assume that merely closing the door will suffice. A few determined adults wielding heavy hammers could easily demolish the entire door. What a fool, having gained a little wealth. He cannot contain himself, and mere days after the temperature has risen, he begins to show off. However, rather than allowing others to take it from him, it would be better if it were to fall into our hands. The 4 family members exchanged glances, each recognizing the glint of malice and greed in the other's eyes. There was no time to lose. Tonight, they would act. Why at night? The daytime heat is unbearable, leaving everyone languid and lethargic. Barely able to move a finger in such sweltering conditions, all one wishes for is sleep. Conversely, the temperature at night would drop to around 40 degrees, with most people likely to remain indoors, enjoying the coolness of air conditioning. How could anyone possibly venture out? Hence, nighttime operations would be both cool and secure, minimizing the risk of detection. Otherwise, wouldn't that simply benefit others? Ching, you will be responsible for coaxing Wei Ming to open the door. Luo Guifan began assigning tasks. Ching nodded confidently, convinced that Wei Ming would not forget her. If she expressed a willingness to offer him something, he would surely be eager to open the door. Luo Guifan nodded again, turning to her husband and son. You two will handle the physical confrontation. Eliminate that beast at the first opportunity. After all, I have humiliated myself before him far too many times. And I must see him dead. Of course, Zhuoyang readily agreed. Zhuofugue, however, hesitated. His reluctance was not born of morality, but rather a concern that if they failed to kill Wei Ming, they might instead become victims of his retaliation. Zhuoqingqing pondered for a moment before asking, should we also eliminate the woman in Wei Ming's house? Is she beautiful? Luo Guifan inquired. She is passable. Zhuoqingqing would certainly not admit that the woman was more attractive than herself. After all, her figure was quite alluring. Luo Guifan's eyes sparkled. Then let her be Yang woman. His girlfriend is not here, and a man cannot go too long without a woman, lest he become restless. Zhuoyang nodded vigorously, anticipation evident on his face. Zhuofugue also felt tempted, a flicker of desire crossing his mind. Such a woman. He could perhaps indulge himself just once. Tonight, they must secure Wei Ming. With their plans finalized, the 4 of them awaited the passage of the day in silence. Haha, that guy accepted my friend request. Li Jing laughed heartily, brimming with satisfaction. AT37, she is a single mother. Yet her daughter, Li Xiaoxiao, is already 18. This mother-daughter duo are professional con artists. Li Jing does not hold a job. She specializes in luring men online. However, if one assumes they are selling their bodies, that would be a grave misunderstanding. Once she lures a man to a hotel room, she has him pay up front, then administers a drug, allowing her to escape while he is unconscious. Yet, she is not greedy. She only takes the agreed-upon fee for her services, and would any of the duped men dare report her? Such a report would only implicate themselves. Moreover, Li Jing is not greedy. She merely takes her due, leaving the unfortunate men to wallow in their misfortune. Thus, she has continued to thrive. Li Xiaoxiao also smiled with glee. She is fully aware of her mother's profession and, having no interest in studying, has long decided to follow in her footsteps. With Wei Ming possessing so much food, once they infiltrate his home and take it for themselves, they can feast to their heart's content. After her laughter, Li Jing signaled her daughter to prepare for the performance, and Li Xiaoxiao obediently took her place. Had it not been for the oppressive heat, she would have certainly donned her school uniform. Li Jing then adjusted her neckline, satisfied, and initiated a video call with Wei Ming. 2 seconds later, the video connected to Li Jing immediately adopted a coy tone, saying, "Wei Ming, could you take in my daughter and me? As long as you agree, I am willing to do anything for you." Besides, Xiaoxiao is at the age to find a boyfriend. She left her sentence hanging, and Li Xiaoxiao appropriately displayed a bashful expression. Perfectly fitting for her aged eye. In reality, she had been playing this game since she was 14. Over 4 years, countless men had fallen victim to her charms, without exception. Wei Ming gazed at the mother and daughter on the screen, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This is absurd. With their beauty filters, they barely score a 70. Yet they think they can entice me. The only reason he accepted Li Jing's friend request was due to a stunning profile picture. But now, it was clear they were not the same individuals. It was akin to browsing a profile of a stunning beauty only to find a rather ordinary person at the door. The disappointment is palpable. No, he decisively ended the video call. "How dare you?" Li Jing's face, previously adorned with a seductive smile, now bore the shock of a slap as she turned to her daughter, bewildered. He actually hung up? Li Xiaoxiao, equally stunned, nodded in disbelief. He hung up. Then they both erupted in frustration. If Wei Ming would not take the bait, how could they possibly drug him? 2 women against 1 strong man. Was that even feasible? "Mom, I'm so hungry." Li Xiaoxiao clutched her stomach. Li Jing began to think, and after a moment, she said, "You stay here. I'll go get you something to eat." If Wei Ming is unyielding, then what about other men? Surely not all would be as difficult as he is. Chapter 43. Still failing to recognize reality? Wei Ming accepted 3 friend requests in total. The second was from Zhang Shi, a wealthy businessman. As soon as Wei Ming approved the request, Zhang Shi wasted no time messaging. "Wei Ming, I need a large quantity of food and water. Name your price." Wei Ming replied, "Mr. Zhang, is money still of any use?" "What do you mean?" "The disaster will eventually pass. It's merely a matter of time." Zhang Shi appeared confident. Wei Ming understood that the wealthier and more powerful individuals were, the more they wished for this calamity to end swiftly, allowing them to maintain their status and continue their lives of privilege. While ordinary people may have accepted the collapse of social order, someone like Zhang Shi could not. He replied, "Then I apologize. But I cannot accept your terms." Zhang Shi was naturally enraged, but recognizing that the supplies were in Wei Ming's hands, he had to lower his stance and negotiate. "How about this? You provide me with half of your supplies, and I will give you half of my stocks. Of course, this would only include dividend rights, not voting rights." Good heavens, you still expect things to return to normal and operate as they once did after this disaster? Wei Ming was at a loss for words. Such a person truly lives in a fantasy to avoid falling from grace. He shook his head, deeming any further discussion with Zhang Shi pointless. If Mr. Zhang cannot present something enticing, then so be it. Zhang Shi seethed with anger. He had built a vast company from the ground up, employing over 500 people who depended on him for their livelihoods. Usually, everyone bowed and scraped before him. Yet here was Wei Ming, a young man who had merely won some money from gambling, daring to speak to him in such a manner. Normally, he would have ensured that Wei Ming learned a lesson, reminding him to show respect when conversing with someone of his stature. However, he took a deep breath. The damned weather had disrupted transportation. Otherwise, with a single call, he could have summoned his security team, forcing Wei Ming to kneel before him. "I still have quite a few gold bars at home." Zhang Shi chose to relent. In times of prosperity, jewels are prized. In times of chaos, gold is invaluable. As our ancestors taught us, and no matter how tumultuous the situation, gold remains a hard currency. So, how about it? Do you accept this exchange? Wei Ming chuckled. Gold may be a hard currency during turmoil, but that presupposes some level of societal stability. At least a fragile order. But what about now? This is the apocalypse. Does the apocalypse resemble mere chaos? In chaos, one could still forage for wild fruits and dig up roots. But now, even those options are no longer available. Gold? Merely a shiny metal that Mr. Zhang. It seems you have yet to grasp that we are in the apocalypse, Wei Ming replied. This time, Zhang Shi remained silent for a long while. Wei Ming assumed he would not respond again and was about to proceed with the third friend's request when he saw Zhang Shi finally reply. Then what do you want? Ah, if only you had realized this sooner. You have wasted so much of my time. Unfortunately, Mr. Zhang is accustomed to being at the top, naturally giving orders while others obey. Wei Ming smiled slightly as he typed. I am only interested in beautiful women. What does my villa lack? Beautiful women, or rather, exquisite beauties. Zhang Shi was no fool. It took him only a moment to grasp Wei Ming's intent, and he erupted in fury. You dare to set your sights on my territory? Wei Ming, you have some nerve. Just a few days ago, do you believe I wouldn't spend millions to have you eliminated? Wei Ming remained unfazed, unconcerned by Zhang Shi's anger. Mr. Zhang, you are mistaken. Do not flatter yourself. I have no interest in you, but if that woman in your home were to succumb to temptation and seek me out, what would that have to do with you? Furthermore, should you threaten me again, I would not hesitate to eliminate you. Zhang Shi, filled with rage, cast his phone aside, choosing to ignore Wei Ming. He turned his gaze towards his young and beautiful wife, a captivating beauty in her early 20s, who had always been his source of pride. His wife, Chengya, was the belle of a certain university, indeed stunning, particularly with her alluring figure that was perfectly curvaceous. It was no wonder she had ensnared a man like Zhang Shi, who was accustomed to beauties. She quickly inquired, Husband, why are you so angry? Zhang Shi retorted with irritation. That blind fool Wei Ming has outright rejected all my proposals. Chengya gasped in shock. Our food and water can last at most another 10 days. After that, she refrained from finishing her sentence. I am well aware. Zhang Shi snapped, his expression darkening. But that brat is impervious to reason. Is robbery the only option? As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a flicker of inspiration. Perhaps it was indeed a viable solution. However, could he, alone, breach the gates of Wei Ming's residence? Even if he managed to break in, could he truly contend with a vigorous young man in his 20s? He pondered the risk of failing and losing everything. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon his lovely wife, and a devious idea began to take shape in his mind. Isn't Wei Ming quite the lecher? Ha! Little do you know, the word lust is often accompanied by a blade. The third individual Wei Ming interacted with was an online persona known as Yi Guzhou, primarily due to the name and profile picture, an image from a web novel cover, coincidentally one he was currently following. There was a slight chance that this individual was indeed the author of the novel, and if that were the case, Wei Ming would not mind parting with some provisions to encourage the continuation of the writing. At least to reach a conclusion. Hello, the other party initiated the conversation, but the greeting was rather hollow, failing to steer the dialogue in any meaningful direction. Wei Ming directly inquired, Is the urban quest for fragrance your work? Oh, you read novels too? The other seemed momentarily taken aback, waiting a few seconds before responding, Yes, I am the author. Indeed. Wei Ming mused, the world is rather small. He promptly initiated a video call, intending to offer supplies as an incentive for the other to produce 10 to 20 chapters daily, ensuring his own enjoyment. After about 5 seconds, the video connected. Oh? Huh. Wei Ming was taken aback by the sight of a striking woman in her 30s appearing on the screen. Please don't tell me you're Yi Guzhou? This woman's beauty was impressive, easily scoring around 90 points, exuding a mature charm that was more akin to an alluring ant rather than a domineering woman. Her captivating phoenix eyes sparkled with emotion, and her figure was undeniably magnificent. Although only her upper body was visible, Wei Ming was convinced that her full figure would score above 90 points. You are Yi Guzhou? He asked. Chapter 44. Song Qingyun's resolve crumbles. Yes, I am Yi Guzhou, the enchanting ant replied, her voice sultry and beguiling. Wei Ming still found it hard to believe. Why had he pursued that particular novel? Because it pushed the boundaries, yet the author's skill in weaving the narrative was remarkable, towing the line of propriety while inciting his blood to rush. He had always assumed it was penned by some debauched author. But now, to learn it was written by a captivating ant, his worldview was somewhat shattered. You truly wrote the urban quest for fragrance? Wei Ming sought confirmation. Indeed, I have 3 chapters ready. Would you like me to send them for you to verify? The alluring aunt responded, by the way, my real name is Lin Wanqiu. Wei Ming nodded. All right, please send me the drafts. The plot is reaching a climax where the protagonist is about to seduce the enemy's wife. Oh. And since there's no review process now, feel free to write a bit more boldly. All right, I'll enrich the content and send it to you shortly, Lin Wanqiu agreed readily. This woman was clever. Wei Ming grinned. You update 3 chapters daily, and I'll provide you with 1 meal and some water. If you produce 6 chapters, it doubles. 9 chapters will be triple the provisions. Beyond that, I won't engage in any foolishness. Thank you, boss. I'll get right to it, Lin Wanqiu exclaimed. By the way, what is your apartment number? I'll send the supplies via drone. Wei Ming replied. Wow, how impressive, boss, Lin Wanqiu sang his praises. After concluding the call with Lin Wanqiu, Wei Ming mused. Encountering the author of the novel he was following in the same complex was already a rarity, but discovering that the author was a captivating beauty left him astonished. I should check on Song Qingyun. Wei Ming retrieved a drone from the alternate space, confirmed its battery level, prepared a meal box along with 2 bottles of water, and secured them in a plastic bag attached to the drone before controlling it to fly out of the villa. Meanwhile, he sent a video call to Song Qingyun. After a considerable wait, the video finally connected, revealing Song Qingyun, disheveled and looking utterly exhausted, her lips cracked from severe dehydration. Open the door. I've sent some supplies via drone. Don't worry, it's free, Wei Ming smiled. Having endured enough suffering from hunger and heat, Song Qingyun was momentarily taken aback by Wei Ming's kindness. However, her desperate need for sustenance overrode any doubts. Weakly, she approached the door and opened it. The entrance had an awning that shielded her from the scorching sun. After merely waiting a few seconds, she heard the distinctive buzzing sound of the drone. Soon, a drone descended, carrying a plastic bag. As it landed, Song Qingyun hurriedly removed the bag and opened it, first uncapping the bottled water and gulping down half of it. After pausing, she proceeded to eat the meal. Once she finished the box, she sipped the remaining water cautiously, but after consuming 1 bottle, she hesitated to open the second. As she ate and drank, tears streamed down her face, evaporating before they could fall. In that moment, her will crumbled completely. Wei Ming observed through the drone, chuckling, don't cry. I'll come to pick you up tonight, and I assure you, you won't suffer any further. From the moment he seized the opportunity, it was finally time to reap the rewards. Song Qingyun remained silent. Her tacit acceptance indicated a reluctant acquiescence. After all, he was a security officer. She held some degree of pride. Wei Ming smiled faintly. Why wait until evening to retrieve her? He wished to keep the secrets of the alternate space concealed. So he planned to drive to collect Song Qingyun. The daytime sun radiated dangerous rays, and the heat inside the vehicle was intense enough to risk heatstroke. Night would be more suitable. He also sent a meal to the enchanting aunt, fulfilling his promise. With nothing else to occupy his time during the day, he pondered, what to do? With 2 lovely girls at home, would he truly be bored? He could exercise, watch television, or catch up on the news. The television stations had ceased operations, while only independent media continued uploading videos or live streaming discussions about the calamity, garnering numerous donations. Alas, money had become utterly worthless as night fell, with the last rays of sunlight fading away. A gentle rain began to fall. All right, time to fetch the police flower. Just as Wei Ming was about to step out, he heard an alert from his phone. He glanced at the screen to find 2 figures standing at the basement door, Zhang Shi and his lovely wife. Oh, is this a delivery of a wife? Impossible. Wei Ming immediately shook his head, knowing someone like Zhang Shi would never easily capitulate. Therefore, Wei Ming observed that Zhang Shi was carrying a bag. And judging by its shape, he understood. Very well, since you've delivered your wife to my doorstep, I shall entertain you for a moment. Song Qingyun can wait. After all, she had a meal and water at noon. So a few hours delay won't matter. He descended into the basement, remotely unlocking the door, and Zhang Shi pushed his wife inside. With a thud, the door closed behind them. Zhang Shi promptly unstrapped his bag and retrieved a compound bow, aiming it at Wei Ming. Surprised, are you? Unexpected, perhaps? Wei Ming smiled. It is indeed a small surprise. Stop with the banter. Now, get out obediently, or I will be forced to end you. Zhang Shi growled ominously. He was not being merciful. Rather, he wished to avoid spilling Wei Ming's blood within these walls, as it would soon become his residence. Why endure the hassle of transporting supplies repeatedly when he could simply claim this villa as his own? Wei Ming remained unfazed. Every door here requires a fingerprint to unlock. If I simply leave, you won't even be able to exit the basement. Zhang Shi glanced around, realizing the garage door lacked a handle. He reluctantly stated, immediately record my fingerprint. No tricks now. Wei Ming chuckled as he approached the door, fiddling with the mechanism, and then remarked, please, record your fingerprint. Step aside. Zhang Shi commanded. Wei Ming complied, stepping aside obediently. Zhang Shi faced Wei Ming, cautiously retreating towards the main door, and instructed his wife, keep an eye on him. If he makes any sudden moves, scream. Understood. His wife nodded. The cool atmosphere, combined with the enticing provisions Wei Ming had showcased in the group chat, and the superior security of this place, naturally ignited her ambition. Zhang Shi then turned to place his finger on the scanner. ZZZ, be careful, his wife screamed. Chapter 45. Zhang Shi delivers his wife. A jolt of electricity coursed through Zhang Shi, rendering his entire body numb, causing the compound bow to slip from his grasp. As the shock subsided and he regained his senses, he attempted to retrieve the fallen bow, only to find a foot firmly planted on it. Naturally, Wei Ming was resolute. In truth, there were myriad ways for him to deal with Zhang Shi, yet this time he refrained from utilizing his extraordinary abilities, opting instead to rely on the built-in defensive measures of the villa. With a resounding thud, Wei Ming delivered a knee strike, sending Zhang Shi hurtling backward, blood streaming from his nose. His petite wife trembled in fright, utterly taken aback by the scene. How could the seemingly assured Zhang Shi suddenly find himself at a disadvantage? Wei Ming, however, remained unperturbed, casually retrieving a length of rope to bind Zhang Shi, before remarking, Mr. Zhang, you truly lack discretion. I considered you a guest, yet you attempted to rob me. Zhang Shi gasped for breath, wishing he could devour Wei Ming whole. Yet he was left powerless to do anything but shout in vain. Ignoring him, Wei Ming turned his attention to Chengya, acknowledging her striking beauty and figure that had clearly caught Zhang Shi's eye. He whistled appreciatively. However, Mr. Zhang, since you've brought your lovely wife along, I shall not hold back. You dare. Zhang Shi hissed. If you so much as touch a hair on her head, I'll kill you. I swear. Wei Ming merely smiled, having gone to great lengths to subdue Zhang Shi, undoubtedly with the intention of claiming this lovely wife for himself. Whether or not he chose to touch her hair was no longer within Zhang Shi's jurisdiction. Of course, I prefer not to resort to force. After all, fruit that is forcibly plucked is seldom sweet. I prefer to let the fruit choose to fall. Approaching Chengya, the woman stood frozen in shock. Paralyzed by fear, testing the waters, Wei Ming turned to Zhang Shi and remarked, Mr. Zhang, you truly have an eye for beauty. Your wife is indeed exceptional, an E-cup, and entirely natural, devoid of any artificial enhancements. Zhang Shi nearly spat blood in fury. At that moment, he deeply regretted not being more decisive. He should have sent Wei Ming packing without hesitation. The lack of fingerprints meant nothing now. The intruder was already inside. Surely, he could reset the password? Wei Ming did not linger on such thoughts, instead addressing Chengya. Come, let me show you around. Unlike Song Qingyun's indomitable spirit, Chengya, upon witnessing her man being subdued, was utterly disoriented, obediently following Wei Ming. Zhang Shi was frantic, but with his hands and feet bound. All he could do was shout and curse in futility. Initially terrified, Chengya felt a measure of calm as Wei Ming maintained his cheerful demeanor. Once her mind settled, she began to contemplate, a quintessential beauty. She had received countless love letters since middle school and had been the undisputed campus queen in college, with suitors aplenty. However, she was a woman of high standards. Dismissing ordinary wealthy heirs until Zhang Shi's fervent pursuit captured her attention. Thus, she harbored immense confidence in her allure. Now, with Wei Ming treating her so courteously, she pondered his intentions. A moment's thought revealed her suspicions, and she grew increasingly composed. Upon witnessing the storeroom brimming with provisions and clean water, her heart raced with excitement. Indeed, she had seen images, but seeing it in person was an entirely different experience. How long could such a bounty last? Half a year, perhaps even a year. In the midst of this emotional turmoil, she made a decision. Returning to the basement, upon seeing the two of them, Zhang Shi relaxed slightly. Thinking it had only been 5 minutes, they could hardly have accomplished much. Wei Ming approached and untied Zhang Shi, smiling as he said, There you go, Mr. Zhang, you may return now. Zhang Shi blinked in disbelief. Was Wei Ming truly releasing him? Was this some sort of trick? Wei Ming replied coolly, I am not like Mr. Zhang. I believe in repaying kindness with kindness. He ushered Zhang Shi out the door. Zhang Shi stood there, bewildered, his confusion palpable. Was Wei Ming genuinely this benevolent? No, he was a fool. Even at this juncture, he was choosing to repay kindness. How naive. Very well, I shall deal with you next time. Bang! The metal door closed behind him. Wait a minute! Zhang Shi suddenly realized, pounding frantically on the iron door. Wei Ming, release my wife. You bastard, I'll kill you. Wei Ming activated the intercom, chuckling. All right, let me ask your wife if she wishes to return with you. With that, he stepped aside for Chengya. She understood this was Wei Ming's way of seeking her allegiance. However, having initially married Zhang Shi for financial security, she now saw an opportunity for an even better material existence and without hesitation declared, I am sorry, husband, but I will be following Wei Ming from now on. Vile woman, vile woman. Zhang Shi fumed, veins bulging in anger. He finally comprehended why Wei Ming had let him go. This was to make him experience the bitter taste of betrayal. Mr. Zhang, see? I did not coerce your wife. This was entirely her decision. Wei Ming grinned. We are all adults here. Everyone has the right to make choices about their own lives, do they not? Zhang Shi was on the verge of exploding in rage, pounding on the door in vain. But what good would it do? Wei Ming, I swear I will kill you. After a moment of furious threats, he stormed off home. Wei Ming quickly concluded his business. He still needed to retrieve Song Qingyun, the police flower who was his true prize. After ensuring Chengya was settled on the third floor, where there were 3 bedrooms, perfectly accommodating her, Lu Qing, and Mi Xiaolu, he reminded her that without his permission, she was confined to the third floor and could not venture to the second at 18 night. He would lock the passage doors on each floor. For even while he slept, he remained vulnerable. Though he would also lock his own door, an extra layer of security could hardly be deemed excessive. Having arranged for Chengya, Wei Ming made his way to the garage, summoning a pickup truck from a different dimension. This vehicle had been acquired through a $0 deal with DePiao, and it had yet to be registered. He opened the garage door, drove out, and secured it shut behind him. He chuckled to himself, realizing that now only his vehicle remained operational. Others had succumbed to the oppressive daytime heat, their tires bursting that, of course, it could only crawl along slowly. But even 4 metal wheels could traverse a distance. It was merely a matter of who dared to venture out in search of supplies. That moment, on the 18th floor, Yu Chutong stared in disbelief, unable to fathom what she was witnessing. Wei Ming's vehicle was still operational. No, it was normal to have a car, but one that could actually drive was extraordinary. Why Yu Chutong had quietly checked on her beloved vehicle. But even an S-class luxury car would succumb to the tire fate. How was Wei Ming's dilapidated pickup still running? Now, possessing a reliable means of transportation meant survival, a chance to venture out and gather supplies. The sole objective of everyone at present. In a wonder Wei Ming had fresh fruit. This was how he obtained it. She began to strategize on how to persuade Wei Ming to lend her the vehicle. Arriving at the community entrance, Wei Ming naturally attracted considerable attention. However, aside from those in Building 8 and 18, who could see him drive the vehicle out of the underground garage, others could only speculate about the identity of the occupant. Wei Ming, however, paid them no mind. His focus was solely on retrieving Song Qingyun, the beautiful yet thorny flower he had long desired. Upon arrival, Wei Ming first sent a video message to Song Qingyun. Once connected, he instructed, step back and do not stand at the door. Then, he reversed the truck. Bang! The pickup crashed through the restaurant's door, forcing its way inside. Not far away, Song Qingyun stood, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, utterly bewildered. Wei Ming opened the passenger door, exclaiming, "What are you dawdling for? Get in." After a brief pause, Song Qingyun climbed into the passenger seat, shutting the door behind her. "Let's go." Wei Ming started the engine, pulling out of the restaurant and heading toward the community entrance. The restaurant was part of the community's commercial area, so it was only a few minutes before the pickup re-entered the community. Returning to the front of Villa 28, Wei Ming remotely opened the garage door, driving the truck inside and locking it once more. Job well done. Wei Ming jumped out of the car, while Song Qingyun hesitated momentarily before following suit. Gaining access to the main villa required more than a remote. It necessitated a fingerprint unlock. As she witnessed the 10-centimeter thick alloy door swing open, she gasped, "Are you preparing for a world war? Who in their right mind would use such a thick alloy door?" In truth, he had considered a 20-centimeter door, but Xiaobing argued that it would be too heavy and difficult to install, especially with only a few months to complete the project, and obtaining materials was no small feat. Wei Ming chuckled as he explained, "Come in." Upon entering the villa, Song Qingyun was immediately enveloped by a refreshing chill. Though it was nighttime and the air conditioning had resumed operation, the sun had only recently set. How could it have cooled the place so quickly? Wei Ming found himself clarifying once more. Like Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu, Song Qingyun expressed astonishment. In a time when water was scarce, he was using it to create ice for cooling. Such extravagance. Leaning close to her ear, Wei Ming whispered, "Stay with me, and you will live without worry. Conversely, well, you don't need me to recount how you fared the last 3 days. I may not be a good person, but I adhere to principles. I never impose my will. If you wish to follow me, I will provide for you, but you must comply with my wishes. Should you choose otherwise, feel free to leave at any moment." Song Qingyun bit her lip, rendered speechless. In truth, her ability to board the pickup already indicates the gravity of the situation. However, to verbally promise in front of Wei Ming, she simply could not overcome her inner turmoil. After all, the individual before her was a suspect in harboring a wanted criminal, and he had even brandished a firearm, nearly instigating a major incident. Wei Ming did not press her. After all, once she was inside his home, could she truly escape? Just then, an alarm sound emanated from her phone. Alas, how disappointing. How many more visitors were to arrive today? Wei Ming glanced at his phone, a cold smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. It was the family of Suffocating. If it had been anyone else, he might have disregarded it. But this family, since they had come knocking at his door, how could he not deal with them? He turned to Song Qingyun and asked with a smile, "Do you think I am a villain?" Song Qingyun retorted, "Are you not a good person?" "Oh, after satisfying your hunger, now you can retort. Come, let me show you just how treacherous human hearts can be." Wei Ming led Song Qingyun to the basement, opening the door with a remote control. The Zhou family of 4 stood in confusion, as Suffocating had yet to announce her identity and intentions. How had Wei Ming opened the door? Sui Yang pointed towards the door, where a surveillance camera was prominently displayed. Now, the Zhou family understood why Wei Ming had opened the door so readily. "Ha, that guy still harbors feelings for my sister," Sui Yang declared proudly. "Excellent, Qingqing, when the time comes, act coy with him. If necessary, perhaps remove some clothing to sweeten the deal, and then you two can take the opportunity to eliminate him." Luo Guifin issued her orders. However, Suffocating felt some resistance. "What are you afraid of? One is your father, the other your brother. What harm could it do?" Luo Guifin was somewhat dissatisfied with her daughter's hesitation. Left with no choice, Suffocating agreed. At home, she held the least authority, having been indoctrinated since childhood. Otherwise, how could she have become a brother-supporting demon? Thus, the 4 entered. The basement was pitch dark, their hands unable to discern anything. Suddenly, the room was flooded with light. As they were thrust into the glaring brightness, the Zhou family instinctively closed their eyes. When they reopened them, they saw 2 individuals in the room, one standing, the other seated. The seated figure was Wei Ming, while the standing figure was a woman they did not recognize. However, this woman was undeniably stunning, more enchanting than many celebrities, and her figure was captivating. Zui Yang immediately recalled what his sister had mentioned about a woman in Wei Ming's house. A girlfriend he had brought back before the calamity. He was struck with realization, followed by jealousy. How could Wei Ming be with such a beautiful woman? This was soon eclipsed by excitement, as this woman would soon be his possession. Zhou Fugui's eyes sparkled with desire. However, with Wei Ming currently with another woman, the plan to seduce him using Suffocating was naturally thwarted. Moreover, it was not that they looked down upon Suffocating. It was simply that the beauty and allure of the 2 women were not on the same level. Never mind the details. We have already entered. We just need to kill this guy. Right? Sui Yang brandished a kitchen knife, a fierce expression on his face. Zhou Fugui had been somewhat fearful of sustaining injuries, but upon seeing Song Qingyun, his lust was ignited, and he had only one thought: kill Wei Ming and seize this beauty for himself. He immediately turned to Luo Guifin and said, "I want to play with this woman too. Otherwise, I'll just watch." "How dare you, you old fool, make demands at such a time?" Luo Guifin was furious, and Zui Yang was equally displeased. "Dad, we agreed this was my woman. Let your father have a go. It won't he cost you anything." Zhou Fugui's eyes gleamed. Having lived for so many years, he had yet to play with such a beautiful woman. Luo Guifin, out of options, relented. "Yang, behave. You can have her from Monday to Friday, and let your father have the weekend." Could Zui Yang alone handle Wei Ming? Thus, Zhou Fugui's bargaining was undoubtedly calculated, confident that Luo Guifin would not refuse. Although Zui Yang was reluctant, 2 days was better than none, and so he nodded in agreement. Chapter 47. Wei Ming's retribution method. Song Qingyun listened to these exchanges, utterly incredulous. These 4 were the most ordinary people imaginable. Clearly a family, parents and a pair of siblings. Yet listen to what they were discussing. The target was still her. Disgusting. Song Qingyun looked at Wei Ming in confusion. She had only been trapped in the restaurant for a little over 2 days. Barely 3 in total, and how had the world turned so alien? An ordinary family was plotting murder, theft, and even the division of women right before their eyes. Wei Ming flashed a smile and said, "These four are the family of my ex-girlfriend. This is Wei, a brother-supporting demon who wants me to give up my house for her brother's wedding. This is her brother, who is unambitious, lazy, and refuses to work, claiming he wants to start a business to earn big money, but he is just a typical freeloader, living off his sister. And these two old folks are Wei parents. Their character should be evident from what you just heard, so I want to elaborate further. You bastard." The Zhou family was naturally enraged upon hearing Wei Ming's introduction. "Wei Ming, are you seeking death?" Zhou shouted, "You professed your love for me and promised to do anything for me. I merely asked you to vacate your house for my brother's wedding, and you broke up with me so quickly and hooked up with this bimbo. You are nothing but insincere and a scoundrel, and you still have the audacity to blame me." Luo Guifan tugged at her daughter's hand. "No need to waste words on this scoundrel. Let your father and brother kill him. Hee. It'd be best to leave him just alive enough to watch your father and brother enjoy his woman, driving him to madness. That was indeed quite malicious." However, Suffocating and Zhuoyang were utterly thrilled at the thought of playing with Wei Ming's woman right in front of him. "Kill him!" Zhuoyang charged forward, and Suffocating followed, unwrapping the cloth from the knife. Both wearing fierce expressions as they greedily approached, Song Qingyun immediately declared, "I'll handle the old man. You deal with the younger one." As a security officer, she had received combat training, although it would be somewhat challenging to confront an adult male. Suffocating was over 50, and she believed she could take him down, even if he wielded a knife. Wei Ming smiled nonchalantly. "There's no need. I can handle this myself." This was the truth. His physical capabilities were currently at the pinnacle of human potential, and even if he were injured, as long as he entered another space, he could heal himself swiftly. This was his confidence. "Just be my little woman. All you need to do is find ways to please me." He pinched Song Qingyun's delicately sculpted chin and advanced towards the Zhou father and son. Seeking death, Zhuoyang swung his knife. Suffocating, being cautious, lagged behind, fearing he might accidentally harm his son. Wei Ming's response was lightning fast. Bang, bang. Just 2 punches, and the world fell silent. The Zhou father and son lay on the ground, knocked unconscious. Luo Guifan was dumbfounded. This was beyond her expectations. 2 against 1, and armed. Yet Wei Ming had effortlessly subdued them with his bare hands. She quickly forced a smile. "Good son-in-law, we were just joking with you. You are truly formidable. No wonder you dared to post pictures of your supplies in the group. With your strength, who could possibly challenge you? Now I can rest easy. Your villa is so spacious, accommodating 4 more people is certainly no issue." Wei Ming was somewhat impressed by this woman's audacity. Her shamelessness was astonishing. She had no sense of shame whatsoever. Wei Ming walked over and, with a swift motion, knocked Luo Guifan unconscious as well. Zhuoqing first trembled in fear, then jumped up. "Wei Ming, my mom said we were just joking. How could you hit so hard and knock out my dad, mom, and brother?" Song Qingyun felt as if her worldview had shattered. Had they truly meant to take a life? They were clearly plotting something heinous. Yet how could this mother and daughter claim it was just a joke? How could one be so shameless? Wei Ming looked at her and smiled. "You are a security officer. Tell me, how should we punish such behavior?" Song Qingyun blurted out. "First, arrest them and hand them over to the prosecutor's office for prosecution." With the court determining the punishment, security officers were only responsible for apprehending suspects. The prosecution and judgment were beyond their purview. Wei Ming chuckled. "All right, then I shall take on that role. Let's call it the garage judge." He patted Song Qingyun. "Just wait here for me." Song Qingyun wanted to say something but found herself at a loss for words. Although she was a security officer, the Zhou father and son had explicitly targeted her. 5 days for me, 2 for you. Who could bear such a thing? Moreover, she had endured hunger for days, and her spirit had been profoundly impacted. How could she possibly respond with virtue? Thus, she ultimately remained silent. Wei Ming turned to Zhuoqing, feigning hesitation before seemingly making a resolution. "You may leave. I trust this matter does not concern you." He did not wish to dispose of this woman too swiftly. It was not satisfying enough. By making such a statement, what would Zhuoqing think? She would believe that he still harbored feelings for her. She would hope, and even develop expectations, and Wei Ming would oscillate between providing her hope and dashing it, until he had thoroughly tormented her to the point of mental collapse, while he sought to physically eliminate the other 3 members of the Zhou family. For Zhuoqing, he intended to enact a dual destruction of her spirit and body. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Zhuoqing's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. She cast a glance at her 3 family members sprawled on the ground, gritted her teeth as if resolving to make a significant decision, and then declared, "Wei Gu, you are truly wonderful, and you understand me best. Aware that I was coerced by them, I shall take my leave now, but I have faith that I will gradually win back your heart." Wei Ming, at the opportune moment, opened the door to the basement, whilst Wu Qingqing hurriedly covered her face and dashed out, seemingly torn between emotions of gratitude and regret. Song Qingyun stood in shock, surprised that Wei Ming could still show mercy and even act so foolishly. However, she quickly discerned the mockery and murderous intent on Wei Ming's face, realizing he was merely toying with this woman, granting her a glimmer of hope that was utterly unfounded. Emerging from the basement, Wei Ming unceremoniously tossed the 3 members of the Zhou family out. At this hour, the garage was deserted. Everyone was comfortably at home, enjoying the cool air conditioning, relishing the rare respite from the heat. Who would venture into the garage for no reason? With a flicker of thought, 3 large iron cages materialized before him. He unceremoniously confined each member of the Zhou family within a cage, locking them in with a smile. Let them languish in captivity, subjected to daily scrutiny until they succumb to hunger, thirst, or the oppressive heat. Any of those fates would suffice. Chapter 48. The relatives arrive. Wei Ming returned to the villa. Now, even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, he would not allow anyone to thwart his plans to savor the exquisite police flower. With no authority to act, Song Qingyun could only wait for him in the basement. "What have you done with them?" she inquired. Wei Ming embraced her, saying, "Such matters of violence are best left to men. You should instead contemplate what positions I might enjoy." "What positions?" Song Qingyun, initially bewildered, suddenly seemed to grasp his meaning, her face flushing with embarrassment. Wei Ming felt a surge of affection, pulling the stunning beauty into his arms for a passionate kiss, his hands exploring as his desire ignited. Yet, he paused, suggesting, "Let us take a shower first." Such a rare beauty should be savored slowly. After all, she was his. There was no need to rush. Song Qingyun, though initially shy, exclaimed, "We can still shower. But how much water do you have stored to indulge in such luxury?" She quickly added, "Water is life now. I can just wipe myself down." This woman was different from Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu. The latter two, upon learning they could shower, had only expressed joy and astonishment. Never considering the implications of running out of water, it was crucial to realize that water supply had already ceased, and although it rained every night, it was acidic rain. Who would dare to use it for washing or drinking? Clean water was bound to diminish with every drop used. Wei Ming laughed heartily, nibbling on her earlobe. "Rest assured, your man is quite capable. You need not worry about material matters, as I mentioned earlier. Just focus on what pleases me." With a gasp from Song Qingyun, he swept her off her feet. They made their way to the bathroom for a romantic bath, though they soon transitioned from the tub to a shower. Why? Song Qingyun's menstrual cycle had begun. At that moment, Wei Ming wished he could cast her into another dimension, to reverse her condition, yet he refrained. The existence of that alternate space was his greatest secret, one he would never reveal unless absolutely necessary. After all, it was merely a matter of waiting a few days. Song Qingyun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "Please wait for me a few days." She was a woman of her word. And having returned to Wei Ming, she was determined to keep her promise to surrender herself to him. Wei Ming chuckled, thinking, can't he collect a bit of interest now that relatives have arrived? He busily explored every detail of Song Qingyun, while she, feeling somewhat guilty, blushed fiercely yet endeavored to cooperate. What a gem! The 4 women residing in the villa were all exceptionally beautiful. Even Lu Qing, the least attractive among them, was regarded as a goddess in the company, a subject of many a man's fantasies. In contrast, Song Qingyun's beauty and figure undoubtedly eclipsed Lu Qing's. Her delightful personality only added to her allure. Wei Ming reflected on how, without this cataclysm, such a stunning creature would have likely remained beyond his reach. From the moment he seized the gun and devised his plans, he had finally acquired this exquisite jewel. And who said relatives couldn't be fun? An hour later, Wei Ming carried Song Qingyun to the balcony on the 3rd floor, where she wore a flushed expression, grappling with existential doubts. It was only now that she realized the myriad complexities of intimate relationships between men and women. Lu Qing and the others were in their respective rooms. At night, Wei Ming would lock the doors on each floor, allowing them to move only within that level, but they had all fallen asleep by now. Wei Ming retrieved fruits and beverages from the refrigerator, setting them on the table as he and Song Qingyun embraced on a lounge chair, enjoying the night view while snacking. Song Qingyun marveled. In just 3 short days, this world has become so unfamiliar. The night was anything but peaceful. Distant explosions could be heard, and flashes of fire illuminated the horizon, hinting at the current turmoil and chaos. Wei Ming simply smiled. Suddenly, Song Qingyun turned to him. "Did you deliberately bring me here to negotiate?" "You are not as dim-witted as I thought," Wei Ming replied with a grin. "Indeed." Song Qingyun wore a look of realization but quickly restrained his wandering hands, asking, "But how did you know the apocalypse would come? What if it hadn't arrived the next day? How would you have salvaged the situation?" "Because I knew the end would arrive that day." Wei Ming chuckled that if the apocalypse had not come, I would have been left to wander aimlessly, so it was a gamble. Considering Wei Ming's history of making fortunes through betting, Song Qingyun found herself somewhat convinced. "But with such a reckless gamble, what if you placed the wrong bet? Then I would face utter ruin." Just then, as they were entwined, they noticed the light from the neighboring balcony flicker on, revealing a woman in pajamas. Yu Chutong, however, Yu Chutong seemed startled to find others awake at this hour. She instinctively covered her chest with her hands, realizing her nightgown was somewhat sheer and not wanting to give Wei Ming any advantage. Instead of retreating, she suddenly thought of Wei Ming's pickup truck and contemplated borrowing it. But then she saw that Wei Ming was not alone. He was embracing a woman clad only in a bathrobe, appearing as if they were about to meld into one another. What shamelessness! Song Qingyun gasped, shocked by the unexpected appearance of someone next door, attempting to rise but was quickly restrained by Wei Ming. "No need to fear. There's only one woman next door," he reassured her with a smile. "Is this a matter between men and women?" Song Qingyun's face burned crimson, yet she found herself unable to escape, resorting to covering her face with her hands. Even so, in that fleeting moment, Yu Chutong caught a glimpse of Song Qingyun's beauty. What a stunning woman! Yu Chutong, who prided herself on her own beauty, had to concede that Song Qingyun's looks were equally captivating. Her figure was obscured by the loose bathrobe. Where on earth had this man found such a remarkable beauty? Surely, he must have enticed her with resources within the community. With that thought, disdain for Song Qingyun began to brew within her. Wei Ming, meanwhile, picked up a grape and waved it at Yu Chutong, the implication clear. "Would you like some?" Of course, Yu Chutong desired the fruit. She adored them. However, she was fully aware that obtaining anything from Wei Ming would come at a cost, and she scoffed, her expression radiating arrogance. Chapter 49. The neighbors are alarmed initially. Yu Chutong intended to retreat to her room. But reconsidering, she thought, why should she be the one to retreat when it was Wei Ming and Song Qingyun who were being so brazen? As a female CEO, she held her pride. Instead, she remained seated, pondering whether she should still ask Wei Ming to borrow the truck. She hesitated to voice her request, knowing full well that this man was a lecher, likely to impose conditions that would humiliate her. To Wei Ming's surprise, she poured herself a glass of red wine, swirling the goblet as she savored it. Did wealthy families always have wine cellars? Wei Ming could drink, but did not particularly enjoy it. He preferred tea, soda, or plain water. Thus, while renovating the safe house, he had not thought to prepare a wine cellar. However, his alternate space contained ample red wine, beer, and brandy, items he had casually acquired during zero-cost purchases. Though he had missed out on obtaining any spirits domestically, Yu Chutong's composure did not last long. She could hardly endure the incessant flirtation emanating from the neighboring balcony, ultimately deciding to withdraw. With a flick, the light on the adjacent balcony was extinguished. Song Qingyun turned back, giving Wei Ming a playful bite on the shoulder, exclaiming, "This is all your fault. I'll never be able to face anyone again." Wei Ming laughed heartily. "Do not worry. No one cares about such gossip right now." After indulging in fruit for a little while longer, Wei Ming arranged a room for Song Qingyun on the second floor. Though, of course, not sharing it with him. They could have their fun, but one must never gamble with their life. Wei Ming fell asleep almost instantly, but barely had he closed his eyes when the alarm on his phone jolted him awake. Would they never let him rest? He opened the monitoring app on his phone, only to see a woman sneaking about, appearing as though she feared being seen. He recognized her as residing in Building 15. Though he couldn't recall her exact apartment number, he was certain she was married. So what was she doing here alone in the dead of night? Wei Ming chuckled softly, surmising she likely wished to discuss a multi-billion-dollar deal with him. Unfortunately, he had lost interest today. He switched off his phone and returned to sleep, finally enjoying some peace. A night devoid of conversation passed. Time marched on to the fourth day of the apocalypse. The three members of the Zhou family found themselves stripped and imprisoned in an iron cage, an event that quickly became sensational news. Moreover, they vociferously cursed their captor, swiftly revealing to the crowd that it was none other than Wei Ming who had confined them. In their eyes, Wei Ming transformed into a villain of the highest order, having lured them into a trap only to seize their daughter and treat them in such a degrading manner, more despicable than the most notorious of oppressors. The onlookers, unaware of the full truth, were divided. Some were inclined to believe the Zhou family's claims, while others began to think rationally. Wei Ming's substantial resources had not gone unnoticed. The populace gradually recognized that material goods equated to survival. Thus, should Wei Ming make a request, how many women would be eager to throw themselves at him? As for the Zhou family's daughter, she was merely passably attractive, hardly a paragon of beauty worth such extreme actions on Wei Ming's part. Additionally, the existing social order was beginning to unravel, as reports of robberies and murders proliferated on social media, even with official warnings suggesting that all would be accounted for after the calamity. The primal instincts of many could not be suppressed, leading to increasingly audacious behavior. Thus, it seemed likely that the Zhou family had plotted to eliminate Wei Ming to usurp his position, only to find themselves outmaneuvered instead. Yet, Wei Ming's cruelty was evident. Rather than ending their lives, he had subjected the Zhou trio to a tormenting confinement, stripping them of dignity while simultaneously exposing them to public ridicule. Deprived of food and water, coupled with the oppressive heat, how long could they endure? Whether they succumbed to starvation, dehydration, or the sweltering temperatures, none of those fates would be pleasant. A chill ran through the crowd as fear of Wei Ming began to take root. "Release us!" the Zhou family clamored, but their cries fell on deaf ears. Even those with a heart for compassion were deterred by the heavy bars and locks, realizing the futility of their efforts. The sweltering heat rendered any physical exertion unbearable. Even the cooler shadows of the underground garage provided little respite, and no one was inclined to wield a saw on their behalf. The Zhou family, having exhausted their pleas, now faced genuine panic. Awakening to find themselves caged had initially sparked their anger, but they had hoped that with the dawn, their neighbors would come to their rescue. Yet now, surrounded by a throng of spectators who merely observed them as one would a circus, their rage morphed into terror. Were they truly destined to languish in this cage, to die from hunger, thirst, or the heat? "Please, someone, fetch Wei Ming," they pleaded. The key to their release undoubtedly lay with him, for he had orchestrated their imprisonment, and thus his intervention would be a trivial matter. There were always those with too much time on their hands. One such individual tagged Wei Ming in the community group, relaying the Zhou family's desperate entreaties. Would Wei Ming respond? Ridiculous. He had deliberately confined them. Why would he now release them? Let them suffer publicly. It was their just deserts. When Wei Ming ignored the message, another resident created a new group, transferring members from the main group, with Wei Ming notably excluded. This Wei Ming was indeed ruthless. The Zhou family was in dire straits. Starvation, dehydration, or the heat would claim them. Yet, with 2 men in the Zhou family, why had they failed to subdue Wei Ming? This man was formidable. Lu Kundong, well known for collecting debts, had previously clashed with Wei Ming and had been effortlessly subdued. So that was the case. It was no wonder. Wei Ming is essentially committing murder in plain sight, and you stand by idly? Zhang Shi interjected. Today, it is the Zhou family. Tomorrow, it could be any of you. The chatter among the crowd ceased abruptly. Zhang Shi smirked. I have no qualms about airing my dirty laundry. Wei Ming has set his sights on my wife, using the pretext of selling food to lure me into opening the door. Only to abscond with her. Despite my desperate resistance, he overpowered me. How many of you have wives or daughters? Ask yourselves, if Wei Ming offered you food, would you let him in? When that moment comes. Zhang Shi was somewhat of a local celebrity. Previously, he had engaged in transactions with Yu Chutong, and even those unfamiliar with him would recognize his name. But now he claimed that Wei Ming had stolen his wife? A collective shudder rippled through the crowd. Indeed, in this disintegrating society, those with strength could easily dominate the weak. If Wei Ming could imprison the Zhou family today, could he not do the same to them tomorrow? Having taken Zhang Shi's wife, would he show mercy to others' wives and daughters? Panic ensued. Seizing the moment, Zhang Shi rallied. Is there anyone willing to join me for the sake of our families? Let us eliminate Wei Ming and eradicate this threat. We shall divide his resources. Chapter 50. Tonight we kill Wei and divide the spoils. What truly resonated with the crowd was Zhang Shi's final proclamation. We shall divide the resources. Thanks to the vanishing act of the polar ice caps, many had developed a sense of urgency, stockpiling supplies that could last them at least half a month. Yet, resources, no matter how abundant, would eventually dwindle. What then? If Wei Ming were to demand their wives and daughters as the price for survival, would they not be compelled to comply? Therefore, it was better to strike first, to eliminate Wei Ming and seize his provisions. I am in. Count me in. Whenever there is potential profit and a leader arises, a formidable faction quickly forms. The crucial factor was that there were no repercussions for wrongdoing at present, none whatsoever. All right, gather around. Let us discuss this carefully. We must remain vigilant against potential informants. Zhang Shi declared. Agreed. Many responded eagerly. Before long, 21 individuals arrived at Zhang Shi's villa. Only 21? Zhang Shi felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet upon reflection, it was still a substantial number. Surely they could overpower Wei Ming with this force. More participants might complicate the distribution of spoils. If we do not act, Wei Ming will kill us and take our women and daughters. We are merely defending ourselves. No, we are ridding the world of a menace. They concocted a grandiose justification for their actions, no matter how tenuous it might be, as long as they believed it themselves. As discussions progressed, they resolved to act that night, for the cooler evening air would allow them to swing their iron hammers without succumbing to exhaustion from the heat. With a cohort of 21, they possessed the strength to crush Wei Ming. What could he do if he were aware of their impending assault? Tonight, we shall kill Wei and divide the spoils. Wei Ming swiftly received several messages alerting him to the fact that there were those in the community plotting against him. Some were acquaintances, while others were strangers. Among those he recognized were Lin Wanxiu and Zhuqingqing. How amusing! This so-called sister-in-law had suddenly turned self-serving, showing no inclination to plead for her family, who remained locked away in the garage. Once she resolved to be heartless, she truly became a force to reckon with. Brother Wei, Zhang Shi is organizing people against you. You must be cautious, Zhuqingqing warned. Unfortunately, they've all gone to Zhang Shi's house for a meeting. So I'm unaware of their specific plans, to her. If Wei Ming were to accept her back, all he possessed would effectively belong to her. Zhang Shi's ambitions to seize Wei Ming's assets were, in essence, a theft from her. I understand. Wei Ming replied succinctly. He needed to strike a delicate balance, maintaining a sense of hope for Zhuqingqing while keeping her at arm's length. Lin Wanxiu also messaged him. Zhang Shi is plotting against you. Be careful, by the way. I wrote 3 chapters last night, and along with 3 revised chapters, I'm sending them to you now. Soon after, Wei Ming received a Word document. Upon opening it, he was taken aback by the liberal content. The narrative had taken quite a daring turn. Just as he became engrossed in reading, Song Qingyun and a few others began to awaken, prompting him to open all the doors, allowing them to roam freely within the villa. Wow! Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu were startled to find 2 more women in the house, thinking to themselves that Wei Ming was quite the libertine. It was merely the 4th day since the disaster. And he already had 4 women. At this rate, the villa would be overflowing in just a few weeks. Chengya and Song Qingyun were equally bewildered, never expecting Wei Ming to be so brazen as to keep such company. Especially upon seeing Lu Qing, Song Qingyun nearly lunged forward to confront her. Indeed, this woman had taken refuge in Wei Ming's abode. Ha ha, everyone. Let us make introductions. We're family now. Wei Ming chuckled, feeding Little Black. Yet, in his heart, he recognized that perhaps only Little Black was truly trustworthy, while the 4 women could all betray him. Should someone present a better offer, Lu Qing and Chengya would undoubtedly switch allegiances. Mi Xiaolu was less mercenary, yet her loyalty was questionable since Wei Ming had coerced her into joining him. As for Song Qingyun, despite her temporary darkening of character, her innate sense of justice would likely resurface once societal order was restored, potentially leading her to turn Wei Ming in to the authorities. Fortunately, no one could rival my wealth. Moreover, the extent of my abilities remains unknown to all. Wei Ming was indifferent to the thoughts of Song Qingyun and the others. As long as they remained obedient, they could secure a place in the villa. Conversely, if they chose to disobey, well, they would be promptly shown the door. Song Qingyun and her 3 companions felt quite awkward, as they could deduce from their own circumstances that the other 3 women were under Wei Ming's care, revealing their shared predicament. Lu Qing, being a junior leader in a company, was the first to adapt. Smiling as she introduced herself, I am Lu Qing. May I ask how to address the 2 lovely ladies? With someone breaking the ice, the atmosphere became more manageable, and the rest began to introduce themselves. By the afternoon, Wei Ming was exercising on the treadmill, dripping with sweat. As they observed his dedication, the 4 women couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. While others wished to hibernate to minimize their energy expenditure, Wei Ming was still actively working out. The disparity between them was truly maddening. If it were not for this, how could he possibly possess such boundless energy? Suddenly, Lu Qing shifted the topic. At the mention of this, Mi Xiaolu and Chengya became animated, eagerly joining the discussion, and since they had grown so familiar, there was no longer any embarrassment. The topics they broached were undeniably provocative. Song Qingyun, on the other hand, felt her face flush with embarrassment. The arrival of her relatives had temporarily spared her from being consumed, but the lewd banter among the three made her cover her ears in distress. Lu Qing and her companions exchanged knowing glances, their amusement at teasing her intensifying. Chapter 51. Zhang Shi's Assault. Wei Ming. Keep going, strive hard. Lu Qing and the others deliberately engaged in discussion, and at first, Song Qingyun was bewildered by their references to numbers 11, 12, and 13. Were they talking about height? Then, realization dawned upon her, and her cheeks burned crimson. She wished desperately for a crack in the floor to escape through. Was this truly a topic she could participate in? Noticing her discomfort, Lu Qing and the others burst into laughter. They were aware that Song Qingyun had relatives present and had not been truly devoured by Wei Ming. Moreover, she was still an innocent girl. They couldn't help but chuckle as they shared their insights on matters between men and women. Oh my goodness. Song Qingyun hastily covered her ears, shaking her head vigorously. I am not listening. I'm not listening. Lu Qing, observing her beauty and innocence, yet noticing her enviable figure, couldn't help but express her admiration. You are so stunning, and your figure is incredible. That guy must be completely enamored with you. Indeed, Chengya chimed in, if I had your attributes, I wouldn't be a security officer. I would surely pursue a career as a star. Mi Xiaolu echoed the sentiment, admiring how Song Qingyun's beauty seemed flawless. When the conversation turned to her profession, Song Qingyun perked up. What's wrong with being a security officer? We catch the bad guys and protect the safety of the public, however. Her voice trailed off, and her mood soured. She reflected on the current state of the world, where individuals brazenly perpetrated harm against one another, where robbery and murder had become commonplace. For someone with a strong sense of justice like her, the impact was profoundly disheartening. Wei Ming returned to his room, locked the door, and began to conserve his energy. That evening, Zhang Shi and his group were bound to take action. Who has the energy to entertain oneself in such sweltering heat? He mused. Although the villa was lively with games of mahjong and do diju, Wei Ming found himself contemplating the thrill of competition. After all, he was not a caretaker for Song Qingyun and the others. The ingredients and water were readily available, and they could cook for themselves. Going outside? That was out of the question. The control mechanism was in his hands. None of the four had their fingerprints registered, limiting them to the confines of the villa. In truth, even if they were allowed outside, would they dare venture out? The temperature was nearing 60 degrees Celsius. Who would willingly seek such torment? Wei Ming fell into a deep slumber. Awakening around 7 in the evening, he got up and walked out of his room to find Song Qingyun and the others engrossed in a card game. He headed straight to the kitchen, where they had already finished their meal and saved him some leftovers. However, Wei Ming opted not to eat those. Instead, he retrieved a large skewer of grilled meat from another dimension and placed it in the air fryer, allowing the enticing aroma to waft through the air. How fragrant! The four women ceased their card game, drawn by the delicious scent. Wei Ming generously distributed 2 skewers to each of them. Any more would be too much, considering they had just eaten dinner and were wary of gaining weight. After their meal, the four women proceeded to practice yoga. In truth, Song Qingyun had intended to work out, but Lu Qing and the others insisted that exercising alone lacked meaning. They argued it was far more enjoyable to practice yoga together, and she was swept along with them. As she watched the four women don their yoga pants, showcasing their exquisite figures on the mats, Wei Ming found himself captivated. Yoga attire was akin to form-fitting clothing, accentuating every curve of a woman's body, rendering beauty and flaws starkly apparent. It was undeniably alluring, a testament to the creativity of those who designed it, with movements imbued with a sense of seduction. Just as Wei Ming was about to take action, his phone emitted an alert, followed by a loud thud. Zhang Shi and his group had arrived. They were earlier than expected. Wei Ming had anticipated they would show up around 10, or even in the early hours, as it would be slightly cooler then. But now, with the sun just having set and temperatures still exceeding 45 degrees Celsius, he wondered how they could endure such heat. Perhaps it was time to consider issuing them a heat allowance. What is that noise? The four women halted their activities. Oh, it's nothing. Just a few fools attempting to break in. Wei Ming chuckled. Such was the state of society? The four women couldn't help but reflect on the audacity displayed. It was only the 4th day of the apocalypse, yet people in the community had already become brazen enough to force their way in and commit crimes. The establishment of civilization required eons, yet its collapse could occur in mere days. Wei Ming reassured them, continue as you were. Don't let it affect you, I'll be there shortly. Although the women felt some concern, it wasn't out of deep emotional attachment to Wei Ming. Rather, Their interests were intertwined. If the villa were breached, what fate would await them? They would likely become mere tools for the release of countless men. However, having witnessed Wei Ming's capabilities, they were aware that he was not an impulsive person. On the contrary, he was exceedingly cautious and would never jeopardize his own life recklessly. Thus, they nodded in agreement and resumed their yoga practice. Albeit somewhat distracted, Wei Ming descended to the basement and closed the door, wishing to avoid any interruptions from Song Qingyun and the others. The basement was equipped with a comprehensive surveillance system, boasting 9 screens that displayed not only the 3 cameras in the basement, but also the main entrance and various interior views of the villa. In total, there were over 20 cameras, but he could only select 9 for display. Naturally, he tuned into the basement's feed, revealing a total of 21 individuals. Zhang Shi was among them, and several sturdy men were bare-chested. Wielding hammers to smash the door, bang, bang, bang. Wei Ming shook his head, thinking to himself that if they could truly break down the door with a few hammers, then his millions would indeed be wasted. Huh? He noticed Zhang Shi staring at the monitor, seemingly conveying something, so he activated the audio. Zhang Shi's voice then echoed through the speakers. Wei Ming, I know you are inside, and I can see and hear you. Do you understand why I haven't damaged the surveillance? It's because I want you to hear and see, to welcome your death in fear and despair. TSK, such resentment, and perhaps a touch of arrogance too early. Wei Ming chuckled, addressing the microphone. Oh, Zhang, you truly lack excitement. You brought your wife right to my doorstep and even attempted to kill me and seize my home. I haven't laid a finger on you. Isn't that enough? Moreover, your wife willingly chose to be with me. Did I force her at all? Upon hearing this, the 20 outside displayed expressions of gossip and intrigue, as it contradicted what Zhang Shi had previously claimed. Zhang Shi's face flushed with anger and humiliation as he retorted. Wei Ming, don't spout nonsense. You've stolen my wife and now dare to throw it back in my face. Enough talk. Today is your day of reckoning, Wei Ming laughed in response. Well, you still need to get through the door first. Keep going. Strive hard. Chapter 52. Wei Ming surrender. I've captured your girlfriend. You still need to get through the door? Wasn't that a blatant provocation? Zhang Shi and his group seethed with rage, swinging their hammers with renewed vigor. 80, 80, 80. Wei Ming counted for them, announcing each strike. This undoubtedly spurred them on, as they yearned to drag Wei Ming out and deal with him severely. However, after hammering away for some time and switching out several individuals, they realized there were no signs of the door deteriorating. Shocked, they came to the realization that the door must have been reinforced. It was not an ordinary door. It was made of solid metal, rather than a wooden door encased in a layer of iron. It was utterly indestructible. They might as well have been trying to break through a wall. Consequently, the group altered their strategy, abandoning the door in favor of the walls. Bang, bang, bang. Their efficiency skyrocketed as bricks and stones began to fall away, and soon they had created a hole, however, as they attempted to widen the opening. Curses erupted from their lips, for behind that wall lay yet another barrier, a metallic one. Just like the door, its texture was unlike any ordinary metal. It was likely an ultra-high-strength alloy. Zhang Shi and his companions were left dumbfounded. What on earth? Are all the villas in our community built to this standard? Whispers filled the air, suggesting that the developer might face significant losses. Pa, how could this possibly be the developer's doing? It's that bastard Wei Ming who has made these alterations himself. One couldn't help but wonder, how terrified must this man be to have already transformed his villa? What now? The crowd found themselves at a loss. And if the situation weren't so fantastical, they might have suspected Wei Ming had returned from the future, for how else could he have been so prepared? All eyes turned to Zhang Shi. You initiated this. Do you have any brilliant ideas now? What could Zhang Shi possibly propose? He could only provoke. Wei Ming, have you truly resolved to be a coward? Humph, you might transform your walls into metal. But what about the windows? Tomorrow, we shall prepare to smash your windows from the first floor. However, if you choose to surrender now, I might consider sparing your life, perhaps even allowing you to keep half your supplies. Seeing that the others were eager to speak, Zhang Shi cursed under his breath at their foolishness, then signaled discreetly. The crowd suddenly understood. Zhang Shi was merely deceiving Wei Ming. Thus, they fell silent. Wei Ming chuckled softly. All right, you can try tomorrow. Will you come during the day or at night? If it's during the day, be sure to protect yourselves from the sun. If at night, prepare for the rain. But, Zhang, your wife is here with me. How can you possibly wait until tomorrow? With a sinister grin, he continued. If you have no other options, I might just have to. Heh. Zhang Shi was instantly infuriated. leaping to his feet and cursing, "You bastard. If you dare to touch my wife, I will kill your girlfriend." "Well, brother, you've finally mentioned her," Wei Ming thought to himself, amused, yet feigned panic. "You wouldn't dare. I warn you, if you lay a finger on Zhuo, I'll ensure you pay dearly." He even thoughtfully mentions Zhuo's name, fearing Zhang Shi might misidentify someone else. In truth, Zhang Shi was merely enraged and hadn't considered that Zhuo could pose any threat to Wei Ming. However, Wei Ming's evident anxiety invigorated him. The wisdom and composure of the big boss regained the upper hand, and he calmly stated, "If you can achieve the first, I can certainly reach the 15th. Wei Ming, will you come out on your own, or shall I bring your girlfriend here to compel you? I give you 10 seconds to decide." Wei Ming chuckled inwardly, placing both feet on the table. Enjoying the moment, yet still needing to act, he addressed the microphone. "I warn you, do not act recklessly." Zhang Shi burst into laughter, turning to the others. "It seems we need to find another place to break in." The crowd was invigorated. 10, 9, 8. Zhang Shi began counting, deliberately slowing down as he reached the final 3 numbers to apply pressure on Wei Ming. Struggling to suppress his laughter, Wei Ming maintained a tense tone. "Zhang Shi, this is between you and me. Why drag innocent people into this?" 2. Zhang Shi ignored him, continuing to count. 1, 0. "Sigh, you have forced our hand. Brothers, let us go." With a wave of his hand, the 21 members surged forward. Wei Ming smirked, "Your parents and brother are suffering. You can't just sit at home idly. It's time for you to face some hardship." The group of 21 arrived at the entrance of the Zhuo family's rented home. With so many present, someone surely knew where they lived. Without a moment's hesitation, they began to smash the door with iron hammers. Bang, bang, bang. The ordinary lock stood no chance against such relentless assault. Within 5 strikes, it shattered, and the group stormed in like a pack of wolves. Zhuo, awakened by the thunderous noise, was bewildered, having only her underwear on. Terrified, she covered herself with trembling hands. "Who are you? What do you want?" Zhang Shi merely smiled coolly. "No need to fear. We just need your assistance. Move," he gestured, and the crowd pushed Zhuo along. She pleaded, "At least let me put on some clothes." "Clothes? We've all seen enough." Zhang Shi scoffed, having no patience for her requests. The group charged back towards the villa. Upon arrival, Zhuo quickly realized their intentions and began to scream, panicking. She did not want Wei Ming to see her in such a state. It wasn't that she was overly modest. Rather, she feared that being seen by so many men would lead Wei Ming to view her as sullied, causing him to disregard her. Zhang Shi disregarded her concerns, shoving her in front of the surveillance cameras, laughing, "Wei Ming, take a look at who this is." Wei Ming's furious roar echoed. "Zhang Shi, you have gone too far. She has nothing to do with our grievances. Release her." "You say it has nothing to do with her? Ridiculous." Zhang Shi scoffed. "Open the door quickly, and I promise to let you 2 lovebirds leave safely." To his surprise, Zhuo shouted first, "Wei Ming, you must not open the door." If the door opened, both the villa and its supplies would undoubtedly be divided among Zhang Shi and his crew. What good would it do her to gain Wei Ming if he surrendered? She wanted the resources he possessed and, of course, this chilling villa. Thus, Wei Ming could not open the door. It was a matter of principle, and only then could she find a way to escape from their clutches. Slap! Zhang Shi instantly struck Zhuo across the face, shocked that she would say such a thing. However, with such deep feelings for Wei Ming, could he remain indifferent? "Wei Ming, I give you 10 more seconds to consider." He issued his final ultimatum. Chapter 53. Brothers, let us go. Zhuo was in dire straits. Wei Ming lounged, legs crossed, utterly relaxed. Yet he transformed into a dramatic figure, speaking with exaggerated urgency. "Zhang Shi, I warn you. I warn you." Feeling confident of his victory, Zhang Shi erupted in laughter. After several encounters with Wei Ming, he finally held the upper hand and had him cornered. "Wei Ming, open the door quickly. Time is running out," he said coolly. Zhuo, surprisingly resolute, urged, "Wei Ming, you must not listen to him. If you open that door, we are all doomed. You must stay inside. If they cannot access your supplies, they will hesitate to harm me." "Oh, you've even prepared a rationale for me. Brilliant." Wei Ming gritted his teeth, struggling to suppress his laughter. "I understand. I will never come out. Damn it." Zhang Shi seethed, striking Zhuo once more. The sound echoed as she fell aside, blood trickling from her mouth, yet she managed to smile. With such sacrifices for Wei Ming, surely she had earned significant favor in his eyes. Yesterday, he had seen a woman who was undeniably beautiful and alluring. But she was merely a flower vase. Would she make the same sacrifices for him? Therefore, if she could navigate this predicament and move into the villa, she could oust that little flirt in such chaotic times. Did Wei Ming need a mere ornament or a devoted wife who could think of him? I am truly clever, Sua Qingqing thought, reveling in her own brilliance. Yet she had overlooked one crucial detail: how to escape from Zhang Shi and his gang. Oh, that thought had momentarily slipped her mind as she focused on winning favor with Wei Ming. Zhang Shi, infuriated, addressed the surveillance. Wei Ming, if you don't come out soon, I won't hold back. Your girlfriend, heh. While she may not be the most beautiful, her status as your girlfriend makes her quite appealing to many of my brothers. Do not blame us for being ruthless. At this, Sua Qingqing's face drained of color. Setting aside her dignity, she worried about what might happen with 20 large men. Could she endure such treatment? Would she be ruined? Old Zhang, why do you always manage to voice my deepest fears? Wei Ming chuckled inwardly, then said, how about this? I'll give you 5 boxes of water and 50 pounds of rice if you let her go. Hiss, how generous. Just how valuable are 5 boxes of water and 50 pounds of rice now? The group was immediately tempted, yet Zhang Shi already had enough supplies, and as a leader, his appetite was undoubtedly larger. After finally grasping Wei Ming's weakness, would he settle for such a meager sum? You fools, Zhang Shi sneered at those wavering. We're merely scaring the guy. Look how much he is willing to offer. What does that tell you? First, he cares about this woman. Second, Wei Ming's supplies are worth far more than this. His words resonated with the crowd. Indeed, they had been hasty. Sua Qingqing was worth much more than that. The more Wei Ming valued her, the greater the price he would pay to rescue her. Hence, they could not agree. On the other hand, Sua Qingqing felt immensely moved. Wei Ming truly cared for her. Look at the vast price he was willing to pay for her freedom. This only strengthened her resolve. Through the surveillance, Wei Ming observed the group's changing expressions, nearly bursting with laughter. It was utterly entertaining. Would he truly part with such resources for Sua Qingqing? Certainly not. First, he knew Zhang Shi's greed would prevent him from agreeing. And second, even if Zhang Shi did concede, he would surely retract his offer. What was the worst that could happen? Zhang Shi chuckled. Wei Ming, you really are a coward, willing to watch your girlfriend be humiliated? Brothers, since Wei Ming is so generous, let us indulge in his girlfriend. Why should we hold back? Onward. However, most people still possess a faint flicker of moral integrity, at least not in public view. Yet, there will always be those with dark inclinations who step forward. Leering, since everyone is being so courteous, I shall take the lead. Left Qingqing couldn't help but panic, quickly exclaiming, No, no, no. You must have Wei Ming open the door, Zhang Shi bellowed. Left Qingqing fell silent. Was it meaningful for Wei Ming to come out and save her? In the end, she would gain nothing. Thus, she sealed her lips. Oh dear, how considerate of you towards Wei Ming. Zhang Shi sneered. Go on. Do not be shy. All right, Left Qingqing immediately emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Wei Ming, did you see that? Zhang Shi laughed heartily. This brother has already gone in. It's too late to stop him now. Moreover, we have another 20 people lined up here. If you do not wish for us all to become your brothers-in-law, you had better open the door promptly. Wei Ming merely responded with a few pained cries of ah and ah, which were actually stifled laughter, before turning off his microphone. Displaying a quintessential ostrich-like attitude of seeing nothing and hearing nothing, Zhang Shi continued his biting mockery, yet Wei Ming remained unresponsive. That fellow must be too afraid to watch. He probably turned off the surveillance, he speculated. No worries, let us return and film a little movie to send him. The crowd agreed, pushing Left Qingqing along. After a while, a newly made short film was sent to Wei Ming via Zhang Shi's phone. What was Wei Ming up to at that moment? He had long ascended to the upper floor, savoring Song Qingyun's fashion show. He had insisted she change into a quipeo, why heavens, utterly enchanting. The qipao elegantly delineated her figure without revealing an ounce. Exuding an air of sophisticated sensuality, Wei Ming's heart was aflutter. Just then, he received a message. Looking down, he saw it was from Zhang Shi. He clicked to view it, revealing a video file. Upon noticing this, Song Qingyun hurried over, her pretty face flushed, blaming Wei Ming for forcing her into the qipao. While it was indeed beautiful and alluring, it was also undeniably embarrassing. What did Zhang Shi send you? She inquired, intentionally shifting Wei Ming's focus away from her. Wei Ming chuckled. You may view it yourself. I find it quite blinding. Chapter 54. Song Qingyun's awakening. Song Qingyun had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. She casually opened the video, only to be overwhelmed with shock and revulsion. How disgusting! She hastily shut off her phone screen. Wei Ming couldn't he help but feel speechless. If he opened his phone later, wouldn't he also have to witness that repulsive scene? You opened the video, yet you didn't turn it off, he thought. Furrowing her brow, Song Qingyun remarked, Zhang Shi is the husband of a major company. How could he be so shameless as to send you such a thing? Wei Ming, while appreciating Song Qingyun's exquisite beauty, replied with a smile. Did you not recognize the leading lady in the video? Song Qingyun's face flickered with recognition, suddenly exclaiming, Left Qingqing. Wei Ming chuckled. Zhang Shi intends to use Left Qingqing to coerce me into compliance, is he foolish? Song Qingyun immediately retorted, having personally witnessed the Left family's shamelessness and malice that night. Although Wei Ming spared Left Qingqing, she could see that he did not pity this woman. Rather, he intended to torment her gradually. So, how could Zhang Shi possibly believe Wei Ming cared for Left Qingqing? I see, it was you? Song Qingyun's expression transformed into one of realization, and she let out a gasp. You are truly ruthless. Intentionally feigning that Left Qingqing was of utmost importance to him, Zhang Shi would surely take the bait and rush to deal with Left Qingqing. Believing he could force Wei Ming to surrender, Wei Ming delivered a few punitive slaps, sneering, I will not allow Left Qingqing to die so easily. In his past life, Left Qingqing had struck the hardest blows, each stab leaving wounds deep within him, a pain he vividly recalled. Thus, how could he bear to let her perish so effortlessly? If it were merely revenge, he could have annihilated the Left family yesterday. Why release Left Qingqing, thereby granting her a false sense of hope? Now, Left Qingqing believed that if she endured, she could reside in the villa and enjoy a life of comfort. When she ultimately realizes that her endurance was in vain suffering, will she not become infuriated? Song Qingyun, naturally unaware of Wei Ming's profound hatred, had never experienced death, especially not at the hands of a trickster girlfriend, followed by being dismembered by her family. That kind of pain, that kind of hatred, even if Wei Ming were to cast the Left family into the deepest abyss, he would find no solace. He could only hope Zhang Shi would remain patient, avoiding any premature revelation of their intentions, for that would spoil the game. He chuckled. Let us not dwell on such dreary matters. We should attend to the more pressing business at hand. Song Qingyun had deliberately donned the qipao, looking so beautiful, elegant, and alluring. How could he possibly let his attention stray to someone like Left Qingqing? What a tremendous waste. Having appreciated the gift, it was now time to unwrap it. Over an hour later, Wei Ming departed, returning to his room. Song Qingyun sighed inwardly, wondering how deeply Left Qingqing had wounded Wei Ming to render him so distrustful of others. They had already engaged in such an intimate relationship. Yet Wei Ming still chose to sleep alone, underscoring his profound mistrust. He sought mere pleasure, showing no inclination towards emotional investment, undoubtedly stemming from Left Qingqing's actions. Song Qingyun suddenly made a decision. She would use her body and soul to influence and transform Wei Ming, restoring his faith in humanity. This was a form of salvation, precisely the duty of a peacekeeper. If I do not enter hell, who will? Furthermore, can this truly be considered hell? This is paradise. Thus, she felt compelled to do something for Wei Ming, to gradually melt his frozen heart with her warmth. The road ahead may be long, but she would never give up. Wei Ming, of course, remained oblivious to Song Qingyun's intentions. Even if he were aware, he would merely smile. He was not cynical. He simply perceived the depths of human nature. Especially in times of disaster, the ugliness, desires, and darkness within people would be fully unleashed. Observing the conduct of the residents in the community over the past few days, it was nothing short of beastly. He would neither trust others nor aspire to be a savior. He only wished to look after himself. Perhaps I should invite a few more beauties home to alleviate the boredom. Sleep, sleep. Wei Ming glanced at the time. It was already past 12. Zhang Shi, oh Zhang Shi, do your best to torment Left Qingqing. I will take good care of your little wife. No. Upon witnessing the video of Left Qingqing's suffering, I felt no reaction, which contradicts the persona I have crafted. Thus, he sent a voice message to Zhang Shi, unleashing a barrage of curses, before turning off his phone and retiring to bed with a sense of delight. At last, this long night came to an end. The 5th day of the apocalypse arrived. Wei Ming awoke and, as per his routine, checked the homeowners group. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. For something had transpired the previous night unrelated to him. A man named Zhao Jihu had braved the acid rain to venture outside, and not only did he return, but he also brought back a significant amount of supplies. Wei Ming was astonished. Upon reviewing the chat history, he discovered that Zhao Jihu had been audacious enough to modify his raincoat and shoes to withstand the corrosive rain. He succeeded, yet it was incredibly perilous. A few drops of acid rain had dripped onto him, causing his skin to burn and crack, nearly rendering him unconscious. Moreover, he had only ventured to the convenience store at the edge of the community. What if he had gone farther? The raincoat would inevitably be compromised, and he would surely not return alive. Yet the key point was, he did come back. Consequently, everyone began to add him as a friend. Eager to learn from his experience, sitting idly could only lead to depletion. They had to devise a method to acquire supplies. It was likely that more individuals would venture out that evening. The earlier one set out, the greater the bounty. In a few days, the nearby convenience stores would be completely emptied, making it increasingly dangerous to seek out supplies from farther locations. Wei Ming shook his head. With so many people collecting supplies, some would undoubtedly reap rewards while others would not. Thus, would those who failed to gather supplies not succumb to greed and resort to robbery? Indeed, I need not venture out. A group could unite to guard the community's entrance, charging a toll from those who pass through. If one refuses to pay, will they be allowed entry? Would you pay or not? In this manner, one could enjoy the spoils without taking risks. This world, alas, would descend further into chaos. Just wait and see. Chapter 55. Left Qingqing self-pua Zhanggu. Our food supply is dwindling, and since Wei Ming refuses to surrender, how about we sell this woman to him? One person suggested to Zhang Shi. Despite their desires to assault the villa from the ground last night, they dared not take a single step outside due to the acid rain. Indeed, Wei Ming possessed a wealth of supplies, yet this fellow lurked within the villa, rendering them powerless. Zhang Shi shot him a fierce glare, his expression menacing, laden with a strong warning. If we cannot even seize a villa, how shall we proceed? Zhang Shi snorted. However, this stalemate could not persist. Another voice chimed in. Zhang Shi contemplated for a moment, revealing a cold smile. First, we will act at night, shatter Wei Ming's windows, and force our way into the villa. Second, if we cannot breach Wei Ming's villa, can we not target others? He is, after all, the proprietor of a large enterprise, and his thoughts have never been confined to mere survival. The present times are indeed chaotic, and they have already resorted to banditry. Why limit themselves to plundering Wei Ming alone? They now number 21, predominantly robust adult males, and this formidable force could easily raid any household. A spark of realization lit up in the eyes of the crowd. Indeed, if I cannot seize Wei Ming, can I not target others? Let us act now, they exclaimed. However, Zhang Shi raised a hand, revealing a cold smirk. There is no need for haste. Did not many express a desire to venture out tonight in search of supplies? Let them go. Once they have procured the materials, we shall systematically plunder each household. Upon hearing this, the others' eyes brightened. This plan was splendid. Tio reap without sowing, and with no risk whatsoever. Truly, Zhanggu is astute. How remarkable! With Zhanggu leading us, we shall undoubtedly weather this storm. The crowd lavished praises upon him, and Zhang Shi accepted their adulation without a hint of modesty. Accustomed as he was to commanding authority within the company, relishing the worship he garnered. He then opened the door and tossed a mobile phone onto the bed, addressing Zhou Qingqing. If you wish to avoid further suffering, contact Wei Ming and persuade him to surrender. Zhou Qingqing, albeit straining slightly to receive the phone, did not immediately reach out to Wei Ming. Instead, she cast a venomous glare at Zhang Shi. Over the past few days, she had endured considerable torment. Though she was not an innocent woman, she was certainly not a harlot. The crux of the matter was this. This man had obstructed her path to Wei Ming's villa. Zhang Shi, however, remained indifferent to her silent protest, merely chuckling coldly before exiting the room. Bang! The door slammed shut, and after a moment, Zhou Qingqing sent a video to Wei Ming. She was determined to express her grievances, to elevate her own standing. This mobile phone was hers. Mere seconds later, the video connected. Wei Gu, Zhou Qingqing called out, only to suddenly freeze. For in the depths of Wei Ming's pupils, she discerned another figure. In that instant, she nearly erupted with rage. Here she was, suffering, while Wei Ming resided comfortably in his villa, lavishing affection upon another woman. The thought of those two treacherous lovers made her blood boil. Yet, she swiftly redirected her thoughts. This is the apocalypse. Wei Ming too requires companionship, and moreover, Zhang Shi's wife is in his grasp. Wei Ming must be avenging me. Yes, he is surely retaliating on my behalf. She concocted this rationale and quickly regained her composure. You must devise a way to rescue me. I can hardly endure any longer, she pleaded pitifully. The heat, hunger, and thirst were unbearable, compounded by the relentless torment she faced. Leaving her utterly exhausted. I am working on it, Wei Ming replied, panting. Hey, why is the signal lost? We shall speak again later. He ended the video call, switched his phone to airplane mode, and tossed it aside. After all, he was solely interested in witnessing Zhuangqing's suffering. He had neither the time nor inclination to offer comfort. Setting aside the malevolence she had exhibited in her previous life, even in this instance, she had lured Wei Ming into a trap under the guise of her family, motivated by greed and malice. Should one feel even a modicum of sympathy for such a woman? Meanwhile, Zhuangqing stared blankly at her phone. Wei Ming had hung up. He didn't even offer her a word of comfort. No, Wei Ming must be devising a plan to rescue me. Hence he lacks the time for reassurance. It must be so. Wei Ming emerged clad in oversized shorts, while at that moment, Song Qingyun and the three women were preparing breakfast. Upon his arrival, Lu Qing teased, "Have you completed your morning exercise? Would you like to add a bit more workout?" "Certainly," Wei Ming replied with a grin, striding over to lift Lu Qing into his arms. Lu Qing gasped in surprise, then smiled at Song Qingyun and Mi Xiaolu, saying, "The emperor has summoned me. I shall leave breakfast to you two." After their playful banter, they enjoyed breakfast together, and afterward, the four women resumed their yoga practice. Except for Song Qingyun, the other three lamented that they felt they had gained weight due to a lack of exercise and needed to shed some pounds. Wei Ming mused that if he could transport them to a different space, perhaps a fat-reducing procedure could be performed. It should be possible. However, he certainly would not expose his supernatural abilities over such trivial matters. This thought flickered briefly in his mind, for he had nothing pressing to attend to, and it would be dreadfully dull to not find something to occupy his time. He simply relished the sight of the four women exercising in their yoga pants. Truly a feast for the eyes. At noon, the four women prepared lunch together. However, during the meal, Lu Qing, Mi Xiaolu, and Chengya coincidentally began filming videos of their food to upload online, reveling in the likes and comments that flooded in, their pride swelling immensely. Chapter 56, Yu Qiutong stunned. "You all still have the mind to post on Douyin?" Song Qingyun was taken aback. Lu Qing smiled and said, "We are living well now. Why shouldn't we let others know? We are all human. While I feast on sumptuous meals daily, you are relegated to mere grass. This stark contrast is utterly delightful. Qingjie, take a picture for me." Chengya handed her phone to Lu Qing while she raised a wine glass filled with red wine, striking a pose for the photo. Once Lu Qing captured the image, she began editing it to post on her friend's circle. "A glass of red wine each day keeps all worries at bay." She even added a caption, "Mi Xiaolu, not to be outdone, used the villa's balcony as a backdrop, showcasing part of the estate's scenery, emphasizing that this was after the apocalypse, not an old photo to boast about." Lu Qing, of course, followed suit. If one is to flaunt, one must go all out. Just posting on Douyin is insufficient. One must also share in the friend's circle. Wei Ming approached to take a look. And to his astonishment, the number of likes was indeed overwhelming, with comments predominantly filled with envy, inquiring why the three women still enjoyed such lavish material conditions. Lu Qing and her companions certainly would not disclose that they were essentially kept women. Alongside another three women, they simply desired others to envy their fortune and would refrain from uttering anything detrimental. At this juncture, they merely needed to fill the screen with envious remarks. Wei Ming chuckled to himself, considering whether he too should indulge in some boasting. Countless resources, a delightful villa, for stunning beauties, one of whom is truly exquisite. Yes, he should flaunt it, but only for Zhuangqing's eyes. Thus, he instructed the four women to stand beside him, capturing a photograph, followed by numerous images of the abundant supplies, making slight edits before posting them in his friend's circle, accessible solely to Zhuangqing, accompanied by the text, "Though life is challenging, humanity is resilient, and we must persevere through adversity." The text appeared motivational, while the images exuded pure opulence. This was precisely the effect he sought. After posting, he paid it no mind. It was time for him to exercise. Wei Ming created a small gym equipped with a few pieces of equipment. Naturally, the villa was limited in size, with the majority designated as bedrooms, thus compressing the gym area. With 11 bedrooms in total, including the basement, there was one for himself and 10 remaining, allowing for the possibility of accommodating 20 beauties. Wei Ming reflected on the rationale behind constructing so many bedrooms initially. However, in all of Qidong City's community, could he find 20 women who caught his eye? It seemed unlikely, perhaps even impossible. Oh dear, he almost forgot about the alluring ant. Wei Ming retrieved a drone, packaged the leftover food, and sent it over to Lin Wanqiu. Lin Wanqiu was industrious, having penned 7 chapters yesterday. According to her, She was so exhausted that her breasts sagged. That was her own assertion. No wonder each chapter of her novel was nearly scandalous. This woman was indeed a wicked temptress. Wei Ming hesitated, pondering whether to invite such a temptress over. While he did not mind a woman being a bit provocative, having them all be the same could render things rather monotonous. He preferred each woman to retain her unique charm. Never mind, he decided to disregard the tempting aunt for now. Wei Ming eagerly anticipated the changes within the community that night or the following morning. Yesterday, Zhao Jihu had successfully brought back supplies, so many would likely venture out again tonight in search of resources, and he believed some would surely succeed. Yet, those willing to risk seeking supplies would inevitably be a minority. The majority would remain within the community, hoping for a windfall. What kind of bloody chaos would unfold that night? Only time would tell. The ugliness of human nature was set to fully unfurl this evening. Wei Ming set up a high-powered telescope on the balcony, as the three villas were in close proximity to the main gate, enabling him to see clearly if one were to intercept those returning with supplies. The community entrance would serve as the optimal ambush point. However, given the vastness of Qidong City, there were three main gates, and Wei Ming could only monitor one. Nonetheless, this gate was the primary entrance, leading directly to the most bustling street, with the surrounding commercial establishments being the most plentiful. Exiting through this gate would offer the shortest route to convenience stores, supermarkets, and more. Sweating profusely until evening, an idea struck Wei Ming. He instructed the four women to bring the dishes to the balcony, which was spacious enough to accommodate a round table for 10. They prepared 8 dishes and a soup, alongside an array of fruit platters featuring watermelon, papaya, strawberries, and other assorted fruits. As he dined, Wei Ming glanced toward the gate. The lights at the entrance were automatic, illuminating at designated times, allowing him to see passers-by without the need for a telescope. Here they come. Just half an hour after sunset, the first person emerged, heading toward the gate. Naturally, he was clad in a raincoat, enveloped from head to toe. Wei Ming gently shook his head, acknowledging that the most terrifying aspect of acid rain lies in its corrosive effect on blood rain. However, it is not to say that materials such as plastic are impervious to damage. Rather, the degradation occurs at a significantly slower pace. Yet, raincoats are inherently designed with openings. Otherwise, how could one wear them? Wouldn't one suffocate? What people can do is to seal these openings as much as possible after donning the raincoat, to prevent acid rain from seeping in or drifting through. However, regardless of the method of sealing, these junctions are easily compromised by acid rain. Consequently, when rainwater trickles down, coming into contact with the skin feels akin to being doused in sulfuric acid. After all, how else could it be dubbed acid rain? Moreover, even during the night, temperatures hover around 40 degrees. Just imagine wearing a suffocating raincoat in such heat. How unbearable would that be? Setting aside the threat of acid rain, how many can truly endure such stifling conditions? Wei Ming sighed, yet could only observe the unfolding drama with a sense of detached amusement. Shortly thereafter, another individual emerged from the community gate, fully equipped. This was merely one of 3 exits. There were still 2 more gates, and it was likely that others were daringly venturing out to seek supplies. Song Qingyun and her companions certainly took note, equally astonished. If it weren't for Wei Ming, would they too be compelled to scavenge for resources? Naturally, as beauties, they could choose not to go, but at what cost? It would invariably be their bodies that they would have to offer. In this post-apocalyptic world, beauty is indeed a form of currency. At that moment, the lights next door suddenly flickered on. Yu Chutong stepped out, still as composed as before, with a bottle of red wine in her left hand and a tall glass in her right. In such dire circumstances, few could maintain such a leisurely demeanor as hers. Furthermore, the wine contained moisture, particularly the grape variety, which also harbored sugars, providing a modicum of sustenance. Her lifestyle could evoke envy in 99 of people. However, Wei Ming was not among them. Upon seeing Yu Chutong, Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu displayed expressions of awe. It was their first encounter with this beauty. Chengya had been her neighbor for quite some time. And while the 2 women were not strangers, Yu Chutong naturally looked down upon Chengya, who had married a man nearly old enough to be her father. As for Song Qingyun, it goes without saying, she had been observed by Yu Chutong while being affectionate with Wei Ming on the balcony. Yu Chutong had certainly witnessed the scene on the neighboring balcony and was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 57. Steel plate ceiling windows? Zhang Shi was on the verge of tears. 4 women. Wei Ming's villa actually housed 4 women, all of whom were beauties. Lu Qing, Mi Xiaolu, and Chengya were slightly less striking. Yet Song Qingyun was certainly her equal. Yu Chutong instantly realized that these 4 women must have been lured by the resources in Wei Ming's possession, willingly becoming his canaries. This notion filled her with disdain. Nevertheless, their material conditions were far too favorable for individuals feasting on 8 dishes and a soup, accompanied by an abundance of fruit. The sight of the fruit was almost irresistible. Alas, Wei Ming refused to sell her any. And given the current state of humanity's depravity, even if he were to agree, would Yu Chutong dare to invite him inside? It would be akin to inviting a wolf into her home or leading a sheep into a tiger's den. Over the past few days, Yu Chutong had been particularly anxious, knowing that resources would eventually dwindle. What then? With her remarkable beauty, yet surrounded by individuals who had turned into raving lunatics, devoid of humanity. She could only imagine the tragic fate awaiting her should she be discovered and captured. Wei Ming flashed her a slight smile, gesturing towards the table laden with dishes, signaling for her to join him. Did Yu Chutong wish to go? Undoubtedly. Yet, she was acutely aware of the price she would have to pay. Having been a pampered princess since childhood, accustomed to having everything she desired, would she now sacrifice her body for a mere meal? She resolutely refused. Humph! With an air of haughtiness, she emitted a disdainful huff, seated herself, and poured herself a glass of wine, savoring it slowly. Lu Qing, unable to tolerate such arrogance, remarked with a click of her tongue. Oh, still putting on airs. I wonder how long she can maintain that facade. Chengya added sharply. I wager no more than 3 days before she joins us in vying for Wei Ming. Mi Xiaolu, coming from a well-educated background, was not as petty as the other two, saying, there's no need to speak so harshly of her. Lu Qing huffed, who told her to huff at us first. Indeed, Chengya nodded in agreement. Lu Qing exchanged a knowing glance with Chengya, and the two of them nestled into Wei Ming's embrace, taking turns feeding him, while Yu Chutong inadvertently caught sight of this scene and felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. How shameless! After casting a fierce glare at Wei Ming, she turned and retreated into her house. Ha ha ha! Lu Qing and Chengya erupted into triumphant laughter. By around 10 p.m., the villa entered lockdown mode, and the 4 women obediently returned to their respective rooms, while Wei Ming lingered on the balcony, keenly observing the potential drama that might unfold at the gate. After more than half an hour, he noticed a group emerging from the underground garage, heading not towards the community gate but directly toward his villa. There were approximately 20 individuals, all clad in raincoats and umbrellas, bundled up against the elements. Could it be Zhang Shi and his crew? Wei Ming was uncertain. Dressed as they were, even their own mothers might not recognize them. They were indeed armed with hammers and kitchen knives, exuding an intimidating aura. Wei Ming chuckled softly, manipulating his phone. On the first and second floors of the villa, steel plates descended to cover all the windows. He thought to himself, oh, you wish to smash? Be my guest. The group noticed Wei Ming, illuminated by the balcony lights, and defiantly gestured a middle finger at him, as if to say he wouldn't be so pleased for long. They stormed into the garden and began to smash the windows. The force of the blows nearly rattled the teeth of a few, and when one of them shone a flashlight, they were left dumbfounded. Was this glass? No, it was steel plates. You actually use steel plates to protect the glass? Given their current predicament, how long could they withstand the outdoors? The threat of acid rain and the oppressive heat would soon lead to heat exhaustion. Thus, attempting to break through the steel plates was no laughing matter. What now? Retreat, retreat. Zhang Shi was compelled to issue the order, nearly in tears. This was an iron fortress. The group hastily withdrew, yet it was too late. Some were already shrieking before they even reached the garage. Evidently harmed as acid rain seeped into their raincoats. Once they finally made it into the garage, they discovered that one man's eye had been seared shut. Hiss! The corrosive nature of acid rain was far too potent. Even reinforced raincoats could not withstand it for long, even with an umbrella. Zhang Shi gritted his teeth, declaring, that guy has fortified his villa like a turtle shell. We can't touch him for now. We'll proceed with plan B, no sleep tonight. Whoever brings back supplies, will go and rob him. All right, the others agreed. 2 hours later, Wei Ming observed someone returning to the community. The individual was carrying a bag and entered through the underground garage. Given that the garage was closest to the community entrance, this route theoretically provided the safest passage to the entrances of the various buildings. However, this person seemed to have forgotten that many others in the community were keen to act as yellow sparrows. Consequently, he was immediately robbed. Wei Ming could only watch the shadows projected from the garage. Initially, there was but one, but soon there were over a dozen, all swiftly pouncing on the single shadow. This was the merciless reality of the apocalypse. And this was just the beginning. Many more dark and brutal events were yet to unfold. Losing interest, Wei Ming turned and returned to his bedroom. Time for sleep. Let them go rob and kill as they pleased. He remained comfortably seated, observing the chaos from his high perch, and thought that, should the occasion arise, he could even hold a high-stemmed glass, putting on a show. A night passed, marking the 6th day of the apocalypse. Upon waking, Wei Ming opened his phone and was taken aback. The owners' group was in an uproar. Everyone was condemning Zhang Shi and his group. Too despicable, too excessive. How could they rob those venturing out for supplies? Don't you want to eat and drink? Can't you search for it yourselves? Such behavior is more repugnant than that of robbers. Each person was vociferously denouncing Zhang Shi's gang, while some in Zhang Shi's group retaliated verbally. Further escalating the conflict, an anti-Zhang alliance was formed. They could not passively allow these people to rob them. Everyone wished to survive, so what could be done? They had to unite in resistance. However, not everyone joined the anti-Zhang alliance. Some chose to ally with Zhang Shi's crew, as that power structure was already established. Rather than banding together with a disorganized mob, it was wiser to join a pre-existing force, in just one morning. The once unified community splintered, forming over 20 factions. The difference was that these newly formed factions were primarily organized by building, such as Building 1, Building 2, Building 3, comprising alliances of 200 to 300 homeowners. Standing together in solidarity, Wei Ming observed this development with a mere smile. They may be an alliance now, but over time, hierarchies would form, with the upper echelons exploiting the lower, if women were to be added into the mix. These alliances would not endure for long. 20-plus factions would gradually dwindle to 10 or fewer. Ultimately, there would either be a single dominant faction or 2 or 3 opposing ones. There could not be too many. Yet, even if one faction emerged as the sole power, Wei Ming remained unfazed. With his formidable stockpile of weaponry, obliterating an entire community would be a trivial endeavor. Chapter 58. The enchanting ant comes seeking refuge. Wei Gu, when will you come to rescue me? Left Qingqing messaged again. Wei Ming casually replied, I'm thinking of a solution. Just hang in there a bit longer. What could Left Qingqing do? At this point, she could only rely on Wei Ming, with no other options available. She had certainly seen the moments Wei Ming posted yesterday, but chose to ignore them. It was not that she was foolish. Rather, her sunk costs were too significant, compelling her to trust Wei Ming unwaveringly in a bid to win Wei Ming's favor. She even took the initiative to suggest that he refrain from opening the door. Enduring the torment of over 20 men daily, if she were to confront Wei Ming now, all her efforts would have been in vain. Thus, she found herself compelled to place her trust in him. Wei Ming offered a faint smile. The fact that Wei Qingqing had seen his social media post from the previous day without uttering a word spoke volumes. She had already begun to engage in self-PUA. Naturally, Wei Ming would not allow Wei Qingqing to have it easy. He summoned Qingya, capturing several provocative photographs of his little wife and subsequently sending them to Zhang Shi. This, of course, infuriated Zhang Shi, prompting him to instruct his subordinates to mercilessly torment Wei Qingqing. Perfect. Boss, the situation is somewhat dire, Lin Wanqiu messaged. Our building has begun to impose authoritarian rule, demanding that everyone surrender their supplies. Otherwise, they will break down doors and seize them directly. From now on, resources will be distributed uniformly. Following the alliance, it was only natural that resources would be allocated in a uniform manner. Whoever held the power of distribution ultimately controlled the fates of others. Thus, a class system naturally emerged. With classes came conflicts, and when these conflicts escalated to a certain extent, one of two outcomes would ensue. Either a civil war to overthrow the ruling powers, or an external war to divert conflicts and plunder external wealth, thereby sustaining the class system. Consequently, Wei Ming had long foreseen that violent clashes would erupt among the 20-plus factions within the community, leaving only one or perhaps 2 or 3 to stand in opposition. The alluring ant was perilously vulnerable. If one did not surrender their supplies, they would face forced entry, and given Lin Wanqiu's intoxicating charm, her fate would undoubtedly be grim. Those who wielded power would naturally extend their claws towards the beauties among their subordinates. Very well, Wei Ming replied. You may move in, but once you enter my villa, you must adhere to my rules. You are the boss. Whatever you say goes, and I have no objections to the unspoken rules. Lin Wanqiu immediately responded. Wei Ming hesitated momentarily. This was no charming ant, but rather a brazenly seductive one. Bringing this woman home could result in an entire household of alluring enchantresses. That would be disastrous. Nevertheless, he ultimately decided to allow Lin Wanqiu to come over. After all, she was an exquisite beauty, and he could not allow others to benefit from her presence. Come over now, Wei Ming instructed. All right. Under Wei Ming's guidance, she brought nothing with her, as if merely taking a stroll downstairs. However, She did tousle her hair and deliberately donned an oversized dress to conceal her figure. At this moment, every individual's inner demons had been unleashed, and she dared not let her guard down. The underground parking garage was still populated, as it was the only place that offered a modicum of coolness during the day. The rooms, devoid of air conditioning, resembled ovens. Yet today, over 20 alliances had formed, with people from each building clustering together. Anyone from another building who passed by would be met with hostile glares. Lin Wanqiu hurriedly made her way, her heart racing with excitement as she approached Wei Ming's villa, nearly leaping from her throat. "Hey, which building are you from?" Suddenly, a man intercepted her. He was in his 30s, his demeanor somewhat menacing. His name was Zhou Xing, a tenant rather than an owner, who had no girlfriend and had resorted to salons for relief prior to the apocalypse, a luxury that had since been taken from him. After days of pent-up frustration, he was feeling particularly restless. Now, with a woman passing before him, not only was she from a different building, but despite her obscured features and baggy attire, when she lifted her leg, the fabric clung tightly, revealing the curves of her rounded dairy plump and enticing, igniting his interest instantly. In this dire time, he would seize any opportunity, especially one presented by a woman with such a sultry figure. Thus, he immediately blocked her path. Lin Wanqiu's heart raced. She was mere meters from Wei Ming's villa. Gritting her teeth, she took off running, fear driving her to escape this man and avoid losing all her efforts. Zhou Xing initially sought to take advantage, but upon seeing Lin Wanqiu flee, his instincts kicked in, prompting him to pursue her. "If you have nothing to hide, why are you running? Don't run," he shouted as he chased after her. Others, upon witnessing the commotion, instinctively joined the pursuit. With so many chasing her, Lin Wanqiu became even more frantic, running for her life. As she sprinted, her disheveled hair danced in the wind, revealing her alluring, captivating visage. Zhou Xing's interest surged upon sighting her beauty. "What a stunning woman! Grab her. Let us have some fun," he exclaimed excitedly. The others, initially unaware of the reason for the chase, quickly caught onto Zhou Xing's enthusiasm. What could excite them? Food, water, and beautiful women. Lin Wanqiu was swift, and as she neared the basement door, she pounded on it urgently, calling out, "Wei Ming, open the door, hurry." Just then, Zhou Xing caught up, reaching out to seize Lin Wanqiu. She retaliated with kicks and shoves, desperately trying to fend him off and buy time for the door to open. "Ha! Such a beautiful woman. I'll have my way with you tonight," Zhou Xing snarled. Daytime was unsuitable for their desires due to the heat. Only at night, when the air conditioning could cool the space to a bearable temperature, could they truly indulge. At that moment, others had also arrived. Surrounding Lin Wanqiu, the sight of her enchanting face left them all entranced. You think you can rely on Wei Ming? Not a chance. Why should he be the only one to enjoy her? We want in too. Take her away." Faced with a pack of ravenous men, Lin Wanqiu felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Even if Wei Ming emerged now, could he truly rescue her from their clutches? She was acutely aware of her beauty and the extent to which these men might ravage her. In this apocalypse, the darkness within men's hearts had been fully unleashed, with a resounding crack. The basement door swung open. Chapter 59. Wei Ming actually has a gun. Wei Ming stepped out. The crowd momentarily froze, then erupted in delight. Wei Ming's villa was stocked with ample supplies. Seizing this opportunity to invade would be a tremendous gain. Lin Wanqiu felt deeply moved. In such a dire situation, Wei Ming had still chosen to open the door. But this could only lead to his own downfall. "Kill him," Zhou Xing shouted, his face contorted with overwhelming greed. Bang! A gunshot silenced the cacophony. All eyes turned towards the source of the sound as Zhou Xing fell to the ground, a bullet hole now adorning his forehead, his face still twisted into a grotesque grin that added an eerie touch to the scene. Wei Ming casually blew on the gun's barrel and smiled. Who else? The sight of the gun sent the crowd recoiling instinctively. Although Wei Ming possessed only one firearm with a limited number of bullets, they were still a dozen strong. Surely, if they dared to charge, he couldn't take them all down. Yet, who would dare to approach? The saying goes, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Thus, with merely a single gun, Wei Ming managed to intimidate them all into retreat. Of course, had they truly dared to advance, Wei Ming would not have hesitated to utilize the spatial portal in such a confined space. He was nothing short of a god. "Wei Ming!" Lin Wanqiu exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. She had thought herself doomed, only to discover a twist of fate. Wei Ming had a gun. Wei Ming nodded and turned to the others. "Remove the body." Under the threat of the gun, the man Zhou Xing had targeted begrudgingly approached, grasping Zhou Xing's wrist to drag him away. Wei Ming smiled. "Thank you." The man, feeling awkward, mumbled a response before inwardly cursing himself. Wei Ming ushered Lin Wanqiu inside, and with a firm thud, the door closed behind them. "How refreshing," Lin Wanqiu gasped. She quickly shed the fabric that had concealed her, initially meant to guard against prying eyes, but now deemed unnecessary. "I need to wash up. I'll toss these rags in a bag and discard them later." Wei Ming pinched his nose, gesturing toward the side. "There's a bathroom in the basement." Lin Wanqiu was not embarrassed. Rather, she exclaimed, "We can shower?" Seeing Wei Ming's calm demeanor, she felt a sense of vindication for her decision. To Wei Ming's surprise, Lin Wanqiu was still untouched. According to her, she had previously dated a boyfriend who nearly assaulted her, leading to her social anxiety and a tendency to isolate herself at home. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her true nature was that of a seductress, venturing deeper into this path. Wei Ming mused inwardly. However, the alluring aunt had indeed provided him with a significant surprise. Given the choice, who wouldn't prefer a new vehicle? Finding himself unable to sleep, he entertained himself with his phone. As expected, the owner's group had become lively once more at a gun. This was indeed the most fearsome weapon. Which modern individual was not afraid of firearms? Yet, with strict gun control in the country, ordinary people had no access to them. How had Wei Ming acquired a gun? The discussion swirled, with many insisting that Wei Ming must be disarmed, as his possession of a firearm posed a grave threat to the entire community. Demand that Wei Ming surrender the gun. However, amidst the heated discourse, no one was willing to step forward and seize the weapon. They pushed each other, unwilling to be the scapegoat, resulting in a futile exchange of words with no tangible progress. Everyone was gripped by fear, and even Zhang Shi's group had several members who were apprehensive. "Why don't we just return Qingqing to him?" suggested someone. "After all, we can coerce others to go out in search of food, and besides, we've had our fun with this woman on numerous occasions." Many expressed their agreement. "Moreover, we can even trade with Wei Ming for some food and water." Zhang Shi coldly glared at these individuals and scoffed, "You mindless fools. What we need is not food, but guns, guns." Chapter 60. Do you wish to witness a spectacle? Wei Ming soon received a friend request, noted as Aunt Yang, the community committee director. After some consideration, Wei Ming accepted the request. Moments later, Aunt Yang sent a voice message. "Little Wei, I've heard from others that you possess a firearm. Is that true?" "Heh, it's common knowledge in the entire neighborhood that I have a gun and that I've even used it to take a life." "Why do you ask?" Wei Ming replied nonchalantly. "Indeed, Little Wei, possessing a firearm is illegal in our country. Do not be deceived by the current seeming paralysis of state power. This is merely temporary. Once the disaster passes, the government will strike back forcefully to restore order," Aunt Yang hurriedly explained. "How about this? You give me the gun for safekeeping, and when the state comes to investigate, I will vouch for you, saying you recognized your mistakes and are a good comrade." Wei Ming chuckled. "You're clearly after my gun, yet you present such lofty rhetoric. TSK, you truly are a product of the community committee. I'll consider it." However, Wei Ming did not outright refuse. Having revealed the secret of his firearm, he pondered whether Zhang Shi might exploit his lingering feelings for Qingqing to coerce him into surrendering the weapon. It was a distinct possibility. This could be entertaining. Though Aunt Yang felt disappointed, she recognized that it would be futile to persuade Wei Ming to relinquish the gun with mere words. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she ended the voice call. Wei Ming smiled, walking to the bedside where Lin Wanqiu was still sleeping. However, her sleeping posture was far from graceful. She sprawled across the 2.2-meter wide bed, occupying most of it. Anyone attempting to share the bed would likely awaken on the floor. Yet, despite her less than elegant slumber, it could not obscure the fact that she was a breathtaking beauty, scoring above 90 in looks. Her visage resembled a blooming rose, enchanting and vibrant, while her figure was the most commanding among women, boasting a statuesque F-cup bosom. Her waist, though not the slimmest, was perfectly complemented by her curvaceous hips, forming an exquisite S-curve. This alluring lady seemed to have no flaws apart from her flirtatious demeanor, which Wei Ming feared might corrupt the other women. After all, having a group of overly flirtatious women would serve no purpose. For instance, Song Qingyun's charm lay in her innocent yet slightly naive style. If she were to lose that uniqueness, she would merely be a decorative vase. Women must possess their own distinct characteristics, which is what one might refer to as a soul. Why do those celebrities strive so hard to cultivate personas? It is simply to create the impression that they possess an intriguing soul. Lin Wanxiu finally awoke around 6 in the evening. Oh dear, I've overslept. I must hurry to write, she exclaimed, springing from bed without donning any clothing, rushing to the computer, poised to begin typing. You are truly dedicated. But with those two ample curves on display, are you not tempting me? Wei Ming chuckled. Only then did Lin Wanxiu nod, throwing on a robe before following Wei Ming downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, the four women, Song Qingyun and her companions, had just finished preparing dinner and were about to call for Wei Ming when they were taken aback to see him accompanied by a stunning, seductive beauty. However, they were already aware of Lin Wanxiu's existence, as Wei Ming had been sending leftovers to her via drone daily, which they had all witnessed. They just hadn't anticipated that Lin Wanxiu would be not only beautiful but also incredibly voluptuous. Today marked the 6th day of the apocalypse, and Wei Ming now had 5 women. Initially, he had gathered 4 women in 4 days, so by this calculation, his efficiency in acquiring beautiful companions had indeed declined. Lin Wanxiu and the others silently mocked this. I am Lin Wanxiu, and from today onward, I shall be a part of this household, she announced with a smile. Though I am the eldest, having entered last, I shall call you all sister from now on. Wei Ming rolled his eyes in response. Do you think this is the old society? Are you my newly acquired 5th concubine? He mused, finding the notion somewhat amusing. But didn't you claim to fear social interaction? You hardly seem to be acting like someone who is afraid of socializing. Lin Wanxiu's words quickly bridged the gap between the 5 women. Even the earliest arrivals, Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu, had only known each other for a few days. Before long, they were calling her sister Wanxiu, presenting a facade of camaraderie. Wei Ming understood, however, that this was merely an illusion. It is often said that in a dormitory of 4 women, multiple factions can emerge, especially when they share AMANI in the apocalypse. Resources are exceedingly scarce. Can they truly avoid scheming and jealousy? Thus, their friendliness was undoubtedly superficial, merely a display for him, as he resembled a feudal lord of the old society. Should he truly expel anyone, it would spell disaster for them all. Wei Ming simply smiled, content to maintain the appearance of harmony while allowing them to engage in their covert rivalries behind his back. The fiercer their hidden battles were, the more diligently they would attend to his needs. As night descended and darkness enveloped the sky, the community grew lively. The evenings were considerably cooler, marking the peak of everyone's activity. Wei Ming and the 5 women indulged in fruits while watching online television, discussing the likelihood of power outages and internet disruptions, prompting Lu Qing and the others to hastily post several updates on Douyin and their friend circles. Maintaining their facade was no easy task, and they treasured it dearly. Ding! A message popped up on Wei Ming's phone. It was from Zhang Shi. Do you want your woman back? Not particularly, Wei Ming thought, but when replying, he typed, What are your conditions? Ha! Straightforward, Zhang Shi responded. I have people waiting for you in the garage beneath your villa. Come down and let us talk. Wei Ming smiled, clearly anticipating a discussion about the firearm, which was no surprise to him. Do you wish to witness a show? He asked Song Qingyun and the others. Yes, they all nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether they genuinely wished to see, Wei Ming's inquiry demanded a response. Follow me. Chapter 61. The grand performance directed by Wei Ming unfolded. The 5 women followed him to the basement. He first checked the surveillance to ensure no one was lurking near the entrance. The entire corridor lay empty. Clearly, Zhang Shi was attempting to demonstrate his sincerity while also guarding against any sudden gunfire from Wei Ming. What's Zhang Shi planning? Chengya asked, her anxiety palpable. What was she most afraid of? That Zhang Shi would use Wei Qingqing as a bargaining chip to exchange for her. Wei Ming feigned reaching into his pocket, producing an imaginary gun. He wants this. Song Qingyun's heart raced. We can't give it to him. She even considered safeguarding the weapon herself. In the entire community, aside from her, was there another security officer? No. Thus, she was undoubtedly the most suitable custodian of the firearm and would never misuse it. Wei Ming smiled slightly. Why not? Apart from Lin Wanxiu, the other 4 women were taken aback, struggling to believe it. Lin Wanxiu was unaware of the past entanglements between Wei Ming and Wei Qingqing, but Song Qingyun and the others were all too familiar. They even knew that Wei Ming had intentionally set up the scenario to torment Wei Qingqing. Wei Qingqing, along with her family, undoubtedly deserved their fate for attempting to seize this villa. Should they succeed, the women would become mere playthings for the father and son duo. What woman could endure such humiliation? Just look at how the entire Zhou family was trapped in a cage, receiving no food or water, and with the sweltering heat, they were barely clinging to life. It was unlikely they would survive until the morrow. Yet here was Wei Ming, appearing willing to relinquish his gun to save Wei Qingqing. This was utterly irrational. Wei Ming burst into laughter. That is precisely why I wanted you to come down and watch the show. Just enjoy the spectacle. With that, he opened the basement door. It could be unlocked with his remote control, fingerprint, or even his voice, making it exceedingly convenient. He stepped outside. Wei Ming, be careful. Don't let it slip. Song Qingyun and the others hastily cautioned. Their fates now intertwined with his. Wei Ming merely smiled. As he emerged, the corridor's sensor lights flickered on, illuminating him before a gathering of individuals in the distance. Wei Ming! Zhang Shi called out loudly, gesturing for someone to push Sui forward, a fruit knife held against her throat. Clearly a precaution against any gunfire from Wei Ming. You have a gun. I have a hostage. In just 2 days, Sui had been subjected to considerable torment, her hair disheveled and her body marked with bruises. Upon seeing Wei Ming, her chest heaved with emotion. Compared to her parents and brother, at least she had food and water. Zhang Shi needed her alive to leverage against Wei Ming, ensuring she wouldn't perish. In this apocalyptic world, being able to eat once a day and drink some water was a far better fate than many others. Zhang Shi, release her. Wei Ming feigned anger as he drew his imaginary weapon. Zhang Shi remained unfazed. If you dare to shoot, your girlfriend will lose her life. However, I can return her to you, but only if you agree to one condition. You must give me the gun. The power he currently wields is the strongest within the community, yet it is far from sufficient to dominate all other factions. But with an additional firearm, that would alter the entire dynamic. Even a handful of bullets would instill such fear that who would dare defy him? He could reign as the king of the entire neighborhood. At that point, he could compel the residents to venture out in search of supplies, while the multitude of people within the community, day after day, wreak havoc upon the villa. Even if they were to dig down to the foundations, could they not bring down Wei Ming's villa? As long as they wield their shovels diligently, no corner is impervious. Furthermore, the moment he acquires the gun, he could easily take Wei Ming down. No, merely injure his legs, preventing him from retreating into the villa. And then he could relish in torturing him at leisure. Thus, the most urgent task at hand is to seize the gun from Wei Ming. Whether success is attainable hinges upon Sui influence. Wei Ming feigned hesitation. However, this time, Sui refrained from further persuasion. She could no longer endure the daily intrusion of a horde of men, many of whom were exceedingly crude. Moreover, Zhang Shi desired the gun. Not the villa. Brother Wei, save me, she implored pitifully. Wei Ming appeared to struggle with his performance, the veins on his forehead bulging as if he were making a momentous decision. Let me think it over. He ultimately replied. Hurry up, I'll give you just 10 minutes, or I'll make her pay. Zhang Shi felt confident of victory. Wei Ming retreated to the basement, shutting the door behind him, and instantly concealed the excitement on his face. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to Aunt Yang. Zhang Shi is using my girlfriend as leverage. I'm prepared to hand over the gun, but he is only giving me 10 minutes to decide. He did not conceal this maneuver from Song Qingyun and the others, who were perplexed. This was entirely uncharacteristic of Wei Ming. What was he truly planning? Wei Ming smiled slightly, first concealing the gun within a spatial pocket. Then proceeding with modifications. In this realm, he was akin to a deity. Even a mountain could be reduced to countless fragments at his whim, and altering a firearm was merely a matter of thought. His method was remarkably straightforward. He lodged a piece of metal within the chamber, ensuring that any attempt to fire would result in a catastrophic explosion. Hands would be obliterated. Time passed swiftly. Yet Aunt Yang was swifter still. Could Wei Ming truly hand the gun over to Zhang Shi? Would that not allow Zhang Shi to tyrannize the community? In truth, although Wei Ming possessed a firearm, he had not engaged in any reckless behavior. Zhou Xing's demise was of his own making. After all, who chased after Wei Ming's woman? Did Wei Ming ever coerce anyone in the community into surrendering supplies or abducting women? No, he did not. But once the gun fell into Zhang Shi's hands, he would become the true tyrant of the neighborhood, and all would live under his oppressive rule. Consequently, Aunt Yang not only rallied her own building's residents, but also summoned those from other buildings, leading to over 20 factions converging. Damn it! Zhang Shi cursed, as darkness enveloped the sky and the temperature plummeted to nearly 45 degrees. The air conditioning should be operational, yet instead of relishing the rare coolness at home, they had rushed outside. Was it Wei Ming? Or perhaps he had infiltrators planted by other factions who had secretly informed on him. It was not surprising, as other factions were primarily organized by buildings, while building number 8 was solely a villa, just his household. Thus, those under his command came from various buildings, making it entirely plausible for there to be spies among them. Just then, Wei Ming emerged from the basement. declaring, "Zhang Shi, I accept your terms." Chapter 62. One moment brimming with triumph, the next steeped in despair. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi was naturally overjoyed. Left Qingqing shared in his delight. At last, she could escape from her torment. So much so that she was driven to tears, although due to severe dehydration, no tears would flow. No. As soon as Wei Ming's words fell, a chorus of opposition erupted. "You think you can take the gun? Zhang Shi? Absolutely not." Without firearms, they could only wield kitchen knives against one another, with no one fearing the other. However, once a gun was introduced, the stakes were entirely different. It could enable long-range killings, and even if a shot did not hit a vital area. The lack of medical facilities meant that mere infection could prove fatal. Wei Ming, however, paid no heed to their protests and forcefully tossed the gun toward Zhang Shi. "Here is the gun. Now release her." Such a heroic gesture naturally moved Zhou Qingqing to her core. Any lingering doubts she had previously vanished in an instant. The power of the gun at that moment was profoundly evident. Only a fool would fail to recognize it. Yet Wei Ming was willing to relinquish the firearm to save her. Was that not sufficient proof of everything? She smiled, feeling that the hardships of the past few days had not been in vain. Given Wei Ming's regard for her, no matter how many women he had, she would find a way to displace them all. Even if Wei Ming possessed an abundance of resources, the villa was limited in size. And surely, he would eventually squander it all. Thus, it was entirely reasonable to oust the other women from the villa to conserve expenses. Moreover, if resources truly became scarce, she would not hesitate to quietly eliminate Wei Ming, ensuring her own survival for a longer duration, as long as she lived. There remained hope for witnessing the end of the disaster. The handgun clattered to the ground, the metal striking the concrete with a resounding clang. The crowd paused momentarily before rushing forward in unison. "Seize the gun." Zhang Shi too surged forward, shouting, "Keep an eye on that woman. She must not escape." Wei Ming was willing to part with his gun for her. She was far too valuable. He sought vengeance against Wei Ming, and to compel him out, he needed to hold such leverage. Otherwise, Wei Ming could very well retreat into his shell. Zhou Qingqing was momentarily taken aback before erupting in a hysterical scream. "Zhang Shi, you son of a dog, you are breaking your promise. I will kill you. I will kill you." Zhang Shi had no time to heed her, having already engaged in combat. Meanwhile, Wei Ming retreated to the door of the basement, reveling in the cool air wafting from within, as he chuckled, "Isn't this exciting? You truly wield the power to manipulate everyone in this community at your whim." Lin Wanxu's admiration was palpable. Yet she mused, but to toy with so many lives, was it truly worth sacrificing a firearm? Lu Qing and the other women nodded in agreement. In these apocalyptic times, firearms were of utmost importance. Only Song Qingyun remained troubled. Regardless of who ultimately possessed the gun, it was not a favorable outcome. It equated to unleashing a demon. Wei Ming chuckled, retrieving another gun from his pocket and displaying it to the 5 women. "Surprised?" Song Qingyun gasped. "The gun you threw was a fake." Recalling Wei Ming's earlier deception with a fake bomb vest, she swiftly grasped the situation. Wei Ming shook his head. "Of course it's real." Song Qingyun was momentarily perplexed. "You have 2 guns?" Lu Qing exclaimed. Wei Ming feigned surprise, glancing down as he laughed. "What are you talking about? I only have 1 gun. Haven't you all seen it? TSK. I wish I had 2, but alas, it's not possible." "Well, I could modify one in the spatial pocket, but what if it blew up?" "You." The 5 women were left speechless. "Can you even operate a vehicle?" Wei Ming stowed the gun away, revealing that he indeed possessed several lethal firearms. It is worth noting that at the location of the beautiful woman, firearms could be traded. During his $0 purchases, he had frequented such establishments, acquiring not just handguns and rifles, but an array of heavy weaponry. Hence, he claimed that his arsenal could easily obliterate the entire community. Meanwhile, in the underground garage, the struggle over the phone ensued fiercely. Even at night, the temperature hovered around 40 degrees, a suffocating heat that could lead to heat stroke. Though the individuals still lived, they had certainly not fared well, lacking adequate food and water, their physical conditions far below normal. Consequently, they soon found themselves panting heavily, their visions swimming with stars as they teetered on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, the struggle among the crowd faltered. "Ha ha ha ha!" Zhang Shi burst into laughter. "Everyone, get the hell away from me!" He brandished the gun in his hand, waving it triumphantly. "Now that I hold the gun, the community is mine." However, Zhang Shi, emboldened by his newfound power, aimed the gun menacingly at Wei Ming in the distance. "Wei Ming!" he bellowed. Wei Ming raised both hands, deliberately adopting a panicked expression. We made a deal. I'd give you the gun, and you'd let her go. The gun is now in your possession. Are you going back on your word? Yes. Zhang Shi reveled in his superiority. Now that the gun is in my hands, I am the one who dictates the rules. Kneel before me, Wei Ming scoffed. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. I kneel to heaven, kneel to the earth, kneel to my parents, but I shall never kneel to scum like you. He darted toward the basement. Oh, you are quite brave, aren't you? Then prepare to die. Zhang Shi, seeing this, acted without hesitation and fired the gun, determined not to let Wei Ming retreat into his shell. This was not only an outlet for his fury toward Wei Ming, but also a means to intimidate the community. I, Zhang Shi, dare to fire, bang. The flash of gunfire erupted, the sound piercing. Huh? Why does this sound different from what I've heard in television dramas? Ah. Zhang Shi shrieked in agony, blood gushing from his right hand, fingers appearing to have been severed as they lay scattered on the ground, the gun itself severely deformed. What? The crowd paused in shock before realization dawned. The gun had exploded in the chamber. How incredibly unfortunate for Zhang Shi. After finally seizing the gun, it had exploded. Ha 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 ha. If Zhang Shi were to possess a firearm yet refrained from firing it, merely wielding it as a means of intimidation, then those whom he commands would have no choice but to comply. However, should he discharge the weapon and, in the process, have it explode in his hands, what remnants of intimidation would remain? Mr. Zhang, your fingers have been shattered. You must hasten to the hospital. Though it is nightfall, the emergency room is still operational. The crowd exchanged sardonic remarks, and who among them would still fear Zhang Shi? Alas, the hour grows late. It is time to return home for a wash and rest. Indeed, it is a rare occasion to enjoy the air conditioning at night. The outside is sweltering, having drained much of my vitality. Homeward bound. The once bustling garage now lay barren, leaving only Zhang Shi and his cohorts. Zhang Shi was naturally in excruciating pain, blood dripping onto the floor, causing the veins on his forehead to throb. With a resounding slap, he struck Wei Ming on the face with his uninjured left hand. Bellowing, "Take her back and treat her harshly." Chapter 63. Yu Chutong is quite astute. Wei Ming had plummeted from the clouds into the mire. She was but a step away from freedom. Yet what was the outcome? Zhang Shi, you scoundrel, you do not honor your promises. As she struggled, she cursed, wishing him a miserable fate. Zhang Shi's countenance was grim, dark enough to seem as if it could weep. Upon returning home, he hastily bandaged his wounds. Ordinarily, he might have sought medical attention for his severed fingers, for with a brief wait and skilled doctors, reattachment could be possible, preserving much of their dexterity. But now, he could only administer a rudimentary treatment. Fortunately, though his fingers were severed, the high temperature had effectively cauterized the wounds, minimizing the risk of infection. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Seizing a stick, he stormed into the room where Wei Ming was held, his expression vicious. He may not be able to contend with Wei Ming, but surely he could handle a mere woman. Crack, crack, crack. Zhang Shi unleashed his fury. Venting all his rage upon Wei Ming, Wei Ming sat upon the balcony, cloaked in anonymity. In truth, as long as he remained indoors, Aunt Yang and the others would remain undisturbed, thus avoiding the chaos that had previously erupted. Although no one had perished, many were injured. In this dire lack of medical resources, injuries could lead to a slow demise. Aha! All were but pawns in his game. You truly are remarkable, Lin Wanqiu remarked sincerely. I must pin this into a novel. You are the very archetype of a protagonist in a power fantasy. The four women, including Song Qingyun, did not conceal their admiration. Initially, they were perplexed as to why Wei Ming would relinquish his firearm. Would one not suffer an exorbitant cost to advance this charade? But how could a handgun possibly explode? Did you anticipate this? Song Qingyun inquired. Of course, I crafted it myself, Wei Ming replied with a smile. Yes, Song Qingyun remained unconvinced. But how could you have known? Wei Ming chuckled. It's simple. Just insert a stone into the barrel. This explanation sufficed for the four women, yet Song Qingyun still harbored doubts. After all, while a stone in the barrel might increase the likelihood of an explosion, what if it did not? You were the one under the threat of a gun. What if you were struck? In truth, her concerns were unfounded. Wei Ming had always maintained a portal of space before him, so even if the gun had not exploded, any bullet fired would have been consumed by the portal. Wei Ming orchestrated this grand performance. How could he risk his own life? Observing the spectacle must always be predicated upon his absolute safety. Interestingly, the gun had ultimately been seized by Zhang Shi, resulting in the mutilation of his right hand. Zhuo Qingqing must be suffering immensely now. The crux of the matter lies in his willingness to trade the weapon for Zhuo Qingqing. How might she interpret this? Wei Ming loved her, and deeply so. TSK, she would undoubtedly remain hopeful, perhaps even fervently so, that Wei Ming would rescue her. Thus, when I reveal the truth to you, how devastating will that blow be? Wei Ming mused internally. He felt it was time. If Zhang Shi continued to use Zhuo Qingqing as leverage against him, he would no longer feign engagement. It was time to close the net. Suddenly, the light on the neighboring balcony flickered to life, revealing Yu Chutong, who emerged with a bottle of red wine and a tall glass. For the first time, her gaze towards Wei Ming was devoid of disdain. Although she had not stepped outside, residing next door, how could she remain unaware of the unfolding events? Under Wei Ming's watchful eye, she initiated a video call. Wei Ming accepted. Quite the spectacle, Yu Chutong remarked. You do not love that woman at all. Rather, you are merely manipulating her to toy with the entire community. Zhuo Qingqing and Zhang Shi were indeed embroiled in this scheme. Yet the other residents of the community were also unwillingly drawn into this drama due to the presence of a gun. Wei Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise. This woman had discerned the truth merely by observing from the sidelines. Was she merely an astute observer, or was her intellect exceptional? Wei Ming did not refute her claim. We are celebrating. We do not mind another participant. Observing Wei Ming's unabashed possessiveness, Yu Chutong scoffed. I will not share a man with another woman. If you truly wish to pursue me, first sever ties with the other women, and then perhaps I will consider it. This was, of course, a jest at Wei Ming's expense, showcasing her arrogance. Lin Wanqiu and the other 3 women were incensed. This is utterly outrageous. Even Song Qingyun felt a surge of anger. Rolling up her sleeves with an impulse to strike, Wei Ming chuckled. I would not forsake an entire forest for a single tree. You Marin, do you have enough provisions to last you a few days? Do not concern yourself, Yu Chutong retorted defiantly. Wei Ming nodded. It appears you are running low. Ha! You are welcome to surrender at any time. I shall reserve a room for you. Lu Qing leaned in. Grinning, however, you must come first, and then the rest will follow. You can only be the 6th sister. Sister 6, it would be wise to surrender soon, lest you find yourself demoted to Sister 7 or 8. Chengya added. Who could blame them for their ire at Yu Chutong's earlier affront? Yu Chutong, full of pride, disdainfully declared. Do you believe I am akin to you, denying the women any chance of retaliation? She shamelessly ended the call. Lu Qing and Chengya could only exchange rude gestures through 2 layers of glass. Who decided that beautiful women must always be demure? Yu Chutong displayed a sneer, turning to re-enter her abode. Once inside, her haughty demeanor crumbled. Just as Wei Ming had predicted, her food supplies were indeed dwindling. Just days prior, she had contemplated borrowing a vehicle from Wei Ming, but after all that had transpired, that notion had been thoroughly abandoned. Borrow a vehicle? Ha! Do not let yourself be borrowed in the process. Yet, to sit idly and watch her resources deplete, what was to be done? Would she truly have to capitulate to Wei Ming? Never! She had already stated her position so resolutely. If she were to yield, how scathing would the women, including Song Qingyun, be in their remarks? Never mind, she thought. I shall retire to bed and forget everything. Chapter 64. The curtain falls on Zhang Shi this night. The springtime air was boundless. While others seized the rare opportunity of a cool evening to rest, for it was the only time one could find solace. As temperatures soared above 50 degrees, nearing 60, who could endure? Wei Ming and his companions, however, enjoyed a consistent temperature of around 28 degrees within their villa, neither cold nor warm, allowing for comfortable summer attire or nudity during exercise without the slightest chill. Perfect on the 7th day of the apocalypse, Zhang Shi endured a night of torment, having not slept a wink. The toll of a sleepless night, coupled with the shock of his mutilated right hand, rendered him considerably haggard, and his fury intensified, reaching a fever pitch. Take this wretched woman to Wei Ming, he commanded coldly. Should Wei Ming refuse to relinquish the villa this time, I shall do away with her. Pain had stripped him of his sanity. His subordinates hesitated, contemplating their words. In truth, even if Wei Ming refused to surrender the villa, there was no need to kill the woman. Surely they could at least barter something for supplies? Yet Zhang Shi was clearly in a fit of rage, and his subordinates dared not provoke his wrath. No. Zhuo Qingqing struggled desperately, her body marked with bruises and welts, all inflicted by Zhang Shi the previous night. Yet, she was powerless against them, as they shoved her towards Villa 28. Wei Ming, surrender immediately, or I shall kill her. Zhang Shi sent a video to Wei Ming, positioning the camera to capture Zhuo Qingqing. As long as she remains in my grasp, she shall endure further suffering. Wei Ming, you surely do not wish for her to be tortured to death by my hand, Zhang Shi sneered. Yesterday, Wei Ming had been willing to part with his gun for Zhuqingqing. Thus he was confident that the pressure he applied would compel Wei Ming to acquiesce. Wei Ming paused, contemplating, uncertain. After toying with Zhuqingqing and Zhang Shi for several days, he was beginning to tire of the game. Perhaps it was time to conclude it. One final round. Wei Ming sent a message in the homeowner group. Everyone, Zhang Shi has taken my girlfriend hostage, demanding I relinquish the villa, rather than grant him this advantage. Why not offer it to you instead? Whoever can rescue Zhuqingqing, I shall reward them with 10 boxes of water, 100 jin of rice, and 20 jin of cured meat. A tempting proposition? Indeed. Instantly, numerous leaders of various factions began tagging Wei Ming in the group, seeking confirmation. Wei Ming, we will help you retrieve her, but should you renege, you will be at odds with everyone in the community. If I truly wish to eliminate you all, you would merely be pawns in my game. Wei Ming type.it is a promise. Thus, over 20 factions sprang into action. Currently, Zhang Shi wields the most formidable influence, instilling trepidation in everyone. Yesterday, driven by matters concerning firearms, they momentarily united. However, when the gun malfunctioned, they naturally lost any rationale for continuing to confront Zhang Shi. After all, who would want to risk being outmaneuvered by others? Yet, the circumstances have shifted. 10 boxes of water, 100 jin of high-quality meat, and 20 jin of cured pork. These stakes are substantial, and the annihilation of Zhang Shi's faction would benefit all parties involved, providing ample incentive for them to take a gamble. Consequently, they called upon others and gathered in the underground parking structure. Meanwhile, Wei Ming emerged from the basement but did not stray far from the door. Feigning anger as he declared, I cannot possibly relinquish the villa to you. Where would I reside, and what would I eat? I couldn't care less about you, Zhang Shi retorted inwardly, though he could not voice such sentiments aloud. Instead, he stated, very well, I permit you to retain 1/10 of the supplies. Let me consider it, Wei Ming replied. This phrase felt eerily familiar to Zhang Shi, who recalled Wei Ming uttering it just the day prior. Almost immediately, the residents of the community arrived en masse. This cannot be happening, he thought, hastily adding, do not attempt any tricks. I will grant you 10 seconds. Should you fail to make a decision within that time, I shall rescind our agreement. 10, 9, 8, as he counted down, Zhuqingqing anxiously watched Wei Ming. Though she hoped he would not surrender the supplies, she was even more fearful of death. Previously, she had felt certain that Zhang Shi would not kill her if he could not obtain anything from Wei Ming. However, after last night, she understood that Zhang Shi had lost all patience. Wei Gu, save me, help me, she pleaded weakly. With a grim determination, Wei Ming appeared on the verge of acquiescing when, at that moment, a throng of people surged from the basement levels of various buildings, charging toward Zhang Shi's group. Eliminate them, kill. Zhang Shi was taken aback. Why are you all willing to risk your lives against me? Yesterday had devolved into a chaotic melee, with everyone vying for the gun, striking one another in disarray. But today was different. Everyone's target was unexpectedly their own faction. What could possibly account for this? Yet, as the enraged mob advanced, Zhang Shi could hardly comprehend their intentions. Kill, 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 he bellowed. And thus the battle commenced. Wei Ming observed with satisfaction as the conflict he had instigated unfolded. Unlike the indiscriminate brawling of the previous day, today featured thousands of individuals ruthlessly assaulting a mere few hundred. Even though the weather was hot and their stamina diminished from lack of nourishment, the force of 10 fists striking simultaneously was sufficient to incapacitate anyone. Moreover, they were armed with weapons, kitchen knives, clothes poles, capable of inflicting considerable harm. How could Zhang Shi's faction withstand such an onslaught? In no time, they lay defeated on the ground. Zhang Shi, in particular, suffered the worst fate. Both of his legs had been severed, and he had sustained a deep gash to his back, blood gushing forth as he crawled, desperately clinging to life. Wei Ming, Zhang Shi has been dealt with. It is now time for you to honor your promise. Several leaders proclaimed. Wei Ming nodded, saying, please wait a moment while I retrieve the supplies. He feigned a pretense of gathering items, but in reality, he would shortly extract a box of water from his alternate space. During his time in South America and North America, he had amassed resources worth hundreds of billions. Thus, what he was about to present was but a trifling amount, hardly worthy of mention. Nevertheless, Wei Ming feigned utter dejection, exclaiming, this is nearly all I possess. While the crowd harbored some skepticism, suspecting he might still have reserves, They understood that his stockpile could only be limited. After all, who would hoard vast quantities of food and water without reason? Lacking resources, who would still care about Wei Ming? Step back. I will place the supplies in the center. You will release the captives, and I will depart with my people while you distribute the goods. Is that fair? Wei Ming proposed. Fair enough, let us proceed with this exchange. The leaders agreed, leaving the distribution of the supplies to their discretion. Accordingly, Wei Ming pushed the supplies forward. The crowd, unafraid of Wei Ming fleeing with the goods post-release, recognized the sheer volume of items would require multiple trips for him to carry. Release them, the leaders commanded. Suffocating was then thrust into the limelight, walking bare before Wei Ming under the gaze of thousands. Chapter 65. Suffocating has lost her mind. Wei Gu, I am so elated that you are willing to sacrifice so much for me, Suffocating exclaimed excitedly. Yet, Wei Ming revealed a cruel smile and whispered in a tone only she could hear. You are mistaken. Do you know why Zhangshi sought you out? It is because I deliberately mentioned you in front of him, asserting that you were of great importance to me. Otherwise, why would he approach you at that particular moment? Furthermore, had I genuinely wished to save you, I could have done so long ago. Haha, Zhangshi and his ilk are but ants in my presence. I intentionally cast you into their hands, leading them to believe you were vital to me. Hence their relentless torment of you in hopes of compelling my submission. You know, I nearly laughed myself mad. The effort it took to maintain my composure while performing for both you and Zhangshi was excruciating. Suffocating, this is all my retribution against you. Presently, I have 5 beautiful women in my villa, each surpassing you in both beauty and figure. If you had any sense left, you would acknowledge that the woman you saw the night your family visited, Song Qingyun, far exceeds you by 10-fold. With such breathtaking beauties at my disposal, why would I ever glance your way? Ha ha ha. Wei Ming divulged the harsh truth, omitting the fact that he had been murdered by Suffocating's family in a past life. A secret he would never reveal. His rebirth was his greatest secret, more confidential than his alternate space, and he would never disclose it to anyone. Suffocating stood frozen, the weight of Wei Ming's words crushing her spirit. Just as she believed she could finally escape suffering and ascend from hell to paradise, Wei Ming delivered a crushing blow, sending her spiraling back into the abyss, deeper than before. The hardships she endured had all been orchestrated by Wei Ming. And yet, she had foolishly believed he loved her, that she would reside in a luxurious villa, basking in comfort, relishing delectable meals, free from worries of hunger, heat, or thirst. What was the outcome? This revelation struck her with staggering intensity. No, no, no. This cannot be true, she cried, shaking her head repeatedly, her face contorting in reaction to overwhelming agitation. It is indeed true. Wei Ming coldly retorted before slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Delivering a final blow to Suffocating. Stunned, she remained rooted in place as her expression cycled through countless emotions in mere seconds, until suddenly, a smile blossomed upon her face. Ha ha ha, I am Wei Ming's wife. I possess an unimaginable bounty of supplies. Hurry, kneel before me and plead. I might graciously share some food with you. Ha ha ha, I am now the queen. Your queen. She danced and shouted, embodying the very essence of madness. It was not merely a semblance of insanity. She had genuinely lost her mind. The overwhelming stimuli, coupled with profound despair and the torment she had endured in recent days, along with her dread of the apocalypse, had driven her to the brink of madness. Wei Ming observed this unfold on the surveillance monitors, his expression unchanging as he coldly smiled. Deservedly so. Finally rid of my last enemy, he mused, feeling a sense of clarity and satisfaction. Let us indulge in this absurdity. The chaos continued for several hours. Even though Wei Ming's physical prowess was exceptional, he felt as though his back might break. He retreated to his room, locked the door, and resolved not to allow anyone entry. Finally succumbing to sleep, he dreamed incessantly, sometimes plagued by nightmares where he was dismembered by Suffocating's family, other times indulging in blissful dreams surrounded by Song Qingyun and other beauties. Reveling in boundless delight, he also dreamt of his parents, witnessing the car accident unfold, and at one point, he even dreamed of classmates from elementary, middle, and university, all attending class together, only to awaken in a panic when he realized he needed to find a restroom. When he checked the time, it was already 4 in the afternoon. He had slept for quite a long spell. I even dreamt of several girls I once had a crush on. Wei Ming shook his head. Even in elementary school, he had harbored feelings for girls, and of course, he had crushes in middle and high school as well, but he had never confessed to any of them. The likelihood of meeting them again seemed slim. He dismissed these thoughts, recalling that he had felt infatuation, not true love, merely a fleeting attraction. Having dreamt of them, he picked up his phone and opened the message groups from elementary, middle, and university, discovering a flurry of messages, all lamenting their plight, some even complaining about the government for not coming to their aid. Was this not absurd? If they could not leave their homes, how could anyone else? Were they not all ordinary mortals? Searching through the group members, he found several girls he had once admired, only to find their moments shared were limited to the past 3 days, and who would post anything of value during such trying times? Thus, he saw nothing of interest. Never mind. Do I truly lack for women? He mused, yet he felt a peculiar sense of regret for not having pursued those fleeting infatuations. Why did the absence of those experiences linger in his thoughts? Shaking his head, he put down his phone, releasing the remnants of that regret. What right did he have to lament the passage of time? If others were in his position, would they not be overjoyed? At that moment, Song Qingyun and the others were preparing dinner, and Wei Ming smiled, saying, "You need not cook today. I shall be your wish-granting genie. Write down everything you wish to eat, and I shall surely fulfill your desires." "Ah?" Lin Wanchuan was the first to respond. "You said it yourself. You better not go back on your word." Wei Ming merely smiled, pondering whether these 5 women could truly challenge him. The 5 ladies giggled, assuming Wei Ming was jesting, and promptly began writing on their papers. A few minutes later, when Wei Ming picked them up, he was genuinely astonished by the eclectic array of dishes they had chosen. "All right, you ladies head upstairs. I'll call you for dinner at 6, Wei Ming said with a grin. "Are you serious?" Song Qingyun and the others expressed their skepticism, yet they ascended the stairs. After all, how could they refuse such an invitation? Naturally, Wei Ming had no intention of cooking. Instead, he waited until close to 6 o'clock before retrieving an assortment of dishes from his alternate space. Lobsters, king crabs, wagyu beef, grilled lamb skewers, and even a bowl of snail noodles. All steaming and freshly prepared. "Time to eat," he called out exuberantly. Thus, when Song Qingyun and the others descended to witness 2 full tables laden with exquisite delicacies, they were utterly dumbfounded. "How did you manage this? Indeed, how did you do it? Even a 5-star chef wouldn't be able to whip this up in such a short time. Because I don't actually cook the dishes. I'm merely a transporter of food." Wei Ming chuckled. "Am I really that fast? You should consider your own figures before passing judgment." The 4 ladies fell silent, realizing he was teasing them once again. "Dinner is served." Wei Ming waved his hand. "Just know that your man is quite extraordinary." "Indeed, extraordinary," Lin Wangcuxiu remarked, her gaze fixed on him with anticipation. "Can you make me a G-cup?" Wei Ming pondered seriously for a moment. Theoretically, as a divine entity in his alternate space, it seemed plausible to enlarge someone to a G-cup. However, he was uncertain if such modifications would be temporary or permanent, nor was he aware of any potential side effects. Never mind, F is quite ample. Nonetheless, this idea took root in Wei Ming's mind, and he resolved to use others as test subjects. Let's see who dares to provoke him first. He was rather principled. If one did not bother him, he would not waste his time on them. The 5 ladies, feeling hungry, soon settled down to enjoy their meal. It was worth noting that while they had joked while ordering, several dishes were genuinely desired, and with the food now before them, how could they resist? "Let's eat," they exclaimed, indulging heartily. Wei Ming, indifferent, could simply retrieve whatever he fancied from his alternate space. Most of his wealth had been spent on lavish banquets and takeout, over 100 million. How many years could a few people eat with such an amount? He picked up a lobster and began to feast. This was not a mere ready-to-eat meal. It had been procured from the grand establishment at no cost. Preserved alive in his alternate space, and now freshly dead, still exuding freshness. After briefly boiling it in hot pot, he savored it with a delightful sauce. Delicious indeed. Suddenly, a notification pinged. Who could it be? Wei Ming wondered. Having not received any messages since relinquishing all his supplies, as his only asset was this villa. Who would be interested in a house? Perhaps it was simply too cool in here. Upon checking his phone, he discovered the message was from Li Jing. Who is Li Jing, you ask? She was the woman involved in a scam, previously scouring the internet for clients, luring them to hotels, drugging them, and making off with their money. A few days ago, she had set her sights on him, but of course, Wei Ming was unaware of the ulterior motives of this mother-daughter duo, merely judging them on their looks, deeming them unattractive. Wei Ming, I heard you've given away all your supplies. Tut tut. For a woman, you truly are a romantic. Just as Wei Ming finished reading, Li Jing sent a follow-up message. Fortunately, you rejected me before, otherwise we would be suffering alongside you now. Hee hee, we have food and drinks. She sent a few photos, showcasing nothing but the most mundane frozen foods, such as dumplings. Wei Ming had previously maintained a low profile, but did that mean he should tolerate bullying? He possessed the power to defeat an entire neighborhood. Should he simply endure being belittled? Look, I never intended to flaunt my wealth, but you insisted on slapping my face. A person of substance should not stoop to her level. Bah, why would I not respond to an insult delivered right to my door? Left Qingqing was gone, Zhang Shi was dead, and he had no toys left. He needed a new one. Since she had come to him, she would do. Wei Ming initiated a video call with her. Li Jing hesitated before accepting, expecting Wei Ming to plead for mercy. This had been one of her hopes in messaging him. Having been ruthlessly cut off by him before had been a grave humiliation. As she prepared to mock him, reprimanding him for his lack of appreciation, she saw Wei Ming switch to the rear camera, shaking it a bit before revealing a table full of food. Oh my goodness. Li Jing was rendered speechless. Was this truly the state of someone who had given away all their supplies? No, no, no. How many households could boast such a feast even before the apocalypse? She saw an abundance of precious ingredients, including but not limited to king crabs and other top-tier seafood. Wait, was that caviar? People typically spread a bit on their dishes, but he was mixing it with rice. What kind of fish was that? It looked like something she could never afford. Indeed, it seemed he had run out of supplies, resorting to such meager offerings. Wei Ming switched the camera back, feigning a look of envy. I truly envy you. How dare you? Li Jing's expression shifted instantly, forcing a flirtatious smile. Wei Ming, I was just being thoughtless earlier. Don't hold it against me. How about you let me and Xiao Xiao stay at your place? Absolutely not. You are far too unattractive. Wei Ming bluntly rejected her, then showed her the 5 uniquely beautiful women in his villa, with Lu Qing and Cheng Ye waving at Li Jing. Old hag, at your age. You should stop scheming to ruin my life. Goodbye. Wei Ming abruptly ended the call. On the other end, Li Jing stared blankly at her phone screen. He hung up on me again. What did that brat just call me? Ugly? Old? I'm only 37. How dare he? She simmered in anger for a while before slowly calming down. Wei Ming still had supplies, and shockingly so. He had not been drained, but rather was overflowing with wealth, although Li Jing was oblivious to how he preserved so much food. The reality was undeniable. If you won't give it to me, then I'll take it myself. She promptly stood up, sashaying her ample figure towards the door, where a burly man in his 30s was seated in the living room. Upon seeing her, he patted the empty seat beside him. Come here. She hurried over, exclaiming, Changgu, that brat Wei Ming is hiding a massive stash of supplies. Changgu, or Wang Chong, was a lazy, unemployed man, recently released from prison for violent crimes. After his release, his parents depleted their savings to buy him a house in this neighborhood. However, within 2 months of his return, he had driven his parents to their graves without a care. Mortgaging the house to fund his indulgences, before the lenders could reclaim the property, calamity struck. Initially, Wang Chong's life was challenging. He had no habit of stockpiling food. Yet, upon realizing the law was ineffectual, he thrived in chaos. With no food for himself, why not seize it from others? When Zhang Shi's crew began their pillaging, he leveraged his ferocity to rise to power, transforming into the leader of Building 14, commanding hundreds of subordinates. No longer worrying about food and drink, even women began to flock to him. Li Jing was among them. How do you know this? Wang Chong inquired. I just had a video call with Wei Ming and saw it with my own eyes. Li Jing replied hastily. Slap. Wang Chong delivered a sharp slap, sending Li Jing sprawling onto the sofa. You wretched woman, are you trying to entice other men? He asked coldly, displaying erratic mood swings, being both crude and perverse. Although Li Jing's cheek burned from the blow, she dared not show any anger, instead responding with a forced smile. How could I? I wouldn't even dream of it. Changgu, I was merely trying to flaunt my wealth. But that guy went and shared a video. I saw a grand table filled with seafood, king crabs, lobsters, and so many kinds of fish I couldn't even name. Wang Chong paused, looking at her with suspicion. Are you deceiving me? In times like this, you claim there are still seafood delicacies? How did he preserve it? Do you take me for a fool? I have screenshots. I have screenshots, Li Jing quickly retorted, pulling out her phone to show him. Wang Chong glanced at the screen, but his gaze was drawn not immediately to the table but to a woman behind it. Holy crap, what a beauty! He beheld Lin Wangkuxiu, clad in a red Chong Sam, her enviable figure on full display, easily scoring a perfect 90 in looks. The sultry allure of the enchanting aunt left little to the imagination, evoking thoughts of intimacy at first glance. Then, Wang Chong's attention shifted to the array of dishes, a veritable cornucopia. Yet, He couldn't help but compare it to his own meager meals, instant noodles and frozen foods. The disparity was staggering. Most enticing of all was the realization that Wei Ming's abode housed a true gem of a woman. Li Jing, astute and perceptive, discerned the lascivious thoughts swirling in Wang Chang's mind and fanned the flames further by saying, "There are 4 more beauties like her in the villa." Wang Chang was instantly filled with uncontainable excitement. How could he endure this? Why should he be the one to possess 5 stunning beauties? They should all be his. He turned to Li Jing, warningly stating, "You had better not deceive me." Li Jing, flustered, replied, "How could I dare? I trust you wouldn't." Wang Chang coldly responded, his thoughts drifting to Lin Wanqiu. Stirring a restless desire within him, longing to rush over immediately, however, he calmed his mind and reflected. Previously, Zhang Shi had attempted to break into Wei Ming's villa, only to fail after hammering at the door all night. The villa was akin to a tortoiseshell, and it had been proven that a brute force assault was impossible. "Is there anyone who can pick locks?" he inquired in a small group chat. This group consisted solely of his subordinates from the 14th building. "Brother Chang, I'm a locksmith," came a prompt reply. Wang Chang grinned widely. Zhang Shi was such a fool. Why bother challenging an iron door? A locksmith could solve it in mere minutes. "Lindsay, Maho, Chang Xiangming, you each take 2 people and gather in the garage shortly," Wang Chang commanded, then turned to the locksmith, instructing, "Bring all the necessary tools and come down immediately." "Understood, Brother Chang." 10 minutes later, Wang Chang and his group convened in the underground garage, totaling 12 individuals. Wang Chang brimmed with confidence. As long as they could unlock the villa door, dealing with Wei Ming would be a mere trifle. "Let us go." Minutes later, they arrived beneath villa number 28. "Lu Jinsong, it's your turn," Wang Chang said, patting the locksmith's shoulder. Lu Jinsong nodded, setting down his toolbox beside the iron gate and began his work. Meanwhile, Wei Ming had just finished his meal and was on the balcony enjoying the night view while indulging in fruit. He didn't even have to lift a finger, as Lu Qing and Chengya sat on either side, peeling grapes and feeding them to him one by one, or slicing cherries to remove the pits before offering them. In essence, all Wei Ming needed to do was open his mouth. He neither peeled nor spat out pits, embodying the essence of a monarch. Next door, Yu Chutong reappeared, sipping red wine while casting scornful glances. Wei Ming, however, remained unfazed, surmising that Yu Chutong's reserves must be dwindling and that it wouldn't be long before she surrendered. "The prouder you are now, the more embarrassing it will be later," he thought to himself. Suddenly, an alarm blared from his phone, distinct from the previous one. Wei Ming immediately understood that someone was attempting to pick the lock. The sound of a door being smashed was different from this. Nonetheless, he remained calm. If my specially installed lock, costing over 100,000, could be so easily breached, that would indeed be absurd. He nonchalantly retrieved his phone and tapped on a certain app. Downstairs, Lu Jinsong shuddered uncontrollably, collapsing onto the ground. "What is wrong?" Wang Chang frowned and asked. "You'd better not mess things up now." After a moment of trembling, Lu Jinsong stammered, "Electricity, there's electricity." I got shocked. "Electricity?" Wang Chang and the others exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. How terrified of death must Wei Ming be to not only install such thick doors but also electrify the iron gate? This tortoiseshell is electrified. What do we do now? The group was at a loss. However, 3 heads are better than 1, and with more people, surely someone would come up with a brilliant idea. Chang Xiangming immediately suggested, "If there's electricity, can't we just cut it off?" "Indeed," Wang Chang exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "Go pull the circuit breaker." They searched high and low only to discover that the villa's circuit breaker was not located where they resided, but inside the villa itself. This posed a paradox. To cut off the electricity, they needed to enter the villa, yet to enter the villa, they first needed to cut off the electricity. There's another way? Chang Xiaoming chimed in, his eyes sparkling. "We can't access the circuit breaker, but we can go to the substation and cut off the power to the entire facility." That is a valid point. The community had 6 substations, but they needn't expend effort searching. They could simply find the nearest one. However, 3 substations were clustered together. "Which one should we target?" "Pull them all." Wang Chang waved his hand. And they began breaking in. It was a troublesome task, as the entrance to the substation was at ground level, and with acid rain falling, albeit lightly, they had to take precautions. Otherwise, a single drop could burn a hole in their skin. Eventually, they broke in, entering the first substation. Pull the breaker. Instantly, 5 buildings plunged into darkness, and the air conditioning ceased to function, causing the occupants to scream in terror. In such sweltering weather, a power outage without air conditioning was akin to hell on earth. Fortunately, They soon noticed that other buildings were still lit, indicating that it was not a collective blackout but merely a selective outage. Quick, fix it. However, Wang Chong was disappointed to see that Wei Ming's villa remained illuminated. Let us try another substation. After another 10 minutes, they finally breached the second substation. Pull the breaker. This time, it worked. Villa number 28 was engulfed in darkness. Quick, back to unlock it. Wang Chong urged it wouldn't be long before the angry residents would come looking. If they discovered that it was them who had pulled the breaker with their numbers, they would be easily overwhelmed by the furious crowd. Meanwhile, inside the villa, the sudden blackout startled Song Qingyun and the 5 other women. Wei Ming, however, remained utterly composed, lighting a candle and saying with a smile, "Continue enjoying your candlelit dinner. I'll take care of some trash." Descending to the basement, he activated the generator, which only powered a portion of the circuit's defensive measures. This included the anti-intrusion current at the main door, the mechanical devices controlling the steel plates over the windows, and the surveillance system. Wei Ming sat, watching 9 screens, and shortly after, Wang Chong and his crew stealthily approached. Among the 3 monitors, one was infrared, capable of capturing clear images even in darkness, allowing Wei Ming to see Lu Jinsong extracting tools and fiddling with the iron gate. "Ah!" Lu Jinsong screamed once more. Dropping to the floor. "What now?" Wang Chong snapped, exasperated. "Is this never-ending? There's electricity, still electricity." Lu Jinsong trembled. "The breaker has been pulled. Where's the electricity coming from?" Wang Chong retorted angrily, pressing against the iron gate. "Where's the electricity? Electricity, electricity, electricity." His entire body quivered, his hair standing on end, transforming him into a peculiar sight. Wei Ming laughed heartily. He had merely turned up the current a notch, although he had wanted to crank it up enough to be lethal. Xia Bing had vehemently opposed, citing regulations. However, at Wei Ming's insistence, the current on the iron gate was still divided into 3 levels, with the highest being quite unpleasant. Wang Chong shivered for a moment before plopping down on the floor. Still twitching sporadically, "Brother Chong," the others called out. "What do we do now? This guy has a backup power source." Wang Chong, not foolish, immediately grasped the situation, which incensed him to the brink of explosion, yet he found himself at a loss. A brute force assault was out of the question. Zhang Shi had already proven that. But crafty infiltration? That was also unfeasible. The main door was electrified. How could they pick the lock? Wang Chong felt despondent. Why was it so difficult to enter a door? How delightful is the sensation of being electrocuted? Wei Ming's voice echoed. Damn it. Wang Chong and his companions seethed with rage. As thieves, they should have felt guilty. Yet they were instead humiliated by their target, turning their guilt into fury. Wei Ming, do you dare to come out? Wang Chong challenged. If you have the guts, don't hide in your tortoise shell. Wei Ming laughed heartily. Why would I come out? If I wanted to kill you, I have plenty of ways to do so. Do give it a try. Wang Chong sneered. Try it, and you will meet your demise. Wei Ming was in the basement, yet the spatial door could penetrate walls, as long as it was within 5 meters. Thus, he opened the spatial door in the corridor and, with a whoosh, arrows shot forth. These were arrows he had shot into the spatial door out of boredom with his composite BOW'd in the alternate space where even time did not exist, and as the deity within it. Wei Ming had no trouble redirecting the arrows he had shot in now. Releasing them would naturally result in a rain of arrows. Cries of despair erupted. What's piercing me? It hurts. Is that an arrow? How could there be arrows? Forget it. Just run. The group scrambled towards the corridor's exit, stumbling in the pitch darkness, colliding with walls, yet they paid no mind, relying solely on instinct to flee, even as they crashed into barriers. Little did they realize that Wei Ming had ceased his assault and had opened the spatial door at the corridor's entrance point one by one. They charged in. Had they not pulled the breaker, they would have noticed their companions disappearing and would have stopped. But what a stroke of luck that they had cut the power, plunging the garage into darkness, leaving them unable to see anything. Without witnessing their companions vanish, how could they halt? Within a minute, the screams in the corridor abruptly ceased, leaving only silence. 3 minutes later, the garage lights flickered back on, revealing an empty corridor, with only several pools of fresh blood indicating that there had indeed been a presence there moments before. The breaker has been switched back on, many cursed loudly. Which bastard broke into the substation to pull the breaker in the dead of night? Damn it. Moments prior, Wei Ming smiled faintly, his mind conjuring a living person out of thin air. Wang Chong. His consciousness lingered in the moments just seconds prior. In this alternate space, time held no meaning, and he was utterly oblivious to the experiences he had just undergone. Wait. He was taken aback to discover that he was no longer in the underground parking garage, but rather inside a room. What on earth? One moment it was dark, and the next, light flooded in. Wei Ming. Yet, in the next instant, he found himself growling. The man before him, whose expression was unperturbed, was none other than Wei Ming, the very target of his mission. Where are my subordinates? Wang Chong glanced around, but his men were nowhere to be seen. A sense of unease flickered within him, though it did not escalate into panic. After all, Wei Ming was merely a single individual. It is worth noting that he was imprisoned for intentional harm, and brawling was a common occurrence for him. He sneered, "If I eliminate you, then everything here, including the women, will belong to me." Chapter 69. The operation, unveiling new functions of the alternate space. Wei Ming chuckled softly. "Have you not noticed anything amiss with yourself?" "Amiss?" Wang Chong furrowed his brow slightly, for he had indeed appeared here under bizarre circumstances, and a hint of anxiety crept into his mind. Upon hearing Wei Ming's words, he instinctively began to examine his own body. Yet, there seemed to be no changes at all. Wait, no, there is. He looked at his left hand in disbelief. Having been acquainted with his left hand for over 30 years, he could visualize its shape even with his eyes closed. But now, he found himself questioning it entirely. How strange, it resembled a pig's paw. Why has my left hand become so unfamiliar? Is this truly my hand? Wang Chong stood there, dazed, his face a mask of disbelief. Did I merely blink and my hand changed? Why? How could this happen? It shouldn't be. What have you done to me? Wang Chong glared at Wei Ming, sensing an instinctive connection between this occurrence and him. Wei Ming smiled faintly. I've just given you a little enhancement. Don't you want to express your gratitude? Is it really you? Wang Chong could hardly believe it. How did you manage this? It was merely a blink of an eye, and yet I felt no indication of any surgical intervention. That is not for you to know. Wei Ming waved his hand, and a steel cage materialized out of thin air, identical to the one that had imprisoned the left family of three. Please, step inside. This scene left Wang Chong utterly dumbfounded. How could a steel cage simply appear out of nowhere? Are you a magician? Wang Chong felt his worldview shaken profoundly, yet he was resolute not to surrender easily. I'll fight you. He charged at Wei Ming. Sigh, why bother? Wei Ming shook his head, and with a few punches, Wang Chong collapsed to the ground. Under the crushing weight of absolute power, his fighting spirit was rendered useless. Wei Ming shoved Wang Chong into the cage, intending to observe his transformation over the next few days. Would there be any aftereffects from the surgery? By the way, why did you come looking for me? Wei Ming inquired, considering that, outwardly, he should now be devoid of all possessions, and since he had no previous dealings with Wang Chong, what could have prompted him to target him? Wang Chong, having entirely surrendered his will to resist, answered readily, It's Li Jing. He recounted the events that had transpired, so it was her. Which building and room do you reside in? Wei Ming asked. Building 14, room 902. Wang Chong replied candidly. Wei Ming smiled, realizing that since Li Jing had instigated Wang Chong to attack him, she could not be allowed to escape unscathed. If others did not provoke him, he had no desire to assert his power, but if someone insisted on challenging him, then they would taste the righteous fury of his iron fist. Let us move. Without opening the door, Wei Ming directly opened a portal to the alternate space. First stepping inside before emerging through the portal, executing what appeared to be a teleportation in the eyes of others. Wang Chong's eyes widened in astonishment. Wei Ming vanished like a specter, truly terrifying him. Now he regretted his actions. Why would he provoke such a monster? Wei Ming walked through the parking garage. The temperature hovered around 40 degrees Celsius, truly sweltering. Fortunately, his physical constitution had significantly improved. While he could not completely disregard the extremes of temperature, his tolerance for heat had indeed increased, rendering this level of warmth merely uncomfortable rather than dangerous. Building 14 arrived. Wei Ming took the stairs, soon reaching the 9th floor. Room 902. He refrained from knocking. What if the door swung open to reveal a knife aimed at him? Caution was never misplaced. He mysteriously disappeared from his spot and reappeared inside room 902. A quick glance revealed a young girl engrossed in her phone on the sofa, while the sounds of a television drifted from the bedroom. Wei Ming cleared his throat softly. The young girl was Li Xiaoxiao, she gasped, abruptly looking up at Wei Ming, and then exclaimed, Mom, Mom. Li Jing rushed out, exclaiming, What is going on? What is happening? Only to be met with the sight of Wei Ming. What the hell? How could Wei Ming be here? How did you get in? Li Jing felt an icy chill creeping over her. Wei Ming spoke ominously, You incited Wang Chong to have me killed. I have come to exact my revenge. A ghost? Li Jing's face drained of color, a trickle of liquid cascading down her thigh as she lost control in fright. How could a modern individual be so terrified by a ghost? Shouldn't she be a staunch materialist? Yet, who could blame her for being terrified by Wei Ming's inexplicably eerie presence? The door had not opened, yet he had entered. If not a ghost, then what? Moreover, Wang Chong had indeed sought to confront Wei Ming. So if Wei Ming were to perish at Wang Chong's hands and return as a ghost seeking vengeance, would that not be entirely logical? Also, the temperature felt unusually low. She glanced at the air conditioning display, which read a chilling 18 degrees. Could a standard air conditioner possibly lower the temperature to such an extent in the height of summer? Certainly not. Thus, Wei Ming must be a ghost, capable of plummeting the temperature to such extremes. Yes, and this eerie mist. Wasn't he that characteristic of spectral entities? In truth, Wei Ming had merely released copious amounts of dry ice in the kitchen, leading to the rapid drop in temperature and the appearance of the mist. Return my life. Wei Ming extended his arms, continuing in a chilling tone, Li Jing lost all composure, fleeing to the balcony. Li Xiaoxiao, too, was terrified and followed her to the balcony. The problem was, acid rain was falling outside. Although the balcony had some cover, it lacked glass, and with the wind blowing, raindrops began to pelt them. Li Jing, already pressed against the balcony's edge, felt the acidic rain sting her neck. In her instinctive attempt to escape, she overexerted herself and inadvertently toppled over the balcony. Help! The word barely escaped her lips when Li Xiaoxiao reached out to grab her. However, given Li Jing's slightly plump stature, Li Xiaoxiao lacked the strength to hold on. What ensued? She, too, was dragged over the balcony. Instantly, piercing screams filled the night air. Yet, from the 9th floor to the ground below was merely a drop of about 20 meters. Within seconds, the two hit the ground with a thud. Even if they were not killed by the fall, the acid rain pouring down at night would surely burn and blister their skin. Would there be any hope for their survival? They were doomed. Chapter 70. Lingering consequences? They are all my toys. Wei Ming found himself somewhat speechless. While he had no intention of sparing the mother and daughter, their demise in such a manner surprised him. Very well. Once a life is extinguished, all grudges cease to exist. Wei Ming vanished in an instant, chuckling. Even Conan could not unravel this locked-room murder mystery. Some individuals were roused by the screams, yet in this day and age, incidents of robbery and murder were hardly rare. They felt no inclination to intervene, as long as the chaos did not descend upon themselves. Thus, they returned to peaceful slumber, even grumbling, after finally having a cool night for sleep. You all choose to scream. Do you have no sense of public decency? Wei Ming arrived back at the parking garage, making a deliberate detour, where he encountered the 4 members of the Left family. 3 were confined within the cage, while 1 stood outside. He observed Left Qingqing animatedly recounting something to her parents, but upon closer inspection, he could see that Left Fugue and the others had already become corpses. Yet, Left Qingqing appeared to be conversing cheerfully with the 3 lifeless bodies, creating a chilling tableau. Wei Ming felt no stirrings of emotion. In his previous life, he had been brutally murdered by this family of 4. In this life, was it not justified to seek revenge? Did they expect him to repay malice with kindness and play the saint? Goodness, he might as well hang himself with a rope. Wei Ming turned to leave, letting Left Qingqing fend for herself. Returning to the villa, no one knew that several individuals had perished in the neighborhood that night. Well, perhaps there was one who knew, Wang Chong. Upon seeing Wei Ming suddenly appear before him, even this notorious thug was startled into a scream. Are you even human? Are you a ghost? He roared. Wei Ming shrugged. I am, of course, human. However, you, with your blackened heart and ruthless hand, truly do not deserve the title of human. Have you not taken many lives? Wang Chong retorted. All of my subordinates were certainly killed by you. And what were you doing just now? Did you kill Li Jing and her daughter? Wei Ming chuckled softly. I never initiate trouble. It is only fools like you who provoke me, forcing me to retaliate. But what does it matter if you confess or not? Wang Chong's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions, curiosity, fear, and resentment. How on earth did you accomplish this? Tell me. Naturally, Wei Ming had no intention of satisfying his curiosity. Seeing that he received no answer, Wang Chong suddenly smirked. Wei Ming, do you think that by eliminating me and Li Jing and her daughter, you can safeguard your secret? Haha, I am not as foolish as you might think. Before setting off, I informed one of my subordinates that if I did not return by the agreed time, He would spread the news that you still possess a substantial amount of supplies. Just take a look at the group chat now. Aren't there many discussing this matter? Wei Ming, slightly surprised, glanced at you, a man who appears rather brutish, yet unexpectedly possesses a keen intellect. He took out his phone to check. Indeed, the owners group was abuzz with conversation, though most had already retired for the night, resulting in a limited number of participants. However, come the morrow, it would undoubtedly be exceedingly lively. As Wei Ming scrolled to the top of the chat history, he saw someone had posted a video screenshot featuring Lin Wanqiu and a lavish spread of food, prominently displaying king crabs and lobsters. In this apocalypse, how could one still indulge in such a sumptuous feast? Might you possess even more supplies? Even if this were Wei Ming's final supper, would others believe it? Many in the group were clamoring for Wei Ming to cease his selfishness and promptly share the food, warning that such self-serving behavior could provoke collective outrage. See that? Ha. Wang Chang laughed with immense satisfaction, asserting that although he had fallen into Wei Ming's grasp, Wei Ming should not expect to enjoy his spoils in secret. Wei Ming glanced at him and could not help but chuckle. If I were afraid of the residents in the community, why would I send a video to Li Jing? He shook his head, as if unaware that Li Jing might share the screenshot with others. Heh, I am playing in the atmosphere here. Just as he had previously stated, even if the entire community were to unite against him, he would merely respond with a faint smile. Heh. Now the game is afoot. Wang Chang shivered involuntarily. If everything were indeed within Wei Ming's calculations, then this fellow was truly formidable. He then declared, Impossible. You must be feigning calmness to avoid my mockery. Think what you will. Wei Ming shook his head, disregarding Wang Chang further. He opened the basement door, ascended to the first floor, locked it behind him, and leisurely made his way to the third floor. At that moment, Song Qingyun and her companions had nearly finished their meal and were chatting. Upon seeing Wei Ming return, they all sighed in relief. Although they held immense confidence in Wei Ming, any misfortune befalling him would also implicate them, so how could they not worry? With Wei Ming's safe return, they could finally breathe easy. Lin Wanqiu, ever curious, playfully inquired, Your Majesty, what transpired just now? Wei Ming replied with a smile. A group attempted to disable the villa's security measures to invade, but I dealt with them. He recounted casually. Lin Wanqiu shook her head. People want to hear the details. Hey, you can shake your head? But why flaunt your bosom? Are you aware of the severe consequences of such provocation? As the clock struck midnight, the ladies returned to their rooms to rest, while Wei Ming also returned to his quarters. Having slept extensively in the afternoon, he felt invigorated and unable to sleep, so he took out his phone to browse. To his surprise, there were quite a few night owls active in various groups. The most bustling was the fishing group, where a cadre of anglers had been unable to fish for 7 days and were growing increasingly impatient. They discussed how to create super materials capable of resisting acid rain. Remarkably, a few individuals in the group were exceptionally talented, discussing topics such as nanomaterials, leaving Wei Ming momentarily stunned. Forget it. I shall refrain from participating in the discussion. After a while of reading a novel, he finally felt drowsy, tossed his phone aside, and went to bed. Chapter 71. High temperature warning on the 8th day of the apocalypse. Early in the morning, the leaders of various factions convened a small group to discuss the incident regarding Wei Ming's substantial supplies. The atmosphere was charged with anger, as they demanded Wei Ming surrender his resources to weather the crisis together. This situation required careful handling. Zhao Jihu furrowed his brow, as the first person to venture out and retrieve supplies. He naturally held a high reputation and was elected the leader of Building 13. However, Zhao Jihu was a decent individual, genuinely striving to lead the residents of Building 13 in seeking supplies for self-sufficiency. Never contemplating raiding others, his establishment of a faction was solely for self-preservation, to avoid being devoured by others. Now, as the residents of Building 13 grew restless, urging him to compel Wei Ming to share his supplies, he found himself in a difficult position. There were still a few individuals with a conscience, but they were few in number, echoing his sentiments. Sundai, the spokesperson for Building 1, had been a leader in a significant corporation before the apocalypse. Possessing exceptional linguistic and organizational skills, previously the head of Building 1, he naturally became its leader when the community began to form factions. Unlike Zhao Jihu, Sundai had been ruthless in his corporate dealings, and engaging in underhanded practices with male subordinates was commonplace for him. Indeed, his inclinations differed from those of the average person. Thus, when it came to discussing how to deal with Wei Ming, he remained unfazed, even looking forward to it. If we could force Wei Ming, he sent a voice message. There's no need for meaningless chatter. let us think about how to make Wei Ming surrender. The ancients said, water can carry a boat. It can also capsize it. Although we currently sit in this position, mishandling this matter could see us all ousted. All right, I have a suggestion, announced Tu Lei from Building 3. The challenge in making Wei Ming surrender lies in the fortress-like security of his villa, akin to a turtle shell. However, what if we change our approach? Instead of forcing our way in, why not make Wei Ming come out voluntarily? He paused before continuing. The temperature is nearing 60 degrees. During the day, we can only endure, but at night, when the temperature drops, we can enjoy the luxury of air conditioning. Heh, but what if we cannot use the air conditioning at night? We can endure for a day or two, but what about 3 or 5 days? Wouldn't Wei Ming eventually have to come out and surrender? Tu Lei beamed with confidence. To accomplish this, we merely need to cut off the electricity to the transformer room. What a simple plan. The leader's eyes lit up in unison. Indeed, why must we stubbornly consider how to break in? A shift in perspective opens up new horizons. However, several buildings share the same transformer room as Villa 28, and if the power is cut, those buildings will also lose electricity. Someone pointed out this flaw in the plan. Simple. We can have the residents of the affected buildings mingle with those from other buildings. Within 3 days, Wei Ming will surely succumb. Tu Lei chuckled. Yes. Everyone nodded, acknowledging the merit of the plan. Even Zhao Jihu, who was not as ruthless in nature, did not oppose ITI in their view, as long as they spared Wei Ming's life. It would be an act of mercy. Sun Dai smiled, as the saying goes, do not say you were not forewarned. We should first negotiate with Wei Ming and see if he will surrender willingly. If he does not, what consequences await him? This is a strategic approach, designed to make him realize the increasing torment of his situation. That is indeed the case. If Wei Ming surrenders directly, then there is no need to cut the power. They proceeded to add Wei Ming to the group. Thus, they extended an invitation for Wei Ming to join the chat. However, a full hour passed before Wei Ming finally entered the group chat. Why? He had been lying in bed, with Lin Wanqiu tenderly massaging him beside him. Having worked hard earlier, it was now her turn to provide some relief. A beauty as exquisite as jade, alluring in every way. Wei Ming admired Lin Wanqiu's captivating charm while simultaneously asking in the group, what do you want me for? Hee. We hope you can cooperate with us and surrender all your supplies, after which we will manage and distribute them uniformly. Sun Dai replied. Wei Ming was distracted. His attention was entirely on Lin Wanqiu, who was simply too enticing. After at least 3 minutes, he finally responded, surely, you cannot still be dreaming, Wei Ming. I acknowledge that your villa is as impregnable as a turtle shell, making it difficult to invade from the outside. But do you know what the most terrifying thing is? Sun Dai, understanding Wei Ming's sentiment, remained unperturbed, sending voice after voice. The temperature. If we cut off the electricity to your home, how long do you think you can endure in an oven? Tu Lei added. Oh, and I forgot to mention, we can start a fire. There are so many cars in the garage. If we collect the gasoline and douse your walls, then set it ablaze, it would indeed become a veritable oven. This man is truly ruthless. Wei Ming chuckled lightly. I shall remember you. You will be the first to perish. Would Tu Lei be afraid? He burst into laughter. Then I eagerly await your attempt to kill me. Once outside the villa, what could Wei Ming accomplish alone? He would prefer that, as it would allow him to quickly eliminate Wei Ming and seize his supplies. Unlike Sun Dai, Tu Lei held no interest beyond beautiful women, and upon seeing Lin Wanqiu's photo, he was smitten, determined to possess her. Tonight, I shall end you, Wei Ming declared, tossing his phone aside. Another game is afoot. How exhilarating! He wore a broad smile, feeling quite thrilled. After all, spending every day cooped up in the villa watching dramas, reading novels, and admiring beauties could lead to aesthetic fatigue. Were they going to cut off the power again? Lin Wanqiu caught a glimpse of this. Wei Ming nodded. Last time, Wang Chong and his crew cut the power to pry open the door. However, this time they have learned. They will cut the power to force us out. Lin Wanqiu frowned, expressing her concerns. Wei Ming embraced her, relishing the sensation of her soft form, and reassured her. I have told you before, there is no need to worry. I will handle everything. But how will you resolve it? Lin Wanqiu's brow remained furrowed in distress. She had her moments of levity, yet when it came to serious matters, she displayed remarkable intellect. Although the villa employed ice blocks to mitigate the heat, it was undeniable that these ice blocks ultimately required electricity for their production. Wei Ming provocatively remarked, if the power is out, can't you just plug it back in? Lin Wanqiu rolled her eyes. Exasperated, is it really amusing to feign ignorance and tease me? Ha! Let's see what you can do with that. Wei Ming scooped her up and carried her outside, I in the living room. Song Qingyun and the others were either engrossed in television or engaged in exercise. Despite Wei Ming and Lin Wanxiu emerging in their bare state, they were not overly surprised. They had grown accustomed to such sights. Lin Wanxiu quickly signaled for Wei Ming to set her down and then recounted the thread of power being cut off from Sun Dai and the others. Upon hearing this, the four women paused their activities, their brows knitting in concern. Wei Ming, what should we do? They collectively turned to him. Chapter 72, Power Outage, Yu Chutong in a frenzy what to do? Wei Ming chuckled nonchalantly, we'll just manage. However, seeing his calm demeanor instilled a sense of reassurance in Song Qingyun and the others. Since the onset of the apocalypse, how many had attempted to seize control of the villa? Yet, had any succeeded? Naturally, their confidence in Wei Ming surged. Yet, this time, the adversaries were different. They were not trying to invade the villa but were instead forcing them to venture outside. Was this not a reversal of roles? Could Wei Ming still turn the tide? They were uncertain, a sense of unease lingering in their hearts. Wei Ming laughed heartily. Rest assured, the villa is equipped with a generator, and we have ample energy. With a collective sigh of relief, the five women felt that if they conserved their resources, they could endure for quite some time. While their situation was dire, others were undoubtedly faring even worse. As long as they could outlast their opponents, victory would surely be theirs. Mi Xiaolu expressed disbelief. We all reside in the same community. Why must they be so ruthless? Sister, this is the apocalypse. It's a different world. Chengya interjected. Indeed, it is the end of days. No despicable act is surprising now. Wei Ming merely smiled, having amassed a wealth of supplies, leaving no room for worried but wait. He turned his gaze towards the neighboring direction. Villas 18 and 28 were controlled by a single transformer station, so if the power was cut here, it was of little consequence. Would Yu Chutong remain so composed under such circumstances? Are you unwittingly assisting me in drawing Yu Chutong closer? He mused. For that, I must thank you. Seeing Wei Ming refuse to capitulate, Tu Lei and his cohorts did not express excessive disappointment. After all, people tend to be stubborn. One does not give up until they see the Yellow River. That night, they planned to act and cut the power. The leaders of the other buildings nodded. Unity was essential in this endeavor. All right, the leaders agreed. The apocalypse had now entered its 8th day, and under the extreme heat. The community had already witnessed a significant number of deaths, primarily among those with frail constitutions, particularly many young individuals who, despite their youth, were less resilient than the elderly and children. Each building had suffered severe attrition. Thus, although cutting the power would impact several buildings, the actual number of residents affected was not as considerable. They procured the community's structural plans to ascertain which buildings were served by the transformer station for Villa 28. They preemptively evacuated the residents of those buildings, urging them to quickly retrieve perishable foods from their refrigerators, as a blackout would occur come nightfall. With no electricity, food would spoil rapidly, and the elevators would cease to function. For those residing on higher floors, descending in such sweltering heat would surely lead to heat stroke. After a day of preparations, everything was in place. That night, a group set out, donning raincoats as they approached the transformer station. It was nearby, and the door had already been smashed open, allowing them to easily cut the power. Instantly, villas 28, 18, 8, and 3 nearby buildings plunged into darkness. Wei Ming, this is your doing, with nighttime temperatures soaring above 50 degrees. How would he manage to sleep? Hurry and surrender. Don't wait until your phone dies and you can't send out a message, they jeered Dotto, and I'm still waiting for you to come kill me. The leaders bantered in the group chat, the last remark being from Tu Lei. Wei Ming was indifferent to their taunts. Power out? No rush to start the generator. Instead, he set up a candlelit dinner on the balcony. Under his request, Song Qingyun and the others donned kipayos, showcasing their perfect S-shaped figures. While Song Qingyun, Mi Xiaolu, and Chengya appeared more slender, Lin Wanxiu and Lu Qing exuded a more voluptuous charm, each presenting their unique allure. What for dinner? Hot pot, Wei Ming exclaimed. You cut my power, so I'll enjoy hot pot in your face. Naturally, hot pot didn't require electricity. Charcoal would suffice. They prepared a yin-yang pot. One side a beef broth, the other a seafood broth. After tasting, Wei Ming found both to be exquisite. Surrounding the hot pot, the table was laden with a variety of ingredients: Wagyu beef, salt-flavored lamb, an assortment of seafood, everything one could desire. Song Qingyun and the others were enticed by the aroma and eagerly took their seats. Even at a room temperature of 29 degrees, the hot pot made them slightly perspire. Wei Ming filled several basins with ice, placing one at each woman's feet, causing them to ponder whether they should add an extra layer. As they reveled in their feast, Yu Chutong emerged from her quarters. Upon noticing the light from next door, she paused, only to realize it emanated from candles, prompting her to deem it normal. Yet, something felt amiss. The air conditioning was non-functional, and the temperature hovered around 50 degrees. Were they truly indulging in hot pot? Were they not concerned about succumbing to the heat? Wait, what was at their feet? Goodness, ice blocks. No wonder. The melting ice absorbed vast amounts of heat, thereby lowering the temperature. Surely these ice blocks were from the refrigerator's reserves, and with the power out, they would melt away. Was this merely a prelude to their demise? Yu Chutong frowned and initiated a voice call to Wei Ming. Unable to use video as it would drain her phone's limited battery. Even with a power bank, she had to conserve her energy. Why is there a power outage? Is it related to you? She directly inquired. Wei Ming openly admitted, indeed, someone is trying to force me out to surrender. So I cut the power at the transformer station. Why Yu Chutong's chest trembled with anger. Did this mean she had become an innocent victim? Wei Ming glanced next door, chuckling, you need not feel ensnared by my actions. With your beauty, there will be plenty of men eager to pursue you, regardless of my involvement. The coincidence merely aligns in my favor. Initially, Yu Chutong wanted to scold him, but she found herself at a loss for words and ultimately fell silent. Wei Ming had a point. She was intelligent and recognized that without formidable strength, a beauty like her would inevitably become a plaything. Did she truly believe that by pleading with Sun Dai and the others, claiming no connection to Wei Ming, they would spare her? She would undoubtedly be considered a coveted prize by these men. What are your plans? You won't just wait for death, will you? She prodded, attempting to provoke him. Wei Ming smiled broadly. If you're willing to join me, I wouldn't mind taking you in. Look, it's quite cool here. I can enjoy hot pot without breaking a sweat. Lu Qing chimed in playfully. Come on, sixth sister. Sixth sister, Chengya echoed. Who could resist such a high-handed woman? Yu Chutong refused, coldly retorting. Do you think your ice blocks are infinite? No matter how many you have, they will all melt within a few hours after the power goes out. Wei Ming, I hope you remain this optimistic when that time comes. Chapter 73. The annoying relatives finally depart fuming. Yu Chutong stormed back into her room. She was hot and thirsty, but having finished her bottled water, she resorted to drinking red wine. Before long, she had imbibed enough to become inebriated, and she collapsed onto the floor. Yet, she soon awakened from the heat. The wine only exacerbated her discomfort, making it more unbearable than usual. Curled up, she found herself weeping. In that moment, thoughts of suicide crossed her mind, but her resilient nature refused to succumb so easily. She could not surrender so swiftly. Just hold on a little longer. At the very least, I want to see the outcome for Wei Ming and the others. That night, she was utterly exhausted and fell asleep, only to be awakened by the heat repeatedly by morning. She bore 2 prominent dark circles under her eyes. Although she knew the garage would be cooler, she dared not venture outside. Surely, someone is keeping watch over Wei Ming to prevent him from seeking refuge in the garage. And while I may not be the primary target with my stunning beauty, would any man let me go if spotted? She feared that if this continued for 2 or 3 days, she would surely lose her sanity. As for Wei Ming, he slept soundly, and he had no intention of seeking out Tu Lei. Even if he assumed Tu Lei was merely trying to intimidate him, Tu Lei would undoubtedly take precautions. After all, a single pair of fists could not compete with a multitude. Wei Ming was unafraid of a direct confrontation but wary of ambushes, so he resolved to exercise caution. What did it matter if he delayed taking Tu Lei's life for another day? On the 9th day of the apocalypse, Tu Lei began the morning by tagging Wei Ming in the group chat, teasing, I waited for you all night yesterday. Where were you? Wei Ming replied, I have no interest in men. Tu Lei laughed. You can only talk tough for so long. But how long can you maintain that bravado? The sun has risen, and the temperature is climbing. Wei Ming, how long can you endure? Let us just endure until a natural death. Wei Ming thought to himself, this butcher, Tu Lei, has such a foul mouth. He surely deserves to die. Moreover, everyone involved in this plan must be eliminated one by one. It is merely a matter of time. No one can lay a hand on him and still emerge unscathed. Wei Ming ventured down to the basement. Wang Chong had been locked up for over a day and a night. And upon entering, he found Wang Chong already lifeless. He hadn't starved, nor could he have died of thirst or heat. Rather, he succumbed to excessive bleeding. How could he have bled so profusely? Because his left hand had exploded. The corresponding area had transformed into a gory pit, quite a terrifying sight. Wang Chong could not possibly have smashed his own left hand. He lacked the courage, and even if he had the heart to do so, it shouldn't he have resulted in this state. It resembled An explosion? Wei Ming accessed the surveillance footage and discovered that last night, Wang Chong had suddenly screamed in agony, and blood gushed from his left hand. Shortly thereafter, he had perished. Calculating the time, it aligned perfectly with the 24 hours following his surgery. Therefore, even though I temporarily extended someone's existence using the alternate space, it can only last 24 hours. And there are significant side effects? Hiss, thankfully, I didn't extend my own life. This seemed to Wei Ming the only plausible conjecture, so what if, 24 hours prior, I pulled someone into the alternate space and stabilized them again? Could I prolong their existence indefinitely? New experimental subjects are required. Wei Ming stored the iron cage away, along with Wang Chong's body, but cleaning up the blood on the floor proved somewhat troublesome. Since he had nothing else to do, he set about tidying up. Once finished, he returned to the first floor to have breakfast with Song Qingyun and the others. After their meal, Song Qingyun approached. Her cheeks flushed and whispered, my relative has left. Wei Ming, naturally elated, scooped Song Qingyun up and dashed to the second floor. He was eager to indulge in this exquisite delicacy. From the morning until evening, Wei Ming and Song Qingyun remained sequestered in the bedroom. This prompted Lin Wanxiu to cluck her tongue, realizing that Wei Ming's true affection lay with Song Qingyun. Just look at the extent of his infatuation. They hadn't even eaten lunch. It wasn't until evening that Wei Ming emerged with Song Qingyun in his arms, by which point the beautiful Song could hardly lift a finger. Thankfully, she had been a regular at the gym, her physical fitness far surpassing that of Lin Wanxiu and the other three. What a creature! One would think he showed no compassion after such exertion. Teased by Lin Wanxiu and the others, Song Qingyun's face turned crimson, leading her to bury her head in Wei Ming's embrace. Wei Ming, on the other hand, felt utterly satisfied. Officer Song was indeed flawless. What's for dinner tonight? Barbecue. Wei Ming ignited the grill on the balcony, utilizing smokeless coal. Otherwise, wouldn't they all be suffocated? As the grilling progressed, Yu Chutong reappeared, her eyes wide, staring at the flames flickering from the neighboring balcony. Utterly perplexed, it was sweltering. How could they still be cooking indoors? Were they attempting to end it all? No, that couldn't be right. She then noticed the ice. How could this be? Yu Chutong hastily sent Wei Ming a voice call. Once connected, she immediately inquired, how do you still have ice? It's in the freezer. I just took it out. Wei Ming replied with a smile. He had indeed emptied 2 polar icebergs. If used solely for this purpose, it could conservatively last over 100 million years. Why Yu Chutong was driven to madness. Don't speak so casually. The power is out, emphasizing this point, with the current heat, after a day and night. How could you still have ice? Wait. She realized she had overlooked the most basic fact. You have so much water. Melted ice equals water, and water is life. How precious it is. How could you just let it melt in a basin? Her clean water supply had run dry, and for the past 2 days, she had been quenching her thirst with red wine tea. That moment, upon seeing the half-melted ice water, she couldn't help but swallow hard. But her mouth was so parched that no saliva would form. This moment, her resolve faced a tremendous test. Her body instinctively urged her to surrender for a taste of that refreshing ice water. However, she was an immensely proud person. Surrender to Wei Ming? She couldn't bring herself to do that. At least not now. She could endure a little longer, even though she herself didn't know what such persistence meant. Did she truly believe that by enduring a few more days, the apocalypse would pass? Wei Ming picked up a freshly grilled beef skewer, devoured it in one bite, and as he chewed, the tender, marbled meat burst in his mouth, juices flowing, and the soul spices mingling, prompting him to savor the moment. Delicious. What's a barbecue without cola? He took a sip, unconcerned about weight gain or health issues. Thanks to the alternate space, the 5 women hesitated, wanting to drink but feeling apprehensive. The sugar content is too high, indeed. Drinking one can requires quite a bit of exercise to burn off the calories. Just a small sip. Seeing the 5 women fretting over potential weight gain, Yu Chutong felt a pang of jealousy. If they didn't want it, they could give it to her at this point. She couldn't care less about gaining weight. Wei Ming, are you ready to surrender? A message pinged on Wei Ming's phone. Chapter 74, Killing 2 Lay. The message was from Sundai. It had been a day and a night. Wei Ming must have suffered enough by now. As someone who understood men, Sundai was particularly enthusiastic about this matter, as he was eager to sleep with Wei Ming. Not because Wei Ming was exceptionally handsome, but because this guy was a tough nut to crack. Sleeping with someone like him would give Sundai a sense of accomplishment. Wei Ming casually snapped a photo and sent it to him. Upon seeing it, Sundai could hardly believe his eyes. You guys are still in the mood to barbecue? With no air conditioning, the temperature in your place must be at least 50 degrees. And you're starting a fire. Are you out of your mind? However, his eyes narrowed. The fact that Wei Ming could still enjoy barbecue indicated that he had quite a stockpile of supplies. Heh, let us see how much longer you can keep up that bravado, he said, not bothering to elaborate further. Wei Ming tossed his phone aside. He had decided to take action tonight and eliminate Tu Lei. It couldn't he always be them attacking. Although he had been using them to pass the time and didn't he wish to wipe them all out, that didn't he mean he would play the role of a submissive. It was him playing with them, not the other way around. Next door, Yu Chutong watched for a while before reluctantly retreating to her room. She couldn't look any longer. She feared she would immediately surrender to Wei Ming. Wei Ming continued to enjoy his barbecue. Although he had consumed a bit too much nutrition today, a bit of exercise later would burn it all off. They dined until 8 o'clock before concluding their meal. During this time, the 5 women showcased their talents, some singing, others dancing. Wei Ming held a particular fondness for Song Qingyun. This woman was nearly perfect and the only one still yearning for light. Possessing a sense of justice without being overly naive, demanding that Wei Ming rescue someone while avoiding violence, a woman who embodied kindness without being pedantic. How could he not favor her? Wei Ming took a nap. In the dead of night, he quietly rose. He made his way to the first floor and used teleportation to enter the neighboring Villa 18. If Yu Chutong happened to be in the living room, she would undoubtedly be terrified. Are you a ghost? Then, Wei Ming teleported to Villa 8 before entering the garage. He glanced outside the passage to the basement of Villa 28, where a total of 12 people were stationed as guards. Heh, carry on. Wei Ming stealthily approached the entrance of Building 3, strode in confidently, and headed straight for the 14th floor. TSK, the old butcher's choice of floor is poor. Isn't the 14th floor a death sentence? I shall fulfill your wish. 1402. Wei Ming smiled slightly. He had checked the name Tu Lei used in the owner group, which was indeed 3-1402, old butcher. Once again employing teleportation, Wei Ming entered the room. He had found what he was looking for. In the master bedroom, the sound of snoring was thunderous, while the guest room and other areas were deserted. After confirming safety, Wei Ming pushed open the master bedroom door and switched on the light. There were 2 people on the bed, a man and a woman. The man was, of course, Tu Lei, but the woman was not his wife. Rather, she was a divorced woman from Building 3, who had been half coerced, half enticed by Tu Lei after the disaster, and had consequently moved in. However, now that Tu Lei had become the boss of Building 3, her status had risen alongside his, and she had become willingly compliant. The sudden brightness of the light jolted the woman awake. There was an extra person in the room. How did he get in? The woman hurriedly tried to shake Tu Lei awake, but Tu Lei was the type who wouldn't wake up even if thunder struck. No matter how hard she shook or pushed, he remained sound asleep, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Wei Ming chuckled. I'm here. He pulled out a fruit knife, causing the woman to scurry away in terror. Trembling as she stammered, brother, please don't hurt me. I can give you whatever you want. Please, no. Wei Ming's expression was one of disdain. Wouldn't my energy be better spent on Song Qingyun and the others? With your looks, only an old butcher like Tu Lei would have no qualms. Wei Ming approached and plunged the knife into Tu Lei's arm. Damn! Tu Lei cried out in pain, finally awakening. Wei Ming. Upon seeing Wei Ming, his first reaction was to believe he was dreaming. Otherwise, how could Wei Ming possibly appear here? However, the excruciating pain in his arm and the blood gushing forth confirmed the reality. How did you get here? Tu Lei stammered, feeling flustered. Wei Ming held the knife. While he was unarmed and utterly at a disadvantage, especially given his casual demeanor, Wei Ming replied with surprise, wasn't it agreed that I would take your life? Do you truly believe I am a person who does not keep my word? While Tu Lei covertly signaled to the woman, he engaged in a verbal dance with Wei Ming, striving to divert attention and feigning calmness as he remarked. You are quite impressive. 12 individuals are stationed in the garage, yet you still managed to arrive here. What happened to them? Did you eliminate them? At that moment, the woman had stealthily opened a drawer and retrieved a sharp knife. I advise you to be benevolent, Wei Ming said, turning towards her. The woman, clutching the knife, appeared somewhat hesitant. Throw it over quickly, Tu Lei urged. Gritting her teeth, the woman made a resolute decision and flung the knife towards Tu Lei. He caught it effortlessly, momentarily disregarding his casual demeanor, and twirled the knife with confidence. This is fortuitous. If I eliminate you, all the supplies within will belong to me. With that declaration, he charged towards Wei Ming. However, before he could reach Wei Ming, he suddenly vanished into thin air. The woman stared, wide-eyed in disbelief. What on earth? Wei Ming smiled faintly as he approached her. Naturally, she was terrified and screamed, fleeing in panic. Yet upon taking merely a step, she too disappeared into thin air. All right, that's a wrap. Wei Ming departed, retracing his steps without alarming anyone. Upon returning home, he took a shower and then peacefully fell asleep. That night, he slept soundly, awakening past 7 o'clock. Song Qingyun and the others were already up, as Wei Ming had preemptively opened the doors on each floor. They were bustling in the kitchen, preparing breakfast. And when Wei Ming finished washing up and made his way to the dining room, a meal was ready for him. While they enjoyed a harmonious atmosphere, for Sun Dai and her associates, a storm was brewing. Tu Lei had gone missing. Chapter 75. Setting fire to course Wei Ming's appearance? Yu Chutong in despair. Along with Tu Lei, his mistress had also vanished, leaving everyone perplexed. It was inconceivable that Tu Lei would abandon his home. And given such dreadful weather, where could he possibly go? Could it be that Wei Ming was involved? After all, he had threatened to kill Tu Lei just days prior. The issue was Wei Ming had not left the villa. The 12 individuals had sworn that Wei Ming had never appeared. Was it possible he exited through the front door? Despite the terrifying acid rain, if the distance were short, a raincoat could provide effective protection. Yet, Tu Lei was not foolish. If Wei Ming had gone to his home, would he have welcomed him with open arms? Furthermore, the door at Tu Lei's residence showed no signs of forced entry. Thus, unless Wei Ming possessed a key to Tu Lei's home, it could only mean that Tu Lei himself had opened the door. Both scenarios seemed implausible. Hence, the situation became perplexing. If Wei Ming was not responsible, why had Tu Lei disappeared? Could it be that Tu Lei's subordinates were involved? Sun Dai reconsidered the situation. It was a possibility. Everyone nodded in agreement. Who would willingly submit to domination? Especially in a society like this, where ruthlessness could elevate one to the top. What was there to prevent someone from assassinating their leader to ascend to power? In that case, the incident was not so mysterious after all. If Tu Lei's subordinates knocked on the door, would he have opened it without a second thought? Yet a new question arose. There were no signs of struggle within Tu Lei's residence, and given Tu Lei's ferocity, how could he have been taken down without resistance? Was there someone with a firearm? Zhao Jihu posited, if Tu Lei was coerced at gunpoint, would he dare to resist? Then, indeed, there would be no signs of a struggle. The group deliberated extensively, yet they could not arrive at a conclusion. Let us not dwell on Tu Lei for now, Sun Dai said, frowning. It has been 2 days, and Wei Ming has yet to relent. My subordinates are growing impatient. Moreover, the leader of the 5th floor, Feng Lily, added, our building has taken in quite a few people, leading to constant conflicts. If we do not restore power soon and send people back, a riot might erupt. The leader of the 6th floor, Chen Yulong, concurred. The situation is becoming increasingly dire. Let us be realistic. The water supply has ceased, yet we still need to eat, drink, and use the restroom. How foul must our home smell without water to flush the toilets? I propose that in addition to swiftly capturing Wei Ming, we also need to address sanitation issues. Otherwise, everyone nodded in agreement. The sanitation issue was manageable. At worst, they could collect the acid rain. While it might not be drinkable, it could certainly be used for flushing toilets. The crux of the matter was Wei Ming. They would have to resort to drastic measures. Set it ablaze. Everyone nodded in unison. In truth, they were reluctant to employ such a tactic. After all, setting fire within their own community posed the risk of the flames spiraling out of control. Where could they hide? The sunlight could be lethal. Yet, Wei Ming had persisted for 2 full days. They had no choice but to resort to extreme measures. Without further ado, they proceeded to the garage, instructing people to gather gasoline and douse the walls of Villa number 28. Wei Ming, this is your final chance. Come out and surrender immediately, or we shall ignite the flames, Sun Dai declared coldly. Wei Ming paid no heed, engrossed in studying Song Qingyun's exquisite form, remarking, I have thoroughly examined you. You remarkably do not have a single mole. Song Qingyun languidly reclined on the bed, utterly drained from the exertion, barely able to open her eyelids, yet she still asked, aren't you the least bit worried? Ha, your man is quite formidable. Didn't you just experience that firsthand? Wei Ming teased, nibbling at her ear. Unable to contain the ticklish sensation, Song Qingyun burst into laughter, her body quivering, which visibly delighted Wei Ming. Why are you always so indecent? She teased. Wei Ming laughed heartily. No worries, just wait and see. Outside, seeing that Wei Ming did not respond, Sun Dai and the others scoffed, ignite it. A lit cigarette was tossed against the wall, sparks flying, and with a boom, the entire wall erupted into flames. However, the wall was composed of a special alloy, not only hard but also highly heat-resistant. The temperature from burning gasoline was insufficient to melt or deform the metal. Instead, the heat merely accelerated the melting of the ice blocks within. When Wei Ming had initially constructed the safe house, he had anticipated the possibility of fire attack, and thanks to Xia Bing's modifications, the ice had been embedded within the walls, proving far more effective and aesthetically pleasing. As the flames blazed, the ice rapidly melted, flowing into the basement, raising the internal temperature. Yet, before Song Qingyun and the others could voice their concerns, Wei Ming utilized a spatial portal to replenish the ice blocks. Instantly stabilizing the temperature within the villa.it was 28 degrees, and even dropped by 1 degree. Oops, perhaps I added too much IC. No worries. The 5 women stared at Wei Ming in astonishment, while others set fire to their villa. The temperature inside was not rising but actually falling. How on earth did you manage that? Indeed, please tell us. The 5 women were brimming with curiosity. Wei Ming merely smiled. A man of mystery has his own clever strategies. Lin Wanqiu nestled into his embrace, using a seductive tone to entice. If you satisfy my curiosity, I shall allow you to have your way with me. Those positions you requested earlier, I can unlock for you. Even Song Qingyun, driven by curiosity, remarked that if Wei Ming revealed his secret, she would don any costume for a game of cosplay with him. Just as Wei Ming was about to respond, he received a video call from Yu Chutong. This woman is willing to use video. Does she not fear draining her battery? Wei Ming answered. Why? Yu Chutong immediately shouted in a weak voice. You are going to kill me. Wei Ming, remember, you owe me a life. What had she done to deserve this? Her home had also lost power, and crucially, Sun Dai and the others were setting fire to Villa number 28, which was adjacent to hers. Even if the flames did not directly reach her home, the temperature was rising. How hot would it be indoors during the day? Even with the curtains drawn, it was above 50 degrees, and if it continued to escalate, it could reach 60 degrees. I refuse to die like this, Yu Chutong cried, tears streaming down her face, yet they evaporated before they could fall. I hate you. I hate you. Wei Ming chuckled. Are you willing to come over now? To die with you? Yu Chutong sneered. No, thank you. She suddenly paused, realizing how calm Wei Ming appeared, devoid of any sign of distress. How is that possible? She screamed. I am not the main character, yet I am on the verge of being roasted alive. Shouldn't the temperature at your place be even higher? Wei Ming smiled broadly. Did I not mention that I have an ample supply of ice? Chapter 76. Yu Chutong's defection. Yu Chutong could hardly believe it. Even if you had ice, under conditions of power outage, shouldn't it have melted by now? Yet Wei Ming, along with Song Qingyun and the others, remained composed, exhibiting no signs of impending doom. Indeed, Wei Ming even showed her the temperature, 28 degrees. Good heavens, just 28 degrees, little sister. If you don't surrender soon, do you truly wish to become a roasted pig? Lu Qing teased. Why? Yu Chutong forced a smile, genuinely regretting her earlier decisions. Previously, it would have been a simple matter to visit Wei Ming, just a few steps through the underground garage, but now? Was that route still accessible? Certainly not. Not only were there numerous guards stationed there, but the raging inferno also posed a barrier. Charging through would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, she had no choice but to traverse the surface. However, the sunlight was lethal. She had to ensure complete protection, preventing even a single ray from touching her skin, for otherwise, the excruciating pain would overwhelm her. And she would be further exposed to the sun's rays, leading to her demise. Moreover, the heat, with no other option, Yu Chutong had to arm herself thoroughly against the sweltering temperatures, dressing in layers so thick that she nearly fainted from the heat. However, the belief in survival sustained her, compelling her to open the door, unfurl an umbrella, and hasten towards Wei Ming's villa in such sweltering heat. Her thick attire made running even more arduous, and within a few strides, she was drenched in sweat, exacerbating her discomfort. Yet, the villa of Wei Ming drew ever closer. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. The door swung open, and she rushed inside, the umbrella caught by the door and falling outside. But Yu Chutong could not afford to care. She fainted from the heat. Wei Ming swiftly caught her, hastily removing her clothing. Make no mistake, he was not a lecher, but rather concerned that Yu Chutong might succumb to the oppressive heat. Once she was left in nothing but her undergarments, Wei Ming paused to fetch pure water, administering it to her in small sips. The cool liquid slid down her throat, awakening Yu Chutong, who eagerly drank. Wei Ming, mischievously, moved the bottle away, taking a large gulp himself, cheeks puffed out, not swallowing, while Yu Chutong, perceptive as she was, understood his intentions. However, having already made the journey to him, she felt resolved. A few sips of water did not quench her thirst but rather intensified it, prompting her to lean in and kiss Wei Ming eagerly. She greedily drew the water from him. With each sip he took, she followed suit, and only after consuming 2 bottles did she begin to regain her composure. Sixth sister. How delightful, they teased, with Lu Qing and the others joining in, while Song Qingyun, possessing a kind heart, refrained from joining the mockery, showing no intention of discouraging her companions. Wei Chutong could only endure the embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed, for just days prior, she had held herself in high regard, mocking Song Qingyun and the others. Now, she found herself in this position. Her previous arrogance was met with equal measure of humility. Wei Ming chuckled, patting Yu Chudong on the back. Go take a shower. You should thank the people outside. The water is warm and perfectly usable. What? You actually use precious clean water to bathe? Yu Chutong stared at Wei Ming in disbelief, her own thirst gnawing at her. Wei Ming shrugged. If you don't bathe, I might find it repugnant, with that stench lingering, no matter how beautiful a woman might be. If she goes a week without a wash, she cannot possibly smell fragrant. Wei Yu Chutong, motivated purely by the instinct for survival, had hesitated to use the water, but Wei Ming's demeanor suggested an abundance of it. Being a woman who cherished her beauty, how could she bear to remain dirty and foul? Yet, in the face of such dire circumstances, survival remained paramount. She ventured to the basement, where the melted water had pooled, shedding her clothes in swift succession, stepping into the bathtub as clean water flowed continuously from the faucet. The moment she entered the water, tears of joy streamed down her face. She thought she would never have the chance to bathe again. To her astonishment, Yu Chutong expected Wei Ming, the notorious lecher, to seize the moment and claim her, leaving her powerless, yet he did not enter. After more than half an hour, she reluctantly emerged from the bath. As she drained the tub, Wei Ming's voice echoed softly. Wei Yu Chutong could hardly believe her ears. This water is merely dirty. It is not poisonous. Just filter it, and it can be consumed. Alternatively, it can be used for laundry or even to flush the toilet. If I ask you to drain it, just do so. Wei Ming laughed. We have no shortage of water here. Wei Yu Chutong paused, then pulled the plug from the bathtub, listening to the water flow away. Feeling a pang of regret. Suddenly, she halted, exclaiming, Can you see me? Of course, Wei Ming chuckled. This is my home. I must keep an eye on you. What if you were to steal something? No, you are peeking at me while I bathe. Yu Chutong attempted to express her anger but ultimately surrendered to her circumstances. Having entered this space, what pride could she possibly retain? Her very existence was now intertwined with Wei Ming's. If he were to ask her to leave now, would she even agree? In this post-apocalyptic world, where such a livable sanctuary existed, and having witnessed the abundance of Wei Ming's supplies, she realized that having never enjoyed such comforts before, now that she had, she would rather perish than leave. Though remain here, she would pay any price. Her pride had been wholly eroded by the trials of over 9 days in this dystopia, especially after the villa had been scorched. She genuinely believed her fate would be that of a desiccated corpse, in stark contrast. Her once lofty ideals, her reserve, and her principles had been utterly shattered. Don't wear that anymore. It's filthy, Wei Ming remarked, halting Yu Chutong from donning her previous dress. Although it was a limited edition Chanel, once valuable before the apocalypse, now it was merely a soiled garment. What shall I wear then? Yu Chutong retorted. Flustered. Are you suggesting I go naked? Yes, while I may have looked down on you before, must you humiliate me so? Wei Ming smiled. Just provide your height, weight, and measurements. I will prepare something for you. Did you not see them all? Yu Chutong ground her teeth, realizing this man was undoubtedly teasing her. However, seeing that Wei Ming ignored her, she relented. I am 172 centimeters tall, weigh 49 kg, and my measurements are 34d. 22, 33. Just as I estimated, Wei Ming whistled, noting her devilish figure. A 22-inch waist, similar to Song Qingyun's, but while Song Qingyun stood at 170 cm, Yu Chutong was 172 cm, 2 centimeters taller. He retrieved clothing of the corresponding size from an alternate space and brought it to the basement, hanging it on a rack. Wei Yu Chutong, covering her important parts with her hands, noticed that Wei Ming had no intention of leaving and asked, Are you going to watch? Indeed. Wei Ming nodded, unabashedly straightforward. Chapter 77. The women's curiosity about Wei Ming's supplies. Could Yu Chutong refuse? If she could refuse, why would she be here? As a female CEO, she possessed considerable resolve. Since resistance was futile, she would comply. It was akin to a banquet where a subordinate offers her a toast. She might choose not to drink. But when a major client extends a toast, unless she wished to forego the business, she must partake. The situation was no different now. Only, this business concerned her life, and she had no right to decline. After all, had not Wei Ming already seen everything? He could easily lay claim to her. Thus, she hurriedly donned the garments, but upon wearing them, she realized something was amiss. They were incredibly difficult to put on. Why? Because they were a size too small. Yet, what choice did she have? Could she not wear them? After much effort, she managed to put them on, only to look down and feel her face flush. The fabric squeezed her form in an exaggerated manner, the two mountains pressing together. Did you not ask for my measurements? Yu Chutong snapped. Indeed, Wei Ming replied with a smile. How else could I prepare clothing a size smaller? Indeed, he was deliberately teasing her. Yu Chutong seethed, but at least she had managed to put on her undergarments. She quickly slipped on the dress, seeking a modicum of comfort. However, once dressed, she couldn't help but grimace. This is a stepmother's dress. How excessive! She walked with the aloof air of a domineering female executive. Yet she was given a dress that resembled something a stepmother would wear. Looks good, Wei Ming applauded, genuinely impressed. Nevertheless, given Yu Chutong's appearance, with her beauty and figure both scoring above 90, she could pull off any outfit. Yet, this stepmother's dress particularly satisfied Wei Ming's peculiar curiosity. Time to eat. The two made their way to the first floor. That was quick. Lin Wanqiu blinked. Dear, have you been staying up late and harming your health? Wei Ming was momentarily taken aback, then realized, chuckling as he playfully swatted her behind. You wicked woman, I merely delivered her clothes. Nothing untoward happened, including Song Qingyun. The five women all nodded knowingly, though their expressions were unmistakably skeptical. You are truly something. While Wei Ming did indeed have an appreciation for beauty and had long harbored intentions towards Yu Chutong, he had principles. If he were truly that impatient, he could have simply teleported and taken her by force. Would she have been able to resist? Although Yu Chutong had willingly approached him, having gone days without sustenance and with cracked lips and dark circles under her eyes, how could he bring himself to act? He wished to nurture her, after all. Exquisite treasures must be savored slowly. Of course, this was contingent upon having already indulged in exquisite treasures. When he had retrieved Song Qingyun previously, he had not held back at all. Enough of that. In summary, I am no longer a novice when it comes to delicacies, and now that I am accustomed to finer things, I can approach them with ease. The five women, aware of Wei Ming's character, dared not mock him too openly, exchanging a few playful jabs before returning to the kitchen. Yu Chutong, new to this environment, wished to make a good impression and also attempted to assist in the kitchen, only to be swiftly ushered out. They say I am a hindrance, Yu Chutong pouted, visibly hurt. She hailed from a prominent family and had never set foot in a kitchen. Even if tasked with cutting vegetables, she would likely injure herself, and her presence would only result in chaos. Wei Ming smiled slightly. You can only enjoy the food prepared for you. However, everyone has their role. Since you cannot assist in the kitchen, you may serve me instead. How shall I serve? Yu Chutong adjusted her demeanor. Had anyone else said such a thing to her, she would have likely slapped them. Massage my legs and shoulders, will you? Wei Ming inquired. Yes, yes. Yu Chutong eagerly agreed, moving to assist him with leg and shoulder massages. After more than an hour, Song Qingyun and the others emerged, bringing out an array of dishes. Outside, the heat was scorching. Even infernal, yet inside, it was refreshingly cool. A stark contrast akin to an ice and fire dichotomy. Wei Ming, how much longer can we endure? After taking a few bites of food, Song Qingyun inquired with a serious expression. Indeed, the villa is rather limited in size. No matter how adept you are at concealing supplies, there will inevitably come a time when they are exhausted, especially with the increasing number of people in the household. Lin Wanqiu added. Lu Qing, Mi Xiaolu, and Cheng Ye all gazed at Wei Ming with anxious eyes. They were acutely aware of their own circumstances. First, their beauty could not compare to the exceptional allure of Song Qingyun and the other two. Second, they had all been married and were thus considered second-hand, making it impossible for them to compete with the original. Moreover, they were not foolish. Why would Wei Ming choose them? Was there not an element of revenge in his selection? This left them feeling particularly insecure. If they truly faced a shortage of food or clean water, would they be cast aside? They would rather perish. Yu Chutong had just entered, her curiosity piqued by how Wei Ming could possibly possess so many supplies. It was incomprehensible. After all, with 2 days of power outage, how could ice possibly remain intact? In truth, The 5 women had harbored such doubts for quite some time but had kept them bottled up. However, with the onset of the blackout and Wei Ming's ability to produce copious amounts of ice, their curiosity reached an unbearable peak, making it difficult to remain silent. Wei Ming merely smiled. As long as I am here. You need not worry about food or water. He would not answer that question for now. When would he reveal his secrets? After the internet is cut off. Wei Ming had to ensure that his secret could not be disseminated online. Thus, when society regressed to a primitive state, with communication relying solely on shouting and transportation limited to walking, even if he revealed his secret, it would only be confined to an exceedingly small circle. Otherwise, if these women boasted about his possession of an alternate space filled with supplies, would it not attract covetous eyes? Not to mention, what if a missile were to strike? Could Wei Ming endure that? Unless he entered the alternate space at the moment of the explosion, emerging just a minute prior to let the shockwave pass, but would anyone issue a warning before launching a missile? Even if they did, how fast would the missile travel, and would he have time to enter the alternate space? He could hardly evade a bullet, let alone a missile. Therefore, no one could know his secret unless their fate was sealed. In the apocalypse, laws, morals, and order no longer existed. Why would Wei Ming act so ostentatiously, fearing that others would not take notice of him? Seeing that Wei Ming remained tight-lipped, the women felt powerless. Yet, they at least received his assurance. Though their confidence remained shaky, it provided a modicum of comfort. Let us eat, Wei Ming chuckled. Chapter 78, Total Power Outage, Neighbors in Despair After Lunch. Wei Ming did not rush to enjoy Yu Chudong's company. He was in no hurry to die. In fact, he did not take advantage of Yu Chudong, but rather engaged in tender moments with Song Qingyun. Among the women, he favored Song Qingyun the most. It was merely affection. Love? He had long forgotten what love was. He only knew how to act. After all, he had just transformed Song Qingyun into a woman, and he felt considerable sympathy for her, which made Lin Wanqiu and the others quite envious. However, they dared not show any displeasure toward Song Qingyun. Instead, they silently resolved to be more attentive and vie for his affection when they had the opportunity. Wei Yu Chutong observed this dynamic and could not help but sigh inwardly. Wei Ming had them all firmly in his grasp. With a simple maneuver, he ensured that the women could not form alliances and would only compete for his favor. Did she also wish to become one of them? She could only manage a bitter smile. Inside Wei Ming's villa, spring was in full bloom, while those outside suffered greatly. Even in the underground garage, temperatures soared above 45 degrees during the day, and now, due to the fire, it had risen beyond 50 degrees, rendering it no different from the interior of the villa. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke, which, if inhaled for too long, could induce dizziness. The most critical aspect was that this situation had persisted for over a day and night. Yet, Wei Ming still showed no signs of surrender. Could he have already perished? Feng Lily remarked in the group chat of the leaders. I don't know. Him and ask. Wei Ming, are you dead? Moments later, Wei Ming sent a photo, capturing the scene of him dining with the 6 women. The image resembled a corporate team-building event, with all 7 individuals smiling at the camera, flashing peace signs. What the hell? Upon seeing this photo, the leaders could not help but curse and then succumb to despair. 2 days without power, a day of burning. Yet Wei Ming and his companions appeared utterly unfazed. Surrounded by abundant food and drinks, each person had either cola or clean water at their side. The photo was exceptionally clear. Regardless of whether it was cola or clean water, ice cubes were evident within. How could there still be ice after 2 days of power outage and a day of fire? The leaders found it utterly unbelievable. Could it be that he had a generator? Sun Dai frowned as he spoke. It must be so. Otherwise, how could he produce ice? Chen Yulong concurred. What should we do? Are we to simply wait until he exhausts the generator's energy? The group frowned in unison. What should we do? What should we do? Let's not drag this out any further. Zhao Jihu was the first to speak, suggesting they redirect their energy toward gathering supplies instead of wasting time on Wei Ming. Sun Dai displayed visible displeasure. After 2 days of effort against Wei Ming, are we to give up now? Leader Sun, we haven't managed to take down Wei Ming in 2 days, and I don't know about your situation, but my subordinates are on the verge of rebellion. Qin Cheng, the leader of Building 7, confessed. Anxiety etched across his face. He was not alone. Others shared his sentiments. How had they become leaders? Typically, they were either quite esteemed or had previously been building captains. Or they were particularly formidable, like Tu Lei. The primary reason was that Zhang Shi posed a significant threat, forcing the owners in each building to unite, and thus these individuals were chosen. Such leaders were inherently unstable. While they could thrive in favorable conditions, adversity would inevitably lead to discontent and a desire for a new leader. Since they occupied these positions, they were determined not to be ousted, for power was an intoxicating lure. Even in such dire circumstances, Sun Dai scoffed, "Do you all wish to give up?" Most remained silent, but silence often spoke volumes. "Very well, if you choose to abandon hope, I certainly will not," Sun Dai remarked coldly. "But let me make one thing clear. If I acquire Wei Ming supplies, none of you shall partake." The leaders merely chuckled in response. Sun Dai huffed, casting his phone aside. He was resolute in conquering Wei Ming. In truth, his plan was simple: to continue the fire and send a few individuals to keep watch in the underground garage. Zhao Jihu and the others sent Wei Ming messages, though the wording varied. The sentiment was uniform: "We will not target you anymore. Henceforth, we shall coexist peacefully." Why did they choose to show weakness? Previously, several individuals had attempted to confront Wei Ming, and none had met with a favorable outcome. The most illustrative example being Zhang Shi. Reflecting on it now, Zhang Shi had been outmaneuvered by Wei Ming. Thus, having decided against further conflict, it was only logical to resolve any animosity Wei Ming might harbor. Wei Ming glanced at the messages and could not help but laugh. "When you sought to confront me, you did so brazenly, and now, unable to defeat me, you expect me to forgive and forget with a mere smile? Your audacity is astounding." Wei Ming did not utter threats. From the moment these individuals united against him, he had already decreed their fate. He simply wished to toy with them slowly, and with the internet still operational. He was wary of excessive bloodshed being caught on video and shared online. Particularly concerning was the use of his spatial abilities, which would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Moreover, what if a missile were to strike? Why bother? In comparison to his own life, everything else paled in significance. Having faced death once, Wei Ming cherished life even more. Thus, he could afford to deal with these individuals gradually, without the need for haste. However, it was evident that some had not yet relinquished their ambitions. "Heh, let us begin with this fellow," Wei Ming sneered. As night fell, Wei Ming activated the generator, illuminating the entire villa. He was unconcerned about energy consumption. After all, the supplies he had amassed during 4 months abroad engaging in zero-cost shopping were beyond imagination. Zhao Jihu and the others, perched high in their building, noticed the glow and muttered in astonishment. "So? Wei Ming truly possesses a generator. And no wonder he can produce ice." However, they were perplexed. They too had access to electricity, so why could they not create ice in bulk to cool their homes? Yet, simultaneously, the entire neighborhood plunged into darkness. "Damn it, who has pulled the lever in the transformer room?" This was the immediate reaction of everyone. However, those residing in the higher floors merely needed to glance at their balconies to see that the entire city was engulfed in darkness, save for the moonlight cascading from above. A wave of despair washed over everyone. The power was out. It was not just one household or one building. The entire city had succumbed to darkness. This was disastrous. In such sweltering heat, how could they survive without power? Yet, amidst this pervasive gloom, Wei Ming's villa remained brilliantly lit. His home still had electricity. Instantly, everyone felt a surge of desire. What did having power mean? The air conditioning could function, allowing them to escape the oppressive heat and enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Without anyone issuing orders, they instinctively gathered in the garage. Meanwhile, Sun Dai's crew, intent on continuing to douse the flames with gasoline, were forcibly restrained. These individuals, driven by desperation, wielded hammers and other tools, determined to breach the villa. Chapter 79. A glimpse of secrets. I possess a spatial warehouse in the face of such a torrent. Would the people of Sun Dai dare to intervene? Bang, bang, bang. These individuals began to assault the grand entrance, heedless of the fact that it was fortified with alloy steel. Even the foolish old man could move mountains. Could they not shatter a mere iron door with their sheer numbers? A thunderous clamor echoed, startling the 7 members of Wei Ming, who were enjoying their dinner. They had not previously paid attention to the outside world and were unaware that the power had gone out. But upon checking their phones, they discovered the absence of signal. With the power down, the base stations were inoperative, so even if their phones still had battery life, calling or messaging was impossible without a satellite phone. The internet? Certainly severed. Well, now the phones in everyone's hands had become mere ornaments, serving only to capture photos or peruse previously saved videos. "The power is out," Yu Chutong announced, her expression dry and desolate. If there were still electricity, it would at least signify that the flickering flame of civilization had not yet been extinguished. However, with the outage, human civilization dimmed alongside the lights. Tomorrow, the sun would rise again. But the regression of civilization was inevitable. Do not underestimate the significance of a single light. While it shines, the darkness in the hearts of most is subdued, yet once that glimmer is extinguished, how chaotic would the world become? This night could witness countless horrifying acts that would send shivers down one's spine and shatter one's worldview. In the vicinity of Chidong City, the presence of light emanating from Wei Ming's villa naturally attracted all the shadows. Every resident in the community yearned to breach the villa, to seize this sanctuary that still had electricity, light, and a semblance of coolness. The expressions of the 5 women, including Song Qingyun, were equally grim. If they had previously harbored a glimmer of hope in the strength of their nation, believing that calamity would eventually pass, now they faced a heavy blow that shattered all their illusions. The apocalypse. Truly, it was the end of the world, a despairing existence devoid of light. Observing the 6 women trembling in fear, Wei Ming could not help but chuckle. What are you afraid of? Do you not have me? The 6 women looked up at him in the midst of despair. Having someone so optimistic was indeed infectious, uplifting their spirits, albeit momentarily. Yes, they had worried during the day. Survival required resources, yet the villa was limited in size. How much could one possibly store? This was a brutally pragmatic concern. Wei Ming smiled, having thought that he would wait for the network to go down before revealing certain secrets to the 6 women. Little did he anticipate that the power would fail before the night was over. All right, calm your hearts. Are you not curious about the extent of my resources? He proposed. The 6 women perked up slightly, but it was not substantial. Wei Ming, undeterred by their lack of enthusiasm, continued, after the sudden disappearance of the polar ice caps. I don't know if it was due to changes in the Earth's magnetic field or other factors, but I acquired a unique ability. Ability? The 6 women gazed at him in disbelief. Are you filming a science fiction movie? No, that sounds more like a fantasy film, one quipped. Wei Ming nodded. I call it spatial ability. With that, he pressed a hand forward, and a basket of bayberries appeared before him. In an instant, the 6 women stood up simultaneously, their expressions filled with shock and incredulity as they stared at him and the basket. They were left speechless, mouths agape. Wei Ming continued. I have acquired a vast spatial warehouse, and upon sensing that a great disaster might strike following the disappearance of the polar ice caps, I began to retrofit the villa into a safe haven while hoarding supplies on a grand scale. Lu Qing suddenly realized and exclaimed, You previously told me you went to the great beautiful land for zero-cost purchases. Were you not joking? Wei Ming smiled slightly. Indeed, I traveled north from a country, collecting resources all along the way through zero-cost purchases. I cannot claim to have amassed a fortune, but I surely have hundreds of billions worth. At first, the 6 women were astonished, but gradually, their faces lit up with joy, culminating in a chorus of cheers. Lin Wansyu's excitement overwhelmed her as she leapt into his embrace, kissing him fervently. Her emotions surged, indescribably exhilarated. Wei Ming, possess me, she cooed, her eyes sultry. Right now, I only wish for you to claim me fiercely. I can understand your excitement, but does it have to lead straight to that? He mused, contemplating the potential implications. By 10 o'clock, the 7 of them returned to the dining table, resuming their dinner. What about the cold dishes? Wei Ming waved his hand, storing the leftovers into the alternate space, then summoned a fresh feast. From a hotel, he added. Although the 6 women had heard of this before, witnessing it firsthand left them utterly astounded. How marvelous! Thank goodness for your crisis awareness. Otherwise, even with such a warehouse, it would have been of no use without preparation, Yu Chutong remarked, truly feeling no regret for her decision to join him. Perhaps the continuation of human civilization will hinge upon us. Lin Wansu mused with a hint of longing. The others chuckled. Just the 7 of them. 1 man and 6 women. Even if they could continuously reproduce, what about the next generation? Would they resort to incest? Impossible! If humanity were to endure, they could not rely solely on themselves. Wei Ming shook his head. Fear not. Humanity is remarkably resilient. How could we be extinguished by a mere catastrophe? I believe the nation certainly has large-scale shelters. Long before the polar ice caps melted, top scientists had already taken refuge. With our country's grain reserves, sustaining a small populace for several centuries is hardly an issue. His genuine concern lay in whether those shelters would transform into private kingdoms for ambitious individuals once societal order crumbled. Best not to dwell on such thoughts. He merely needed to safeguard his own territory. Why had he remained so low-key? It was simply to avoid drawing attention, not from the people within the community, but from potentially existing large-scale shelters. He believed that if such shelters existed, they would undoubtedly be outfitted with comprehensive facilities, including security personnel and even military forces. If military forces were present, fighter jets and missiles could also be in play. After a period of exploration, scientists might even devise specialized tires to withstand the daytime heat, at which point, the power of the shelters could extend beyond their walls. Thinking too far ahead, Wei Ming chuckled to himself. He did not wish to provoke such forces, but that did not mean he was truly afraid. If he were to be pushed too hard, unleashing his full might could potentially obliterate a shelter, albeit at the risk of landing himself in peril. Thus, Wei Ming was reluctant to disclose his secrets, preferring to maintain a mutual non-aggression pact. Meanwhile, the commotion outside continued unabated. Growing impatient, he realized that while the throng outside could not break through the door, the noise was quite bothersome. He decisively activated the electric barrier. ZZZ. Chapter 80. Everyone desires entry into Wei Ming's villa. Those who were hammering at the walls cried out in horror, their bodies trembling. Some even losing control entirely. There's electricity. There's electricity. Others were puzzled. Was it not normal to have electricity? Had they not come here because there was none elsewhere? However, they soon grasped that this electricity did not refer to the villa having power, but rather that the gates were electrified. A mere touch sent a jolt through them, sending their souls soaring. What now? Who dares to continue hammering? To break through the door would require metal, something sufficiently sturdy. But metal conducted electricity. What could they do? Nothing at all. Faced with the futility of their attempts, many began to plead. Wei Ming, it's too hot outside. Let me in for just a moment, just a moment. I haven't had a sip of water in over a day. Could you spare me a drop? Such pleas were straightforward. Wei Ming, allow me to stay inside, and I will be your loyal servant. I'll do whatever you command. These were mostly men, fiercely determined types. Of course, there were also women, who, sensing their own attractiveness, resorted to seduction. Wei Ming, let me in. I am willing to be your woman. Choose me. Choose me. I'm the prettiest. Previously, the daughter of Aunt Chung, Zhao Cixi, had exuded confidence, believing she could select from among 30 million single men, but now her arrogance had vanished, and she was sweet-talking into the surveillance cameras. However, they were all misreading the situation. Due to the raging fire, all the surveillance cameras were damaged, leaving Wei Ming completely oblivious to their antics. Consequently, this farce continued into the night, with the crowd growing weary, hungry, and exhausted. What could they do? Return home to sleep, of course. Naturally, Zhao Jihu and others led their building's residents out in search of supplies. In these times, relying on others was futile. Self-sufficiency was the only path to survival. Even if one were a beauty, relying solely on one's looks for sustenance was unrealistic. Not every man was like Wei Ming, with an abundance of resources. A night passed. The apocalypse, day 11. Thanks to the disappearance of the polar ice caps, most families had stockpiled food, but few had stored water. Thus, for the residents of the Chidong city community, the greatest dilemma was not a lack of food, but of drinkable water. What could they do? When pushed to the brink, desperation breeds ingenuity. Some had begun collecting acid rain for distillation. While it might cause stomach discomfort, it could alleviate their immediate thirst. Meanwhile, Zhao Jihu and his group returned after a night of scavenging. But with even worse news, nearby convenience stores and small supermarkets had been completely emptied. If they wished to procure more supplies, they would have to venture further afield to larger supermarkets. The critical question was, how to get there? During the day, in such extreme heat, donning protective gear was impractical. One could easily succumb to heat stroke or dehydration before even facing radiation. What about at night? The temperature would drop somewhat. But the distance was daunting, and acid rain could easily seep through rain gear, claiming lives with ease. Thus, it became imperative to utilize transportation even during the night. They unanimously resolved that, even if the car suffered a flat tire, they would attempt to drive this evening. Otherwise, they would merely await their demise. To Wei Ming's astonishment, yet another group approached with the intent to ignite a fire. There were 4 individuals, masked and armed with bottles filled with gasoline they had freshly collected. Although Wei Ming was unafraid of flames, it was unreasonable for him to refrain from retaliating indefinitely. Consequently, he opened the basement door and stepped outside. Upon seeing Wei Ming emerge, the 4 individuals were momentarily taken aback. Wei Ming, eliminate him and seize his villa? Charge, they exclaimed, their initial surprise quickly morphing into exuberance as they rushed forward. Bang, 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 bang. Yet, before Wei Ming, they were swiftly defeated, collapsing to the ground, groaning in pain. First, Wei Ming's physique was overwhelmingly powerful, undeniably the pinnacle of humanity. Second, The four were malnourished and sleep-deprived, their stamina severely depleted, rendering them powerless even in numbers. Wei Ming revealed a cruel smile, dousing the four with several bottles of gasoline. "Who sent you?" he inquired, brandishing a lighter. Sun Dai," they stammered in unison, kneeling before him. "Wei Ming, spare us. We were merely following orders, I promise. From this moment forward, I will sever ties with Sun Dai and no longer heed his commands." Yes, I promise as well." Wei Ming chuckled derisively. "Weren't you all quite ruthless just moments ago, intent on killing me and seizing my villa? Why the sudden cowardice? I truly look down upon you with that." He tossed the lighter away. "Run?" The four, terrified, scrambled to flee, but the lighter had already been thrown, igniting the gasoline point one by one. They erupted into flames. Amidst their screams, they flailed in chaos before quickly collapsing to the ground. Wei Ming felt no sympathy. Others had come to burn his home. Why should he extend compassion? Had he lost his mind? Sun Dai? Wei Ming sneered, vowing to eliminate Sun Dai that very night. The basement had been engulfed in gasoline fumes for over a day, rendering the air unbearably pungent, thus deterring anyone from descending, even if the temperature was slightly cooler. Wei Ming did not linger outside. After resolving the trouble, he returned to the villa, closed the door, and activated the air purification system. He had even prepared a substantial supply of oxygen, ensuring he was equipped for any extreme situations. Outside was sweltering and filled with acrid odors, yet within the villa, it felt like early summer. With a pleasant temperature ideal for wearing a short-sleeved shirt, neither too hot nor too cold. Wei Ming's target for the day was Yu Chutong. After a night of recuperation, Yu Chutong had largely regained her youthful radiance and vitality. Ready for harvesting. Chapter 81. The community enters an era of darkness. Wei Ming intended to savor the moment slowly, but what was the outcome? How could one take their time? Truly a rare gem. Wei Ming gazed at the slumbering Yu Chutong, gently caressing her delicate back. Yet she remained unresponsive, utterly exhausted. It was no surprise. His insatiable desires were overwhelming, and how could Yu Chutong, being so innocent, withstand such demands? Had it not been for this calamity, would he have ever encountered such a treasure? Certainly not. Such a stunning beauty was something he could only aspire to. Amusingly, he found himself grateful for this disaster. Otherwise, even someone like Zhuo Qingqing could hold him in thrall, relegating him to the role of her devoted admirer. Such a rarity. Of course, it was not solely due to the disaster. His abundant resources played a significant role. How else could beauties like Song Qingyuan willingly follow him? Now, even if he urged them to leave, would they? At noon, Wei Ming and his companions sat down for a meal, having already revealed his secret of possessing a spatial warehouse. Wei Ming allowed them to order whatever they desired, from international delicacies to local delicacies. He had an extensive array of options. As for fruits, there was no shortage. The variety and quantity were sufficient to last several lifetimes. The 6 women felt utterly at ease and developed an immense sense of dependence on Wei Ming. He could not afford to falter. Otherwise, they would be doomed. With this understanding, the 6 women not only felt an increased loyalty towards Wei Ming, but also sought to ingratiate themselves with him further. Wei Ming was unconcerned whether their affections were genuine. He simply wished to indulge in the pleasures at hand. If he were to place his trust in anyone, he believed Song Qingyuan would be at the forefront. After all, she had a background in law enforcement, and even in such a post-apocalyptic world, she retained a sense of goodness and yearned for light. As for Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu, their selfishness had been laid bare. Hence, Wei Ming's favoritism towards Song Qingyuan was an undeniable truth. Of course, it was merely favoritism. If Song Qingyuan expected him to assist others, he would not hesitate to refuse, regardless of her allure. What was most feared in an apocalypse? A self-righteous saint. In the afternoon, the 7 of them gathered on the balcony, sipping tea. Despite the deadly rays of sunlight, countering them was rather simple. They merely needed to draw the curtains. Moreover, the sunlight streamed in from only one direction, making it sufficient to close the curtains on that side. Suddenly, Wei Ming's peripheral vision seemed to catch something, prompting him to turn his head, his gaze swiftly descending. Bang! A loud crash echoed from a short distance away. Song Qingyuan and the others quickly stood to investigate, only to find a lifeless body lying beneath Building 14. Its innards seemingly obliterated, blood gushing forth. It was a woman, entirely unclothed, her body marred with numerous wounds. Clearly having endured immense torment, she was not quite dead yet, continuously coughing up blood. However, even under such excruciating sunlight, she emitted no screams. Her pupils dilated as she soon lost her vitality. Had she succumbed to despair and jumped? But Song Qingyun immediately dismissed that notion, stating, no one would take their own life in such a manner. They would surely don clothing first. Moreover, even from this distance, one can observe the multitude of marks upon her body. It must be, she sighed before continuing, she likely suffered indignities, seizing an opportune moment to leap. There was an unspoken understanding that this woman had likely been subjected to multiple violations. Otherwise, it would be challenging for one person to inflict such numerous wounds. Yu Chutong and the others were filled with sorrow. Although chaos had reigned in the community previously, nothing had been as extreme as this. Yet after the power outage yesterday, such malevolence had emerged from the darkness. Humanity had been utterly extinguished, and primal instincts were unleashed in the shadows. This was merely the beginning, Wei Ming remarked, as long as the apocalypse persisted. Such scenes would continue to unfold. One must understand that in times of chaos, the populace suffers immensely, and what more in an apocalypse? Without legal repercussions, evil and primal instincts would go unchecked, only intensifying and consuming all. This was no good news. Although the 6 women were well provided for, witnessing the erosion of humanity in the apocalypse weighed heavily on their hearts. Suddenly, Wei Ming's phone emitted an alarm. He picked it up and saw that there were individuals at the entrance of the basement. He had installed new surveillance the previous night. There were 4 men in total. After some contemplation, Wei Ming decided to head to the basement, activating the intercom. What brings you here? He inquired. Wei Ming, why not step out for a chat? One of the men replied. I am Sun So. You are the scoundrel. Wei Ming's heart turned cold as he replied. No need for a conversation. If you have something to say, speak quickly. Sun Dai, having hit a wall, felt his expression darken but quickly regained his composure. Chuckling, as the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. You possess resources, and I have manpower. If we collaborate, we can claim the entire community for ourselves. You must have noticed that since the power outage yesterday, at least 100 people have died in the neighborhood. This world has completely descended into chaos. You are fond of women, while I prefer men. We have no conflict together. You can select any beauty in the community at your leisure. And as for me, I am only interested in strong men. Think about it. You're gay? Now that is unexpected, Wei Ming chuckled. Sun Dai, you truly are ruthless. While others have given up, you are the only one to send people to set fires. Are you frightened after losing 4 subordinates to me, and now you come to negotiate collaboration? I said, there are no eternal enemies, Sun Dai reiterated. Not necessary. I am rather petty. Once someone has been an enemy, they will forever remain so, Wei Ming replied coolly. Sun Dai's countenance darkened. Why go to such lengths? It is, of course, necessary. Wei Ming laughed. Sun Dai shook his head. I had originally prepared a gift for you. But alas, he snapped his fingers, and a woman was pushed forward from outside the passageway, clad only in lingerie, exposing her flawless skin. Despite her face being marked by fatigue and fear, her beauty was evident. Nearly on par with Lu Qing, though lacking an ample bosom. At most A/B cup, so Wei Ming would rate her an 80. Here is the gift I prepared for you. Her husband is already in my possession. Initially, we could have collaborated. You could enjoy her while I took pleasure in her husband. How amusing that would have been. What a pity. He ran his hand across the woman's neck, and with a swift motion, blood gushed forth. The woman quickly pressed her hands to her neck, attempting to staunch the flow, but it was futile, and she soon collapsed, convulsing briefly before lying still. Even the subordinates of Sun Dai felt a chill run down their spines at this scene. Yet Sun Dai appeared as if he had merely undertaken a trivial task. He wiped the blood from the knife on his subordinate's clothing before putting it away, then exclaimed, You are ungrateful. Let us go. He took the lead in departing. Chapter 82. Sun Dai became an experimental subject. Sun Dai was a man of ruthless disposition. Failing to eliminate him would undoubtedly lead to future troubles. Wei Ming's lips curled into a cold smirk. This man would not see the sun of tomorrow. He had spoken the truth. Wei Ming had pronounced Sun Dai's death sentence, yet he paid the man no mind. It was merely a matter of taking a trip. He immersed himself in his game. Playing alone was dull, so he invited Yu Chutong and the other 5 to join him for a fighting game. He decimated the 5 women, save for Song Qingyun, against whom he suffered defeat, winning not a single round. How could this woman be so formidable at gaming? As night fell, and the last rays of twilight vanished, the temperature began to gradually drop. Even at night, the sweltering heat lingered at 40 degrees, enough to induce heat stroke, and with the power outage, every household struggled to get by, enduring sheer torment. Wei Ming did not rush to find Sundai. Instead, he dined, slept, and played until nearly midnight, time for action. Even with the power outage, he confidently stepped outside his home without fear of being seen. Yet, he first made his way through the neighboring houses before entering the underground garage. He donned night vision goggles. Darkness posed no obstacle for him. The elevator was also out of service, necessitating the use of stairs. Sundai lived on which floor? Not high, on the 8th. As Wei Ming climbed the stairs. He mused that it would be ideal if he could see in the dark. He possessed spatial abilities. Logically, he should have such an ability. Wouldn't it be reasonable to have a small skill for spatial detection? Wei Ming pondered. But how to employ it? In the alternate space, he truly was a god, all-seeing and all-powerful, but outside that realm was different. So, how could he achieve it? While he was deep in thought, he reached the 8th floor. Never mind, let us subdue Sundai first. In a swift motion, Wei Ming entered Sundai's apartment and found him alone in the bedroom. Thankfully, he was by himself. Wei Ming breathed a sigh of relief. For this fellow favored men, the sight of two men embracing would surely disgust him for 3 days, resulting in a significant loss. Wei Ming approached and delivered a punch to Sundai. Thud! Sundai collapsed, unconscious. Wei Ming had no intention of killing him so quickly, as he intended to conduct some experiments on him. Time to head back, he repeated his method, realizing that transporting a living being into the alternate space for no more than a minute would prevent death. Wei Ming tossed Sundai into the alternate space, releasing him every 50 seconds, thus effortlessly bringing Sundai back to the villa. Confirmed. Exceeding 1 minute in the alternate space would result in death. But this time did not accumulate. Throughout the journey back, Sundai had spent over 8 minutes in the alternate space, yet when he returned to the villa, he was still alive. Wei Ming arrived on the 1st floor, opened the villa's front door, tied a rope around Sundai's waist, and flung him outside. Thud! The impact jolted Sundai awake, but before he could react, he screamed in agony. Acid rain was falling upon him. Ah! Sundai immediately shrieked, rolling on the ground. Wei Ming waited 3 seconds before pulling the rope to drag Sundai back. Regrettably, in those few seconds, the acid rain had corroded his eyes, rendering him blind. Otherwise, it would have been intriguing to know whether he was cursing or begging for mercy. Wei Ming chuckled and returned Sundai to the alternate space. Heh, time for the divine to work. In a mere instant, Wei Ming completed his task, and with a thud, Sundai reappeared, crashing to the ground. Wei Ming. Sundai gazed incredulously at Wei Ming, then began to check himself. How was it that he felt no pain? He must be dreaming. Otherwise, how could he have just been corroded by acid rain, even losing his sight, yet now felt perfectly fine and could see? Wei Ming ignored him, delivering a kick that sent Sundai sprawling out the door. Sundai screamed in torment. 5 seconds. Time to retrieve him. Wei Ming dragged Sundai back and tossed him into the alternate space once more, releasing him in less than a second. Sundai returned, once again whole and unscathed. But would he still believe it was a dream this time? Surely, the excruciating pain could not have been an illusion. No, dreams do not inflict such agony. What have you done to me? Sundai stammered, his voice trembling. Wei Ming paid him no mind, murmuring to himself, Indeed, I can heal all injuries in the alternate space, at least from acid rain wounds. But what about the rays from sunlight? Furthermore, is this healing permanent, or only lasts for 24 hours? I shall investigate tomorrow. Wei Ming yawned, closing the door, allowing the heat to escape, causing the temperature on the 1st floor to rise several degrees. He seized Sundai and took him to the basement. Sundai, of course, would not surrender easily, but was his resistance of any use? Wei Ming's physical prowess was at the pinnacle of humanity. It would take at least 3 or 4 robust men to match him, while Sundai, a schemer confined to an office, was no match. A schemer, indeed. This fellow was playing a different game. Wei Ming locked Sundai in an iron cage in the basement, treating him no differently than Wang Chong before. Wei Ming, Sundai shouted desperately, but as the basement door closed, his voice faded into silence. The villa's soundproofing was exceptional. Wei Ming returned to his room, locked the door, and slept soundly. Yet, before drifting off, he contemplated numerous questions. If the alternate space could indeed heal injuries from acid rain or even solar radiation, wouldn't that allow him to roam freely? Sustaining injuries, retreating to the alternate space for immediate healing, and then re-emerging, repeating the process indefinitely. Yet, such a cycle would be torturous. However, if he were repeatedly exposed to acid rain and solar radiation, would he not develop immunity? If feasible, would he not need to endure such suffering? After all, possessing the ability to avoid harm is different from lacking it altogether. First, let us see if Sun Dai survives. Wei Ming made his decision. Time to sleep. A night passed. On the 12th day of the apocalypse, when the sun emerged, Wei Ming descended to the basement to retrieve Sun Dai, then opened the villa door and pushed Sun Dai outside. During this process, Sun Dai even threatened him. Wei Ming, I now know your secret. If you don't want me to reveal it, half of this villa belongs to me. Chapter 83. Bounties on various bosses. Everyone eager to participate. This fellow must have lost his mind. How could he have changed so drastically in just one night? Wei Ming paid him no heed, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling out the door. Ah, Sun Dai cried out in anguish once more. The villa was situated in the first row. Only those nearby could hear his screams, yet none could see him. Wei Ming allowed Sun Dai to bask in the sun for a few seconds before retrieving him, then tossed him into the alternate space for treatment, finally returning him to the basement cage. Tonight, let us see if he survives. As it stands, all of Sun Dai's injuries had healed, and even some hidden ailments had been expunged by Wei Ming. One could say he was now entirely normal. Coupled with the villa's pleasant temperature, theoretically, Sun Dai should not perish in the short term. Thus, if he were to die suddenly, it would indicate a side effect of the treatment. It would be best if that did not happen. Wei Ming exited the basement and opened the doors to the various floors. Before long, Song Qingyun and the others came down. Time for breakfast. Looking at the circle of beautiful women gathered around, Wei Ming felt a surge of accomplishment. 18 noon. The seven indulged in a hearty meal before turning to fruit. What a pity it would be if there were a swimming pool. Lin Wanqiu lamented while eating. I was on the swimming team in college. Wei Ming wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, how wonderful it would be to have a swimming pool. 6 mermaids swimming in the pool water. What a beautiful sight that would be. Going out is feasible, especially since he had a car. However, cooling an entire swimming pool, that would require considerable insulation work. If insulation were not done, simply tossing ice cubes into the pool, it could be done. Yet one must ensure a constant release of ice cubes. Otherwise, the temperature would quickly rise to 60 degrees. Just try showering with 60-degree water and see how it reddens your skin. The ice he had on hand was certainly sufficient. He could afford such extravagant consumption daily. Very well, let us note that down for now and discuss it later. Wei Ming thought, since he had already dealt with Sun Dai. Should he not also punish the leaders of the remaining factions adequately? After all, they had attempted to take his life and seize his wealth. Could they be easily spared? Wei Ming took out a megaphone, opened the window, and turned the volume to maximum. Dear neighbors, I am now placing a bounty on several individuals. Anyone who captures these individuals, whether alive or dead, and brings them to me will receive 5 boxes of water, 5 pounds of meat, and 50 pounds of rice. Now, I shall read the names of these individuals. Everyone must remember them. Feng Lily, Chen Yulong, Qin Cheng, Zhao Jihu. Wei Ming recited the names of the big shots from the power struggle. Having already dealt with Tu Lei and Sun Dai, who were therefore not included in the bounty, he repeated the names 3 times before closing the window. Tonight promises to be lively. Am I being too excessive? He inquired of Yu Chutong and the 5 women. Lu Qing let out a cold laugh first. These people cut off our electricity and even set fire to our place. If we are truly forced to leave, first, the supplies will undoubtedly be plundered by them. Second, what will become of us women? Chengya added, we will surely become playthings for others, and Wei Ming will definitely be beaten to death. Mi Xiaolu nodded in agreement. Exactly. Even Lin Wanqiu chimed in. When I arrived here before, I was almost captured. People nowadays are truly wicked. Why Yu Chutong merely nodded. As a typical wealthy second-generation individual, she never cared much for the lives of ordinary people. Only Song Qingyun showed signs of struggle. This contradicted her principles, yet she had also witnessed the darkness of human nature in the apocalypse. If the villa were truly breached, she would undoubtedly face a fate of humiliation. She had principles and ideals, but that did not mean she was willing to assist a group of beasts. Thus, although she did not voice her agreement, she also refrained from offering any words of comfort. Wei Ming was quite satisfied with the women's reactions. Even Song Qingyun was not so stubborn as to believe that. As a peacekeeper, she must oppose violence with violence. Then let us wait and see the spectacle. After Wei Ming issued the bounty, it indeed caused a stir throughout Qidong City. In truth, food was not the most scarce resource at present. It was clean water. Wei Ming promised 5 boxes of purified water as a reward, which immediately stirred the hearts of many. They quickly banded together, secretly gathering to discuss matters. If Wei Ming was truly willing to part with such supplies. Damn it, I am willing to kill. Yes, I still have a wife and children to support. They are nearly dying of thirst. But what if Wei Ming is deceiving us? This fellow has plenty of resources. That much is certain, but will he keep his word? This is simple. We just need to bring the person over. If Wei Ming honors his promise, we will hand over the person. If not, we will release them. And he will merely be left waiting in vain. Fine, let us proceed with this plan. Throughout the entire community, such voices echoed. There was no choice. People had reached a point of desperation. The conditions Wei Ming offered were so generous that they were even willing to sell their own wives. Loyalty? What a joke. They had initially banded together out of fear of Zhang Shi, and there had to be a leader, which is why Zhao Jihu and others were chosen. It was not as if they had made any significant contributions. To kill them? There was no psychological burden whatsoever. Chapter 84. The overnight destruction of various factions. Wei Ming did not care about the thoughts of those in the community. In fact, even if the bounty proved ineffective, it mattered little. He could always take matters into his own hands. A few extra trips were no issue. His focus was on Sun Dai. In the dead of night, he stood by the iron cage. Observing Sun Dai's condition, wondering if he might suddenly perish. Wei Ming, you possess such formidable abilities. Why not collaborate with me? Sun Dai foolishly urged. You have strength, I have intellect. Together, we form a powerful alliance, complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses. Besides, I prefer men. There will be no conflict between us. Wei Ming sighed. Should he have Sun Dai's tongue removed? This person should not speak at all. Let us wait 24 hours. If you're still alive, I'll give you another procedure. Wei Ming counted the time. Half an hour, 10 minutes, 1 minute, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. A full 24 hours had passed. Wei Ming looked at Sun Dai, who still appeared vigorous, showing no signs of impending death. So, merely restoring injuries without altering bodily structure would prevent sudden demise. Wei Ming pondered, and in the next moment, he transferred Sun Dai into a different space, in less than a second. Sun Dai reappeared in the iron cage, completely unaware that he had vanished from this world for a brief moment due to the lack of time in the alternate space. He attempted to speak. But when he opened his mouth, no sound emerged. Where is my tongue? Where is my tongue? Sun Dai trembled all over, cold sweat pouring down. Wei Ming tossed some food and water into the cage. The bottom of the cage was lined with plastic sheeting. Regardless of how Sun Dai squirmed, it would simply be discarded without the need for cleanup. A lesson Wei Ming learned from previously imprisoning Wang Chong. This was much better. Wei Ming chuckled and turned to leave. Sun Dai stared at him, his eyes filled with fear. This was not a human. It was a devil. How had he attracted the attention of a devil? Wei Ming initially intended to return to his room to sleep, but having stayed awake until this hour, he found himself unable to sleep. Where could he go for some pleasure? Wei Ming took out a die. According to the order of entry into the villa, 1 corresponded to Lu Qing, 2 to Mi Xiao Lu. Whoever it landed on would be the one. Wei Ming threw the die. 6, Yu Chu Tong. Lucky you. Wei Ming smiled and entered Yu Chu Tong's room. Over an hour later, he returned to his own room, locked the door, and finally could rest peacefully. However, the next morning, Yu Chu Tong was in a sorry state, sporting a pair of panda eyes. She was the kind of person who found it exceedingly difficult to fall back asleep once awakened. Thus, during the latter half of the night, she counted over 10,000 sheep yet could not manage to sleep. Infuriated, she shot Wei Ming resentful glares. Wei Ming, with a thick skin, merely smiled faintly before long. A knock sounded at the basement door. Someone had arrived. Wei Ming pulled up the surveillance and saw 5 burly men escorting someone. He descended into the basement, turned on the lights in the passage, and said, "Speak." One of the large men replied, "This is the Chun Yu Long you wanted." "Where is the proof?" Wei Ming inquired. The man produced an ID card, holding it high so the camera could capture it clearly. In truth, he did not need to hold it high. The camera was high definition and could zoom in significantly without losing clarity. Wei Ming could clearly see that the name on the ID card was indeed Chen Yulong, and the photograph matched the person they had captured. He replied, "All right, you all step back. I will prepare your reward, and when ready, you will push the person over for the exchange." The other party agreed. Wei Ming deliberately waited for a while before moving the corresponding supplies outside. He took a few steps back and said, "Push the person over." These men knew Wei Ming was ruthless. Wang Chong and Zhang Shi had both met their end at his hands, and the mysteriously disappeared Tu Lei and Sun Dai were likely also connected to him. Since Wei Ming had readily paid the reward, they did not dare to pull any tricks. Thus, after the exchange, the 4 men quickly departed. While Wei Ming returned with Chun Yulong to the basement, he grinned. He now had new experimental material. "Wanting to rob my things and kill me? I won't let you die so easily." Chen Yulong's hands were bound, and his mouth was stuffed with cloth, so despite his struggles, they were ineffective. He could only let out muffled sounds. Wei Ming revealed a cold smile, pressed a button, and Chen Yulong was transported into the alternate space. You shall also make your contribution before death. In the next moment, Chen Yulong appeared in the second iron cage, but his tongue had not vanished. It remained stuffed with a cloth strip. Wei Ming returned to the first floor, opened a window, and used a loudspeaker to announce, "Dear neighbors, someone has delivered Chen Yulong, and they have received their reward. For those who have not yet acted, hurry up. If you delay, the reward will be snatched away by others." He repeated this twice before closing the window. After a while, the second leader was brought in, Qin Cheng. Another 20 minutes later, the third leader was also delivered, but this one was merely a corpse, likely having fought desperately and been accidentally killed. Wei Ming was entirely unconcerned. If they were dead, there would be no experiments to conduct. The night was quite lively, with living individuals or corpses being brought in at intervals in exchange for supplies. Wei Ming kept his promises and delivered rewards one by one. Strangely, his reputation actually began to rise. Keeping his word and being generous became his new labels, which was somewhat surreal. The cages in the basement transformed into 7, out of over 20 liters, only 7 were alive. The others were all corpses, which Wei Ming did not bring into the villa. However, 5 individuals had yet to be captured. The following morning, 3 more leaders' corpses were delivered. Only 2 remained, Zhao Jihu and Feng Lily. Wei Ming was slightly surprised. Even by noon, he had not seen either of them, alive or dead. Logically, it was understandable that people would hide in the darkness of night, but why could he not find them during the day? Wei Ming obtained the answer by trading 5 bottles of water. Zhao Jihu had not been delivered because he led the residents of their building out almost every night in search of supplies. Having gained considerable prestige, the people from his building were not foolish. They knew that the supplies Wei Ming offered could only solve immediate problems, but following Zhao Jihu provided a glimmer of hope for survival. Even if they did not eat enough daily. As for Feng Lily, she was not saved by prestige, but by her exceptional skills. She had 8 men willing to fight for her, making it impossible for others to act against her. One relied on ability, the other on charm, allowing them to escape disaster. Wei Ming smiled. It was no matter. If the bounty could not touch them, then he would take matters into his own hands. He had stated before that no one could act against him and live. It was still best to operate at night. Chapter 85. The Invasion of Outsiders. Humans are inferior to dogs. In Building 5. Feng Lily looked grim. Under Wei Ming's bounty, the power she held instantly evaporated. Once, she could command around 200 households, nearly 500 people. Now, only 8 remained. She is an exquisite beauty, the star attraction of Jin Haiyang KTV before the apocalypse. With a voice as sweet as honey, she effortlessly charms men into willingly parting with their money. Moreover, she possesses another talent. Her prowess in manipulating men is remarkable. Many patrons not only seek her out repeatedly, but some extreme admirers have even divorced their wives to marry her, or to be able to spend every day by her side. As a KTV hostess, she naturally lacks the habit of stockpiling food. Yet she swiftly ensnared a throng of devoted admirers with her beauty and allure, turning them into her loyal sycophants. Remarkably, these infatuated men are aware of each other's existence, yet they do not indulge in jealousy. Instead, they coexist harmoniously. It must be said, this woman is formidable. However, under Wei Ming's bounty, most men have abandoned her, leaving only 8 steadfast supporters. It is these 8 who protect her at all costs. Otherwise, she would have been captured by Wei Ming long ago. Yet now, she has become a pariah, and the moment she shows her face, everyone would converge upon her, eager to claim the reward. Staying indoors is somewhat comforting, as she cannot venture anywhere else. Nevertheless, to survive, she still needs to eat and drink. How will she resolve her hunger? Previously, she had an entire building of people catering to her needs, but what about now? She is utterly distressed. Wei Ming, you despicable bastard. She now regrets halting her pursuit against Wei Ming. Otherwise, would this man have had the opportunity to issue a bounty? If he were to dare, it would only attract more covetous eyes. Now, the hearts of the people are scattered, and it is difficult to lead the group. Following Zhang Shi's death, the entire community has naturally lost its cohesion. Even if one withdraws from a faction, who is to say that others will not come to eliminate them? Everyone is impoverished and struggling, so who would dare to rob? At present, Wei Ming holds the resources, and crucially, his villa is akin to a tortoise shell, virtually impregnable. He himself is exceptionally formidable, causing many to falter in his presence. No one is willing to oppose him. Instead, they behave like dogs, eager to scramble for any bone he tosses their way. How could they possibly turn against Wei Ming? What then? Wait for death. She has contemplated using her charm to entice Wei Ming, hoping to make him her subordinate, but she is well aware that within his abode are 6 beautiful women, 3 of whom surpass her in beauty, while the other 3 are nearly her equal. Thus, what advantage does she possess? She lacks the confidence for such a gamble. Wei Ming is exceedingly ruthless. If she were to walk into his trap, the outcome would not be her captivating him, but rather her demise. She cannot afford to take such risks. She paces restlessly in her room, and before she knows it, night has fallen. Yet she remains oblivious. Li. Suddenly, a sycophant calls out. Feng Li, already irritable, snaps. What is it? A vehicle. A vehicle is coming in. What? Feng Li rushes to the window, and indeed, a rather unusual vehicle is slowly making its way in, hindered by a flat tire, forcing it to crawl along. The unshocked wheels jolt violently, making the ride quite bumpy. The vehicle heads directly towards an apartment building, crashing into it with a loud thud, coming to a grinding halt. Curiosity piqued, Feng Li wonders about the origins of this vehicle and its occupants. Han Zhengyuan leaps from the glass, followed closely by a group of burly men, most of whom are bald and bare-chested, revealing tattoos adorning their backs, chests, and arms. They are a band of fugitives. Following the collapse of societal order post-apocalypse, prison management has become increasingly lax, and this evening, under Han Zhengyuan's leadership, this group of criminals has successfully executed a prison break. More dangerously, they have acquired firearms. Woo, woo. We've finally escaped that hellhole. Haha, this community will become our kingdom. Han Zhengyuan declares, brothers, gather everyone and let them recognize the new boss. With a wave of his hand, he commands the 24 criminals to form groups of 5 and begin knocking on doors, smashing them down if met with resistance. The sound of gunfire rings out as those who dare oppose them are shot. Bang, bang, bang. More and more people are forced from their homes to gather in the underground parking garage. In this entire community, only the garage can accommodate several thousand people at once. Too many have perished, leaving only a few thousand. Half an hour later, everyone in the community, including Feng Li, Zhao Jihu, and of course, excluding Wei Ming, has congregated in the underground parking garage. Is everyone here? Han Zhengyuan casually inquires. Boss, there's still a villa we haven't been able to breach. It'll take some time. A subordinate promptly replies. Han Zhengyuan brushes it off, stating, let us not wait. Everyone, we're having a brief meeting. The topic is straightforward. From this moment forth, we are your leaders, and you will obey us without question. Or else. He toys with the gun in his hand and, with a bang, shoots a random individual, obliterating their head as if it were a watermelon. Before entering prison, he enjoyed hunting and even crafted his own shotgun, boasting exceptional marksmanship. In an instant, the women scream, while the men fall silent in terror. These criminals are merciless. The man who was just shot had done nothing wrong. He was merely used as an example to establish Han Zhengyuan's authority. Pleased with the reaction, Han Zhengyuan continues, now, everyone, go fetch all the food and water from your homes. Anyone caught hiding supplies? He chuckles darkly. Bang. Another shot rings out, and an innocent person becomes a lifeless corpse. Han Zhengyuan blows on the barrel of his gun, complaining, the temperature is too high. I've fired only 2 shots, and it's already too hot to handle. The residents of the community have never encountered true villains, and they are instantly cowed, obediently returning home to retrieve food and water. When they reconvene in the underground garage, Han Zhengyuan instructs, all men will occupy buildings 1 through 5, and all women will go to buildings 10 through 15. Under no circumstances should anyone close their doors. Otherwise, he waves his handgun, causing everyone to duck instinctively. Ha ha ha. Han Zhengyuan and his gang burst into laughter. All right, men, you may leave. For single men, it's no concern. They leave without a second thought. But those with wives and daughters glance back hesitantly, fearing for their loved one's safety. Yet, with 24 armed men, who would dare to resist? Before long, the men have all departed. Han Zhengyuan turns his gaze to the women. Leering, let me arrange your dormitory. Chapter 86. Han Zhengyuan's treacherous scheme. Blow up the villa. Han Zhengyuan divides the women in the community into 2 groups. It is immediately apparent that one group consists of younger, more attractive women, while the other group is older and less appealing, with few beauties among them. Consequently, Han Zhengyuan assigns the relatively young and beautiful women to Building 10, while the remaining women are distributed among the other buildings. Once these women have departed, Han Zhengyuan sneers, aside from those in Building 10, Eliminate all the others to prevent them from wasting food and water. Understood, boss. 10 men promptly set off. They have much killing to do tonight. Let us go, we need to unwind. After years of confinement, even a few pigs look like Gao Chan to me. Han Zhengyuan chuckles, striding towards building 10. Boss. At that moment, 2 subordinates rush over. We can't break open the door of one villa. Han Zhengyuan pauses in surprise before laughing. Let us not worry about that for now. The brothers have worked hard. Let 2 stay on lookout while the rest of us enjoy ourselves at building 10. Delightful, delightful, delightful. The gang shouts, eagerly heading towards building 10. As the leader of this group, Han Zhengyuan naturally claims Feng Lili, the coveted courtesan. However, as a former hostess, Feng Lili is unbothered by such matters. Upon Han Zhengyuan's arrival, she not only complies but is also exceedingly proactive and enthusiastic, granting him immense pleasure. Damn, she's really seductive, he remarks. Feng Lili beams, I only act this way in front of you. Boss, before others, I maintain an air of aloofness. Saying this, she purposefully suppresses her smile, adopting a haughty demeanor. Han Zhengyuan glances at her, unable to suppress a chuckle, nodding, indeed, you resemble a wealthy man's wife. Back when I worked as a doorman, I was looked down upon by women like you countless times. But now, who would dare to scoff at me? Feng Lili laughs, of course, now the one with the gun is the master. Han Zhengyuan is pleased with Feng Lili's quick wit, and given her exceptional skills, he has developed a certain infatuation with her. After a moment of contemplation, he inquires, do you know who resides in the villa in this community? Feng Lili eagerly nods, I certainly do. Without hesitation, she continues, the villa's owner is Wei Ming. He has fortified it like a steel fortress and possesses a vast amount of supplies and he has 6 beautiful women. She recounts Wei Ming's recent exploits, limited to what she knows in her description. Wei Ming is merely a formidable force, relying primarily on his villa as a bastion against intrusions. Han Zhengyuan feels a surge of excitement. Wei Ming has spent over 100 boxes of water and 1,000 pounds of rice on bounties, and 6 beautiful women. Feng Lili's phone still has a sliver of battery left, and she retrieves a photo from a group chat, featuring Wei Ming alongside Yu Chudong and the 6 women. Wow, they are stunning. To my astonishment, there are actually 3 others on par with Feng Lili, and the other 3 are even more exquisite than she is. Turtle shell? Han Zhengyuan sneered, before this lion of mine. No turtle shell could withstand my bite. Feng Lili quickly interjected, brother, once we breach the villa, may I have the pleasure of eliminating Wei Ming? Do you dare to act? Han Zhengyuan was taken aback. Feng Lili's face was filled with venomous hatred. That bastard has placed a bounty on my life. I long to tear him limb from limb. Han Zhengyuan burst into hearty laughter. Very well, that scoundrel shall be entrusted to you. Brother, you truly are benevolent. Allow me to serve you well. While Feng Lili willingly plays the role of a villain's accomplice. Not all women are as liberated as she that night. The entirety of Building 10 echoed with the screams and wails of women, while in Building 11, one by one, women were coerced at gunpoint to plunge into the acid rain, collapsing one after another. Resistance was not entirely absent, but after a few shots rang out, the remaining souls could only flee in desperation, clinging to the hope of escaping the community and seeking refuge elsewhere. Yet this was but a fantasy. By the dawn of the next day, the entrances of Buildings 11 to 15 were strewn with corpses. Having been corroded by the acid rain for an entire night, the bodies had been reduced to mere white bones. Compared to truly ruthless villains, the likes of Zhang Shizhi were nothing but child's play. In the morning, Han Zhengyuan ordered his subordinates to gather all the men in the community in the garage, then assign them a task, to dismantle the fuel tanks of all the vehicles here. Brother, what are you planning? Feng Lili inquired, perplexed. Without reservation, Han Zhengyuan brazenly toyed with her behind, chuckling, isn't that fellow's turtle shell rather tough? I wish to see if it can withstand the force of an explosion. Detonating the fuel tanks would be akin to unleashing a barrage of grenades. Feng Lili gasped in shock. What if it endangers the other buildings? Haha, we can always relocate, Han Zhengyuan replied nonchalantly, but I heard from Zhao Jihu that the roads outside are heavily congested. Having a vehicle doesn't necessarily mean we can drive out, Feng Lili hastily cautioned. Otherwise, they would have long since driven off in search of supplies. This indeed posed a problem. Han Zhengyuan reflected on the journey from the prison. The roads had been littered with abandoned vehicles. Many had been left behind in the chaos of the apocalypse, with their owners seeking refuge in nearby stores. Why had they halted at this community? It was simply because the vehicle they had commandeered had sustained severe damage, rendering it nearly inoperable. Thus, the current issue was not whether the cars could be driven. Nor could they provide protection against the acid rain, but rather the overwhelming traffic congestion. What good would a car do in such a situation? With a decisive wave of his hand, Han Zhengyuan made up his mind. He was not one to dither. They had carved a path through the streets from the prison, effectively creating a route, so turning back was a feasible option, with plenty of other communities and supermarkets along the way. Feng Lily understood the gravity of the situation but dared not press further. Han Zhengyuan awaited patiently. Dismantling the fuel tanks was no trivial task, thus requiring a measure of patience. Wei Ming was undoubtedly aware of Han Zhengyuan and his crew's arrival last night. It was precisely for this reason that he had refrained from seeking out Feng Lily and Zhao Jihu. However, he had not anticipated the sheer brutality of these individuals, who had first segregated the men and women before mercilessly slaughtering over 1,000 innocents. Although he bore no affection for the people within the community, witnessing them herded like cattle into the acid rain, only to be corroded into mere skeletons, filled him with revulsion. The crux of the matter was that Han Zhengyuan also posed a threat to him. Armed, nevertheless, he had a safe house. As Xia Bing had assured him, even the use of C4 would require hundreds of pounds to pose a genuine concern. Perhaps tonight we should strike first and eliminate a few? They were numerous, each armed, necessitating a strategy of isolated takedowns. Thus, it was decided. Wei Ming descended into the basement where 7 experimental subjects lay in varying states of disarray. Chapter 87. The explosion self-destructs. 4 of Sun Daiqi's 7 perished. Wei Ming conducted an inspection, confirming that the 4 fatalities shared a singular cause. Their physical structures had been irreversibly altered. For instance, their arms twisted into contorted shapes, or a piece of metal embedded in their skulls like a grotesque umbrella. After 24 hours, their bodies would revert to their original forms, resulting in the explosive rupture of the transformed areas. Aside from the individual whose cranial cap had been blown off, the other 3 succumbed to exsanguination. Conversely, even if an individual had their arms and legs swapped, they remained alive, albeit with some discomfort. Wei Ming arrived at a conclusion. Utilizing an alternate space for surgical procedures posed no problem for healing. Liposuction or the removal of certain ailments could be effectively performed. However, attempting to alter size or form would yield transient results, disappearing after 24 hours. For instance, the individual with the metal embedded in their skull would experience rejection of the foreign object after the time elapsed. What would happen if one were to insert metal into a normal person's head? The outcome would be no different. Thus, the notion of using an alternate space to elongate, enlarge, or beautify oneself was impractical. One would revert after 24 hours, likely resulting in massive hemorrhaging, and without timely treatment, death would ensue. Yet, for healing and restoration, the alternate space proved to be a miraculous tool. This meant that as long as he drew breath, he could enter the alternate space and be revived. Instantly revitalized. This applied to himself as well. However, he decided against testing this particular aspect. He certainly did not wish to inflict severe injury upon himself, for this was his final safeguard for survival. Wei Ming's confidence surged. Thus, unless he were to be instantly dispatched, as long as he remained alive, he could retreat into the alternate space, signifying immediate recovery. The greatest threat to him now was undoubtedly missiles. A single strike could obliterate him entirely, leaving no chance for rescue. Conversely, even amidst a barrage of gunfire, he might survive for a few seconds, granting him sufficient time to save himself. Wei Ming collected the deceased 4 and continued his experiments on the remaining 3 living subjects. As a larger data set would yield greater accuracy, this would ultimately pertain to his own life. He could not afford to be careless, and the more detailed the experimental data, the better. Afterward, he shifted his focus to Han Zhengyuan and his cohort. This band of miscreants was armed. Where had they acquired firearms? Their appearance, so ragged and desperate, clearly indicated they were neither soldiers nor law enforcement. Could it be? Wei Ming nodded. They were likely escaped convicts. In the aftermath of the calamity, the prison's security had deteriorated significantly, even to the point of being non-existent. Thus, it was understandable that these criminals had seized weapons and fled. This posed a considerable challenge. Wei Ming was not afraid of direct confrontation. By merely opening a portal to the alternate space, he could nullify any incoming attacks while retaliating through the portal in direct combat, who could rival him. However, relying on a group of convicts for a frontal assault would be utterly ludicrous. I can act at night. The entire city is plunged into darkness, and the night is my domain. He possessed night vision goggles. But would Han Zhengyuan and his companions have similar equipment? In the underground garage, he had also installed several infrared cameras powered by lithium batteries, requiring recharging every 2 days. This was done post-blackout. He accessed the surveillance footage and immediately spotted Han Zhengyuan and his crew. So this is what you look like. A faint smile crept upon his lips. What are they up to? Wei Ming pondered, observing in the stifling underground garage that groups of men were flipping vehicles and busily attending to the undercarriage. After a moment, realization struck him. They were dismantling the fuel tanks. What purpose could fuel tanks serve? To detonate them, of course. This would transform them into bombs. My goodness, these individuals are truly ruthless, resorting to such tactics. Wei Ming contemplated whether to act now or wait. If he intervened prematurely, he might become the target of concentrated fire from Han Jingyuan's group, who possessed numerous firearms. What if they ambushed him? Were they intent on killing him? No, their objective was to blast open the villa's door to plunder its resources, including the 6 women of Yu Chutong. His own survival was of little consequence to them. Therefore, where would they direct the explosion? Surely it would be at the door of the basement. According to Xiaobing, the villa's defenses were rated to withstand several hundred pounds of C4. However, Wei Ming did not wish to put the villa's resilience to such a test unless absolutely necessary. A grin spread across Wei Ming's face. All right, let us play this game together. He refrained from making a move, while Han Zhengyuan remained vigilant against his potential emergence. After all, they had heard rumors of Wei Ming being armed, though he had surrendered one weapon. Who could say if he possessed another? These individuals were cold-blooded and cruel, yet remarkably cautious. After waiting for the better part of the day, the residents of the community finally managed to dismantle numerous fuel tanks. Han Zhengyuan was indeed meticulous, instructing the laborers to transport the tanks into the basement corridor, a total of 11, and to pour gasoline along the way. This would allow for a remote detonation. Han Zhengyuan chuckled to himself, tossing down a nearly finished cigarette, which ignited the gasoline that immediately blazed forth like a dragon. Racing toward the 11 tanks, with a quickening pulse, Han Zhengyuan took off running. Seeing this, the others hastily followed suit. If Han Zhengyuan feared the blast's aftermath, were they made of steel? Thus, they all fled, scattering like the receding tide. At that moment, an individual burst forth from the basement door, and of course, it was Wei Ming. He held a fire extinguisher, and with a swift puff, white foam erupted, extinguishing the raging gasoline flames instantly. Han Zhengyuan had never anticipated that Wei Ming would be so formidable. Unexpectedly emerging at this critical juncture, equipped with a foam extinguisher that directly thwarted his plans. Before he could even issue a command, he witnessed Wei Ming waving his hands, swiftly hurling one fuel tank after another. The tanks crashed to the ground, spilling gasoline everywhere. With a slight smile, Wei Ming drew his gun and fired. Although his aim was imprecise, it mattered little. He wasn't intending to hit anyone. The bullet struck the concrete floor, creating a shower of sparks. Boom! This ignited the gasoline that had spilled, leading to a deafening explosion as the fuel tanks detonated. Triggering a chain reaction point one after another, the tanks exploded, resulting in a massive blast within the confines of the garage. The garage was not an open space. The violent energy could not dissipate immediately and instead surged within the subterranean confines. In an instant, a scorching wave enveloped the area, causing searing pain. Yet, Wei Ming remained utterly unaffected. As he opened the portal to another dimension, absorbing the shockwave and rendering it harmless to him. However, the garage was equipped with civil defense mechanisms, boasting commendable blast resistance. A mere few exploding fuel tanks could not cause significant destruction, unless they were detonated directly against the support column, which could potentially lead to the collapse of the entire complex. The explosions merely stripped the tanks of their outer layer, exposing the steel reinforcements within. Did they truly think they could obliterate his villa? Encased as it was in a layer of special alloy. That was, of course, a delusion. It was no wonder that Xiaobing was so confident. Amidst the swirling smoke, Han Jingwen's voice rang out. Chapter 88. Public Deception. Wei Ming's scheming. Who is it? Wei Ming replied lazily through a loudspeaker. Bang, bang, bang. A few bullets were fired in response, one of which fortuitously struck a target amidst the thick smoke, piercing through to the corridor, only to be absorbed by the portal. What? You have a gun? I happen to have a Maxim. Instantly, machine gun fire erupted, yet peculiarly, there was no sound, like a silencer had been affixed to the barrel. This was because Wei Ming was not firing a machine gun. Rather, he had already absorbed the bullets into the alternate dimension. In that realm, manipulating the bullets was child's play for him. Thus, what sounded like machine gun fire was eerily quiet, akin to the use of melee weapons. In fact, if Wei Ming so desired, he could even make a sniper rifle fire in a similar fashion, as silently as if it were equipped with a silencer. However, Once a substantial number of bullets were unleashed, silence was no longer an option. Suddenly, the air was filled with screams, and the walls reverberated with the dull thud of bullets striking. The entire underground space, already shrouded in dust from the explosions, was now further clouded, rendering visibility nearly impossible. How could one aim amidst such chaos? Random firing was the only option, but with Wei Ming being but one man. What about Han Zhengyuan and his group? Their numbers were overwhelming. Thus, who stood to gain from the random shooting? Clearly, it was Wei Ming, who would inevitably hit a few targets, whereas Han Zhengyuan's crew would struggle to land a shot on Wei Ming. Even if they could aim, the bullets would simply be absorbed by the portal. Eventually, as the dust from the massive explosion settled, the limited debris kicked up by the gunfire became apparent. The garage's visibility improved. Yet the makeshift lighting from mobile phones had been destroyed by the blast, leaving the basement engulfed in darkness, even in daylight. Ha ha ha, I never expected you to have such formidable firepower, Han Zhengyuan exclaimed. Hiding behind a pillar. I am Han Zhengyuan, Wei Ming. Shall we have a chat? Sure, let's talk. Wei Ming replied indifferently. Follow me, and I'll make you my second in command. How does that sound? Han Zhengyuan proposed, attempting to entice Wei Ming with promises. If Wei Ming were to truly trust him, stepping out would surely result in a bullet to the head. Yet, Wei Ming cared little for such treachery. He responded with annoyance. I absolutely detest being second in command. Haha, a slip of the tongue. Let us do this. I'll be the leader, and you can be the third in command. Han Zhengyuan continued. Why not let me be the leader? Wei Ming replied coolly. Fine, let us have a contest. If you win, you become the leader. Han Zhengyuan readily agreed. He was indeed a shrewd individual. As long as he could eliminate his opponent, he was unperturbed by minor verbal concessions. Would Wei Ming fear him? He declared, all right, come to my place, and we can settle this one-on-one. Would Han Zhengyuan agree to such terms? He wanted Wei Ming to expose himself, to take him down, but would he not fear the same fate? Haha, I've already agreed to a one-on-one duel, so naturally, the location must be determined by me. I can't let you have all the advantages, can I? Han Zhengyuan laughed heartily. Come to my residence, no problem. Where do you live? Wei Ming inquired. Han Zhengyuan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Wei Ming would acquiesce. He casually replied, Building 10, Room 202. He had no fixed residence. He simply chose whichever woman he fancied to share a room with. All right, you choose the location, and I'll choose the time. I'll come to find you tonight. Wei Ming stated. Damn it, what a cunning fellow. Han Zhengyuan cursed internally, yet outwardly he said, Wei Ming, I assure you of my sincerity. In these tumultuous times, those with power can seize everything. You, single-handedly, can suppress so many of us. I hold great admiration for you. Hee, I admire you too, but I admire your head even more, Wei Ming replied through the loudspeaker. I am offering a bounty of 10 boxes of water, 10 pounds of fruit, 10 pounds of meat, and 100 pounds of rice for your head, Han Zhengyuan. Whoever can bring it to me will be rewarded immediately. I've fulfilled so many bounties already. You can inquire about my credibility, haha. Han Zhengyuan's expression darkened instantly. To whom was Wei Ming speaking? Clearly, it was directed at his subordinates, the other escapees. What was there to discuss with the weaklings in the neighborhood? This was a blatant attempt to sow discord within their ranks through greed. Strangely enough, this could indeed yield remarkable results. They had united due to the prison break. Were they really a cohesive unit capable of standing against a regular army? Incorrect. If not for this calamity forcing them together, they would have scattered the moment they escaped from prison. Of course, without the disaster, they wouldn't have escaped at all. Not to mention, the second in command, Wu Hui, had been eyeing his position with envy. If there were no conflicts of interest, Wu Hui would not have turned against him. After all, without benefits, betrayal could lead to injury or even death. But what if there were 10 boxes of water and a plethora of other supplies? Would Wu Hui not be tempted? Even if Wu Hui could resist the allure, recognizing it as Wei Ming's ploy, could he still trust Wu Hui? Moreover, how would Wu Hui perceive this situation? Would he not worry that Han Zhengyuan might harbor murderous intentions, resulting in a preemptive strike? Damn it. Han Zhengyuan felt an urge to curse, for Wei Ming had uttered a single sentence, yet had created an irreparable rift within their ranks. This was a blatant scheme. Of course, this scheme could only be effective if Wei Ming could indeed produce such substantial supplies, but his confidence suggested that verification from the neighborhood residents would soon reveal the truth. Damn. At that moment, Han Zhengyuan was utterly frustrated. He had initially thought Wei Ming a mere petty character he could easily dispose of, yet here he was, facing a situation that had spiraled out of control. Was this a case of attempting to steal a chicken only to lose a handful of rice? Wei Ming, do you wish to play? Han Zhengyuan finally lost his composure. Fine, I'll make sure you regret this. Wei Ming remained unfazed. Who was truly playing whom? Enough, I shan't waste any more time with you. I'm off to have dinner, and oh, I have 6 beautiful women waiting for my affection. Excuse me. Gentlemen, he promptly teleported back to his villa. Han Zhengyuan dared not immediately believe that Wei Ming had truly departed. He waited several minutes before instructing someone to illuminate a mobile phone screen and toss it into the corridor. Indeed, it was empty. Only then did Han Zhengyuan emerge, his expression grim as he counted the numbers. Amidst the chaos, over 20 men from the neighborhood had perished, while 3 from their group had also fallen. With 2 severely injured in this day and age, what medical resources existed? Thus, the severely wounded were as good as dead. 5 out of 24 escapees had fallen by the second day. Han Zhengyuan's expression was understandably grim. In the dark basement, illuminated by the phone's light, their faces appeared ghostly, making them look even more sinister. Fall back, Han Zhengyuan instructed solemnly. By uttering this phrase, he effectively announced the failure of the operation, prompting a cold smile to tug at Wu Hui's lips. Chapter 89. Smoke to suffocate Wei Ming. The prison break was orchestrated by Han Zhengyuan. The firearms were procured through his efforts, yet what of himself? Although he was more physically imposing, he was merely a brute lacking cunning. However, Wu Hui did not believe himself to be without intellect. He had always felt that Han Zhengyuan relied on underhanded tactics. Should a direct confrontation arise, he could easily overpower Han Zhengyuan with a single hand. But now, with everyone armed, and Han Zhengyuan being particularly skilled with firearms, he felt somewhat intimidated. Now that Han Zhengyuan's strategy had faltered, it would undoubtedly tarnish his image and prestige, thus significantly diminishing Wu Hui's chances of usurping power. What was his next move? To verify Wei Ming's claims. Once he confirmed the worth of the promised bounty, he could secretly ally with others to unseat Han Zhengyuan from his throne. He was the one deserving of it. Consequently, everyone retreated. The men from the neighborhood returned to buildings 1 to 5. While Han Zhengyuan and his crew made their way back to building 10 and upon emerging from the dim confines of the basement, a blinding light assailed them, causing discomfort to their eyes. Each individual instinctively tightened their grip on their firearms. They were all desperate rogues, and trust was a scarce commodity among them. Put down the guns, Han Zhengyuan stated gravely. He was filled with regret. His pursuit of Wei Ming had transformed a once cohesive team into a fractured entity, perpetually on the brink of internal strife. What a predicament this was! How could a single individual create such chaos? Boss, what are we to do now? One of his subordinates inquired. He has already slain 3 of our brothers. Haozi and Sampao are on the verge of collapse. Are we to let this slide? Another subordinate pressed. Wu Hui feigned indifference, a cold smirk forming in his heart. Aren't you the clever one? Why not devise a solution yourself? Han Zhengyuan felt displeased. Though his exterior remained composed, of course, we cannot let this pass. After all, Wei Ming is merely one man. He declared, if our previous tactic failed, we shall adopt a different approach. His schemes were indeed meticulous. And he swiftly continued, that fellow has fortified his villa against fire and violence. Therefore, we shall locate the exhaust vent of his residence and fill it with smoke. I refuse to believe he can endure such conditions. Instantly, the eyes of his subordinates gleamed with renewed hope. Indeed, that's brilliant. Even Wu Hui nodded in agreement, acknowledging that when it came to cunning plots, he was no match for Han Zhengyuan. However, if Han Zhengyuan could indeed force Wei Ming out, then the bounty on Wei Ming's head would become moot. Everything he possessed would rightfully belong to them. Patience, Wu Hui reassured himself. Han Zhengyuan had regained the trust of the group with but a single declaration. Should he confront Han Zhengyuan now, he would be left wondering how many would stand with him and how many would side with Han Zhengyuan. Endure. Han Zhengyuan then turned to him, commanding, Wu Hui, take a few brothers and identify the villa's ventilation ducts. Attach a pipe and ensure he receives a thorough dose of air. Wu Hui felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The vent would undoubtedly be outdoors, exposing them to the sweltering heat or potentially lethal rays by day and acidic rain by night. Why was he being singled out for this task? Yet Han Zhengyuan reassured him, no worries. Just ask the residents of the community to assist. Wu Hui pondered, realization dawning. If he merely needed to intimidate them with a firearm, who would dare refuse? Thus, Han Zhengyuan was not targeting him after all. He recognized that he was not particularly astute. His strengths lay in physical prowess rather than cerebral tactics. Very well, I shall attend to it, he acquiesced, departing with 2 subordinates. Meanwhile, Han Zhengyuan wore a smile, though internally he scoffed. It seemed he was in need of a new second-in-command. Upon returning to the house, Sun Lily approached eagerly, inquiring, "Have you captured Wei Ming?" She had heard the resounding booms and assumed that Han Zhengyuan's crew had stormed Wei Ming's villa and brought him back. In response, Han Zhengyuan delivered a sharp slap across her face, irritated. "What business is it of yours? Do not forget your place. You are merely a plaything." Initially, Sun Lily was oblivious to the sensitivity of his words. But soon the realization dawned. Han Zhengyuan had failed to apprehend Wei Ming. Her surprise quickly morphed into disdain. Last night, he had boasted so grandly, yet here he was, facing yet another setback. However, she dared not offend Han Zhengyuan, especially since her sustenance depended on this man. She quickly donned a conciliatory smile to appease him. As the leading attraction at the KTV, her verbal skills were exceptional, and she soon managed to temper Han Zhengyuan's ire. Yet, the sweltering heat of the day had dulled his interest, and he merely sat smoking. Sun Lily, wary of provoking him further, resorted to sharing risque anecdotes from her past work, which eventually rekindled his interest. Just as they were about to engage intimately, a voice from outside interrupted, "Boss, the pipe is set." Taken aback initially, Han Zhengyuan erupted into laughter. "Let us go." He leapt from the bed, grabbing Sun Lily along with him. "Witness how I compel that scoundrel Wei Ming to surrender." Sun Lily, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Wei Ming, eagerly followed suit. Shortly thereafter, Han Zhengyuan and his men reconvened at Villa number 18. They observed a pipe extending from the wall of Villa number 28. Wu Hui scrutinized Sun Lily, his gaze suggestive, while she felt a creeping dread. This man stood nearly 190 centimeters tall and was built like a bear. She had learned through experience that such men could either exhaust a woman over time or resort to violence in a shorter span. Both scenarios filled her with trepidation. Noticing her avoidance, Wu Hui smirked, intent on claiming her for himself. This community was forged through our collective efforts. Why should only Han Zhengyuan enjoy such exquisite company? Light the fire, send in the smoke, and do not allow that chap a moment to prepare, Han Zhengyuan commanded coldly. They promptly set about igniting the flames, utilizing furniture as kindling. Once ablaze, they fanned the flames, directing smoke into the pipe. Although modern exhaust systems feature backdraft dampers, no system could entirely prevent smoke from infiltrating. With the added force of their fanning, at least 50 of the smoke would surely seep in. Han Zhengyuan smirked. Having lost some prestige in the previous encounter, he was determined to compel Wei Ming to emerge in utter disarray, thereby re-establishing his authority among his subordinates. What then would Wu Hui dare to entertain any thoughts of dissent? As the heat from the first floor intensified, they retreated to the 3rd floor. Yet, after a quarter of an hour, the basement door of Villa number 28 remained shut, as did the front door. Was Wei Ming truly so resilient? Wait, what was that? He caught sight of something on the balcony of Villa number 28. There stood Wei Ming among 6 women, all casually dining. Clad in leisure wear, they exhibited no signs of distress from the heat. And the lavish spread before them boasted an array of dishes. Are they truly dining? Han Zhengyuan was taken aback. How is this possible? His disbelief mounted as he observed the stunning women. Yu Chutong, Song Qingyun, and Lin Wanxiu were all breathtakingly beautiful, each possessing unique charms. One was aloof, another spirited, and the last alluring, their figures captivating enough to be discerned even through 2 layers of glass. "Hey, that woman resides in this villa," one subordinate remarked, noting several photos of Yu Chutong displayed within. "Damn it, how did all these beauties end up with this guy?" Many gritted their teeth, wishing they could strangle Wei Ming. Yet, separated by 2 layers of glass, even their numbers and strength were rendered useless. Wei Ming, too, noticed the group on the adjacent balcony, reminiscent of the time Yu Chutong had observed him. Pouring himself a glass of cola, he added a few ice cubes, then raised his glass in a mock toast towards Han Zhengyuan and his crew. "Damn it, this is an outright provocation." Han Zhengyuan's group seethed with rage. Some drew their firearms and opened the window, aiming at Wei Ming. However, a steel panel swiftly rose on the balcony, effortlessly deflecting the bullets. "Cease fire." Han Zhengyuan bellowed, "Do not waste ammunition." After a minute, the steel panel lowered, revealing the 7 once more, now enjoying their meal, some sipping red wine, others cola, and some merely water. The sight ignited envy within Han Zhengyuan's crew. What they lacked most at that moment was clean water, while the others not only had it but also enjoyed it chilled. "Has the electricity not been cut?" "The villa has a generator," Han Zhengyuan mused, frustrated. Why did this villa possess such amenities while his did not? Yet, who would fortify their balcony with steel? What kind of paranoia must one have? Gather more wood for the fire and increase the gas flow, Han Zhengyuan commanded. Smoke was inconsequential. The critical factor was carbon monoxide. Absorbing a sufficient amount would lead to poisoning, depriving them of oxygen, resulting in suffocation. At that moment, Han Zhengyuan was untroubled by the potential collateral damage of 6 beautiful women. If he could not possess them, he would see them destroyed. With a decisive order, his men hastened to dismantle more furniture, tossing it into the flames. They fanned the fire vigorously, the heat singeing their eyebrows. Yet, for Wei Ming, this effort held little significance. He merely needed to position the door of his space adjacent to the exhaust vent, ensuring the distance did not exceed 5 meters. From his seated position, the vent was approximately 4 meters away. If it exceeded 5 meters, Wei Ming would simply move to the second-floor balcony for his meal, where he would be equally safe. They continued burning for a full hour, the fire stokers rotating in shifts, many succumbing to heat exhaustion. It was increasingly impossible to lower the temperature or provide hydration, leading to the grim conclusion that these individuals might never awaken. Han Zhengyuan, of course, would not concern himself with the lives of these individuals. After all, they were merely residents of the community whom he had already contemplated eliminating. Yet, as time has elapsed, Wei Ming and his companions have nearly finished their meals, indulging in post-dinner fruits, yet none of them have exhibited any signs of asphyxiation or poisoning. Not a hint. At this moment, Wei Ming approached the window, a cup of cola in hand. Taking a sip before cracking the window open just a sliver, he remarked, "I never expected you to be so united. You still haven't managed to take down Han Zhengyuan. Alas, with so much food and drink here, it seems I must enjoy it all by myself." Wu Hui's expression evidently betrayed his intentions. Clearly, Han Zhengyuan's plan had failed once again. Wei Ming was alive and well. Thus, he began to contemplate the option of eliminating Han Zhengyuan. By disposing of him, he could ascend to the position of leader and even leverage Han Zhengyuan's corpse for personal gain. Truly a twofold benefit. Should he proceed? He instinctively reached for his gun. Bang! At that moment, the gunshot startled Sun Lily into losing control. Han Zhengyuan coldly regarded Wu Hui, whose pupils rapidly dilated in shock as a gaping wound appeared on his forehead. His hand had instinctively raised, gripping the gun, aimed directly at Han Zhengyuan, yet alas! His trigger finger was too sluggish. In a contest of fists, even 3 Han Zhengyuans would not pose a challenge, but in a gunfight? He was outmatched. Seeking death, are we? Han Zhengyuan remarked icily. The nearby underlings fell silent, stunned. They had not anticipated the sudden conflict between their leader and his second-in-command, especially at such close range. The gunshot echoed loudly, ringing painfully in their ears. They regarded Han Zhengyuan with a mixture of awe and dread, certainly not daring to entertain any thoughts of rebellion at that moment. Although Han Zhengyuan had dealt with Wu Hui and appeared unfazed, seemingly foreseeing the entire scenario, internally he was tormented. Since engaging in battle with Wei Ming, there had been 3 fatalities and 3 serious injuries, which could be considered as 6 deaths. And yet, the time? From morning until noon, not even 6 hours had passed. The losses were shockingly severe. The crux of the matter was, who could have anticipated that this fellow's villa would be so resilient, and that Wei Ming possessed a firearm? Was this even scientific? An ordinary resident of a community had fortified his villa to such an extent and possessed a gun. It was ludicrous. Even the divine would struggle to fathom such a scenario. Han Zhengyuan stood there, lost in thought. What to do now? Attack? What nonsense! Meanwhile, Wei Ming continued to taunt him. Oh dear, such anger, killing your own men. Han Zhengyuan, you needn't be so accommodating towards me. Han Zhengyuan, maintaining his composure, remained silent and simply waved his hand. Leaved, as the saying goes, 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge Liang. He would gather the collective wisdom of the community's dogs to devise a plan. If they failed to come up with one, he would execute 1 person every hour and watch them think harder. Thus, they retreated out of course. They paid no heed to the smoldering fire or the bodies on the ground. Shortly after their departure, a figure unexpectedly appeared in the room. It was, of course, Wei Ming. How uncivilized, to leave a corpse lying about, unbothered by the stench it would surely emit. Wei Ming collected the dead into a different space and extinguished the fire on the first floor. Heh, I'll play with you later, he murmured. Chapter 91. Wei Ming takes action. Han Zhengyuan, your time has come in the afternoon. Wei Ming spent several hours watching movies with Yu Chutong.as for his woman. Wei Ming endeavored to ensure a fair distribution of affection. After all, they were to live together for a long time, and harmony in the household was of utmost importance. Resorting solely to material threats could breed resentment. A dual approach was essential to ensure his perpetual enjoyment of prosperity. Naturally, Yu Chutong was a gem. Spending hours with her was a joy. If he were to tire of her, she would never have made it into his home. Engaging in affectionate banter with Yu Chutong, the proud CEO was accustomed to her airs, yet Wei Ming delighted in teasing her, laughing heartily at her flustered reactions. This also filled him with gratitude that the beauties in his home were not mere empty vessels nor cookie-cutter products, but rather individuals with distinct personalities and unique souls. Otherwise, 1,000 identical internet celebrity faces, coupled with the ability to only act coy, would feel indistinguishable. By evening, Song Qingyun and the other 5 women took to the kitchen, and Yu Chutong finally lent a hand, washing vegetables while no one dared disturb her with cutting or cooking. If one did, they might just witness her sever a finger or pour half a bucket of oil in protest. By 7 o'clock, the 7 of them reconvened on the balcony to enjoy dinner. The entire city lay shrouded in darkness, with only a few faint lights flickering here and there. It seems we are not the only ones with a generator, Lu Qing remarked. Indeed, the other 5 women nodded in agreement. Wei Ming felt a sense of satisfaction at the notion of our home, as the 6 women wore expressions of unspoken acceptance, signifying their internal acknowledgement of belonging. He couldn't help but reflect on how profoundly reality influences individuals. The transformation was remarkable. The calamity had only been half a month prior, yet the 6 women had seamlessly adapted to their new life with Wei Ming. Showing no signs of reluctance or resentment, it could be said that even the most rebellious souls would ultimately bow before the harsh truths of existence. Thus, a bottle of water and a packet of instant noodles could lead a once celebrated star or a CEO's wife to compromise herself. This was no exaggeration. Humanity's resilience is such that, in the name of survival, the price one is willing to pay often exceeds their principles. With that thought, he began to eat with relish. After all, he had no reason to feel compromised. Why fret? Might he venture out for a stroll? Although he had driven out once before, it was merely to the edge of the community to pick up Song Qingyun, who was actually within the commercial premises adjacent to the community. He could have easily walked there from within the community, but to safeguard the secret of his alternate space, he had made the trip by car. So, did that count as going out? Certainly not. Now that Wei Ming had confirmed the formidable, indeed, terrifying, healing capabilities of his alternate space, he felt thoroughly prepared to step out for a brief excursion. For others, the countless abandoned vehicles littering the roads might pose a significant challenge. But for him, it was a trivial matter. He could simply clear them away. The only concern was the oppressive heat by day and the enveloping darkness by night. However, there were ways to address both. Yes, tonight's focus remained on Han Zhangyuan. First, he needed to deal with this group. Otherwise, they would continue to be a nuisance. After all, this group was armed, and caution was warranted. Following dinner, Wei Ming took a moment to relax. And after showering, he noted that it was already past 1 a.m. Time to move. He employed several instantaneous shifts to arrive at Villa number 8, then entered the garage. With the aid of night vision goggles, he was unconcerned by the pitch-black surroundings. Upon exiting the garage, he spotted 2 men stationed at the stairwell, keeping watch. The first floor of building number 10 was an open space, devoid of residents, and with the power outage. The elevator was inoperable. Thus, it sufficed to guard the stairway. Wei Ming positioned the door to his alternate space before the 2 men, and with a mere thought, swish, swish, 2 silent bullets struck their foreheads. Blood sprayed in an instant, and the 2 fell lifelessly, not a sound escaping their lips. Wei Ming approached, collecting the bodies of the sentinels. He ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor and was taken aback to find the door ajar. Was societal safety so high that no one bothered to lock their doors at night? A brief consideration led him to the conclusion. This was likely a measure taken by Han Zhangyuan's crew for their convenience. If the door were closed, he would have had to knock. Now, he could simply step inside and proceed if he was pleased with what he found. This was advantageous, as he would not even need to employ instantaneous movement. Wei Ming entered, reaching the bedroom where he found a woman sleeping on the bed, with the window open. With the oppressive heat reaching 40 degrees Celsius, it was no wonder she felt secure against the chill. He thought to himself, without electricity, how could one endure such conditions? He continued his search through rooms 202,203,204-208, and found no men, confirming they were not part of Han Zhangyuan's group. He ascended to the 3rd floor. Rooms 300 and 1,302. He had found them. In bed lay a man and a woman. Though perhaps due to the heat, they lay somewhat apart, as if contact would only exacerbate their discomfort. Wei Ming approached, pressing his hand down. The man was in a deep slumber, entirely unaware, and in the next moment, he vanished. Theoretically, as soon as Wei Ming's right hand made contact, the individual would be unable to shift. He was directly sent into the alternate space. With Wei Ming's current proficiency, the entire process, from touch to transfer, could be executed in a mere 0.001 seconds. So swift was he that even a cat would struggle to react. He pressed on, methodically searching each floor. By the time he reached the 10th floor, he had captured 12 individuals. Yet, Han Zhengyuan remained elusive. It wasn't until he ascended to the 32nd floor that he spotted a closed door. Han Zhengyuan must be inside. This individual was certainly more cautious, aware enough to close the door while sleeping, unlike others who left their doors wide open. Furthermore, with guards stationed below and the threat of firearms, who in the community would dare to resist? It could be said that Han Zhengyuan was overly careful, in his mind. Any potential uprising would surely rouse him at the sound of a door being forced open. And with a gun in hand, he was confident that no one could stand against him. Alas, Wei Ming executed a swift teleportation, entering the room with remarkable ease. He approached the master bedroom, whereupon his gaze fell upon a man and a woman on the bed, Han Zhengyuan and Sun Lily. Upon calculating the numbers, it dawned on him that Han Zhengyuan was the only one who had evaded capture. He advanced towards them, pressed a button, and then retreated. It was still early, and he had time to indulge in some amusement. He activated a powerful flashlight, illuminating Han Zhengyuan's face. Chapter 92. Not a single one left behind. One must admit that Han Zhengyuan possessed a commendable level of vigilance. The moment the light struck him, he awoke with a start, his hand instinctively reaching for his firearm. "Who goes there?" he barked, aiming his gun at the source of the light. His shout startled Sun Lily awake, causing her to sit up straight. Wei Ming adjusted the flashlight to a diffuse setting, flooding the entire bedroom with light. "Wei Ming!" Both Han Zhengyuan and Sun Lily exclaimed in unison. Wei Ming paid no heed to Sun Lily, merely smiling at Han Zhengyuan. "Did we not agree to a one-on-one duel tonight? Yet, I see you are quite the coward, not even in the room you specified." Han Zhengyuan nearly gasped in shock. Wei Ming had indeed come here at night. However, with 2 sentinels stationed below, it was implausible that Wei Ming could have known he was on this floor. He must have searched each level sequentially without raising an alarm. Furthermore, he had locked the door. Could it be? He cast a sidelong glance at Sun Lily, pondering whether she had secretly informed Wei Ming of his whereabouts, perhaps even facilitating his entry. His inherently suspicious nature, especially concerning matters of life and death, made it impossible for him to trust Sun Lily. This intense confusion only served to heighten his wariness, fearing that Wei Ming might have a backup plan, which is why he refrained from firing immediately. Nevertheless, with the gun in his possession, Han Zhengyuan felt confident. Regardless of Wei Ming's schemes, with a firearm aimed at him, he was assured that he would not lose. "Wei Ming, you truly possess audacity, daring to venture here." Han Zhengyuan sneered. "I am curious. Are you not afraid of death?" Wei Ming shrugged. "Can you kill me?" Han Zhengyuan slowly rose, distancing himself from Sun Lily. Uncertain of Sun Lily's allegiance, he chose to err on the side of caution. "Trust no one." Han Zhengyuan maintained a cold smile. "With the gun in my hand, what can you do besides plead for mercy?" "Kneel," he commanded, his voice booming. Wei Ming's calm demeanor caught him off guard, instilling a fear that a hasty shot might yield unforeseen consequences. Thus, he pointed the gun at Wei Ming, aiming to extract the courage that emboldened him to come here alone. Wei Ming, unfazed, replied, "Are you certain that gun is operational? Has it been tampered with?" Han Zhengyuan was taken aback. He recalled his conversation with Sun Lily, who had informed him of the series of events surrounding Wei Ming, including the incident with Zhang Shiming, who had obtained a gun only for it to explode upon firing. It was known that the firearm had been handed over by Wei Ming. Therefore, Wei Ming bore the greatest suspicion for having meddled with it, leading to Zhang's unfortunate demise. Now, had Wei Ming also sabotaged Han Zhengyuan's gun? Would it explode upon firing? His sleep was light. Could it be possible that Wei Ming had been beside him, tampering with his weapon while he remained blissfully unaware? Moreover, if Wei Ming had managed to acquire the gun, why would he engage in such risky behavior, tampering with it instead of simply shooting him? Was it merely for amusement? Impossible. The stakes were too high, and who would gamble with their life in such a manner? Thus, the conclusion formed. Wei Ming was attempting to deceive him. Han Zhengyuan scoffed. "If you choose not to speak, so be it. I'll send you on your way." He decisively pulled the trigger. He had contemplated every possible outcome. Whatever Wei Ming's hidden agenda, it should have proven ineffective. Bang! The gun fired, but the sound was utterly wrong. Han Zhengyuan stared dumbfounded as confetti erupted from the barrel, his face a mask of shock. What has happened to my gun? Surprised? Did that catch you off guard? Wei Ming chuckled. Should I sing you a rendition of Happy Birthday? He had just modified the pistol. Han Zhengyuan trembled, finally grasping why Wei Ming appeared so unflustered. The realization hit him hard. When did you switch my gun? He asked, bitterness lacing his voice in that moment. He yearned for Wu Hui's presence, wishing he were here. In a fair fight, Wu Hui could easily subdue 3 of him. Wei Ming smiled faintly, pointing at Han Zhengyuan, as a portal opened before him. Suddenly, 4 arrows materialized from thin air, striking his limbs and causing blood to splatter. Han Zhengyuan screamed in agony. Ah, 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 he cried, his anguish piercing through the air. Sun Lily, trembling in fear, suddenly rushed to Wei Ming's side, kneeling before him. Daddy, please don't kill me, Daddy. Please don't kill me. She gazed at Wei Ming with a mix of desperation and allure, as if to say she would do anything for him. Wei Ming shuddered in disgust. Pathetic, he retorted, dispatching a bullet that struck Sun Lily in the forehead, causing her to collapse lifelessly. Han Zhengyuan felt a chill run down his spine. To him, Wei Ming appeared to be a man driven by lust. Yet, despite Sun Lily being undeniably beautiful, Wei Ming had simply executed her without a second thought. One would expect any man, confronted with such a lovely woman begging for mercy, to at least consider his options. But Wei Ming, he killed her without hesitation. You truly are ruthless. How did you manage that? Han Zhengyuan stammered, his voice trembling. He had been struck by 4 arrows, but did Wei Ming possess a crossbow or compound bow? And how had he shot Sun Lily without a sound? This cascade of questions momentarily eclipsed his pain, leaving only an overwhelming sense of fear. What does it matter to a dying man? Wei Ming replied with a smile. At that moment, Han Zhengyuan exhibited a semblance of a formidable leader, even managing a chuckle. Well, I'm about to die anyway. What difference does it make? Are you afraid of someone finding out? Heh, it's simply unnecessary. Wei Ming approached Han Zhengyuan and pressed a button, sending him into an alternate space. As he had stated, it was not that he could not, but rather that he found it uninteresting. Wei Ming shook his head. These individuals had seemed formidable, yet he had easily dispatched them under the cover of night. Of course, had both sides been prepared, Wei Ming could have encountered danger. The portal could only provide limited protection. A hail of bullets or a grenade could still pose a threat. He could not afford to be complacent. Wei Ming arrived at the first floor of Building 10, arranging the bodies of Han Zhengyuan and his cohorts in a line. He then dipped the cloth in blood and inscribed, "Those who engage in wickedness shall meet their demise. White Brow Hero." Well, that's a wrap. Time to head home and sleep. He felt a sense of satisfaction with his prank and departed with a flourish. Chapter 93. Wu Mafeng claims the credit in the apocalypse. On the 16th day, the women on the 10th floor found it peculiar that by 9 o'clock, they had neither seen nor heard from the gang of ruffians. Some brave souls ventured out to investigate, ultimately discovering a multitude of corpses on the first floor. The entire 10th floor was thrown into a frenzy, and soon, men from buildings 1 to 5 received the news. Upon witnessing the fallen Han Zhengyuan and his crew, they first sighed in relief, then vented their anger on the corpses, ultimately discarding them outside. They intended to leave the bodies exposed to the elements, allowing the acid rain to wash away the flesh, leaving nothing but bones behind. This served both as an act of vengeance and a means of environmental preservation. The dissolving flesh would not emit a foul odor. Curiosity soon spread. Who was this White Brow Hero? Such terrifying prowess to eliminate Han Zhengyuan and his gang in a single night? Could it be Wei Ming? Impossible, was the immediate rebuttal from many. He is incredibly selfish, only looking out for himself. Indeed, he resides comfortably in a villa, indulging in fine food and enjoying the company of beautiful women. Would he ever display such altruism? Surely, he spent the night wrapped around a woman. The opposition was overwhelming. At that moment, a man stepped forward, grinning. All right, to put an end to your wild speculations, I confess. I am the White Brow Hero. Last night, I took advantage of their negligence and eliminated them one by one. Many women nodded in agreement. These ruffians forced us to keep our doors closed, laying the groundwork for their own downfall. That makes sense. A wave of admiration washed over the man. Wu Mafeng. He knew his claim was fabricated. Yet as he basked in the adoration of the women, he realized his plan was solidified. Whether he was truly responsible mattered little. What mattered was that others believed he was. Wasn't Wei Ming offering a bounty for Han Zhengyuan's life? Seizing the opportunity, Wu Mafeng quickly introduced a new topic to shift the focus. Let us retrieve his corpse for the reward. Upon hearing this, The crowd erupted in cheers. They had clearly heard that Wei Ming had placed a bounty of 10 boxes of water, 10 pounds of fruit, 10 pounds of meat, and 100 pounds of rice on Han Zhengyuan's head, an astonishing sum by any standard. Without hesitation, they hoisted Han Zhengyuan's corpse and made their way to the underground garage. Wei Ming awoke around 9 o'clock, having slept in after his nocturnal escapade. Why rise so early? Morning exercise. It seems that might not be out of the question. Wei Ming has now lifted the curfew, yet he still sleeps alone. With his door firmly locked, accessible only to him, he stepped outside and found Song Qingyun and the 6 women gathered around the dining table, enjoying breakfast. With a mischievous grin, he tossed a die. And it landed on 3. He chuckled to himself, approached, and scooped up Chengya, carrying her away. Song Qingyun and the others were unfazed, continuing their meal as if nothing had happened. Wei Ming was interrupted by the sound of an alert from his phone. Glancing at it, he was astonished to see the residents of the community animatedly carrying Han Zhengyuan's corpse to the entrance of the underground garage, chattering away. Wei Ming activated the audio from the surveillance. Inquiring, "What are you doing?" Wu Mafeng immediately replied, "Aren't you the one who put a bounty on this man's life? I've just killed him, so you owe me a reward." Wei Ming was taken aback. If I recall correctly, it was I who eliminated Han Zhengyuan and his associates. He truly has some audacity to claim another's achievements. In truth, as long as it wasn't Wei Ming who did the deed, I wouldn't mind who claimed the reward, but to take credit for my work. How bold of you. Did you kill him? Wei Ming asked, gesturing to Chengya to freeze her ice cream. Of course, Wu Mafeng replied haughtily. When one tells too many lies, even they begin to believe them, Wei Ming chuckled. Han Zhengyuan was pierced by 4 arrows through his limbs. Can you shoot arrows? I certainly can, Wu Mafeng stammered, his bravado wavering. All right then, bring your bow and arrows, shoot a few more at the corpse, and I shall reward you, Wei Ming asserted. Wu Mafeng realized he could not manage that and, in a fit of frustration, retorted, Wei Ming, are you trying to renege on your promise? Wei Ming laughed lightly. I am the organizer. All rights of interpretation belong to me. Besides, I merely require you to prove that you are indeed the one entitled to the reward. Is that not the duty of an organizer? I cannot allow someone to claim a reward that is not theirs, can I? I've run out of arrows, and the bow has been discarded. I cannot replicate the act, Wu Mafeng protested. Wei Ming replied coolly, without evidence proving your claim, I'm afraid you cannot collect your reward. Wu Mafeng erupted in anger, and under his incitement, others began to hurl insults at Wei Ming. He laughed heartily. In life, one must possess the most elementary sense of conscience. One cannot let the dogs consume it. You come to claim rewards, which is a disservice to the true heroes. Do you not forget? Just yesterday, you were all confined. A group of men who knew not how to resist and a group of women reduced to mere objects, now liberated. Yet you offer no gratitude, rushing to claim what is not rightfully yours. You are truly despicable. Having vented his frustrations, he turned off his phone and tossed it aside. Meanwhile, the ice cream had melted into a sad puddle. Outside, Wu Mafeng and his companions were infuriated. This rascal was indeed playing tricks and refusing to honor his word. Wu Mafeng took the initiative to divert the group's focus, and as they grumbled in agreement, he urged them to return. Upon their return, Wu Mafeng gathered a group of robust men to deliberate. After some time, they returned, their faces betraying their excitement. It's time for us to go home. Many declared. Wait, Wu Mafeng raised his hand, commanding attention. Due to the actions of these villains, we have lost too many, especially our female companions. There are now only over 100 left. He paused briefly, scanning the women before him. Many wives have been slain, yet we are all human, and as humans, we have needs. Therefore, I declare that all women shall remain in Building 10, and the doors must remain open at all times. What do you mean? The women, along with some men, were incredulous. Just after eliminating Han Zhengyuan and his gang, you want to take their place. Is this not inviting a tiger into our midst? The boy who slays the dragon becomes the dragon himself? Wu Mafeng, what are you implying? One woman shouted. Nothing much. It's simply that there are too few women left, so we must share resources, Wu Mafeng said indifferently, his eyes greedily lingering on one woman. This woman had once been his neighbor, and he had long desired her. He approached and hoisted her up. Get your hands off, that's my wife. A man rushed forward but was swiftly restrained by others, who laughed mockingly. From now on, she is no longer yours, don't be so stingy. Let us all share. As the chapter unfolded, darkness deepened. Wu Mafeng incited a new massacre. A total of 107 women survived, while most of their husbands and families were slaughtered. Thus, When Wu Mofeng and his men indulged in these women, who would dare to oppose them? They were all comrades now, united in their plight. With over 800 of them, subduing a mere 100 men was hardly a challenge, resulting in yet another scene of carnage under the sun. Of course, Wu Mofeng's side incurred some losses, but given their numbers, the cost was minimal, with only over 30 casualties, leaving them with nearly 800. After the men had vented their primal urges, they gathered to strategize. Brother Feng, our food and clean water supplies are dwindling. We must quickly devise a solution, one suggested. Others nodded in agreement, and someone took a deep drag of a cigarette, adding, if only we could invade Wei Ming's villa, though I don't understand, how can such a small place hold so many supplies? Perhaps he has converted the basement into a storage area, others speculated. That scoundrel is utterly untrustworthy. It was clearly our brother Feng who took down Han Zhengyuan, and he dares to play tricks. Someone defended Wu Mofeng. Wu Mofeng himself was seething with anger. Discussing this is pointless. Wei Ming will not provide us with supplies, and we cannot breach his defenses. We must find another way. What alternative do you propose? The crowd inquired. Wu Mofeng scoffed. Since those villains could invade our community, why can't we venture elsewhere? But Zhao Jihu mentioned that all the nearby convenience stores have been thoroughly looted. We would need to travel far to find supplies. Someone pointed out, and with the explosion in the garage yesterday, there are hardly any vehicles left. If we cannot ride, we shall walk. Wu Mofeng replied coldly. If we do not seek supplies, we will simply await our demise. Do you wish to die? No one wanted that, but who would venture out for supplies? Let us draw lots, Wu Mofeng suggested. Naturally, he oversaw the drawing, ensuring he would not be among those chosen. Discontent brewed as before. Zhao Jihu had personally led the previous expeditions for supplies, yet now Wu Mofeng merely issued orders while sending others into danger, creating a rift among them. Previously united in their pursuit of the remaining women, they now fractured when the task turned to gathering supplies. Wei Ming chose not to meddle further. He had intervened to eliminate Han Zhengyuan because the latter posed a threat with his firearms. But Wu Mofeng's group, they were nothing more than a rabble. To Wei Ming, they were a mere jest. He had no intention of taking a trip to eliminate them, preferring to watch their inevitable infighting. Wei Ming surmised that it would not be long before they turned on each other. He descended to the basement, providing Sun Dai and the others with some food. Wei Ming, are you even human? Sun Dai trembled. His gaze towards Wei Ming now devoid of hatred, replaced by sheer terror. How could one not be afraid? Including himself, had Wei Ming not transformed them into monsters? Wei Ming nodded, murmuring, even if one's appearance is irreversibly altered. As long as the procedure is repeated within 24 hours, they can revert to their original form, thus avoiding future repercussions. However, if the modifications continue, before he could finish, a man screamed as his chest erupted violently. Wei Ming made no attempt to save him, for he had observed the experiment's results. Continuous modifications were futile. Upon reaching the 24-hour mark, the body would forcibly revert to its original state. I can temporarily alter human structure. Theoretically, could I not create a super soldier? Either discard them after 24 hours or restore them before that time, allowing for continued use. Not just others, but I could modify myself as well. I in the face of grave danger. Could I not alter my skin to be as tough as iron? Or grant myself immense strength, speed, perhaps even sprout a pair of wings? Wei Ming's thoughts wandered as he contemplated the present experimental results. As long as he reverted within 24 hours, he was safe. Forget it. Even I find this notion terrifying. I shall refrain from using this unless absolutely necessary. Wei Ming smiled at Sun Dai and the others. Thank you for your contributions. Now, I bid you farewell. No? No. Sun Dai screamed frantically, but another man closed his eyes, having suffered enough in recent days. Death seemed a release. Wei Ming paid no heed to Sun Dai's protests, ushering both into the alternate space. Returning to the third floor, he noticed a flicker of light amidst the darkness. A flashlight illuminated a group of people exiting the community. Are they finally out to gather supplies? Wei Ming mused, glancing at the time. It was barely past 7 p.m. How curious that they set out so early. I wonder how many of the dozens who ventured out will return. Wei Ming was merely curious. And at that moment, Lin Wansu's cheerful voice chimed in as she brought over the dishes. Darling, it's time to eat. The 7 of them gathered around the table, sharing their dinner. Once they finished, they dispersed to pursue their own activities. Some indulged in binge-watching dramas, others immersed themselves in video games, some engaged in exercise, while others busied themselves with writing. Lin Wansu had already embraced writing as both a habit and a passion. In the event of humanity's extinction, perhaps my works will serve as valuable resources for new species studying humankind. she excitedly declared. Hee, I must include more steamy scenes to convey the sheer joy of such experiences to those new beings. Wei Ming thought to himself, truly, this is quintessential you. Chapter 95. A new division in the apocalypse. On the 17th day, people began to trickle back to the community before the sun rose. However, by dawn, the returning individuals amounted to barely 1/10 of the original population. It remained uncertain whether they had perished outside, found themselves trapped, or were simply unwilling to return. Why come back? To share the hard-earned supplies they had gathered. Previously, the existence of families served as a tether. Yet now, Wu Mafeng had initiated a massacre, who still had family ties. What reason was there to return to Chidong City? Was it not enough to ensure one's own well-being? Why subject oneself to servitude? Women? Ha! They were not exquisite like Yu Chutong, or at the very least, not stunning like Mi Xiaolu. The inhabitants of Building 10 had gone days without bathing, reeking of sourness, and it took overwhelming discomfort for them to finally relent. Under such extreme temperatures, it indeed helped many men resist temptation. Wu Mafeng gazed at the 7 individuals who had returned, his expression darkening. How much supplies could these 7 muster? A meager amount. Yet, there were over 800 individuals in total, men and women combined. What was to be done? Would such scant provisions suffice? Wu Mafeng's frustration grew. At that moment, he truly wished to relinquish his role as leader. Engaging with women provided momentary pleasure, but the continual worry about his subordinates' needs would be an incessant burden. What a loss! Yet to abandon leadership. He could not bear to relinquish the power to command others, and the crucial concern remained. If someone else took the reins, would they still command him to seek out supplies? It was better to lead than to follow. Wu Mafeng was consumed by despair. Never mind, let us indulge instead and cast aside all worries. However, shortly after he entered his room, 4 men rushed toward him. Before he could react, a rope was swiftly tightened around his neck. He struggled vigorously, but how could one man contend with the strength of 4? In mere moments, his face turned crimson, and after a final desperate struggle, he fell silent. The 4 men exchanged glances, all relieved. They had expected Wu Mafeng, capable of slaying Han Zhengyuan and his band of rogues, to be formidable. Yet the outcome was all too easy. He must not be the white-brow hero. We have all been deceived. Regardless, it mattered not. He was dead, and they were now the leaders. To satiate his curiosity, Wei Ming had installed listening devices in numerous rooms during his excursion to Building 10 yesterday. Listening to the recordings out of boredom, he was astonished to discover that Wu Mafeng had indeed met his demise. Choked to death by 4 men, yet those men did not ascend to leadership. The men had fragmented into 8 factions, while the women were divided as spoils, each group acquiring a dozen or so. Wei Ming couldn't help but lament. In chaotic times, women invariably suffered the most. It was no longer a matter of becoming a fairy. Even being recognized as human was a daunting challenge. What had become of the women in this community? Mere objects. Under the pressure of mortality. Devoid of moral and legal restraints, everything regressed to a primal state, reminiscent of the jungle, where power reigned supreme and women, inherently weaker in strength, became subjects of subjugation. From the first wave of factions led by Zhang Shi and Sun Dai, to being enslaved by Han Zhengyuan's group, then unified under Wu Mafeng, and now devolving into 8 factions. How many days had passed? Just 11 days, in a mere 11 days. It felt as though they had endured 6 months or more. Wei Ming was profoundly affected. The 6 women, including Yu Chudong, looked towards Wei Ming with a shared understanding. Had it not been for Wei Ming, what fate would they have faced? Though they were far more beautiful, would their outcomes have been any better? Whichever man held power would view them as mere playthings, and with each shift in authority, they would be passed around like property, akin to the women in the community, continuously changing owners. Could they resist? Without firearms, they could only resort to cold weapons, and wielding them was traditionally the domain of men. Even if Song Qingyun was a security officer, who would truly care? Their hearts surged with emotion. In comparison, Wei Ming's figure loomed larger than life. Seated on the balcony, sipping on a chilled cola, Wei Ming gazed outside, the urge to venture out growing increasingly compelling. After prolonged confinement, one yearned for movement. Naturally, if he were to go out, he would need to be thoroughly prepared. After dinner, as he contemplated whether to venture out that night, his phone suddenly chimed with an alert. Upon inspecting the screen, he noted a man lurking at the entrance of the basement, appearing rather shifty. "Who are you, and what do you want?" He casually inquired. "I am Huang Xian, and I bear crucial news." The man replied, "Be more specific. I have no time to waste on you." Wei Ming retorted, After a moment's hesitation, Huang Xian elaborated, I was once a contractor for government projects, responsible for constructing an underground shelter. Oh? Wei Ming pondered for a moment, then used his phone to remotely unlock the door. Once Huang Xian entered, Wei Ming instructed, strip off your clothes and change into the outfit next to you. I need to ensure you are unarmed. As soon as Huang Xian stepped inside, he was taken aback. So cool, he exclaimed, realizing why Wei Ming seemed to be living so comfortably. Recovering from his surprise, he quickly changed into the beach shorts prepared by Wei Ming. All right, no weapons. Come up, Wei Ming said, remotely unlocking the door to the first floor. When Huang Xian reached the first floor, he found Wei Ming lounging on the sofa, sipping a bottle of cola. Unable to resist, Huang Xian licked his lips and asked, could I have a sip? He could only manage a few drops of water each day. Wei Ming opened the fridge, retrieved a can of cola, but did not toss it to Huang Xian. Instead, he placed it on the coffee table. First, tell me about the shelter. Chapter 96. News of the shelter. Huang Xian swallowed hard but dared not snatch it. To oppose Wei Ming, he might as well be courting death. Observing the individuals inside and outside the community who had successfully opposed Wei Ming. All had perished, hence, despite his intense thirst, he refrained from seizing the drink. Instead, relishing the coolness of the room as he spoke, the government initiated the project 5 years ago, quietly beginning the construction of the underground shelter. According to some insider information I received, this was a precautionary measure in case of an outbreak during the S3 season. Thus, the shelter is built 60 meters underground, effectively shielding against nuclear explosions. The shelter comprises 4 levels: a living area, a recreational area, a breeding area, and a planting zone, all managed by an automated system, with artificial intelligence handling all tasks, feeding chickens, pigs, and watering crops. The stored energy and clean water can sustain 1,000 people for half a year. Huang Xian finally unveiled some secrets about the shelter. Wei Ming was taken aback. Describe it in detail. Huang Xian smacked his lips, his gaze fixed on the chilled cola. Just days prior, had anyone suggested he would be willing to beg for a can of cola, he would have laughed heartily. Yet now, he was ready to pay nearly any price for that drink. Wei Ming chuckled, pushing the cola toward him. Only then did Huang Xian dare to pick it up, eagerly opening it and guzzling it down. Delicious, sweet, cold, refreshing. He downed half the can in one go before savoring it sip by sip, reluctant to finish it all at once. Before Wei Ming could urge him on, he began to share details about the shelter. The shelter has a maximum capacity of 1,000 people, and the recreational area includes tennis courts, swimming pools, and more. The breeding area houses chickens, cows, sheep, and pigs, with manure used as fertilizer for the plants in the planting zone, which in turn provides some fodder for the livestock. There are, of course, generators and enough energy to keep the entire shelter operational for 6 months, along with other supplies, if only a dozen or 20 people were to reside there. Food and clean water could comfortably last for decades. Naturally, energy is limited. Apart from the living area, the recreational area can reduce power consumption, whereas the breeding area and planting zone require 24-hour energy to allow the AI to perform feeding, watering, and simulating light. Even with energy-saving measures, it could only double the duration, extending it to a year. When the shelter was designed, it was never intended for people to live there indefinitely. Normally, even in the event of a nuclear explosion, 6 months would suffice for the majority of radiation to dissipate, allowing modern equipment to function properly, enabling the inhabitants to emerge and rebuild their lives. The shelter, situated 60 meters underground, is devoid of light, ensuring a constant temperature. Huang Xian enthused. The most terrifying elements now are sunlight and acid rain. Once inside, there will be no need to worry about either. Wei Ming felt a flicker of interest. He was now filled with trepidation and contemplation. What was he afraid of? Missiles, aimed directly at his villa, would surely catch him off guard, leading to his immediate demise. In the case of a nuclear bomb, there would be no need to target his abode. Merely detonating it within the vicinity would suffice to ensure his obliteration. However, should he reside 60 meters underground, only a bunker buster could reach him, as even a nuclear explosion would pose no threat. After all, the primary intent of constructing a shelter was to safeguard against the impending S3 season, to preserve the essence of Huaxia amidst a nuclear conflict. What was he contemplating? Naturally, it was the pursuit of greater pleasures, such as the swimming pool he so ardently desired. Once in the shelter, all these aspirations could be realized. Noticing the flicker of interest in Wei Ming's eyes, Huang Qian seized the moment. This shelter was originally slated for delivery on May 9th. But due to a natural disaster, it remains unoccupied. If we proceed, it will undoubtedly belong to us. Wei Ming chuckled softly, replying, This shelter is not a secret known only to you. It may already be occupied. Impossible, Huang Qian asserted confidently, and as Wei Ming scrutinized her, she continued, I am the contractor for this project. Since the construction has yet to be formally handed over, the access rights to the shelter remain in my possession. To be frank, entering the shelter requires taking an elevator, and to access the elevator, one must first unlock the door, for which the key is in my hands. She quickly added, you agree to my terms? And I shall guide you there. Only then will I produce the key. Wei Ming remained unfazed. What are your conditions? Huang Qian hastily replied, firstly, I require a top-tier residence within the shelter. Secondly, I desire a woman. A beauty, you must arrange for one. While I have no intentions toward the women currently by your side, you must at least provide me with one. Furthermore, should any women seek refuge in the shelter in the future, we must share them. Your demands are rather lofty. Wei Ming shook his head. I offer you a choice. Reveal the shelter's location, and upon verifying its existence, you shall hand over the key, and in return, I will provide you with a considerable amount of supplies. Unacceptable. Huang Qian immediately rejected the offer. Wei Ming shrugged. Then it's settled. Please leave. Huang Qian, of course, was unwilling to concede, and could not accept this outcome. She implored, Wei Ming, reconsider. It is a shelter we are discussing, and what of it? Wei Ming retorted, my residence must exclusively accommodate my women. I cannot entertain outsiders while engaging in intimate activities. For me, the shelter merely offers a modicum of added safety and a broader range of activities, such as a swimming pool or tennis court. However, residing in a residential area, how likely am I to be struck by a missile? The shelter is merely a luxury, not a necessity. I refuse to be extorted. Once you come to your senses, we can negotiate. Otherwise, you may bake in the heat or perish from hunger or thirst. Wei Ming dismissed Huang Qian, casting her out. Conditions for negotiation? Ha! Did she truly believe she held that privilege? Huang Qian, expelled from the premises, wore an expression of disbelief. How could this be? Why was Wei Ming able to reject her? Her current life may seem splendid, but the villa was limited in size. No matter how many supplies she hoarded, it would eventually be depleted. The shelter, however, represented a miniature ecosystem capable of sustaining 1,000 people for half a year. In Huang Qian's eyes, her requests were not excessive, merely a living space. She was determined not to easily relent and decided to wear Wei Ming down. Surely, he must covet the shelter. He was simply being stingy. She would hold her ground. Yet, how could she reach the shelter on her own without any means of transportation? Wei Ming was different. He possessed considerable capabilities. Thus, after enduring for over half a month, Huang Qian ultimately resolved to collaborate with Wei Ming rather than with Zhang Shi or Han Zhengyuan, fearful they would strip her bare. At least Wei Ming had proven to be trustworthy. The question remained, however, how many more days could she endure? Chapter 97. Old classmates Wei Ming was truly unhurried. The shelter, while desirable, was not a necessity for him. In this villa, albeit somewhat cramped and reminiscent of a prison, he still resided in one of the finest prisons in the world. Moreover, he was confident in his ability to venture out and enjoy life. Thus, the shelter merely represented a slight reduction in potential risk and an increase in entertainment options. Yet, the risk factor was minuscule, while entertainment could easily be substituted. For instance, he could visit a swimming pool. With ample ice at his disposal, he could certainly enjoy a swim. He had emptied the polar icebergs. Ice cubes were in no short supply for him. Huang Qian wished to engage in a war of attrition? How amusing! Wei Ming mused that he had perhaps been too benevolent. Had Zhang Shi or Han Zhengyuan learned of Huang Qian's intentions, they would have certainly captured her and subjected her to severe interrogation until she divulged the shelter's location and surrendered the key. Never mind, it was better to maintain some principles. Without principles, one devolves into mere animalism. If Wei Ming were devoid of such principles, he could have easily claimed the exquisite beauties, Yu Chutong and Song Qingyun. But he opted instead for a more transactional approach, allowing them to willingly submit to him. As for their true feelings, he found them inconsequential. Deciding against going out today, he planned to venture out tomorrow evening. Since the calamity struck, he had yet to leave the community. The only time he stepped out was to escort Song Qingyun, merely taking a stroll around the vicinity, which amounted to no more than 800 meters, a far cry from what one could call going out. As night fell, Wei Ming still occupied a room alone. He possessed nearly everything, yet life was singular. Was it wrong to exercise caution? A night passed, marking the 18th day of the apocalypse. As dawn approached, a school bus suddenly barreled into the community, accelerating towards the entrance of the underground garage. Bang! Due to the height restrictions of the garage, the bus could not enter and collided forcefully, causing the front to become lodged. As the sun began to rise, the occupants hurriedly exited through the shattered windshield and made their way into the garage, creating a commotion that soon attracted 8 factions within the community. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Wei Ming, groggy, sat up, bewildered. Had he just heard a gunshot? How could there still be gunfire? He had confiscated all the weapons from Han Jingyuan's group. What was happening? Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it. After all, even with Han Jingyuan's numerous men and arms, they had been utterly impotent against the villa's defenses, especially considering he had barely ventured outside. Had he opened the spatial gate and unleashed the ammunition within? Who could possibly contend with him? The most astonishing aspect was that he could open the spatial gate through walls, allowing him to attack those outside from within the villa. How unfair was that? Even elite soldiers would find themselves on their knees. Deciding to rise, he made his way to the balcony to survey the situation, yet saw nothing of note. Very well, he was not in a rush. He sat down, intending to enjoy a glass of milk, when he noticed figures on the neighboring balcony. Curious, he looked closer. There were not just one but several individuals, including a blonde foreigner, a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his 40s, robust and bare-chested, with a hairy chest and arms, unmistakably indicating a lack of evolution. The woman, perhaps in her 30s, boasted wavy blonde hair and an archetypal Western beauty, easily an 80. And with her alluring presence, perhaps an 82, her figure was striking, with an ample bosom, a slim waist, and notably curvaceous hips, bordering on the exaggerated. She stood at an impressive height, approximately 175 centimeters, warranting an overall score of 88. Of course, the majority were compatriots, 2 women and 3 men. Hey, Wei Ming. One of the men spotted him and called out, but due to the 2 layers of glass and the excellent soundproofing of Wei Ming's window, he could only see the man's expression and lip movements without hearing his words. Are you Wei Ming? The man confirmed again. Wei Ming opened the window. At this angle, sunlight could not penetrate, but having heard the gunfire earlier, he had already opened the spatial gate, ensuring any projectiles would be immediately confiscated. Fu Lin? He recognized the man's name. Ha! It really is you. The man nodded. I am Fu Lin. I never imagined we would meet under such circumstances. Fu Lin? Who is he? A woman, in her 20s and quite attractive, inquired. Though her beauty was not inferior to Lu Qing's, she was merely average in looks. His name is Wei Ming. He is my high school classmate. Fu Lin explained. Oh, the woman replied, losing interest. Her demeanor was rather haughty. What a curious attitude to maintain in an apocalypse. Did she believe she could impress anyone? Believe it or not, I could simply pull out a bottle of water and make you call me daddy. Fu Lin chuckled, adding, Wei Ming, this is my wife, Suyuda. We are both teachers at Liverpool Foreign Language School. By the way, this is my sister-in-law, the principal of our school, Su Qian. He gestured toward another woman, approximately 30 years old. Indeed, these 2 women bear a striking resemblance to one another. However, in terms of beauty, Su Qian surpasses Su Yu by a notable margin. Su Yu may score a modest 80 points, yet Su Qian could easily attain 85, complemented by a more alluring figure, an impressive bust, a flat abdomen, and elongated legs. When all factors are considered, despite Su Yu's advantage of youth, her charm pales in comparison to that of Su Qian. Su Yu, though already quite arrogant, is eclipsed by Su Qian's haughtiness, as she barely deigns to acknowledge Wei Ming, seemingly oblivious to Fu Lin's introductions. Showing utter disregard for him, Wei Ming finds no surprise in this, for Fu Lin has always been an obsequious flatterer during their school days, ingratiating himself with a well-connected classmate, earning him the label of a sycophant. Judging by the trio's appearances, it is evident he has also secured his current wife through similar means. After all, he is not unattractive, quite handsome, in fact. Coupled with his sweet talk, it is hardly surprising he could win the affections of a wealthy beauty. Furthermore, Su Yu, being merely a teacher, cannot truly be classified as such. Her sister's position as principal might barely qualify her. Due to the nature of his flattery, it is clear that his wife holds him in low regard, as does his sister-in-law. Otherwise, some courtesy would have been shown, perhaps a smile directed towards Wei Ming. Fu Lin, feeling awkward, hastily gestures towards the only young man present, stating, This is a student from our school. The second son of the Gao family, Gao Shihai, from the Gao group. Wei Ming is left speechless. Is he truly a young master? You remain as sycophantic as ever. Chapter 98. The foolish rich second generation like the Su sisters. Gao Shihai exhibits no inclination to greet Wei Ming, exuding an air of arrogance, even disdain. Though he is referred to as a youth, standing at approximately 175 cm, His demeanor and presence exhibit none of the naivete associated with adolescence. Wei Ming acknowledges that in High City, there exists only one Gao group, a colossal enterprise with assets in the hundreds of billions. It is no wonder Fu Lin appears so subservient. Having become accustomed to bending the knee, he struggles to rise. The two foreigners, along with the last man Fu Lin has yet to introduce, inquire, Wei Ming, do you have any food? We haven't eaten or drunk anything in a night. Wei Ming is somewhat astonished. Has it truly been over half a month since the apocalypse began, and they have only just run out of provisions? It is evident these individuals have rushed over from their school. Could these foreigners possibly be teachers? Wei Ming neither affirms nor declines, merely inquiring, you came from the school? Indeed, Fu Lin replies, his expression one of frustration. Since the onset of the calamity, we have remained in the school's cafeteria, not lacking for food or drink. Moreover, Gao Xiao managed to contact his family, and Gao Zong dispatched a team to rescue us. However, the roads have been treacherous, and we have yet to receive assistance. Yesterday, a group of thugs armed with guns attempted to storm the cafeteria. We managed to escape under the cover of night, even seizing a firearm. Yet, as dawn approached, we had no choice but to take refuge here from the sunlight. To our dismay, the residents of your community have proven exceedingly barbaric, attempting to abduct my wife, my sister-in-law, and this foreign friend, Angel. Fortunately, our security chief, Zhao Guofu, was able to fend them off with his weapon. Wei Ming suddenly comprehends the gunfire he had heard earlier. He glances at the security chief, a man in his 40s, of average build but with well-developed muscles, sporting a crew cut that has grown somewhat unruly after more than 2 weeks without grooming. So, the foreign lady is named Angel. Only the last foreign man's name remains a mystery. The community has descended into chaos, with everyone behaving like savages. With 3 women in your party, all rated above 80 points in attractiveness. It is only natural to incite the baser instincts of the residents here. Thankfully, you possess firearms. Otherwise, those 3 women would likely have been subjected to unspeakable horrors by now. Coincidentally, they had entered Villa number 18. Wei Ming, please find us some food and drink, Fu Lin implores once more. Rest assured, we will pay a handsome price. His face now betrays impatience. I have been exceedingly patient, yet you still remain unmoved despite my lengthy discourse. In their school days, Fu Lin had only ever had eyes for the affluent, entirely disregarding Wei Ming, a mere child of a common family. After graduating, he had continued to fawn over Su Yu, ultimately marrying her, and through Su Qian's connections, secured a teaching position at the school. It is a private institution. His monthly income exceeds 20,000 yuan, which, although slightly lesser than his wife's 30,000 yuan, adds up to a substantial sum of 50,000 yuan for the household. A rather enviable figure within the country, given the median salary in the alumni group. Fu Lin's sole activity is to flaunt his wealth. And even amidst the apocalypse, he continues to curry favor with his wife, sister-in-law, and Gao Shihai, hoping to leverage their connections for a return to a comfortable life. Wei Ming chuckles softly. Old classmate. Since you are aware the apocalypse has arrived, and you have faced 2 attacks, do you comprehend the gravity of the situation? The world has descended into chaos, and the privileged you once revered have fallen into the mire. Money holds no value. Fu Lin, of course, is unwilling to accept this reality. For him, ingratiating himself with the wealthy has become second nature, a driving force in his life. Thus, when Wei Ming declares that such flattery is futile, he outright rejects this notion. Wei Ming, let us set aside the harsh truths for a moment. As old classmates, provide us with food and water. Once Gao Xiao's people arrive, we can take you along. Gao Shihai scoffs coldly. On what grounds do you presume to make decisions for me? Fu Lin hastily interjects, Gao Xiao, we find ourselves in dire need of sustenance. We are indeed at the mercy of others. Moreover, given the Gao family's immense wealth, accommodating one additional person poses no burden. It is crucial that we ensure your comfort, is it not? Upon hearing this, Gao Shihai reluctantly nods, very well. As long as you serve me well over the next few days, I shall take him home. Excellent, Fu Lin responds, elated. With Gao Shihai's promise, he can now negotiate firmly with Wei Ming. Wei Ming, it is precisely because the situation is so chaotic that we must cling to the powerful. Fu Lin asserts, the Gao family is a prestigious house, always prepared for disasters, stockpiling vast resources and possessing manpower. You can only scrape by for the moment here. It is only by going to the Gao residence that you can ensure your survival until the government sends aid. You are quite eloquent, Wei Ming muses. But what does it matter how many resources you possess if your own capabilities are lacking? In a heartbeat, you could be usurped by those beneath you, and all your wealth and women would be lost to others. Nevertheless, what is there to discuss with Fu Lin? I smile faintly. I do indeed possess food and water, yet my interests lie solely with beautiful women. What do you mean? Fu Lin pauses, momentarily stunned before realization dawns, casting a glance at his sister-in-law and the foreign lady, revealing his dismay. You truly dare to propose such a thing? Gao Shihai swiftly pulls Fu Lin behind him. Despite being merely a high school senior, his physique rivals Fu Lin's. He addresses Wei Ming. Do not overstep your bounds. Fetch us food and drink immediately. I am both hungry and thirsty. Seeing Gao Shihai's anger, Fu Lin quickly pleads with Wei Ming. Old classmate, Gao Shao is furious. You must hurry and bring food and water and apologize to him. Gao Shihai sneers. You must kneel. I am not accustomed to conversing with those at eye level. What unbearable arrogance! Wei Ming ignores the wealthy second generation and turns instead to Su Yu and the others, stating, I welcome beautiful women to engage in trade with me. One encounter will earn you a loaf of bread and a bottle of water. Whether the foreign lady understands remains uncertain. Perhaps the others will translate. However, he quickly notices that the foreign woman exhibits a furious expression, confirming that at least she comprehends Chinese. How fortunate! Otherwise, communicating through gestures would have been necessary. You fool! Gao Shihai erupts. Are you seeking death? Engaging with women is of no concern to him, whether it be the Su sisters or the foreign lady, as they bear no relevance to him. The crux of his ire lies in Wei Ming's blatant disregard for him. As the second son of the Gao family, he has never experienced such humiliation. Chapter 99. What a small world! Gao Shihai screams in hysteria. Resembling a madman, in truth, as a top-tier rich second generation, he is not typically so easily flustered. However, given the onset of the apocalypse, his confinement to the cafeteria for over a week has left him restless. Anyone would exhibit signs of instability under such circumstances, especially one accustomed to a life of privilege. With a belly full of pent-up frustration, the fact that Wei Ming dares to treat him with such disdain only exacerbates his anger. I will end you, he barks at Zhao Guofu, instructing, kill him, kill him. Zhao Guofu, however, coolly responds, only one bullet remains. Should it be wasted on this man, I will be unable to protect you if others intrude. Upon hearing this, even Gao Shihai, despite his displeasure towards Wei Ming, must suppress his rage. Whether the intruders from the school or the mob encountered upon entering the community, both are exceedingly vicious. Failing to subdue them could very well cost them their lives. Compared to venting his frustrations, his own life holds far greater importance. Humph, Gao Shihai scoffs, silently resolving that once the rescue team from his family arrives, he will ensure Wei Ming's demise, and he will not forget the thugs in the community either. How dare they intimidate him? Humph! The apocalypse has now descended, and the rule of law has become but a distant memory, leaving the likes of him, a top-tier rich second generation, free to act as he pleases. Is there anyone capable of stopping him? Fu Lin, on the other hand, finds himself utterly embarrassed. Upon recognizing Wei Ming, he initially thought he could showcase himself in front of Gao Shihai and his wife, basking in glory if he could procure food and drink from Wei Ming. However, Wei Ming showed him no respect, and Gao Shihai treated him like a dog, igniting a searing shame upon his face. What could he do? Can a dog still demand dignity from its master? He dared not harbor resentment towards Gao Shihai and his ilk, instead cursing Wei Ming for his lack of appreciation, which left him humiliated and unable to save face. Wei Ming, it's time to eat. He heard someone call at that moment. Yu Chutong approached so? She was taken aback to find a sudden influx of people, including foreigners, at her home. What is this situation? You are Yu Chutong, Gao Shihai exclaimed suddenly. Sister-in-law. Yu Chutong glanced at him, recognition dawning upon her face as she expressed surprise. You are the second son of the Gao family? Gao Shihai nodded vigorously. Indeed. I am Gao Shihai, sister-in-law. How is it that you are with him? The Yu family's strength was not inferior to the Gao family's, and even slightly surpassed it, as the two families had formed a marital alliance, with Yu Chutong engaged to his brother, Gao Lingtian. Although they were merely betrothed and not yet married, Gao Shihai was compelled to address Yu Chutong as sister-in-law. Yet now, Yu Chutong was inexplicably present in a man's abode. Gao Shihai's eyes gleamed with malice. Although his brother's engagement to Yu Chutong was a matter of familial interest, devoid of any emotional entanglement, what did it mean to be private? If discovered, could it still be deemed private? Moreover, did he dare to let the Gao family wear a green hat? With old grudges and new resentments combined, Gao Shihai was even more inclined to eliminate Wei Ming. Why? Yu Chutong frowned slightly. I am not married to your brother, so do not call me sister-in-law. Furthermore, given the calamity we now face, the previous engagement is naturally void. and we shall lead separate lives from here on. She had always opposed such alliances based on interests, and now, in the face of the apocalypse, she was even less inclined to acknowledge or accept it. Gao Shihai was infuriated. Sister-in-law, your marriage to my brother has been publicly declared by both our families, not only in Haidu, but across the nation. Many know of this. Your desire to annul the engagement is merely a slap in the face to the Gao family. Yu Chutong was disinclined to engage in further debate with him and turned to Wei Ming. Aren't you coming down for a meal? Please bring it up. If Lu Qing and the others haven't eaten, have them come upstairs. Wei Ming grinned. Well, you're both thirsty and hungry, so it's perfect. I'll eat and drink in front of you. Shortly thereafter, Lu Qing and the others arrived with breakfast. Upon noticing the unexpected guests, they were momentarily surprised, but soon indifferent. Enjoy your meal, they said. The 7 of them gathered around the table and began to eat. The breakfast was incredibly sumptuous. Dumplings, wontons, noodles, soy milk, and more. They could take whatever they desired. As for drinks, 3 large boxes of milk were provided, all cold, not room temperature. This sight left Fu Lin and the others utterly astounded. Though they had been hiding in the cafeteria, the food had become increasingly scarce, especially after the power outage, which accelerated spoilage. They had survived on stale bread for days, having not tasted meat for quite some time. Now, witnessing such a lavish spread, with steam still rising from the noodles and wontons, they couldn't help but swallow hard in hunger. Thirsty and ravenous, particularly as they watched Wei Ming and his companions guzzling water or milk. The intense desire nearly drove them to leap from the balcony. Wei Ming chuckled. Welcome to barter. But I want to entertain you further with that. He closed the window, leaving Gao Shihai to rage impotently. His curses unheard. Lin Wanqiu and the others, curious, inquired about the situation, prompting Wei Ming to succinctly explain the identities of the newcomers. Upon learning that Fu Lin was a former high school classmate of Wei Ming, the 6 women couldn't help but marvel at the smallness of the world. This classmate of yours is a typical sycophant, ingratiating himself to his wife, his superiors, and even to fellow students. Lu Qing observed, as she too was a leader and often encountered subordinates who fawned over her. Wei Ming chuckled. I never liked him in school because I detested doing homework, and he always reported me, leading to my frequent reprimands from teachers. This revelation drew disdainful expressions from all 6 women. Having attended school, they all despised those who snitched. Lu Qing glanced over Su family sisters and the foreign girl. Laughing, is your household about to gain new members? Wei Ming laughed heartily. Those 3 women aren't even worthy to move in. They're merely for amusement. He was unbothered to speak so candidly in front of the 6 women, primarily due to his absolute control over the situation, and secondly, in this post-apocalyptic world, who would still adhere to the old norms. Otherwise, the 6 of them wouldn't coexist so harmoniously, at least on the surface. Lu Qing, Mi Xiaolu, and Cheng Yu were allowed into the villa primarily due to their early arrival, as Wei Ming had lowered his standards. Moreover, well, the joy of indulging in playful escapades was undeniable. But now, would the Su family sisters and the foreign girl even think of moving into the villa? Certainly not. They were only to be toys for amusement. Lu Qing mischievously suggested to Song Qingyun and the other 5. Let us make a bet on which of the 3 will approach Wei Ming first. Can this even be wagered? Lin Wanqiu was the first to ask. What's at stake? Whoever guesses correctly gets to spend a day alone with Wei Ming. Lu Qing proposed. Deal, Lin Wanqiu agreed. Looking at the others, what do you all say? Wei Ming could only shake his head in bemusement. However, since he had nothing to lose, he let them find their own amusement. Chapter 100. Your gaze seems off. Ultimately, all 6 women, including Song Qingyun, joined the wager. Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu bet that the foreign girl would be the first to approach, given her more open demeanor. While Lin Wanqiu, Song Qingyun, and Cheng Yu chose Su Qian, believing that a woman who became a school principal before the age of 30 must have a man backing her. Only Yu Chudong picked Su Yu. Reasoning, her husband is spineless. Initially, she might have been deceived by his sweet words, but after living together, she must see clearly what kind of man he is. I believe no woman would appreciate such a man. Thus, she already possesses the conditions for infidelity, and now, in this apocalypse, who would dare criticize her moral standing? Therefore, for the sake of food and drink, I firmly believe she will be the first to come. All 6 women articulated valid points, piquing Wei Ming's curiosity as to which woman would indeed approach first. Meanwhile, next door, Gao Shihai was seething with rage, instructing Zhao Guofu, go next door and deal with that bastard. Even Fu Lin did not attempt to dissuade him, nor did he speak up, so how could the Su family sisters and the foreign girl defend Wei Ming? Zhao Guofu, however, remained calm and reasoned. First, is it worth it to expend the only bullet we have on this person? Second, have you considered why the people in this community, so vicious, haven't robbed Wei Ming yet? He has so many resources. And there are 6 beautiful women in his house. Who could resist? Yet he remains unharmed. Isn't that peculiar? Upon hearing this analysis, Fu Lin and the others were taken aback, deep in contemplation, while Gao Shihai displayed impatience. Resembling a predator ready to pounce. Fu Lin, what kind of person is your classmate? Su Qian inquired. Fu Lin pondered briefly. His family is average, and his academic performance is likewise unremarkable. If not for his good fortune of being born in Haidu, he would likely struggle to gain admission to university. Such ordinariness? The others were perplexed. Could such a common individual instill fear? Zhao Guofu considered this and said, I will inquire about the residents of this community. As he prepared to leave, everyone grew anxious. After all, the only firearm was in Zhao Guofu's possession. What if, upon his departure, the mob in the community decided to attack? Be sure to lock the doors. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, Zhao Guofu assured them. Before anyone could protest, he stepped outside. Yet, it was not long, less than half an hour, before he returned. Well, everyone inquired. Zhao Guofu's expression was grave as he spoke. Do not underestimate Wei Ming. He relayed the information he had gathered. The group listened as if enthralled by a tale, especially Fu Lin, whose face displayed disbelief, leaving him utterly stunned. Was this the Wei Ming he knew? His villa was practically impenetrable. A group of escaped convicts allegedly met their end at his hands. It was known that those individuals were armed, and not with just one weapon. It sounded utterly preposterous. Zhao Guofu shook his head. As long as Wei Ming does not provoke us, we must also avoid provoking him. I suspect Wei Ming is the white-browed hero. Upon hearing this, the group deflated like punctured balloons. Their spirits diminished. What now? Based on Zhao Guofu's findings, the entire community was facing severe shortages. Everyone had to venture out at night to forage for food, lest they starve and go without water. The only one possessing ample supplies was Wei Ming. Yet they could not provoke him, leaving them no choice but to search for resources themselves. During the day, venturing outside is certainly out of the question. To shield oneself from the lethal rays of sunlight, one must be fully armored. Yet the consequence of such preparation is the risk of succumbing to heat. But is nighttime truly safe? They had been residing in the cafeteria for the past few days, where, despite the subpar meals, food was readily available, requiring little effort on their part. Now, however, they must brave life-threatening dangers in search of sustenance and water. Suddenly, a thought crossed the minds of the Su sisters and the foreign girl. They could procure food and water from Wei Ming, but would they be willing to do so? Although they have endured over half a month in this apocalyptic world, their previous lives had been devoid of hardship, leaving the notion of trading their bodies unconsidered. Yet now, this thought lingered incessantly in their minds. Of course, they did not perceive it as selling themselves, but rather as a mutually beneficial exchange. However, if Wei Ming were to propose a trade for food and water, and they rushed over, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? Furthermore, only Su Qian was single. Both Su Yu and the foreign girl were married. If they were to mention seeking Wei Ming for provisions, would their husbands not react violently? What man could endure such indignity? This was merely their first day out. Could they truly not withstand even a day of hardship? After breakfast, Wei Ming immersed himself in gaming. Just as he was engrossed, his phone emitted an alarming sound. Who could it be now? He picked it up, noticing someone standing at the basement door. Fu Lin. What was he doing here? Did he have the audacity to come? At the entrance of the basement, Fu Lin held his phone aloft, illuminating the darkness. Otherwise, he would have likely injured himself navigating through the pitch blackness. Did his phone still have battery? Was he using a power bank? Whatever, it mattered little to Wei Ming. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to see what Fu Lin had to say. After all, engaging with people was far more interesting than gaming. He approached the basement and opened the door. Fu Lin hurriedly slipped inside, exclaiming, Wei Ming, wow, it's so cool in here. Every newcomer to the villa made similar exclamations. The temperature outside soared to around 60 degrees during the day and above 40 at night, enough to induce heat stroke. Thus, entering such a refreshingly cool space was nothing short of astonishing. Wei Ming paid little heed to his astonishment and inquired, What brings you here? Fu Lin, momentarily shaken, quickly responded, Wei Ming. Are you aware of how terrifying the Gao family is? They possess a company valued at several hundred billion. The power of the Gao family is beyond your imagination. And then? Wei Ming asked with a smile. Fu Lin, adopting a look of exasperation, urged, What do you mean and then? You need to swiftly apologize to young Master Gao. Whatever he desires, you must provide. Don't mistake my intentions as bullying. Rather, I am trying to save your life. Wei Ming chuckled. You appear clever, yet you are a fool. In these times, you still think to curry favor with a wealthy heir. Just look at him. He has even seduced you Chutong, an individual of equal standing to Gao Shihai. How can you be so obstinately foolish? Angered by this, Fu Lin's temper flared. Since he had already entered the house and was alone with Wei Ming, if he could subdue Wei Ming, wouldn't the villa then belong to him? Standing at 178 centimeters tall and regularly exercising, boasting a set of 8-pack abs, surely he could overpower him. Smack! He received a sudden slap, startling and infuriating him. Old classmate, your gaze is rather unsettling, Wei Ming said coolly, and with that, another slap followed.